Star Odyssey chapter 2442 to chapter 2494. No one liked Suryu, not even the people from the four cardinal scales. The food god stayed at the ancestral gazing tower all year round and was a benevolent person. Even the four cardinal scales respected him. Many people had received his kindness and didn't want to see him die in such a sullen manner. However, how could the food god give up? He only had one chance to fight, and that eyeball was Suryu's final trump card. As long as he could avoid the progenitor's power and hit this traitorous disciple, it would be fine even if it was just once. Master, do you know how happy Junior's sister was before she died? She was so happy that she helped me and granted me my wish. Although she died miserably, this was her fate and she couldn't escape it. Suryu laughed. The food god's body swayed as he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Suryu. The butcher knife in his hand had already broken. In front of him, the void disappeared again and brushed past the food god's shoulder, causing half of his body to crack. In the distance, Luin took a step forward. It's time to end this. He then waved his hand, and the hellworm's body suddenly appeared. Its roar shook the heavens and the earth as its progenitor power swept through the entire Yin Mountain district. Everyone turned pale when they saw this. Suryu and the food god both looked over and saw the prison drake. Sudong Lai and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Luin was here. Even if the four cardinal scales ancestor intervened, the food god would still be safe. Suryu's face was gloomy. This person had left for 3 years, and he hadn't expected him to return now. The culinary god looked at the huge prison dragon that covered the sky and closed his eyes with a bitter expression. Luin stood on the prison drake's head and looked at Xianxia. She was still calm and even had a faint smile on her face. Did she really believe in fate that much? Luin narrowed his eyes and looked at the food god. Senior, it's time to end this. Your revenge will be repaid in the future. In the sovereign realm, Wang Yuan and the rest were still there to prevent the Eternals from suddenly appearing. Lu Xiaoxian is here again. We clearly agreed not to enter the astral tree region before the fifth mainland's astral source universe recovers, but he ignored the agreement, the dragon ancestor said. Wang Yuan looked down but didn't say anything. Let's wait a little longer. We didn't seize the opportunity 3 years ago. Xiaoxinji sighed as well. Dragon ancestor frowned. Young master, you can't die at his hands. With that, he left the sovereign realm and descended upon the Yin Mountain region. The power of the dragon ancestor's progenitor realm clashed with the prison dragon, causing the situation in the middle-level realm to change. Lu Xiaoxian, you don't have the right to interfere in this battle. The dragon ancestor's voice resounded throughout the Yin Mountain region. Luin looked at the dragon ancestor. I don't plan on interfering. It's just that Suryu spoke rudely to me in the past, and it's time to settle that score. I'll settle it right now. You're being unreasonable, the dragon ancestor shouted. Up until now, it had only been Wang Yuan, Xiaoxinji, and the others who had negotiated with Luin. The dragon ancestor rarely spoke, but this time, he finally understood how difficult it was to negotiate with Luin. This brat was a complete scoundrel, and he had clearly interfered with the duel, but he still had to find excuses. Long Air, you're really shameless. You gave a progenitor item to a half-ancestor battle, and you still have the face to criticize others. The dragon ancestor said that progenitor realm item was given to him when he joined the White Dragon clan. It also appeared when you visited Dragon Mountain, and it wasn't just given to him. Then I can lend the caged WYRM to the culinary god. I lent it to him 3 years ago, Luin said casually. The dragon ancestor raised his brows. This brat was lying through his teeth. The crowd below listened to their conversation, and many of them had strange expressions on their faces. Was this a conversation between progenitors? They were no different from ordinary people, and they were just as shameless. This duel will continue, the culinary god said. He sounded exhausted and weak, but his voice was abnormally resolute. Luin looked over. Senior, you can't kill him. I know. The culinary god looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Thank you, Luin. You know that you can't take revenge, so why continue? Luin asked. The culinary god's voice was hoarse. I can't wait any longer. When I thought that this traitorous disciple was dead, I had to stay at the ancestral gazing tower to ease my mental state. A few years ago, I discovered that this traitorous disciple was still alive, and my mental state has never calmed down. Lu Yin, I really have to thank you. Xian Academy will have to trouble you in the future. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, I won't let this duel continue. This? Just as he was about to say something, he felt his heart palpitate as an indescribable terror appeared out of nowhere. He looked around and suddenly looked up, his eyes narrowing. Was this an origin tribulation? The dragon ancestor saw this and was shocked. A progenitor's origin tribulation? He left without hesitation. Beside the lake, everyone was shocked, and they quickly fled one by one. Sudong Lai was stunned. A progenitor's origin tribulation? Was he trying to die? Lu Yin stared at the culinary god. Senior, you. The culinary god took a deep breath and looked at the shocked Suryu. Traitorous disciple, I was the one who brought you down this path, so allow me to personally send you off. His inner world appeared, and a giant dining table turned both him and Suryu into food. Suryu hurriedly tried to escape. This old thing had gone crazy. However, he could not escape. The culinary god was going all out, and his inner world was constantly being destroyed by the void of his eyeball. He forcefully suppressed Suryu within, as he wanted to face the tribulation with Suryu at the same time. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. It was over. The origin tribulation had already begun, and the black hole was constantly expanding. There was no way to stop it. The caged Wyrm was so frightened that it turned around and fled, as it did not want to be struck to death by the origin tribulation. This was a progenitor's origin tribulation, the most terrifying tribulation in all of the cultivation realms. Even a progenitor would not be willing to be implicated. Any origin tribulation that implicated others would undergo a huge change, and the changes would depend on the person's strength. Once a progenitor's origin tribulation changed, who knew what would happen? So that was how it was. This was mutual destruction. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he could not stop this. He had not even considered the possibility of an origin tribulation. He had been accurately calculated, and this was a mutual destruction. He looked at Baixianer's previous position, but she had already disappeared. He had lost this bet. Was fate really that irreversible? Baixianer had seen the future, and this future could not be reversed. This was fate. This was his first confrontation with fate, and he had completely lost. Under the origin tribulation, no one could interfere, and the food god definitely could not pass it. But even if he did not, he was doomed. He could not survive under a progenitor's power vessel. Lu Yin arrived outside the range of the origin tribulation and looked back. He saw the sky of suppression, which was exactly the same as when he had faced his sixth origin tribulation. At that time, he had used the overturning sky palm to overcome it. As the sky of suppression covered the Yin mountain region, Suryu's unwilling roars and the food god's maniacal laughter could be heard. This was a true progenitor's origin tribulation. Apart from a progenitor, no one could clearly see what was happening inside. Lu Yin could not see anything either. He could only rely on the power of others to reach the progenitor realm, but that power would be implicated once it got close to the origin tribulation. Just like everyone else, he could not see anything. Not long after, the origin tribulation dispersed. The food god and Suryu had completely disappeared from the lake, as if they had never existed. Lu Yin looked at the lake. This was the first time he had seen someone undergo a progenitor's origin tribulation. Failure should have been expected. Regardless of whether the food god had dragged Suryu in or not, and regardless of whether he had resolved the knot in his heart, the difficulty of a progenitor's origin tribulation was unimaginable. Breaking through 3 stages did not guarantee that one would reach the progenitor realm. Even a half-step progenitor would not necessarily reach the progenitor realm. This was the limit of human cultivation. The 5th mainland's great elder Ling Ji Meibai had died during her progenitor's origin tribulation, and now the food god had died as well. Who would be next? Beside the lake, Sudong Lai, Dean Wen, and the others were sorrowful. The food god had protected Xian Academy for too long, and now, he had finally left. Many people lamented. The food god had a good reputation in the starry sky of trees, and his death caused many to have complicated expressions. Was it worth it? Many people were thinking about this question. If the food god had given up, he could still live and find another opportunity in the future. Was it really worth it for him to die together? People left one by one in silence. Too many people had died during their tribulations, but the progenitor's origin tribulation was not something that everyone had seen before. I thought that he would be able to withstand at least one or two tribulations, but he didn't even make it through the first one. Qing Chen's voice sounded from below Luyin. Luyin landed. How are the mummies? Qing Chen shook his head. Most of them have definitely been captured, but we don't know what to do with them. We can't kill them, but we can't let them live either. Some of them have been hidden by others. More and more people are cultivating the corpse king transformation, and many people will reveal it at critical moments. This technique can be considered to have been passed down through the universe. If a technique that can rival or surpass the corpse king transformation appears, it can replace the corpse king transformation, Luyin said. Qing Chen was stunned. Replace the corpse king transformation? What technique? Luyin calmly replied, I'm just saying. Maybe one day, I'll destroy the 4 Libras and use their techniques to replace the corpse king transformation. He then left, leaving behind a stunned Qing Chen. Destroy the 4 Libras? Lu Yin's words were calm, but his meaning was enough to turn the entire human race upside down. He really did want to destroy the 4 Libras. If one day, Luyin really did go to war with the 4 Libras, what would happen to the humble school? This was not something that humans should experience. Luyin left to find Xianxia. She had given him an address, and it wasn't too far from here. Luyin had to fulfill his promise and allow the 2 books of destiny to converge. Soon, he saw Xianxia. I'm waiting for someone. Tell the Wang family to let him in, Luyin said before contacting the imperial tutor. The book of destiny in his hands belonged to the imperial tutor, and he didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do with the 2 books. He didn't understand either, so he had to let someone who did. He originally wanted to find Fate Daughter, but after some thought, he decided against it. Compared to Fate Daughter, he could control Skyminder better. After all, someone like Fate Daughter could break through to the progenitor realm at any time. Once she did, it was hard to say how they would interact. Xianxia didn't refuse and stood there quietly with her eyes closed. She was like a goddess, causing the void to gradually become blurry. Luyin wasn't interested in talking to her. He had already asked her everything he needed to know. Xianxia hadn't said anything before, and she wouldn't say anything now. In fact, if possible, Luyin really wanted to snatch her book of destiny. He glanced at Xianxia. The imperial tutor was on the 5th mainland, so it wasn't easy for him to come to the astral tree realm. However, if Xianxia was here, the Wang family had to give her some face. A few days later, the imperial tutor arrived. Luyin took out the book of destiny and tossed it to him. This woman has a book of destiny as well. She wants the 2 books to converge and see the future. The imperial tutor was shocked and looked at Xianxia. The convergence of destinies? There's such a thing? The blurry void around Xianxia cleared up, and she opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes replaced the starry sky, stunning both Luyin and Butian. There was no emotion in them at all. The convergence of the 2 books will allow us to see the future. Let's begin. She raised her hand, and a book appeared out of nowhere. It was exactly the same as Butian's and Xiaoxi's. Luyin stared at it closely. The convergence of the 2 books could allow one to see the future, and he had 2 of them. If it really worked, did that mean that he could see the future at any time? That shouldn't be the case. He'd tried to compare the 2 books before, but he hadn't been able to see the future. Butian raised his book, and the 2 books moved towards the center of the trio under some sort of force. Gradually, the 2 books overlapped. Shantian mirror, Xianxia said. The imperial tutor instinctively used the Shantian mirror, and a mysterious feeling emanated from his body. Blurry scenes appeared around him, like silhouettes of time. Space constantly twisted and turned into lines that extended out and connected to his book of destiny. Xianxia also used the Shantian mirror, but it was completely different from the imperial tutor's. Her Xiantian mirror gave Lu Yin a strange feeling that he could see but not see. The moment she used it, he seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. He didn't know where it came from, nor did he know what time it came from. It was as if he could see the river of time flowing by, and it was grand and majestic. It was as if time itself had been manifested. The imperial tutor's eyes widened, and he stared in shock as he blurted out, "The Xiantian mirror?" At that moment, the two books of destiny suddenly flipped open, and the three of them looked over at the same time. They saw the pages flipping rapidly, and it was impossible to see them clearly. Every page was filled with scenes that changed. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Did these books represent the future? Every page represented the future? Before, he didn't believe it. But now, he was starting to believe it. Xianxia had shown him the grandeur of the river of time. Fate was connected to time. Suddenly, the rapidly flipping pages stopped at a certain page in the middle. A pair of eyes appeared on this page. They were scarlet red with savagery and ruthlessness, as well as an indescribable madness. These were the Corpse King's eyes? The three of them stared at him intently. The scene suddenly expanded. Originally, they could only see a pair of eyes, but now, they could see everything. They could see the face. What is this? Butian's mouth fell open, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. Xianxia's expression turned solemn as she looked at Lu Yin. The owner of those eyes was none other than Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Was this really him? On the flipped page, Lu Yin opened his scarlet eyes and stabbed his sword into Kue Luo's body. Kue Luo roared and reached out to grab Lu Yin's face as if he wanted to tear him apart. However, his body slowly dissipated. Lu Yin's sword was the progenitor's sword, and with a single slash, Kue Luo was annihilated. After wiping out Kue Luo, Lu Yin turned around and slashed at Lu Buzheng's shoulder. Lu Yin's rage slowly dissipated, followed by Ku Wei, the ghost monkey, Wendy Yushan, Elder Chan, even senior brother Qing Ping, Big Sis, and Haizage Lian. Everyone he was familiar with, loved ones, and friends disappeared one by one. There were no exceptions. The pages continued to sway, and when they finally flipped open, the scene left the three of them stunned. Butian looked at Lu Yin with fear and panic. This was the first time he had ever seen Lu Yin like this. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin with sorrow in her eyes. As for Lu Yin, he seemed to have lost all of his strength, and his hands hung limply by his side. He had just seen himself kill everyone important to him with scarlet eyes, wiping them out with each slash. That had been his doing, and he had wielded the progenitor's sword. He suddenly recalled what the one true God had said 3 years ago. "You're still too stubborn, but you'll figure it out one day. That day, you'll kill everyone you know and care about. You'll let go of everything and become a new species that rules the universe. That day, you'll no longer be stubborn about the word human, and you can call yourself human, but that word will no longer be what you want." At the time, Lu Yin had thought that the one true God was just trying to persuade him to submit, but now, the scenes in the Book of Destiny were exactly the same as what the one true God had said. He would kill everyone he knew and cared about, let go of everything, and become a new species. Those scarlet eyes were dazzling. Thud. 2 books fell to the ground, startling Lu Yin. He watched as the 2 books fell to the ground, dirty. Butian's heart trembled, and he hurriedly put away the Book of Destiny while the other flew into Xianxia's hands. "Brother Xiaoxian, do you want to silence them?" Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and smiled as usual. Lu Yin looked back at her. "Do you think I'll believe what I just saw?" Xianxia's lips curled up. "Fate can't be changed. You saw what happened to the food god, and what you just saw will definitely happen in the future. This is a glimpse of the future, and you can't change it. Actually, I'm curious as well. Brother Xiaoxian, you're a direct descendant of the Lu family. How did you become a monster?" Lu Yin sneered. "Your little tricks won't affect me. I don't know how you did it, but you know much more about fate than we do. Even if fate really did see the future, so what? If I can travel through the past, then I can naturally change the future. I can't become an everlasting monster." Xianxia smiled. "I hope so too. Then, do you still want to see the future?" "I do." "Leave your book behind." Lu Yin suddenly reached out, wanting to take the Book of Destiny from Xianxia's hands. Xianxia laughed, but Xing suddenly tore through the void and blocked Xianxia's path with a rod. Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin's hand stopped not too far from the rod, and he met Xing's gaze. Long time no see. I'm leaving, brother Xiaoxian. Don't worry, I'll keep what I saw a secret, Xianxia said before leaving with Xing. Xing looked at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. After they left, Lu Yin stood in place, thinking back to what he had just seen. He rubbed his cosmic ring. Would he really kill everyone he cared about? Would he really become a monster? Not necessarily, because there was divine force in his heart. The mother tree had been drawn out to suppress him during the last tribulation of the sixth tribulation, and he'd only been able to break through it because of his divine force. At that moment, Lu Yin knew that his eyes had changed, turning red. Although it was different from the scarlet red he had seen before, it was still red. The one true God's words, the divine force in his body, and the future he had seen told Lu Yin that he would no longer be human. In the future, he would kill everyone he cared about, family, and friends. Xianxia had also said that being close to him would bring misfortune, and that he would bring misfortune to everyone close to him. Was this proof of his words? Butian stood respectfully behind Lu Yin, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He had never felt so nervous before, as he had just witnessed something incredible. If this matter were to be exposed, Lu Yin would definitely become the greatest enemy of the entire human race. He could not allow this matter to be exposed, as it was impossible. The safest way to deal with this was to kill himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He had lived for so many years that he was no longer afraid of anything. Even when Lu Yin had conquered the astral beast domain, he hadn't been this scared. Now, he was facing death. Do you believe what you saw, Imperial Tutor? Lu Yin asked with his back facing Butian. No, the Imperial Tutor hurriedly replied. That was a glimpse of the future from the Book of Destiny. Taoist, Xianxia used the orthodox heavenly mirror technique, which has been lost for a long time and shouldn't exist. We all cultivate the anti-mystic heavenly mirror, so everything is under Xianxia's control. With her ability, it's not impossible for her to create a fake future. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, what I saw might have been a fake future created by Xianxia. Butian replied, it's not a might, it's definitely fake. I've never even heard of two books of destiny intersecting to see the future. You can go back and ask the Lady of Destiny if such a thing exists. It must have been made up by Xianxia. Lu Yin was amused. The Imperial Tutor kept refuting what he had seen because he was afraid that Lu Yin would silence him. What if it's true? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The Imperial Tutor's eyes flashed, and he said firmly, if it's true, then Taoist is a traitor to the entire human race. However, this has nothing to do with the astral beast domain. Whether it's the everlasting race or the humans, it doesn't affect us. We can still survive because we are astral beasts, not humans. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Astral beasts were astral beasts, and humans were humans. The everlasting race was humanity's mortal enemy, but in many people's hearts, astral beasts were the same. You can go back. Leave the book behind, Lu Yin said. The Imperial Tutor respectfully handed over the book and then silently left. He only relaxed when he was far away. Fortunately, he was an astral beast and not a human, or else he might not have been able to return alive. Anyone who had seen this would have died unless they followed Lu Yin and joined the everlasting race. However, Lu Yin had no intention of joining the everlasting race, which meant that the person who had seen this had no chance of survival. Joining the everlasting race would mean being destroyed by Lu Yin, but if he didn't, Lu Yin was worried that he would leak this information. Lu Yin lifted the book and flipped it open. It was completely blank, he couldn't see anything. Inside and outside the Xiantian mirror, inside and outside the Xiantian mirror. Lu Yin's gaze deepened as he thought about something. After a long time, he put the book away and contacted Xianxia through the wireless GU. Central Plains, in a bustling city in Green Moon District, Xianxia looked at the wireless GU in a dilemma, should he accept it or not? That was a problem. He had been hiding in the cosmic tree realm for 3 years, doing everything he could to avoid Lu Yin. These 3 years had been very comfortable, just as comfortable as Lu Yin had been during his 20 years of disappearance. Furthermore, he had left before the fifth mainland's astral source universe had recovered, and now that he had arrived here, he had not been affected by the time poison. He was just as free as he had been in the fifth mainland. However, it was impossible for him to join the four-way scales. He could only wait for death in the middle-level realm. She only hoped that she would never have anything to do with Luin. But that guy actually contacted him. The wireless goo stopped vibrating. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. There was no need to pick it up. Next, the wireless goo vibrated again. He stared at it. Stop, vibrate again, stop, and vibrate again. Xianxia answered, "You're not going to give up? Back then, you said that I was an unlucky person and that anyone who got close to me would be unlucky, right?" "Yes," Xianxia replied without hesitation. Then, he immediately replied, "No, I don't even need to get close to you. It's bad luck to stay away from you." "Do you know the true mysterious heavenly mirror?" Luin asked. Xianxia was surprised. "You actually know about the righteous profound heavenly mirror?" "I won't, and no one else will." "Someone does," Luin replied. Xianxia was shocked. "Who?" "Let me tell you." "Do you have any way of getting the cultivation method for the righteous heavenly mirror from her?" Xianxia clenched his teeth. "Of course there's no other way. The mysterious heavenly mirror is divided into positive and negative, and fate has always passed down negative mysterious heavenly mirrors. If someone knows how to use the positive mysterious heavenly mirror, then things will get out of hand. Doesn't the Starsabel sect not believe in fate maidens? You seem to be very certain of the existence of fate." "Nonsense, the people of the celestial sect era have already confirmed it. What's there to not believe? But I feel like you've known about the existence of fate for a very long time." "That's enough. Don't worry about the wording." "So what if you knew?" "Let me tell you, the Starsabel sect has relied on the abacus of fate to get to where it is today, but so what? No one would have believed it back then, but there's no need to say it now. Even a genuine successor of fate is here." "What does that have to do with us?" Luin did not harp on this point. "The person who has the righteous heavenly mirror technique is my enemy. Is there any way to deal with him?" "No, Grandpa Gio is just a cripple. Don't count on me for anything. Grandpa Gio only has one dream in his life." After a pause, he replied, "Towards the heavens for another 500 years. 500 years? That's too little." "Humph, live for 500 years first." "I'm afraid you won't be able to live that long." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Yes," Luin replied. Xianxia ended the call and crushed the wireless goo. "Meet? See your grandpa." Luin put away the wireless goo. Xianxia was determined not to meet him. What was going on with fate? The scene he had just witnessed had left a shadow in his heart. He observed the red godly power in his heart. Would this thing change him in the future? He raised his head and looked at the topmost realm and the sky. Right now, the biggest unstable factor was Madman Liu. He was looking for every opportunity to attack him. He had to do his best to destroy Madman Liu. Otherwise, who knew what would happen in the future? There were also the resources from the New World. The four-way scales had definitely taken them, but the Nong family would also have a lot of them. He raised the wireless goo and contacted Nong Yi. "You're here." Nong Yi wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's arrival. 3 years. It had been a short time, but those who knew Lu Yin knew that he hadn't been in closed-door cultivation for more than a year. "Any progress on the stellar source?" "No, I'm here to ask you something." "What is it?" Nong Yi was puzzled. "Where are you?" "Ruler's World?" "Seed Garden." "Then I'll head over." Lu Yin ended the call and headed towards the garden. Not long after, the garden came into view. The enormous shadow of the hellworm descended, attracting the attention of countless gazes in the garden. They were filled with shock, fear, and shock. Within the garden, Nong Yi wiped his forehead. "Can't you keep a low profile?" "Yazi, bring him over." Behind him, Nong Yi was gloomy. Yazi was a terrible name, but the ancestor liked to call him that, so he couldn't do anything about it. Beside him, Baizi was bouncing around happily, making ee noises. Further away, Nong Sanyang, Nong Lai, Nong Xinyang, and the rest were all there, including Bai Shui. Nong Yi had spent most of his time in the outside world and rarely returned to the garden. When the Lu family had still been around, he had been one of the progenitors guarding the outside world. After the Lu family had been exiled, he had been even more so, and there weren't many people in the Nong family who could interact with him. Now that the Eternals had been forced to retreat and the threat was gone, the ancestor could return at any time, and no one would miss this chance to get close to him. Even if Nong Yi's status as the Nong family's ancestor was ignored, cultivators would still rush to get close to him. Soon, Lu Yin followed Nong Yi to the side of the field. The ancestor is in front. Lu Daozi, please. Lu Yin saw Nong Sanyang and the rest, as well as Bai Shui. He exchanged a glance with her and nodded before walking into the field, taking off his shoes just like the rest of the Nong family. Bai Zi happily bounced over when it saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it in surprise, as it wasn't his first time seeing it. Back when it had been with Nong Lai, it had wanted to jump onto him every time it saw him, and this time was no exception. Bai Zi leapt up, and Lu Yin subconsciously caught it and placed it on his shoulder, listening to its happy purr. This little thing likes you a lot, Nong Yi smiled. He was dressed simply and had a towel tied around his forehead. It was impossible to tell that he was a progenitor. Lu Yin smiled. Old friend. Senior, you must be happy living in the countryside. Nong Yi nodded. To us farmers, a cup of tea is the best enjoyment in the world. It would be even better if there were a few juniors who could educate us. Nong Ye and the rest had helpless expressions and subconsciously retreated. On the other side, Bai Shui looked on with a complicated expression. She had heard many things about Lu Yin during her time in the garden, but she still found it hard to believe. Lu Yin was about the same age as them, and he had walked out of Earth with them. How could he fight against a progenitor and even become a deity? It was unbelievable. Was it because he was a descendant of the Lu family? Senior, you don't plan on returning to the outside world? Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi replied, if the threat comes again, of course I'll go back. He then waved his hoe and dug into the ground. The others followed suit and began digging as well. Lu Yin pursed his lips and then retrieved a hoe from his cosmic ring. He then followed their rhythm and began digging, causing everyone to look over in surprise. Even Nong Yi was astonished. What's this hoe? Someone gave it to me, Lu Yin answered casually. Nong Yi sized it up. A power vessel that can make a power vessel? Is there anyone else besides the Nong family? Lu Yin smiled. My surname is Nong, and I'm from the 6th mainland. There are Nong family members in the 6th mainland? Nong Yi was astonished. Nong Yi was not surprised. So that's how it is. No wonder the Nong family has spread, and it's not just in the 5th mainland. It's said that the first ancestor once made a grand promise to reclaim the 6th mainland, so many Nong family members went to the various mainlands to curry favor with the first ancestor. They competed with each other in reclaiming land. And then? Lu Yin asked. Nong Yi dug into the ground with his hoe. And then the mainlands were gone, and so were the reclaimed lands. That's why it's not strange that there are Nong family descendants in the 6th mainland. The hui jumped from one shoulder to the other, minding its own business and happily playing. Senior, how much do you know about the Lu family? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Nong Yi did not understand. What do you mean? Madman Lu, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Nong Yi paused and looked at the ground in deep thought. Nong Ye and the rest left the field one by one until only Nong Yi and Lu Yin were left. There was also a hui that was happily playing around. If you want to talk about understanding Madman Lu, then you found the wrong person, Nong Yi said. Aside from Senior Lu Tianyi, no one else understands this madman. Even your Lu family's ancestor might not know much about him. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, are you telling me that this Madman Lu is very ancient? If Madman Lu was from his father's generation or the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas generation, then how could Lu Tianyi be the only one who understood the Lu family? Nong Yi raised his brows. I need to think more before I speak to you, but you're right. Madman Lu's seniority is extremely ancient. How should I put it? I'm one of the first people born after the astral tree was separated from the 5th mainland. Although my seniority is lower than ancestor Bai's, it's not that far off. Back then, my grandfather was still alive, and he told me that his father had heard of Madman Lu. There are even older records, and Madman Lu is like a negative label for the Lu family. He's just like Senior Lu Tianyi. When outsiders talk about the Lu family, the first person they think of is Senior Lu Tianyi. Those who know about Madman Lu will also think of him. Luin was confused. How long has Madman Lu been alive? Nongyi shook his head. No one knows. Only Senior Lu Tianyi knows. Luin looked up. Could this Madman Lu also be from the Above Heaven sect? If so, why did he hate the Lu family? Why hadn't the Lu family dealt with him? This person was a thorn in Lu Yin's heart, one that was even deeper than the four cardinal scales. The four cardinal scales were mortal enemies, but because of their agreement, Lu Yin did not have to worry about them for the time being. However, Madman Lu was different, and he could act at any time. So far, Madman Lu had acted twice, and he had almost succeeded on both occasions. The first time had been after his lock-breaking duel with Mu Shang. If not for that inexplicable palm strike, Lu Yin would have been in real danger. The second time had been a sixth origin tribulation, and Madman Lu had wanted to participate. Just like how the culinary god had lured Sir Feather into his origin tribulation, Madman Lu was clearly trying to drag Sir Feather down with him. This person was a true madman, and Lu Yin would not be able to sleep peacefully until he dealt with him. But how could he deal with him? If there wasn't the four-side scale blocking him, he could rely on what he saw in the space-time travel to suspect Madman Lu and ask for Senior Brother Mu Xia's help. Although Senior Brother Mu Xia might not do anything to him because there was no evidence, at least it would allow him to confront Madman Lu directly. However, with the four cardinal scales in the way, he might not even have the chance to confront Madman Lu Yin. Mu Xia was only one person, so the mist ancestor would not interfere. Nongyi was not willing to do so either. They only wanted stability, as they could not face Madman Lu on their own. Even if Madman Lu was standing right in front of him, he might not be able to kill him. Nongyi dug the ground. Some things can't be rushed. Let's take it slow. Lu Yin gripped his hoe. Lu Yu is dead. Nongyi paused. 3 years ago, we suppressed the four-way scales, but that doesn't mean that we can still do so 3 years later. Senior, have you ever wondered why the four-way scales exiled the Lu family? You know how important the Lu family was in resisting the Eternals. With the Lu family gone, the Eternals are powerful enough to invade the astral tree realm. The four-way scales can't stop them. I've investigated the battles after the Lu family was exiled, and I found that the Seven Gods Sky, which had been in a stalemate with the Lu family, disappeared. The pressure on the 5-array bases increased, and the four-way scales ancestor was forced to oversee the master realm. However, the battles were less intense than when the Lu family was still around. Something's not right. And with Lu Yu's death, where did the four-way scales get the confidence to kill an ancestor without any evidence? They were prepared to fight the known family, Ghost Abyss, and even the humble school. Where did their confidence come from? Many of the four-way scales' actions are very strange. They seem reasonable, but they can't stand up to scrutiny. Nongyi looked up. I feel like they're hiding something. Lu Yin met his gaze. That's right. Nongyi laughed. Lu Qi came to me and wanted me to become a god. Guess what I said? Lu Yin was curious. What did you say? Nongyi smiled. I told him to get lost. Lu Yin raised his brows, but he did not say anything. Lu Qi is your father. He's so shameless that he actually made me willingly become a god. I'm not surnamed Wen. I don't have a pitiful look on my face, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for humanity. Don't talk nonsense to me. Besides, your father isn't good at being emotional, so I threw him out of the outer realm. At that time I was always guarding the outer realm, Nongyi said. But you were able to make me willingly become a god. It's not because you're more attractive than your father. Honestly speaking, between you and your father, I'd rather have him become a god. Even though he's a bastard, thick-skinned, and shameless, he's pure. You have so many tricks up your sleeve that it's terrifying. Lu Yin took these words as compliments. But the situation is different now. The Lu clan is gone, and the four cardinal scales exiled the Lu clan and killed Lu Yu. They're definitely hiding something. Everyone can see that I'm willing to be sealed as a god not only because I'm afraid of the four cardinal scales, but also because they're hiding something. I really don't know what they're hiding. They killed Lu Yu without hesitation. Noni took a deep breath. Only those who have been guarding the outer realm for a long time know how important that place is to the cosmic trees. Now that Lu Yu is dead, who will guard the outer realm? That giant scarlet eye can only stop the corpse kings from coming, but it can't stop the progenitor corpse kings. Even though the 5 array bases have relaxed, the sovereign realm has never relaxed. Under these circumstances, the 4 cardinal scales killed Lu Yu, which is tantamount to giving up on the outer realm. That's not right, and it's impossible that they didn't know about it. But they still did this, which means that they have something that we don't know about. Senior, you don't know anything about the 4 cardinal scales' power? Noni shook his head. No. The more he didn't know, the more uneasy he felt. Noni had cultivated to the progenitor realm, which meant that he wasn't stupid. Furthermore, with his progenitor realm abilities, the Nong family, and the Lu family, he still couldn't find out anything about the 4 cardinal scales' power. The 4 cardinal scales had hidden themselves too well. You're far worse than your father, Noni suddenly said. Luin was taken aback. What's the difference? Luin was confident that his cultivation speed was unparalleled when it came to battling against those in the same realm. Throughout human history, perhaps only the 3 realms and 6 Daos could compare to him, but no one else, including 9 mountains and 8 seas, could compare to him. How could he be worse than his father? Noni sighed. Your father isn't very strong, but he's good at dealing with women. Back in the day, he was considered a romantic figure in this universe, and as long as it had something to do with women, there was nothing that he couldn't resolve. He then noticed Lu Yin's strange expression and continued, if you had your father's abilities, then by Xian Air wouldn't be a problem either. Luin felt awkward. I'm really not that good at this. Noni sat down and pointed at the ground. Luin casually sat down as well. The two sat in the mud and hugged their hoes. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like 2 simple farmers. Cultivation, fighting for longevity, fighting for power, fighting for benefits, fighting for all sorts of things. Who are you fighting with? Noni asked. Luin was stunned. Who are you fighting with? Of course, you're fighting with your opponents and enemies. Noni smiled. Yes, you're fighting with your enemies. In essence, you're fighting with people, whether it's cultivation, business, or politics. Your opponents are all people. As long as you can win, do you need to rely on your methods? Of course not. Even if a normal person can win against a progenitor, the result will be the same. In essence, your opponents are all people. You just need to understand them and defeat them. You've always walked the path of cultivation, but your father is different. He's seen through women, which is why he's always at a disadvantage against them, even if they're progenitors. Tell me, aren't you worse than him? Luin smiled. That's true. Xianxia said that business isn't about business, but about people. Understanding your opponents and winning them over is business. It's the same for cultivation. This Xianxia you're talking about is the woman who represented the Above Heaven sect to trade strategic resources with us? Noni asked. Luin nodded. I gave her full authority over the Fifth Mainland's business. You're quite good at reading people. I've heard of that woman before. She's very difficult to deal with, and she has the 4 cardinal scales firmly under her control. She mainly relies on strategic resources. If she doesn't have good strategic resources, then the 4 cardinal scales won't care about her. Noni continued, many changes have occurred in this region of space over the past 3 years. Even though the threat of the Eternals has temporarily disappeared, the cultivators have never stopped changing their equipment. The 5 major array bases are still on alert, and every cultivator hopes to have a foldable spacecraft, microarray weapons, universal armor, wireless goo, and most importantly, void wanderers. You must have made a lot of money in this area. Luin replied, not much. I'm only selling and providing support. Over the past 3 years, the Fifth Mainland had made a lot of money through these strategic resources, but Luin did not touch a single cent. Xianxia had her own plans. Right, speaking of star essence, I was reminded of the New World. There are so many cities in the New World, and each city should have a considerable amount of star essence. So, where did all those star essence go? Luin asked, as this was one of his main goals in coming here. Nongyi replied, there are 272 cities in the New World, and just as you said, each one has star essence. Now that they've been divided, you naturally have some as well. Aside from eliminating the corpse kings, nothing else has been touched. These are the original words of the 4 cardinal scales. How much? Luin asked. Nongyi replied, the 4 cardinal scales each have 50 cities, and my Nongyi has 20. The 5 major array base cultivators will split the remaining 20 as a reward. The Lockbreaker Society has 10 cities, and you have 10. Finally, there are 12 cities that will be split between the independent cultivators and the various families in the Cosmic Tree realm. After all, these people participated in the war on the backside and contributed greatly. I only have 10 cities? Lu Yan's gaze trembled. Nongyi replied, you did contribute greatly to the recovery of the New World, and you were the first to attack it. But after that, because of the Fifth Mainland, you left, and the 4th cardinal scales only stayed behind and did not attack the New World. That's why they gave you 10 cities. How many star essence does each city have? Luin asked. Nongyi replied, over 10 billion. That's about it. Luin nodded. Nongyi did not have much to say about how these cities would be divided. If Luin was dissatisfied, he could only look for the 4 cardinal scales. Of course, he would definitely look for them. Right, there's one more thing. Luin suddenly thought of something. Is there someone locked up in that wheat field of yours? Nongyi was puzzled. Who? No, there isn't. Luin replied, a girl called Xianxia. She's been locked up for a long time. Nongyi slapped his head. Xianxia? She really was locked up for a long time. She mysteriously came to my known family, and no one knew where she came from. I guessed that she came from the abandoned lands. Luin replied, that's right. She's the #1 disciple of the Fifth Mainland Sirius sect. How is she? Nongyi replied, she's fine. She's been locked up for a long time, and I've been paying attention to her for a long time. I have to say that she's quite likable, and her innate gift is excellent. She's not any worse than Sanyang. I took her in as a disciple on a whim, but she's still in seclusion. It's been more than 10 years. Luin understood. No wonder Xiaoshi had not returned. If she had not gone into seclusion after being released, she would have returned to the Fifth Mainland long ago. It turned out that she had been in seclusion. This meant that she did not know much about the outside world. Should we call her out? Nongyi asked. Luin waved a hand. No need. Let her go into seclusion. The seed garden had a simple beauty to it. Every time Luin came here, he felt as if he had returned to nature. This time, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, like Nongyi, he waved his hoe in the field again and again. Nong Xinyang came over. She was still thinking about Ju Hao, and she looked at Luin strangely. Luin was speechless. You're making me uncomfortable by staring at me like that. Nong Xinyang blinked. I miss Mr. Hao Yu. Luin rolled his eyes. Nong Sanyang came over, grabbed Nong Xinyang, and dragged her out. She's not that big, so what's the point of looking at her looks? She then looked at Luin. Actually, you're more attractive. Luin smiled. You too. Nong Sanyang was stunned, as she felt that Luin was lying. Bai Shui came over, and everyone was given a cup of tea. Her expression was normal when she handed it to Luin. Luin knew that she had not been exposed. She had spent too much time in the farmer's manor, and perhaps she had developed feelings for this place. He did not want to be estranged. Sanyang, time's up. It's your turn. An exhausted voice came from the side of the field. It was a middle-aged man who looked exhausted, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Nong Sanyang's body stiffened when she heard the sound. She sighed and walked out of the field with her hoe, heading in a certain direction. Nong Lai sat down in the mud. Here we go again. Lu Ying was curious, what's up? Nong Lai was helpless, it's the big-faced tree. It's our turn to talk to it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he remembered. The big-faced tree was a strange tree that had seen Lu Yin's past self and chatted with him. It had also seen Bai Xian'er. When he had disguised himself as Long Qi, it had been the first to recognize him as Lu Xiaoxian. Does the big-faced tree know a lot of things? Lu Ying asked. Nong Lai nodded, a lot, but who can hear it? Not even Dad can. Lu Ying looked at Nongya, who had an ugly expression and shook his head before continuing to dig. Lu Ying then looked at Nong Yi, who was leaning on his hoe. The big-faced tree is old, and old people like to reminisce. It often talks about ancient things, and we already know a lot about them. It just doesn't get tired of talking about them. He then looked at Lu Ying. You can go talk to it as well. Maybe you'll hear something useful. Lu Ying thought about it and put away his hoe. I'll go talk to it. Snow, take Lu Ying, Nongya said. Nong Lai perked up, Dad, let Lu Ying take my spot. Dream on, farming. Yes. On the other side, Lu Ying was led by Bai Shui towards the big-faced tree. Long time no see, Lu Ying said. Bai Shui ran her fingers through her hair. Yes, you've changed a lot. Are you planning to stay here from now on? Lu Ying asked. Bai Shui nodded, it's good here, and the people are honest. Lu Ying didn't say anything else. Many times, as one's perspective changed, friends who could talk to each other would become strangers. It wasn't that they didn't want to be friends, but that the gap between them was too great. Bai Shui couldn't participate in Lu Yin's conversation, and he wasn't interested in bringing up the past to improve their relationship. What happened to that person who came to the seed garden with you? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Lu Ying was surprised, that person? Shangqing? Why are you asking about him? Bai Shui said, his gaze is very special. How could it not be special? He likes you, but a woman's intuition is really scary. Shangqing and Bai Shui only met once in the seed garden, but Bai Shui actually remembered him. He disappeared with Burial Garden, Lu Ying said. Bai Shui nodded and didn't say anything else. In front of them, they saw a big-faced tree. Nong Sanyong, on the other hand, managed to escape at the right time. Bai Shui looked at Lu Ying, are you sure? I'm the one in charge of taking care of the big-faced tree. Even the ancestor would get a headache just from listening to it, and he wouldn't be able to listen to it for long. Lu Ying took a deep breath and stepped forward, arriving in front of the tree. Last time, he had only heard the words Third Mainland. After that, he couldn't hear anything else. This time, he wanted to listen carefully. Hey, kid, you're here again. Uncle Tree is very happy, you're one of the few people who can listen to Uncle Tree's chatter. Come, listen to Uncle Tree. Last time, we talked about the war in the Third Mainland, right? Then let's continue. There's a river in the Third Mainland that runs from east to west called the Jiu River. Lu Ying felt a sense of familiarity, and every word that the tree said made his brain feel like it was being hammered. Even though Lu Yin's cultivation had changed drastically, there wasn't much of a difference. This wasn't just a change in his spiritual force, it was also a strange power that attacked his soul that accompanied every word. Lu Ying frowned as he endured the pain. Hearing the tree's words, he felt much better than the last time he had been here. That was the Battle of Jiuhe. Half of the ancestor realm experts of the Third Continent were killed in that battle. It also completely shattered the Third Continent, splitting it into two. That was the foundation for the destruction of the Third Continent. Speaking of the Battle of Jiuhe, one person has to be mentioned, the Netherworld ancestor. Lu Yin's head felt like it was splitting, and he felt dizzy. He had no choice but to recite the progenitor scriptures to alleviate the pain. When he heard the words Netherworld Patriarch, his eyes widened and he looked at the tree. The tree blinked and puffed up its cheeks. Hey, kid, you're suddenly interested? Then Uncle Tree will tell you about the Battle of the Jiu River. There's a river in the Third Mainland that runs from east to west called the Jiu River. Lu Yin's mouth fell open. Can you start with the Netherworld Patriarch? The tree continued talking and didn't hear Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's head was constantly being bombarded by the sound, and he could only endure by reciting the progenitor scriptures. Speaking of the Battle of Jiu He, I have to mention one person, the Netherworld ancestor. Jiu He wasn't actually torn apart by the monsters of the eternal race, but by her. At the cost of splitting the third continent into two, she managed to bury an old monster. That was a rare victory in the war between the humans and the eternal race. Although that victory almost split the third continent into two, it also forced the eternal race to retreat. Guiji was so happy that he even personally drank and chatted with the Netherworld ancestor. He even taught the Netherworld ancestor the cultivation method of the spiritual force, which made the Netherworld ancestor's cultivation method more and more similar to the spiritual force. Lu Yin was shocked. The evil scripture is related to Guiji? The tree was interrupted. What did you say? The evil scripture? Oh, speaking of the evil scripture, we'll have to go back to the Battle of the Jiu River. There's a river in the third mainland that runs from east to west called the Jiu River. Lu Yin ran off without hesitation, as he had to listen to the tree again. He was already at his limit, and this tree must have dementia. In the distance, Nong Sanyang and the rest looked on in admiration, as it was rare to see a tree speak so much. Even Nongi sighed. Even I find it hard to listen to it talk that much. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is it like that? It's not a battle technique, nor is it spiritual force. Or rather, it's not just spiritual force. Nongi shook his head. I don't know. Senior Lu Tianyi also came to investigate, but he couldn't find anything either. However, this tree knows a lot of things that have been cut off in history. What did it say to you? The Third Mainland's war, Lu Yin replied. Nongi sympathized. Then you're out of luck. Whenever it sees you, it will tell you everything about the Third Mainland's war. It will even mention some small, meaningless battles. Lu Yin's face twitched. How long will it take? A very, very long time. You can't ask freely? No. Lu Yin sighed, as he could only blame himself for interrupting. The moment he did, the tree had to start from the beginning. Its stories were too shocking, so it was normal for Lu Yin to subconsciously interrupt. He had to be more careful in the future, and even if he heard something unbelievable, he could not speak. Do you still want to hear more? Nongi asked. Lu Yin nodded and resolutely replied, I've heard some things. Let's continue. There's definitely something I want to know. Nongi did not stop him. Up to you. The farmers left one by one until only Bai Shui was left. Lu Yin looked at the tree and rested for a while before continuing to listen. He felt that he could learn a lot of secrets from the tree. The wireless goo vibrated from the 9 luminaries. I've checked. The 10 cities have a total of 6 billion star essence, the 9 luminaries transmitted. Nongi had told Lu Yin that he still had 10 cities in the New World, and Lu Yin had sent the 9 luminaries to investigate. No one had told him about this before, and if he did not ask, then the resources of the 10 cities would all be taken away by someone else. Only 6 billion star essence? Lu Yin's face sank. Nongi had said that each city had an average of 10 billion star essence, but the 10 cities that had been given to Lu Yin only had 6 billion, which was a little excessive. Yes, a total of 6 billion. When I went to investigate, I found traces of intrusions under the cities. I asked around and found that the other cities have far more than that. Someone must have stolen it, the 9 luminaries replied. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo. There was no need to guess. Even if the 4-way scales had not done it, they had to have tacitly approved of it. Otherwise, who would dare to touch the cities that had already been allocated and were under his name? The resources of the 10 cities were not enough for the 4-way scales to steal, so they must have tacitly approved of it. Many people had done it, so Lu Yin would not be able to find trouble with everyone. If Lu Yin ended up causing trouble for those people, then he would have offended too many people. Not only would the 4-way scales gain a favor, but they would also sow discord. This should not have been done by Bai Wangyuan and the others, but by Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors. Bai Wangyuan and the other progenitors were not so insignificant. But no matter who had done it, they had relied on the power of the 4-way scales. Did they want Lu Yin to not pursue the matter and suffer in silence? How could that be? Lu Yin's main goal this time was to repair the progenitor's sword. These people dared to touch his crystal essence? They were courting death. He contacted Wang Wen. I want to find trouble with the four-way scales, but I can't use force. Is there a way? Wang Wen replied, look for Xianxia. She should have made her arrangements. Lu Yin immediately contacted Xianxia. On the other end of the wireless goo, Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. Are we going to make a move? Then let's play and let them know what it means to gain something without risking anything. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo. For the time being, he did not plan to leave and would stay in the seed garden to chat with the big-faced tree. He would let Xianxia and the others deal with the outside matters. On this day, the starry sky tree suddenly became chaotic. It was not a war, vengeance, or a fight over anything, but a problem with the wireless goo. Over the past 3 years, the Fifth Mainland had continuously traded with the starry sky tree. The starry sky tree had purchased large amounts of void travel, wireless goo, and universal armor from the Fifth Mainland. These things were very convenient to use on the battlefield. Void travel could allow cultivators to easily travel through the void. Although the wireless goo could not produce images like the cloudy connection stone, its ability to ignore distance surpassed the cloudy connection stone. Large clans and sects liked to use it because the cloudy connection stone could easily be intercepted. The wireless goo did not have such a problem. Because the value of the wireless goo continued to rise, more and more people in the starry sky tree gave up on using the cloudy connection stone and switched to the wireless goo. Although 3 years was not long, many people had gotten used to the wireless goo. On this day, the wireless goo in the hands of the cultivators in the starry sky tree suddenly stopped moving. It was half dead, and no matter how they tried to send out commands, they could not contact anyone else. This incident shook the entire starry sky tree, as they had started to rely on the wireless goo. If the wireless goo could not be used, then not only would they lose the resources they had spent on it, but they would also have a hard time explaining this to the other cultivators. This was because the transactions of wireless goo were done directly through the four-way scales. 3 years ago, Lu Yin had discussed with Wang Wen and the others about using the war resources to split the Lu family's resources with the four-way scales. But with Lu Yu's death, this matter had been left unsettled. Xianxia had suggested that the four-way scales be the proxy for the Fifth Mainland. For many cultivators in the starry sky tree, they did not buy wireless goo through the Fifth Continent, but directly from four-way scales. Now that there was a problem with wireless goo, they could not find the Fifth Continent. After all, the Fifth Continent's new space corridor was sealed, and there was a problem with Star Source Universe. Who would look for it? They would only look for four-way scales. What did you say? There's a problem? What problem? A middle-aged fatty ordered the wireless goo in front of him. This was the fatty that Xianxia had brought to the Fifth Mainland to discuss business with her. He had argued with Xianxia for a long time, and now, he was in charge of the trade between the starry sky tree and the Fifth Mainland. His wireless goo was fine, and it could send messages normally. The other end of the wireless goo was naturally Xianxia. I don't know what the problem is, but I'm checking it. Then why is mine fine? The middle-aged man thought of something and gritted his teeth. Xianxia was helpless. That's why I said I'm checking it. Why, do you want it to be fine? How long will it take? The middle-aged man asked. Xianxia replied, I'm not sure either. Let's wait. She then ended the call. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and his palms and forehead were covered in sweat. Not long after, Bai Qi appeared with an ugly expression. What happened? The middle-aged man respectfully replied, Xianxia said that there's a problem with the wireless goo, and she's checking it now. How long? Bai Qi frowned. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he did not dare to. Bai Qi looked at him and said, Speak. The half-ancestor's aura, the middle-aged man, subconsciously, kneeling. There's a problem. What problem? Bai Qi was puzzled. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. My wireless goo can communicate normally, but there's a problem with the others. This is not a simple malfunction, it's intentional. The Fifth Mainland purposely caused a problem with the wireless goo they sold to us, and they're attacking us now. What did you say? Attack us? Why? Bai Qi was confused. The middle-aged man didn't know either. I don't know why either, but this transaction involved the starry sky of the trees and the abandoned lands. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a transaction at all, but rather an exchange of resources. That's why I never thought that the other party would use trade as an excuse. I hope that I'm just overthinking things and that it really is a malfunction, otherwise. Otherwise what? Bai Qi shouted. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva. If I am not wrong, the other party dared to make a move now because they are certain we have to use wireless goo. They want to use it to restrict our starry sky tree goo. Bai Qi laughed. What a joke, even if we don't use the cordless goo, we can use the cloud connection rock. Saying so, her expression changed as she looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shuddered. Quickly investigate, nothing can happen to the cloud connection rock. A day later, news came from all over that the starry sky of the tree's cloud connection rock was being controlled in large quantities. These cloud connection rocks had not been refined, they were only mineral resources and were called cloud rocks. They could not communicate with each other and see each other's cloud connection rocks. These cloud rocks needed to be refined before they could be used as normal cloud connection rocks. But now, the people who controlled the cloud rock mines refused to produce them, so it was useless no matter who found them. The middle-aged man let out a breath. As expected, they made a move. First, they used wireless goo to replace the cloud connection rock. With wireless goo being widely used, the price of cloud connection rock naturally kept falling, and the price of cloud rock mines was even lower. They secretly bought all the cloud rock mines, waiting for this moment. Saying so, he felt strange. Cloud rock mines are definitely controlled, how could they be bought? Even an idiot would know that anything that could be used as a strategic resource would be controlled. The four-way scales definitely controlled a large number of cloud rock mines since they also had businesses under them. Cloud connection rock was definitely one of the four-way scale's biggest businesses, so how could it have been bought by the Fifth Mainland? Bai Qi's expression turned ugly. Those self-proclaimed smart people in the sect saw that the wireless goo had replaced the cloud connection rock, so they immediately sold the cloud rock mines. They profited greatly and were even rewarded by Bai Ting. They sold it to the Fifth Mainland? The middle-aged man was incredulous. Bai Qi replied, of course not. Even if the cloud rock mines were destroyed, they couldn't sell it to the Fifth Mainland. They sold it to a family in the Memory District. The middle-aged man understood. The Fifth Mainland is using us locals in the starry sky of the trees to control the cloud rock mines, but where did they get their influence from? How did they find out about the cloud rock mines? Bai Qi did not mention any of this. This person was extremely skilled in business and could see through Xianxia's intentions, but that was all he could think about. He would never be able to see things on a higher level. Although the cloud rock mines were hidden, with Lu Yin's methods and his influence in the starry sky of the trees, it would not be difficult for him to control them. If Lu Yin controlled the cloud rock mines, they would no longer be able to produce cloud connection rocks. If they wanted to communicate, they would need to use the wireless goo, but the goo was controlled by the Fifth Mainland. If it was damaged, they could demand compensation from the Fifth Mainland. However, the Fifth Mainland's reason was very simple. They were currently investigating the cause of the problem. Even if they wanted compensation, they would have to wait until the cause was determined. My lord, the middle-aged man spoke up. Bai Qi looked at him. The Fifth Mainland used the wireless goo, void wanderers, and other war resources to obtain a large number of star essence from the starry sky of the trees. They then used these star essence to buy the cloud rock mines. From start to finish, they didn't pay anything. Even if they bought the cloud rock mines, the remaining star essence would be enough to cover their costs. Now that there's a problem with the wireless goo, they can use the cloud rock mines to buy at a low price and sell at a high price. Not only can they make a profit, but they can also use this as a condition to negotiate. There's no need to deal with Xianxia anymore. I believe that we can directly contact the person in charge of the Fifth Mainland. Without his approval, Xianxia would never dare to do such a thing. Obviously, Bai Qi's gaze turned cold. How could a mere Xianxia dare to scheme against the starry sky of the trees? She could slap her to death. This was also why the middle-aged man had not taken any precautions beforehand. His vision was limited to business, and he only looked at the profits of transactions. All he could do was lower the purchase price as much as possible. How could he have expected that the fifth mainland would use such a method to deal with the entire starry sky of the trees? This was not something he should have taken responsibility for. Bai Qi did not blame him. Lu Ying wanted to make a move. But how could this person be on guard against him? She was no longer thinking about such things. Instead, she was thinking about what Lu Ying wanted to do. Why had he suddenly made a move? Was he prepared to fall out with the four-way scales? 3 years ago, the four-way scales had killed Lu Yu, and they had been prepared to fall out. However, Lu Ying had restrained them. Now, the four-way scales had taken the initiative to make a move. Bai Qi immediately contacted Bai Wangyuan, as this matter was not something she could handle. When Bai Wangyuan found out about this, he was furious. The four-way scales would definitely clash with Lu Ying, but he had not expected that the first clash after 3 years would be this kind of thing. He immediately contacted Lu Ying. Lu Yin's head was throbbing at this moment. On the other side, the big-faced tree was happily recounting one battle after another, not even letting go of the details. Lu Ying did not dare ask, as he would have to start all over again if he did. He listened to the entire battle story before leaving. He had to finish listening to it, or he would have to listen to it again the next time he came. He listened to it one by one, and he would eventually hear what he wanted to know. The wireless goo kept vibrating, and Bai Wangyuan tried to contact him several times. Lu Ying picked up. "What is it? What's up with the wireless goo?" Bai Wangyuan asked in a suppressed voice. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he rubbed his forehead. "What wireless goo?" "Lu Xiaoxian, stop pretending. You and I both know what's going on. What I want to know is what you're trying to achieve with all this," Bai Shui said. Lu Ying took the water that Bai Shui passed to him and took a sip. "I was the first to conquer the New World, and I was also the one who destroyed the Eternal Stargate. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have the courage to set foot on the New World. In the end, I only got the 10 cities." Bai Wangyuan had not expected Lu Ying to bring this up, and he had thought that it was something else. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. This clash had not involved any actual fighting, and there had been no casualties. It was just a business competition, and of course, business was about profit. "How much do you want?" "It's not just about the 10 cities. Those 10 cities added up to only 6 billion star essence." "Bai Wangyuan, are you joking with me?" Lu Ying retorted. Bai Wangyuan coldly replied, "The 10 cities were already given to you, and you didn't let anyone collect them. They were stolen by others, and that has nothing to do with us. Don't blame this on us. I don't have the time to argue with you." 2 trillion. "Give me 2 trillion, and I'll pretend that this never happened," Lu Ying said. Bai Wangyuan's eyes widened. 2 trillion? You're the one who's joking with me. Although Bai Wangyuan was a progenitor and did not care much about external resources like star essence, 2 trillion was still a bit of an exaggeration. Lu Ying replied, "The 4 Libras have 500 billion each, which isn't much. If 10 cities isn't enough, I can give you a few more. It's a small matter, but don't blame the 4 Libras for everything." Bai Wangyuan barked. Lu Ying agreed, "All right, since you're not willing, then forget it." He then ended the call. Now that the 4 Libras had control of the Cloudstone mine, they would have to purchase it. Otherwise, relying on force would be equivalent to robbery. They could not bring themselves to do such a thing, as destroying a power and obtaining all of its resources were 2 different concepts. Furthermore, it was just for a measly amount of money. This was how humans were. No matter how crazy a person was, they would always retain what they considered to be their rationality and bottom line. This was even more so for progenitors like Bai Wangyuan. The word robbery would not be allowed to appear alongside them, and it would be recorded in the river of time. Several days passed, and no one contacted Lu Ying. 10 days later, Xianxia contacted him. The 4-way scales agreed. Help them recover the wireless goo. Their focus isn't on the wireless goo right now, but on the ore. Then sell it to them. This is a one-off opportunity, and they won't be able to do anything to the cosmic tree in the future. They'll only lose money. Xianxia was speechless. No matter how much money they lose, it won't hurt the 4-way scales at all, but the Taoist values it greatly. Luin had no choice. Even if he didn't want to repair the progenitor's sword, he was still extremely short on money. Just as he had said, this was a one-off opportunity. Xianxia had mentioned it to him 3 years ago, and he had agreed to it with the mindset that he could scam as much money as he could. Fortunately, 3 years later, he had made considerable profits. Now, he wasn't too far away from recovering the progenitor swordsman's sword. He was still 4 trillion away. Luin sighed. 4 trillion? Where would he get it from? On the other side, the four-way scales didn't seem to be angered by this matter. Lu Xiaoxian coming up with such a method for mere star essence is laughable, Xiaoxinji commented. Wang Fan said, the rumors are true. Lu Xiaoxian values star essence very much. The Lu family does consume a lot of resources for their cultivation, but it's rare to see someone as unscrupulous as him, the dragon ancestor commented. Baizé said, since he likes it, then give it to him. I want to see how much he can take. He had obtained 2 trillion star essence from the four-way scales, but he was still short of 4 trillion. If Luin wanted, he could obtain it from the fifth mainland, but this was not a small sum. Even if he obtained it, the fifth mainland's economy would collapse, and the consequences would be dire. The fifth mainland couldn't be touched, so Luin looked around. Only the cosmic tree was left. At this moment, Nongyi came over. What are you doing with the four-way scales? The wireless goo is useless now. Luin sized up Nongyi but didn't answer. Nongyi felt a chill run down his spine. What does the seed garden lack? Luin suddenly asked. Nongyi didn't understand. What do you mean? What do you lack? If my fifth mainland has it, we can make a deal, Luin said. Nongyi sighed. You're really short on money. At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated, and he accepted the call. Not long after, he ended the call and looked at Luin strangely. What do you need so much money for? You know? The wireless goo was broken and recovered, the four-way balance bought a large amount of the cloudstone ores, the news has already spread, was it done by you? Are you short of money? Luin sighed. We're in dire need. How much can we borrow from the seed garden? Nongyi shook his head. My seed garden doesn't have any money. At most, I can lend you a few 100 million crystal essences. So poor? Luin asked subconsciously. Nongyi was dissatisfied. My seed garden is used to being self-sufficient. Where can I get the money? Luin asked. Nongyi pondered for a moment before replying, actually, the Lu family has the most money in the starry sky tree. The Lu family consumes a lot of resources to cultivate, so the entire starry sky tree has to pay tribute to the Lu family. The Lu family has a heavenly treasury. If you can find it, you won't have to worry about money. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Heavenly treasury? The Lu family's heavenly treasury is known as the heavenly treasury. It's specifically used for the Lu family's cultivation, and it's based on each person's cultivation aptitude and completed missions. No one knows exactly how many star essence there are, and I'm guessing that only the few ancestors of your Lu family know about it. Nongyi sighed. Luin anxiously asked, what about the heavenly treasury? Nongyi shook his head. I don't know. The Lu family was exiled, and the four-way balance, including my Nong family, the Lu family, and Ghost Abyss, searched for it, but nobody found it. However, they didn't care too much about it, as there were only star essences and nothing else that the four-way balance needed. They gave up after searching for more than 10 years, and nobody mentioned it again. Luin was disappointed. How long are you going to stay in my seed garden? Nongyi asked. Luin looked at the big face tree. I'll chat with it for a while longer. Maybe I'll learn something valuable. Nongyi replied, that's fine too. The reason why my Nong family allows our descendants to continuously chat with the big face tree is because we want to learn more about the above heaven sex era. Perhaps it'll be helpful. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can hear clearly. Then I'll stay for the time being. It'll be fine as long as you don't chase me away, Luin said casually. Nongyi replied, don't provoke the four-way balance too much. It's best if you don't have absolute confidence in dealing with them. The four-way balance wouldn't let Luin off, and Luin wouldn't let them off either. They had an agreement that they wouldn't go to war for the time being, but that day would come sooner or later. This was something that everyone was worried about. Although the four-way balance hadn't appeared yet, the two sides were constantly fighting in secret. Nongyi didn't want to drag the seed garden into this, and he wanted to avoid this confrontation as much as possible. Nongyi left, and Luin watched his retreating figure. Some things might seem beautiful, but they would never be realized. The seed garden wanted to avoid conflict, but unless Nongyi died and the Nong family scattered, they would never be able to avoid it. Luin stayed in the seed garden for 2 months. During this time, he often listened to the big-faced trees chatter, and he learned quite a bit about what had happened in the Third Mainland. However, the Third Mainland's war didn't even cover 1% of what he wanted to hear, such as why the Tao Lord of Guizhi had betrayed the humans and become an ancient god, or how the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Suwangtian. Suwangtian also belonged to the Third Mainland. However, during these 2 months, he had heard about the parallel space-time continuum. The big-faced tree had mentioned that cultivators who didn't belong to the Third Mainland had appeared during the Battle of Jiao River. These cultivators had used trees to fill up the Jiao River, and the Netherworld ancestor had split the Jiao River to kill the 7 sky gods. At that time, the Third Mainland hadn't been completely split apart, and it had relied on trees to connect the entire Third Mainland. The cultivators who had used this tree technique had come from outside, and Luin subconsciously asked where they were from. The big-faced tree then began to explain everything from the beginning, which gave Luin a headache. "Are you still going to listen? The Nong family is grateful that you saved them from being tortured," Bai Shui smiled as she poured tea for Luin. Luin replied, "Tell them that I'll come here often in the future." "You're leaving?" Bai Shui was astonished. Luin looked into the distance. "I'm leaving for a while." Not long after, Luin headed towards Huayuan. At this moment, atop a cloud ladder, Butian's expression was calm. An old woman stood next to him, her face withered and haggard. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and grief. "You'll see them soon. Even if Shenwu Plain discovers you, it'll be useless. You belong to the Lu family, and the 4 cardinal scales won't fall out with the Daozi." The old woman's name was Lu Sun, and she was an elder of one of the Lu family's side branches. She had once been a half-ancestor, but her inner world had been destroyed, and her cultivation had been crippled. She had been locked up in Shenwu Plain for many years. She had only been able to escape because of Xiaxia. More than 4 years ago, Luin had made an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales to release all of the Lu family's survivors. From that moment onward, many of the Lu family survivors had been released, including many who had remained hidden. As long as they revealed their identities, the 4 cardinal scales wouldn't make things difficult for them, unless they took the initiative to attack. The Lu family survivors could walk openly in the astral tree realm. However, Luin didn't believe that the 4 cardinal scales would release everyone from the Lu family. If it were him, he wouldn't have done so either. Lu Sun was the half-ancestor who had been hidden in Shenwu Plain. It was Xiaxia who had been able to release her. Luin had information that could be used against Xiaxia, and Xiaxia himself was also under Lu Yin's control. It had taken him nearly 4 years to release Lu Sun from Shenwu Plain, but Luin wasn't interested in finding out what method he had used. Lu Sun was excited. "Young master, you're really back." Butian nodded. "You've reached an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales. From now on, you can enjoy your old age in peace." Lu Sun hadn't expected this day to come. "Enjoy my old age in peace? No, we must take revenge. Our Lu family shouldn't have died in vain. The Lu family is the true ruler of the 5th mainland." With that, the ladder descended, and the people from the smoke cloud sect came to inspect it. Butian quickly led Lu Sun away from the ladder and towards Huayuan. They finally met there. Lu Sun's eyes reddened when she saw Luin, and she ran forward excitedly. Luin hurriedly supported her. "Young master, it really is young master." Lu Sun trembled. Luin apologized, "I'm sorry for being late." "It's not your fault, young master. The spirits of the Lu family in heaven will be gratified that you're able to do this." Luin asked, "I lost my memories and don't remember you." Lu Sun nodded. I know. I'm Lu Sun, an elder of the Qinshan branch. Back then, Luin listened quietly. Skymander Imperial Tutor stood in the distance and did not approach. Gradually, Luin learned of Lu Sun's identity. The Lu family had both direct and side branches, and Lu Sun was an elder of the side branch, a half-ancestor. Only such people had the right to be imprisoned. Lu Sun spoke for a long time before calming down. Luin took out the wireless goo and contacted Xiaxing. Did you get her? Xiaxing asked. Luin replied, only her? Only her. You can ask her if you don't believe me. There are no other Lu family members in Shenwu Plain. She's the last one, and the most important one. Important? Luin didn't understand. Xiaxing fell silent for a moment before replying, do you know how I got her out? Lu Sun died underground, and the person you're looking for isn't Lu Sun. She's just an ordinary old woman. Because of this, I used Xian Mo's favor. I saved him back then, and now he's returned it to me. We don't owe each other anything. Thank you for your hard work. You used up a favor from a half-ancestor, Luin replied. He knew that Xianxia was the half-ancestor who had been guarding the bottom of the divine martial realm. He had even suppressed the sword steel 3 years ago. Why is Lu Sun important? Xiaxing replied, because she might know the location of the heavenly treasury. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Heavenly treasury? That's right. The Xianxia branch has a very high status in the Lu family. Every time there's a distribution of resources, the Lu family's disciples have to gather at Xianxia and be distributed by the Xianxia branch. That's why the Xianxia branch is the only branch that has access to the heavenly treasury. Lu Xiaoxian, I've already given her to you. I hope you'll keep your promise. Luin replied, don't worry, I won't look for you again from now on. I hope so. Xiaxing sighed and ended the call. Shenwu Heaven had a remnant of the Lu family. Logically speaking, Luin could use this to cause trouble for Shenwu Heaven, but it would be pointless. He couldn't start a war, and if he didn't, Shenwu Heaven could simply say that they had forgotten about him. Luin could only keep this matter to himself for now. He would deal with it in the future. He put away the wireless goo and turned to Lu Sun. Where is the heavenly realm treasury? Lu Sun was shocked. The heavenly realm treasury? Luin nodded. Lu Sun stared at Luin seriously, sizing him up for a while. Some of the information about you came from Xiaxing, while some came from that person. Can I verify it? Luin replied, sure, you can verify it with whoever you want. I can also take you to the 5th mainland, which is what you call an abandoned land. No need, just give me a cloud connection stone. It can be used to contact the realmless cloud connection stone, Lu Sun said. She didn't dare to confirm whether what she had just seen or heard was true, especially since Luin had immediately gone to the heavenly realm treasury after hearing her story. Luin was also shocked by her request, contact the realmless cloud connection stone? You're in contact with the realmless? Lu Sun replied, there are people from the Lu family hiding within the realmless. They want to find its headquarters and eliminate this tumor in one fell swoop. Luin laughed, then I'll have to disappoint you. The realmless has already been destroyed. Lu Sun was confused, the realmless is gone? Luin gave her a simple explanation of the realmless, which left her stunned. You're saying that Xiaxing's son, Xia Shenfei, found the realmless headquarters on the surface and destroyed it, while you found their real headquarters? Luin gave her a cloud connection stone. I don't know who you're trying to contact in the realmless, but I hope you can. He then walked away from her. Lu Sun looked at Lu Yin's back and then at Butian. She gripped the stone and started contacting the realmless. She felt apprehensive, the realmless had been destroyed. Was that person still alive? A few breaths of time passed, but it felt longer than a few years. As the cloud connection stone vibrated, Lu Sun's eyes widened. How are you? There was no image on the other side of the stone, only a voice. Who are you? Heavenly Qinshan, Red Maple Moon Dew, Lu Sun said. A face suddenly appeared in front of the cloud vision stone. It looked like an old man, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Lu Sun. Elder, is that you, Elder? Lu Sun stared at the old man. Old Hui. It's me, Elder. You're not dead? The old man was both excited and excited. Lu Sun was also excited. You're not dead either. That's great, that's great. Elder, weren't you exiled along with the main family? This? The old man didn't understand. Lu Xun said, we'll talk about this later. Let me ask you, how's Boundless? The old man gulped and told Luin about Realmless, which was almost the same as what Luin had told him. However, he didn't know that Luin had found Realmless' true headquarters. He only thought that it had been destroyed by Xianxia. This incident had caused a huge commotion in the cosmic tree realm, and Xianxia had surpassed his peers because of it. Even if Bai Xiaohong was still alive, his fame was far inferior to Xianxia's. Lu Xun listened to the old man's story and subconsciously glanced at Luin. He interrupted the old man, is the young master really back? The old man replied, yes, the young master has returned openly. The four cardinal scales didn't dare to act against him, and the young master even took the initiative to invade the new world and expel the Eternals. He did even better than the main family back then. Since the young master has returned, why didn't you look for him? Lu Xun was puzzled. The old man was helpless. Who can prove that I'm from the Lu family? I saw the young master once in the mortal realm, but the young master took the initiative to travel through the void. He rode the hellworm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a half-ancestor can come into contact with the young master, and if my identity is discovered by my enemies, I'll be finished. Lu Xun nodded. So that was the case. How could a normal cultivator catch up to a half-ancestor or even a progenitor? The young master had forced the four cardinal scales to sign an agreement, which meant that he had the power of a progenitor. Even if Lu Xun's cultivation recovered, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the young master. I'll tell the young master about your situation. For now, you should hide, Lu Xun said. The old man nodded. I understand, Elder. It's good that you're alive. Our Lu family will definitely return to its peak. The young master will definitely be able to do it. Lu Xun ended the call and went to find Luin. Lu Yin's back was facing her. Was that person from the family as well? Lu Xun sighed. The Realmless didn't have a stance, so the main family decided to destroy it. However, it wasn't easy to find its headquarters, so they sent people to infiltrate the Realmless and search for it. However, not long after this matter was carried out, the main family was exiled, and Old Hui stayed in the Realmless for so many years. Are there many people like that? Luin asked. Lu Xun nodded. The family controls the astral tree realm. Many people see the family's glory, but they don't know how much the family has done in secret. If the main family hadn't been exiled, the Realmless wouldn't have been able to survive. The humble school was established with the approval of Patriarch Mu Xia and received the family's support. There are many other things that the family has done, but outsiders will always see the family as the pinnacle of power in the astral tree realm. They won't see these things. Lu Yi naturally understood this logic. He had controlled the fifth mainland and commanded the above heaven sect, and he had done many things. If it hadn't been for the fifth mainland, he would have long since transferred star essence. He was also the one who had opened the Starfall Sea's entrance and opened up a battlefield for the Eternals. He was also the one who had been the first to rush to the New World and shoulder the responsibility for humanity's future. He had done all of these things, but not many people had seen them. Sometimes, one had to pay the price for what they had gained. Outsiders would always see what they had gained, not what they had sacrificed. Luin looked at Lu Xun. Do you believe my identity now? Lu Xun replied, I'm sorry, young master. I was too paranoid. Luin replied, I should be the one apologizing. As the head of the family, I wasn't able to protect you, which caused you to have doubts about this region of the universe. I promise you that such things will never happen again. Lu Xun's body trembled, and he bowed deeply to Luin. Young master, you can definitely do it. As for the Heavenly Realm Treasury, it's located in Mount Qinshan, which is north of the current stone forest. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Xun. North of the stone forest? Lu Xun replied, yes, but because it's in a parallel space, it requires a key to enter. Without a key, not even Forefather Tianyi can enter, let alone the four-way scales. Key? Spatial coordinates? Luin seemed to have thought of something. Lu Xun nodded. Where's the key? Luin asked. Lu Xun clenched his fists and looked up in a certain direction. The head of the family was exiled, and my memories aren't complete. However, I do remember that Mount Xianxia broke through the sky and headed in that direction. The key is in Mount Xianxia. Luyin followed Lu Sun's gaze. Was that the bad star? Are you sure it went in that direction? Luyin frowned. Lu Sun nodded. I'm absolutely sure. My duty is to watch over Mount Xianxia, so I definitely remember correctly. Lu Yin's head hurt. Even if the key was in the four-way scales, he could still do something about it. However, the key had actually followed Mount Xianxia to the bad star, which was Madman Lu's territory. Compared to the four-way scales, Luyin was more afraid of Madman Lu because he understood the Lu family better. Nongyi had also mentioned that Madman Lu was extremely ancient, and Luyin had also thought about myriad knowers. Forefather Tianyi had once said that if Luyin died, he would definitely take that madman away. Luyin was sure that Madman Lu was terrifying. Not only was he a madman, but he was also a powerful madman who was willing to die together with his enemy. It was almost impossible to get the key back from someone like that. What's in the Heavenly Realm treasury? Luyin asked. If there weren't many good things, then he didn't want to take the risk. Lu Sun recalled, the last time I checked, the remaining resources were rather simple. Luyin was disappointed, but he also relaxed. About 10 trillion star essence. Lu Sun finished, and Luyin was stunned. What did you say? How much? Lu Sun replied, 10 trillion star essence. That's about the same number. It can only be more, not less. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, and his eyes turned red. 10 trillion. 10 trillion. It was actually 10 trillion. He had never obtained so many star essence in one go before. If he could obtain 10 trillion star essence in one go, then not only would he be able to recover the progenitor's swordsman, but he would also be able to save some for future emergencies. This was a rather impressive number, and it was equivalent to double the astral beast domain's contribution. Even if he disregarded the consequences and plundered the entire fifth mainland, he wouldn't be able to obtain so many star essence in a short period of time. Why are there so many? Luyin found it strange. He was a little excited and expectant, but he also felt reluctant and vaguely unhappy. If there were so many star essence, then wasn't this forcing him to find the key? Lu Sun didn't know why Luyin had such a complicated expression on his face, and the look in his eyes was strange as well. The main family controls the cosmic tree domain, and every once in a while, the various factions have to pay tribute and hand over a large amount of resources. After all, the Lu family's cultivation requires a lot of resources. Luyin sighed, as this was a little too much. There were actually 10 trillion star essence hidden away, which was too much. However, he liked it, as obtaining 10 trillion in one go would make him rich. However, such thoughts were just thoughts, he still had to face reality. He looked up at the nightmare star. If he couldn't obtain the key, then forget 10 trillion, he wouldn't even have 10 cubic meters of star essence. He had to obtain the key, as the Heavenly Realm's treasury had always belonged to him. To distance himself from Lu Sun and Butian, Luyin contacted someone, Wei Rong. For years ago, the two domains had interacted, and Wei Rong had come to this domain. He had relied on his outstanding methods to slowly step into the eyes of the Four Sides Libra. He had said that if he was given 10 years, he would be able to cause chaos in the Four Sides Libra. Now, more than 3 years had passed, and it was time to use him. Daozi, with my current position, I can't come into contact with any deeper secrets. However, this subordinate believes that some chess pieces can be given up, Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You mean? Yu Chen, Wei Rong replied quickly. Luyin muttered to himself. This subordinate knows that Daozi doesn't want to give up on anyone so easily. Even if they were once enemies, there are some things that must be done. Sacrificing one chess piece to awaken the entire chessboard is worth it, Wei Rong continued. Luyin ended his conversation with Wei Rong and didn't hesitate to contact Yu Chen. Back in the Frigid Immortal sect, Yu Chen's life had not been easy. That was why she had contacted Luyin and told him about the astral source liquid flowing out from the mother tree. This woman had finally decided to join Luyin after decades of mental turmoil. She had not expected Luyin to contact her. Fortunately, her status had plummeted, so no one cared. Odyssey. Luine sent back, 3 years ago, I asked you to find out if the frigid immortal sect had imprisoned any remaining members of the Lu family. What happened? Yuchen replied, I found them, but it's very difficult to save them. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Shenwu Plain had Lu Sun, so the frigid immortal sect, the Wang family, and the White Dragon clan naturally had some as well. It was even less surprising that Yuchen could not save them. It would be strange if she could. I don't need you to save them. Send a message to that person. I want him to step in. Luine sent a message to Yuchen. Yuchen's face paled. Daozi, what about me? If this happens, come to the 5th mainland, and I'll protect you. Yuchen hesitated, not knowing if she should believe him. If she did as he said, it would be tantamount to betraying the frigid immortal sect, and she would definitely be hunted down. Could she trust him? You don't have a choice, Luine sent again. Yuchen gritted her teeth, I don't want to die. Luine replied, don't worry, I won't let you die. You're still useful. Yuchen looked at the wireless goo, and it felt like she could see Luine through the distance. It felt like there was a large hand above her head that was looking down on her. Could she refuse? No, that would be tantamount to betraying Luine. Luine could consign her to eternal damnation, and if she did as he said, she still had a chance of survival. Leave the frigid immortal sect immediately after this and hide in the place I gave you. Not only will I send someone to pick you up, but I'll also give you other missions. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Yuchen thought about it, and her gaze became resolute, I understand. Don't worry. Luine ended his call with Yuchen and continued contacting Mu Xia. This time, he wanted to contact him. Half a month later, there was a place in the cold immortal sect where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The scenery was absolutely beautiful. A waterfall flowed in the distance, and the ground was covered in green grass. It emitted a pleasant smell, as if it was a paradise. Not only were there little beasts from the forest running about, but there were also huge birds soaring in the sky. Some of the birds carried 7-colored radiance, making this place seem even more sacred. However, every time those flying birds emitting 7-colored light appeared, the little beasts on the ground, including the cultivators who occasionally came here, would avoid them. It was as if they were afraid of being seen. They stared at the cages suspended in midair by vines. At first glance, they thought those cages were nests of young birds with 7-colored feathers on them. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that they were actually steel cages covered by the 7-colored feathers. There were people trapped in those steel cages. Every time the 7-colored birds appeared, the people inside would hide in fear, afraid that they would be eaten. A man was locked up in one of the steel cages, leaning against the edge of the cage. He was very close to the rainbow flying bird, so close that it could grab him with its claws. However, for many years, the rainbow flying bird had not made a move on this man. The man was bored. He played with the colorful feathers in his hands and muttered something to himself. Before long, the rainbow flying bird left, and the little beasts below walked out and continued to play around. Yuchen came and looked for something in the valley below. From time to time, cultivators would pass by and leave after glancing at her. Their eyes were full of mockery. Yuchen did not mind. This kind of gaze was all too common after Bai Xiaohong's death. She knew very well how these people looked at her, but it was almost over. She walked to the bottom of the man's cage and moved her lips. Inside the cage, the man's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The young master had returned? Yuchen quickly left. The next day, news came from this paradise that someone wanted to see Ancestor Bai. Bai Qi came, followed by Bai Ting, Old Ghost Bai, and the others. Wait here. She then appeared outside the man's cage. At that moment, the 7-colored birds flew out. Bai Qi looked up and glanced at them. The birds seemed to sense a great disaster and shrank back, allowing the people in the other cages to breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you looking for my father? Bai Qi asked. This person was from the Lu clan. Otherwise, she would not have come just because anyone wanted to see Ancestor Bai. The Lu clan was an exception. The man looked at Bai Qi. You've locked me up for so long. When are you going to stop? Either execute me or let me go. Bai Qi frowned. Dealing with the Lu clan had nothing to do with her. At that time, she had still been guarding the fourth matrix base. If possible, she had wanted to stop her father. With the Lu clan gone, the pressure on the backlands would be too great. However, by the time she found out about this, it had already happened. All she could do was stand on the same side as the frigid immortal sect. Fortunately, the Eternals had been beaten back, and everything was going well. She just had to deal with Lu Xiaoxian. Is that all you want to say? The man moved, as if he had not moved in a long time. His bones cracked. How's the outside world? How many people from the Lu clan have you killed? Bai Qi remained calm. I found them. I killed them all. The man's fingers moved, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Bai Qi. Did anyone betray you? Bai Qi looked at him. Yes. Who? No comment. What happened to him? Above everyone. The man laughed bitterly. Betrayal means you're above everyone. The Lu clan is gone, and this universe belongs to you. Who would have thought that this would happen? Is that all you want to say? Then I won't keep you company, Bai Qi said coldly. The man suddenly grabbed the cage, causing a loud bang. Below, Old White Ghost was shocked. He was afraid that something would happen to Bai Qi. If I betray the Lu clan, what benefits will you give me? The man asked softly, his eyes bloodshot. His voice was filled with eagerness and excitement, as if he had finally figured out a problem after being stuck for a long time. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with sorrow. In the end, he had betrayed them, but this was good. Join the frigid immortal sect and become an elder. You'll have the same status as the Bai clan's half-ancestor. No one will target you, and you'll receive more resources than the other half-ancestors. But my inner world has been destroyed, the man said hoarsely. He was unwilling to accept this. Bai Qi said, it's fine. The man said bitterly, if I'd known this would happen, I would have joined you. Why would I wait until now? How could my inner world have been destroyed? How laughable. Bai Qi looked at him quietly and muttered to herself, venting her emotions. After a while, the man said to Bai Qi, I want to see Ancestor Bai. I have something important to tell him. It involves the progenitor realm. If there's any delay, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Qi stared at him. If what you say isn't that important, you'll end up in a terrible state. I know. Let's find Ancestor Bai, the man said decisively. Bai Wangyuan returned to the frigid immortal sect. The man had washed up and looked much better. When he saw Bai Wangyuan, he suppressed his anger and bowed. Lu Gong greets Ancestor Bai. Bai Wangyuan looked at him. You have something to say to me? Speak. If what I say can make Ancestor Bai feel that it's important, what will I get? Lu Gong asked. Bai Wangyuan laughed. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Someone who has died once doesn't care about dying again, Lu Gong replied without hesitation. Beside him, Bai Qi frowned. Bai Kun nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. You're a member of the Lu family, so you have the right to do so. Alright, I promise you that I'll do my best to help you recover your inner world. If I can't, I'll guarantee that your descendants will have a half-progenitor. Lu Gong was delighted and bowed again. Thank you, Ancestor Bai. Bai Wangyuan's eyes were cold. But if what you want to say isn't that important, I'll make you beg for death. Lu Gong said solemnly, it's related to the safety of the starry sky tree. He then looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi raised her brows and stared at him. Lu Gong looked at Bai Wangyuan awkwardly. Bai Wangyuan was calm. Speak. Lu Gong nodded and took a deep breath. Madman Lu is Redback. Bai Wangyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Bai Qi was shocked too. She couldn't believe her ears. Madman Lu is Redback? Lu Gong said, Madman Lu, that madman from the Lu family is Redback. Bai Wangyuan's eyes narrowed. Give me more details. Lu Gong thought for a moment and then slowly said, there are no more than 2 people in the Lu family who know about this. Patriarch Lu Tianyi definitely knows about it, but there shouldn't be anyone else besides him. Even Patriarch Lu Feng, who is a progenitor, shouldn't know. The reason I know about this is because of the ancestral records of the Sisui branch. No one knows exactly how long Madman Lu has been alive, but he's definitely far older than Ancestor Bai's time in the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas. Perhaps it can be traced back to the era of Above Heaven. The ancestors of the Sisui branch also learned about this from an untraceable era and recorded it down. Only the leaders of the Sisui branch know about it. When the main family was exiled, Lu Tianyi completely disappeared. Only Madman Lu stayed behind and cooperated with you. He's Redback, and the one who contacted him was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. Bai Qi shouted, impossible. If Madman Lu is Redback, how could the Lu family allow him to exist? Lu Gong said, the Lu family is also human. Our ancestors mentioned that someone in Madman Lu's generation owed him something, so they passed down an ancestral rule. Unless Madman Lu dies of natural causes, no one is allowed to kill him unless he commits a great crime against humanity. That's why Madman Lu has always been imprisoned, and why Patriarch Lu Tianyi won't let him out. Although he's Redback, he's only contacted the ancient god once. He hasn't harmed humanity. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Madman Lu was Redback? How was that possible? But it wasn't impossible. Why else would the Lu family imprison him? His existence was taboo even in the Lu family. Lu Tianyi had said that if he died, he would take Madman Lu with him. This proved that Madman Lu was very dangerous. If what Lu Gong said was true, then Madman Lu wasn't just a threat to the Lu family, but to the entire human race. Father, I don't believe him, Bai Qi said. We know what the Lu family is like. They would never allow a Redback to live. Even if Lu Xiaoxian was a Redback, the Lu family would eliminate him without hesitation. Why would they leave a Madman Lu alive? Bai Wang Yuan didn't believe it either. They exiled the Lu family because they wanted to replace them, but that didn't mean they didn't approve of the Lu family's way of doing things. The Lu family didn't just control the 5th mainland because they were invincible. Lu Gong bowed deeply to Bai Wang Yuan. Ancestor Bai, if you don't believe me, you can lock me up again. We'll fulfill our conditions after we confirm that Madman Lu is a Redback. Why are you telling me this now? Bai Wang Yuan was confused. Lu Gong was helpless. The Lu family has already disappeared, and they can't return. I want to pass down the Lu surname, not the Lu that controlled the 5th mainland, but the Lu of the Sea River branch, a Lu loyal to the Frigid Immortal sect. Bai Wang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A Lu loyal to the Frigid Immortal sect? These words were very tempting. If Lu Xiaoxian wasn't here, he would definitely accept them, but he couldn't let Lu Gong come into contact with the outside world. I have to verify your words. You'll still be locked up for the time being, but I'll fulfill my conditions after that, Bai Wang Yuan said. He then asked Bai Qi to lock Lu Gong up. Bai Qi returned soon after. Father, do you really believe what that person said? Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Madman Lu is indeed very strange. We couldn't find anything about him in the Lu family. Lu Tianyi is very wary of him, and his hatred for the Lu family is the reason why he cooperated with us. That's what we thought all along. If that's the case, he cooperated with us because he's a Redback. That's troublesome. But Madman Lu has been guarding the unlucky star all these years. He hasn't cooperated with the Eternals. Bai Wang Yuan was also confused. Either it's fake and he just wants to destroy the Lu family, or... His expression turned serious. He's planning too much. He then left the Frigid Immortal sect to discuss this with Wang Fan and the others. This was a serious matter. If Madman Lu was planning too much, they had to be on their guard. When Wang Fan and company heard that Madman Lu was a Redback, their first reaction was disbelief. They could cite many examples to prove that Madman Lu was not a Redback, but if Madman Lu was really a Redback, could they bear the consequences? I didn't expect Madman Lu to really be Redback, Wang Fan said. Bai Wang Yuan looked at him in astonishment. You already knew? Wang Fan replied, more than 10 days ago, the humble school was interrogating someone from Unbounded. The emissary that Lu Yin had brought out from Unbounded's headquarters in the mortal realm said 3 words, Madman Lu. He said that he had heard those 3 words when he was cleaning up the mess, but it was only those 3 words. Xianxia was the one who interrogated the emissary. Xianxia immediately told Xia. Now, some people in the humble school are guessing that Madman Lu might be Hongbei. Dragon Ancestor was curious. Did someone from your Wang clan find out about this? Someone from the Wang clan found out through Xianxia's disciple, Kai Shu, said Wang Fan. Xianxia was puzzled. How can you deduce that it's Redback based on the name Madman Lu? Wang Fan replied, I don't know either. Maybe there's something we haven't noticed. Bai Wang Yuan was troubled. He could choose not to believe what Lu Gong had said, but if even the humble school was guessing, then the probability of Madman Lu being Hongbei would increase. After thinking for a while, Bai Qi said, Find Xia. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If Madman Lu really is Hongbei, then he must be plotting something big. 5 of the 7 sky gods appeared before, but he didn't make a move. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to be Hongbei. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. The four-way scales had exiled the Lu family to control the 5th mainland, not to be destroyed by the Eternals. They wanted to eliminate Hongbei more than anyone else, which was why the humble school had so much power. If Madman Lu really was Hongbei, then he could be considered the number 1 Hongbei in the starry sky tree. This was as serious as Wang Xiaoyu, who had caused progenitor Chen to go to war with the 6th mainland. Xia was quickly found. He didn't look too good when he found out that Wang Fan had found out about the humble school, but now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. I suspect Madman Lu. Because of my junior. Lu Xiaoxian? Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Xia explained, my junior used the progenitor's sword to travel through spacetime and saw Madman Lu meeting with the ancient gods. He told me about this long ago, so when the undying god was trapped and the 7 sky gods attacked, I kept an eye on Madman Lu. Senior Fog Ancestor did the same. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Even the Fog Ancestor had been implicated, and it had happened 3 years ago. This dispelled Bai Wang Yuan's suspicions, which meant that Lu Yin had long since confirmed that Madman Lu was a Hongbei. It seems that Madman Lu's chances of being a Hongbei have increased, but we can't be sure that he's a Hongbei. Xia, do you have any evidence? Xiaoxinji asked. Xia shook his head. If we did, we would have already acted against Madman Lu. Right, how did you guys know that he's a Hongbei? Bai Wang Yuan didn't say anything. This matter involved Lu Gong, and according to their agreement with Lu Yin, the remaining members of the Lu family should have been released. Lu Gong hadn't been released, so they were in the wrong. Xia asked again, but no one answered. I don't care how you guys found out. I need to find Madman Lu to confront that envoy and my junior. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, as this was something they should do. No matter what, they had to investigate whether or not Madman Lu was a Hongbei. This matter was too serious, as this was Madman Lu, a progenitor of the Lu family. He was definitely not an ordinary person, and his threat was no less than one of the 7 sky gods. Wang Fan was put in a difficult spot. Madman Lu is difficult to communicate with. It'll be difficult to confront him. The Dragon Ancestor said, I believe that he'll be willing to confront Lu Xiaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Wang Fan. That's right. Tell him that he'll be confronting Lu Xiaoxian. Xia agreed. I'll talk to my junior. On the Nightmare Star, the apocalypse cycled, and those who entered could not leave. This place was considered a land of death by the astral tree domain. There was no astral source here, only nightmares that constantly strengthened one's body. The entire planet was red, and it looked like hell. Wang Fan descended on the Nightmare Star and arrived at the Nightmare Shrine. In front of the shrine, Jiuhao was gulping down wine from her gourd. Wang Fan's arrival gave her a fright, as this was the first time she had seen an outsider after so many years. Are you from the outside? Wang Fan glanced at her before vanishing. Jiuhao's eyes went wide. She did not know what realm this person was in, but he was definitely an expert. It seemed like he was here to find her master. There was a dilapidated courtyard behind the Nightmare Shrine, as well as a dust-covered platform. At the center of the courtyard were 2 deep marks of someone kneeling. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize this place as the same one that he had seen when he had ascended Stargazing Deck and activated Fate. At that time, the person kneeling here had been Lu Zheng. Wang Fan had arrived. Lu Ying entered the courtyard. The dust-covered platform suddenly crashed towards him. Wang Fan took a step back and left the courtyard. The platform crashed to the ground, blocking the entrance to the courtyard. "Madman, you dare to attack me?" Wang Fan barked. A low voice came from within the courtyard. "So?" Wang Fan's gaze was cold. "We're partners." "Hee, our partnership was limited to the Lu family. Now that the Lu family is gone, what partnership is there?" Wang Fan replied, "Lu Xiaoxian is still here. I'll kill that brat. I don't need you to remind me again and again." "Why? Is he too much of a threat? Are you here to beg me?" Wang Fan did not want to talk to this person, but he had to come. "I'm not the one looking for you. Lu Xiaoxian is. He said that you're Redback and that you've interacted with an ancient god. He wants to confront you." There was a moment of silence, and then laughter rang out from within the courtyard. "The Lu family prides themselves on being upright, but that brat is trying to frame me. Interesting, interesting. Ha ha ha, as expected of Lu Qi's brat. Fine, since he wants to confront me, I'll confront him. I'm just afraid that he won't dare to come." Wang Fan turned around and left. He did not want to stay in this madman's place for even a moment longer. Now that the Eternals had temporarily retreated, the threat had disappeared. They had planned to take complete control of the cosmic tree domain. Whether it was the Lu family, the Nong family, Gui Yuan, or this madman Lu, they had all been part of their plan. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoxian had foiled their plans 3 years ago. This madman had almost succeeded twice in the past. Confrontation? Ha ha ha, brat, we're finally going to meet. The courtyard shook and dust filled the air. 10 days later, under Mu Xia's lead, Lu Ying, by Wang Yuan, and the others stepped onto the Nightmare Star. Before this, every time Lu Ying saw a Nightmare Star, he had been met with killing intent. This was the first time he had stepped onto one. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with Nightmare Stars. In fact, he was very familiar with them. 6 enhance had been rolled more than once, and he had fused with a Nightmare Star cultivator's body. The first was Ma Sen, the enforcer of Nightmare Shrine. In the past 3 years, he had frequently rolled the die and fused with another Nightmare Star cultivator. This person had a very high status, and it was through this person that Lu Ying had obtained the wireless goo to contact the Nightmare Star and had successfully contacted Drunkard. "When you see Madman Lu later, you must follow closely behind me. Don't care what he says. You're from the Lu family, so you should know better than me how terrifying the Lu family's cultivators are when they become ancestors," Mu Xia reminded him. Lu Ying grunted, and the group landed on the Nightmare Star. The huge Nightmare Shrine was right in front of them. What kind of bad taste is this, building a shrine in a place like this? The Mist Ancestor had also come. She was one of the witnesses, but she was not accusing Madman Lu of being Redback. Instead, she was testifying that Lu Ying had indeed told them about Madman Lu colluding with the ancient gods 3 years ago. The Dragon Ancestor interjected, "A madman has a madman's way of thinking." "Madman Lu is inside," Wang Fan said. Lu Yin's expression froze, as they were finally about to meet. Madman Lu. No one knew what this person's real name was. Lu Ying had asked Wan Zi, Nong Yi, Master Shan, and the others, but no one knew what Madman Lu's real name was. Madman Lu had existed for as long as they could remember. He had also asked Lu Bujing, but Lu Bujing did not know either. Lu Sun had said that there was no record of Madman Lu in the Lu family's genealogy. Either his name had never been exposed, or he had been removed from the Lu family's genealogy long ago. A group of people walked out from the Nightmare Shrine, led by Jiao Hao. Beside her were Yuan Sen and Chou Meng. Aside from them, there were other cultivators with rough surnames. Their skin was dark and coarse, and their eyes were turbid. It was obvious that they cultivated the power of nightmares. The strongest among them had reached level 9 of the power of nightmares, which was equivalent to a half-ancestor. Her name was Feng Lan, and she was the second Nightmare Star cultivator that Lu Ying had merged with. Currently, he wasn't rolling the die smoothly. Most of the balls of light he encountered were dim and lightless. However, whenever he encountered a bright ball of light, it was either a pinnacle emissary or a half-ancestor. Feng Lan was a half-ancestor level expert that he had fused with during the past 3 years. Through this person, Lu Yin had a good understanding of the Nightmare Star. What he was about to do next was based on the fact that he had merged with this person's body. The Nightmare Ancestor is waiting for you inside, Jiu Hao said. As the saintess of the Nightmare Shrine, her status was not any lower than Feng Lan's. Wang Fan and the rest were about to head in, but Lu Yin suddenly asked, "What if that lunatic attacks me?" He turned to Bai Wang Yuan and the rest. "Will you guys help?" Xianxia bluntly replied, "Your Lu family's grudges have nothing to do with us." "If that's the case, then I won't go in," Lu Yin said. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. "Lu Xiaoxian, are you going back on your word? Or are you afraid to confront him?" Lu Yin laughed. "I wasn't the one who wanted to confront him from the start. Senior brother called for me, so I came. But then I suddenly remembered that if that madman attacked, and this is his territory, senior brother might not be able to protect me. You guys have to ensure my safety as well." "You're as timid as a mouse," Xiaoxinji said. With disdain. Lu Yin laughed. "I'm timid? Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one?" Xiaoxinji was furious. If Lu Yin had still been on the Shenwu Plain, then Xiaoxinji would have been fearless even if he had gone to the Fifth Mainland for a one-on-one duel. In fact, he had already done so, and he had only been injured because of the Death God's power. However, the Death God's power could not be used indefinitely. Now, it was impossible for him to fight Lu Yin one-on-one, not only because Lu Yin had sealed the Shenong Yi and gained a progenitor's power, but also because of that clone that had escaped. 3 years ago, their plan had been foiled because that clone had severely injured him. Even if someone told him that it had nothing to do with Lu Yin, he would not believe it. If he were to challenge Lu Yin to a duel now, who knew if the clone would try again? How would he fight if he was heavily injured? "Shi Wei is here too. She and Mu Xia are enough to protect you," Bai Zhe said. The Fog Ancestor rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm his bodyguard? I say, Bai Wang Yuan, have you gone overboard? You've arranged everything for me?" Mu Xia looked at Nightmare God Hall. "Once someone from the Lu family becomes an ancestral patriarch, their strength will be unpredictable. I don't have the confidence to protect them." Lu Yin looked at Bai Wang Yuan. "So, either we change locations, or you promise me that as long as I'm on the Nightmare Star, you'll guarantee my safety." How could Bai Wang Yuan and the others possibly agree to this? They couldn't wait for Madman Lu to kill Lu Yin, no matter what method he had to use. "Where do you want to go?" A low and hoarse voice came from the depths of the Nightmare Shrine, accompanied by suppressed laughter, which made people uncomfortable. It was the voice of Madman Lu. Lu Yin's expression changed. "The heavens." "Sure." Soon, the group stepped into outer space, and Madman Lu walked out of Nightmare Shrine. His hair was disheveled, and his ferocious eyes were filled with an unbearable madness. He glared at Lu Yin, and in the depths of his eyes was a raging killing intent. When he walked out, the red color of the entire Nightmare Star faded significantly. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu, and Madman Lu stared back at him. This was their first official meeting. Although Madman Lu's appearance was covered by his long hair, Lu Yin could still see him clearly. This person was somewhat similar to Lu Yin, but he looked more resolute and sturdier. There was always a faint smile on his face, one that was filled with madness. It was as if he was immersed in the atmosphere that he had created. There was no one else in his eyes besides Lu Yin. At this moment, 7 progenitors had gathered in outer space. If the caged WYRM on Lu Yin's shoulders were included, then there were 8. Including Lu Yin, there were 9. No one could see this scene clearly, but these 9 people were enough to determine the survival of the entire astral tree domain and the Fifth Mainland. "Little brat from the Lucci family, we meet, ha ha ha." Madman Lu approached Lu Yin, and Mu Xia subconsciously stepped forward to block him. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu. "What's your name?" "You should call me Ancestor." Madman Lu suddenly barked, his smile growing more and more arrogant. A dark red current surged around his body. It was the power of nightmare. Madman Lu had the strongest 10th stage of the power of nightmare, and he could rival a progenitor just by relying on it. The Mist Ancestor raised his brows. Lower your voice, you scared me. Luin narrowed his eyes. You were expelled from the Lu family a long time ago. What ancestor? He, expelled from the Lu family? I was the one who expelled the Lu family. I was the one who abandoned the Lu family. Look, is there still a Lu family in outer space? Aside from you, there's no one else in the Lu family. I'm still here, and I will have descendants who will create the Lu family. The general appointment platform and the divine seal catalog will be preserved. I am the Lu family, and you're just a brat that I abandoned. Madman Lu laughed heartily, his laughter unbearable. Xianxia spoke up. I've come to confront you this time to confirm whether or not you're redback. We'll talk about the past later. Madman Lu continued to stare at Luin. Brat, there are very few descendants in the history of the Lu family who are as shameless as you and your father. Your father raped a commoner, and you framed him for it. If old Lu was still alive, he would have died from anger. Luin replied, I didn't accuse you wrongly. Several years ago, the Eternals launched a large-scale attack on the Fifth Mainland. Following that, Luin recounted how the Eternals had attacked, how he had entered the Daosor sect's main hall, and how he had traveled through spacetime under the guidance of the Progenitor's sword. This was a long process, and it could have been brief, but Luin had chosen to narrate it word by word. At the same time, on the Nightmare Star, behind the Nightmare Shrine. In a place quite far away from the shrine, Drunkard had found a mountain. This mountain was not from the Nightmare Star, but rather had been brought here by Madman Lu. This mountain was called Mount Qin. According to Lu Sun's guidance, Luin had already determined the key's location, but he did not know if Madman Lu had taken it. This Mount Qin was unremarkable on the Nightmare Star, and there was nothing valuable inside. If not for Lu Sun telling him that Mount Qin had been taken away by Madman Lu and drawing a map of Mount Qin, no one would have known that this mountain was Mount Qin. Drunkard searched along Mount Qin. There were other people on the mountain, and they all looked half dead. In outer space, Luin kept talking about what he had seen while traveling through spacetime. Bai Wangyuan grew impatient. Get to the point. Luin glanced at him. If I don't make it clear, you'll think that I'm making it up. There's one thing that Bai Xian'er can confirm. Bai Wangyuan was astonished. She can confirm that? Luin replied, when the 3 gates on the 5th mainland were opened, they were obstructed by the 6th mainland. It was Bai Xian'er who killed a 6th mainland half-progenitor and used the sky of the astral tree to change the 5th mainland sky. I can tell you all the details. You can ask Bai Xian'er if I'm right. I saw it with my own eyes when I traveled through spacetime. Even if you traveled through spacetime, that doesn't mean that you can't make it up. Unless there's evidence, no one can slander a progenitor, Wang Fan said. Luin sneered. Then how did Lu Yu die? Wang Fan looked at him. You can learn from us. You guys have a grudge against each other anyway. Madman Lu laughed hoarsely. Brat, I heard the words one-on-one. How about it? Do you want to fight one-on-one? Life or death? Luin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Madman Lu. Once I become a half-progenitor, I'll fight you one-on-one. Madman Lu's smile faded. Brat, you're the most talented person in the history of the Lu family. Even old fogey Lu might not be able to compare to you in terms of cultivation talent. How terrifying. A mere emissary can kill a half-progenitor with his own strength, and if you use all your techniques, you can even threaten a progenitor. With the power of an emissary, I'll definitely kill you, or else I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. These words echoed the thoughts of Bai Wangyuan and the others. If Luin didn't die, then none of them would be able to eat or sleep in peace. Whether or not you can kill him will have to wait until you're no longer a redback, Xianxia barked. He looked at Luin. Continue. On Mount Qin, Jiuhao followed Lu Sun's directions and finally found the key. Although it was called a key, it was actually a spatial coordinate seal that was exactly the same as the one Luin had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. The seal was wrapped in dirt and looked like a piece of scrap metal in a corner. Even if someone saw it, they wouldn't pick it up. Perhaps this was why Madman Lu didn't care. Jiuhao relaxed and walked out of Mount Qin. In outer space, Luin recounted what he had seen. You met the ancient god when forefather Tianyi decided to move the mother tree away. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. You make it sound like you saw it with your own eyes. Where's the evidence? Can you find any? Bai Wang Yuan was puzzled. According to what you said, why didn't Lu Tianyi take Madman Lu away? Lu Yin's gaze froze, as this was something that he had always been puzzled about. Madman Lu hadn't been too far away from Forefather Tianyi, so he should have been able to discover Madman Lu. Given Forefather Tianyi's attitude towards Madman Lu, why hadn't he taken him away? The more Lu Yin understood Madman Lu's position in the Lu family, the more puzzled he became. Also, we didn't even notice that madman back then, Wang Fan said. He looked at Lu Yin. I remember what you said. Hui Wen and I were both there, but I didn't notice that madman at all. Lu Yin trembled. You didn't notice? No. Lu Yin was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. When he had seen that scene, he had subconsciously confirmed that Forefather Tianyi and Wang Fan knew that Madman Lu wasn't too far away. How could they not have noticed him? The dragon ancestor said, that's interesting. Even Wang Fan didn't notice that madman. Lu Xiaoxian, how do you explain that? The fog ancestor looked at Lu Yin. At that distance, Wang Fan should have been able to detect him. Either Wang Fan was lying, or Lu Yin was lying. However, based on what Lu Yin had told them, he shouldn't have been lying. She looked at Wang Fan and felt that he wouldn't lie about something like this. This involved Redback, so what was going on? Lu Yin asked again, you've never met Madman Lu before? Wang Fan replied, I swear on my own name that I haven't. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu. What was going on? Madman Lu laughed strangely. You need evidence to frame someone, even if it's fabricated evidence. Little bastard, you're worse than your father. I watched that little bastard Lu Qi grow up. He's such a bastard. You? You're just a little scheming. I want to see your general appointment platform, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Madman Lu frowned, you dare to go to the Nightmare Star? Sure, Lu Yin said solemnly, I have to confirm whether or not you're Redback. This is a responsibility to the entire human race, but you can't go. Madman Lu's lips curled up, sure, go ahead. That platform is stained with the blood of the Lu family. Since Lu Yin went, Mu Xia naturally followed. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances, and Madman Lu said, let him go. He then stared at the mist ancestor, look carefully. There's only one chance for a confrontation, and he can't prove that I'm Redback. Don't bother me with this in the future. The mist ancestor stared at Madman Lu blankly. She had never seen this person before, and he had always been imprisoned by the Lu family. Just what was his status in the Lu family? Lu Yin descended on the Nightmare Star and entered the Nightmare Shrine with ease. He passed by Drunkard along the way and took the seal away. He arrived at the dilapidated courtyard and looked at the dusty platform in the corner. This was the one that had tried to kill him the first time. He then looked at the 2 deep marks on the ground, these must have been left behind when Lu Xing had knelt here. Lu Xing had wanted to become Madman Lu's disciple, but he had failed. Madman Lu hated the Lu family and wanted to exterminate them. The more he did so, the more important the Lu family was to him. Lu Xing was just a servant, and even though he had betrayed the Lu family, Madman Lu didn't care about him at all. Aside from the platform, there was nothing else in the courtyard. The house was even plainer, and there was nothing inside. Lu Yin left the Nightmare Star and returned to the heavens. How was it? The mist ancestor asked. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at Madman Lu. I know you're a Redback. I'll keep an eye on you. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. I'll keep an eye on you too, little brat. Be careful, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive and hang you on the stage. This confrontation had left Bai Wang Yuan and the rest dissatisfied. Lu Yin wanted to accuse Madman Lu without any evidence, so how could he possibly succeed? Lu Yin asked Wang Fan again, you really haven't seen Madman Lu? Wang Fan replied, definitely not. This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. Even though everyone had their own goals for this confrontation, Lu Yin still had the confidence to confront Madman Lu. Wang Fan, Ancestor Hui, and Patriarch Tianyi had all been present, but why had Wang Fan never seen Madman Lu before? The mist ancestor was very dissatisfied. You're wasting my time. He then left. The four-way scales dispersed, and Mu Xiao left as well. Before he left, he reminded Lu Yin to be careful of Madman Lu once more. He had sensed Madman Lu up close, and he was certain that Madman Lu was terrifyingly powerful. That boiling nightmare energy gave him a feeling of invulnerability. Lu Yin returned to the fifth mainland. He had already obtained the key, and his next step was to enter the heavenly treasury. While they were confronting each other in outer space, Jiuhao had taken the key from Qin Shan, while Yu Chen had escaped from the frigid immortal sect. She had chosen the right moment. She had chosen the right moment when they were confronting each other. By the time the confrontation ended, she had already left the frigid immortal sect and met up with two other people. They were Xiaoxinji's clone and Lu Xiaoge. Under the guidance of Xiaoxinji's clone, the three quickly arrived at the valley below the Wang family's mainland and waited to enter the fifth mainland. Wang Yan discovered Yu Chen, but he did not pay her any mind. Yu Chen's reputation in the four-way scales was quite good, especially for someone like Wang Yan, who would occasionally interact with her. However, not long after, Wang Yan received news that the frigid immortal sect was looking for Yu Chen. The reason given was that she had taken away something important from the frigid immortal sect. Wang Yan felt that this was strange, and he immediately sent someone to keep an eye on Yu Chen. In truth, he wanted to stop her here, but the Wang family was no longer in charge here. Butian was already waiting for her. This woman wanted to head to the fifth mainland, and it was likely that she intended to rely on Lu Yin. If the Wang family made a move, they would most likely be stopped by Lu Yin's people, which was Butian. Wang Yan decided to follow her for now and wait until they reached the fifth mainland. Once she relaxed and separated from Butian, he would then make a move. Also, he did not know anything about the two people beside her. The person sent by Wang Yan saw Lu Xiaoge clearly after entering the fifth mainland, but when they arrived, Butian also separated from them. That person wanted to make a move, but there was something wrong with the fifth mainland's astral source universe, so that person did not dare to make a move. He could only follow Yu Chen, Lu Xiaoge, and the others. After spending more than a month, they finally arrived at Shenwu continent. After arriving at Shenwu continent, the person who had followed Yu Chen clearly saw Xiaoxinji's clone's appearance. That person had never seen Xiaoxinji before, so the only thing he could do was transmit his appearance back to the Wang family. Wang Yan would never have imagined that a random person he had sent to follow Yu Chen would actually see Xiaoxinji. It had been more than a month since Lu Yin had returned to the fifth mainland, and it was time to search for the heavenly treasury. He looked in the direction of Shenwu continent. Xiaoxinji should know by now. In the cosmic tree, when Wang Jing saw Xiaoxinji's appearance, he was stunned. Xiaoxinji? Why was he on the fifth mainland? And why was he with Yu Chen? Wang Jing felt that something was amiss, and he immediately reported this matter to Wang Fan. Wang Fan was stunned as well. Xiaoxinji? Are you sure that he's with the frigid immortal sect? And he even went to the fifth mainland? I'm sure. This is the appearance that the person who was following them sent back, Wang Jing replied. Wang Fan was amused. If it really is Xiaoxinji, how could he have been followed by your people? This was something that Wang Jing found strange as well. Could it be a disguise? Wang Fan suddenly thought of something and had Wang Jing transmit Yu Chen's and Lu Xiaoge's appearances to him while he went to find Bai Wan Yuan. Bai Wan Yuan had not expected that Yu Chen would be with someone who had disguised himself as Xiaoxinji. No, why would someone disguise themselves as Xiaoxinji? And he even went to the fifth mainland? Isn't he afraid that Lu Xiaoxian will find out? If Lu Xiaoxian knew that Xiaoxinji had gone to the fifth mainland, he definitely wouldn't have let him go. If that person was followed by your people, then that means that he isn't very strong. It could also be intentional, Wang Fan said. The two of them discussed this for a while before deciding to ask Xiaoxinji about it. They had another guess, and if their guess was correct, it would explain Xiaoxinji's strange behavior. When Xiaoxinji saw Lu Xiaoge, Yu Chen, and the person who looked like him, his expression turned gloomy. Where did they go? Brother Xia, you should explain this matter first, Wang Fan said. Xiaoxinji hesitated. Bai Wan Yuan frowned. We've already guessed it. Is it related to the prison lock? Xiaoxinji looked at the top realm, where Lu Tianjing had been. It's him. didn't you say that he was dead? Bai Wangyuan questioned. Wang Fan said, we used his death as the price to release the prison lock to trap Lu Tianjing. This was what we had discussed before, but you went back on your word. Xianxia said, I told you that there was no need to sacrifice him. As long as he was imprisoned, the prison lock's power would still be able to trap Lu Tianjing. In the end, you saw that Lu Tianjing couldn't escape from the prison lock. Do you know how dangerous that is? Wang Fan was unhappy. Once the prison lock's power isn't enough to banish the Lu family, everything will be over. Xianxia didn't care. Does the Lu family dare to fight to the death with us? Alright, there's no need to say anything more. It's already happened. In any case, he's not dead, and there's no need for him to die. I want him to become one of the 9 clones again. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They knew very well why Xianxia had left this clone behind, it was to guard against them. Xianxia had 9 clones, and losing one was equivalent to having one more weakness. Sacrificing a clone would have a huge impact on Xianxia, but they had already paid a sufficient price for it. It could only be said that Xianxia was too greedy. Not only had he received the price of sacrificing a clone, but he had also kept it. It was no wonder that the clone had escaped. Xianxia had been chasing him for 3 years. Now isn't the time to settle old scores. Tell me, where did that clone go? Since you saw it, you must know where it is, Xianxia asked, staring at Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes flashed. Your clone went to the 5th mainland. The abandoned land? Xianxia was confused. Yuchen and that Lu Xiaoge? Did they side with Lu Xiaoxian? No, my men didn't discover that they went to find Lu Xiaoxian, Wang Fan said. Bai Wangyuan continued, that's even more troublesome. No matter how weak your clone is, it's still comparable to a half-ancestor. How could the Wang family's men catch up to it? Lu Xiaoxian must have used them to lure you to the 5th mainland. 3 years ago, you were inexplicably injured because of this clone, right? Xianxia naturally guessed it. Lu Xiaoxian wants to lure me to the 5th mainland. It's normal for him to scheme against me, but he's underestimating me. I have to go and capture that clone. Lu Xiaoxian isn't stupid. Since he wants to lure you to the 5th mainland, he must have made preparations, Bai Qi said. Wang Fan added, that's right. With our understanding of Lu Xiaoxian, he wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Xianxia asked, what if I tell you that the clone has the ability to sense the prison lock? Should we capture him? Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan were shocked. The ability to sense the prison lock? What do you mean? Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Do you really think that we've imprisoned him for so many years because we can't bear to part with him? Actually, I want to use him to sense the Lu family's whereabouts. After all these years, the Lu family hasn't disappeared because the prison lock is still there. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan's expressions changed. This was bad news for them. Are you sure? Bai Wangyuan asked. Brother Xia, you can't joke about this. If the Lu family is still there and Lu Xiaoxian has found their location and brought them back, it'll be troublesome. Not just us, but everyone will be in trouble. The Lu family isn't to be trifled with. Xianxia was helpless. I don't want to believe it either. I also hope that he's lying to me, so we have to capture him and interrogate him. I'll go with you, Wang Fan said. Bai Qi said, me too. Xianxia confirmed that the 3 would go together. Since we've made things clear, let's go capture him together. With our abilities, Lu Xiaoxian won't be able to do anything no matter how prepared he is. The 3 immediately headed to the 5th mainland, but just as they reached the valley below the Wang family's mainland, Luin arrived. He immediately saw Bai Wangyuan and the others and asked curiously, are you 3 planning to visit the 5th mainland? Within the valley, a group of Wang family cultivators bowed respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Wang Fan's gaze turned cold when he saw Luin. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you doing here? Luin looked up. Relaxing. Lu Xiaoxian, we agreed that you shouldn't come to the astral tree void until the problem with the astral source universe in the wasteland is resolved. You've broken the agreement, Bai Zhe said. Luin didn't mind. The agreement was for those affected by the astral source universe. I cultivate the death god's power, so I'm not affected by the astral source universe. Besides, I just came here a month ago. What's wrong with that? Xianxia lowered his voice. We're planning to go to the wasteland to help you investigate the astral source universe. Let's go back. Luyin was surprised. You want to help me investigate the astral source universe? Then you're welcome to go. I'm here to relax. Lu Xiaoxian, we're helping you, but you want us to go alone? Wang Fan was unhappy. Luyin shrugged. If I can't solve the problem, you can't either. It's a waste of time. You can go if you want, but I'm here to relax. I feel like I'm close to breaking through, and the air here is better. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. This was troublesome. Actually, it would be better if Luyin wasn't on the fifth mainland to capture a clone, but now wasn't the right time. Why aren't you going? Luyin raised his brows. Xiaoxinji said to Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, I'll go. You two stay here and keep an eye on him. Something's wrong. The timing is too coincidental. The clone was exposed, and Lu Xiaoxian chose this time to come. How can it be so coincidental? Bai Wang Yuan muttered. Wang Fan also felt that something was wrong. Does he know? Xiaoxinji replied, impossible. Why would he come if he knows? Only a few of us know about this. But your clone going to the fifth continent is too strange. When he even went with a half-martial ancestor from the heavenly sect. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem right, Wang Fan said. Xiaoxinji's eyes flashed. Without Lu Xiaoxian, how could the fifth mainland have the power to deal with me? Even if Xiaosheng is reborn, it won't work. If I want to come back, nobody can stop me. Besides, we have an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian. If he dares to attack me, you can attack him. Since he came here alone, he won't fight to the death. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan looked at each other and nodded, agreeing with Xiaoxinji. Luyin glanced at them. On his shoulder, the hellworm soared into the sky and covered the Colonel Luyin appeared on top of the hellworm's head and headed towards the central realm. Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding as they passed through the starry sky corridor and headed to the fifth mainland. After they entered the new sky corridor, the caged WYRM turned back and headed towards the center of the top realm. Luyin had come here for the heavenly realm treasury, and now that Bai Wang Yuan and the others had left, it was just as well. The prison flood dragon soon arrived at the location where the Lu family's Qing Mountain used to be, which was to the north of the stone forest. This was also the location where the Heaven Realm treasure vault opened. Luyin took out his spatial coordinate seal and entered the void. Let's open it. I hope there really are 10 trillion star essence. At the same time, on the fifth mainland, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan turned back while Xiaoxinji headed towards the location provided by the Wang family, which was Shenwu continent. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan returned to the Colonel Lu Xiaoxian really did go there. This time, he can forget about leaving alive. At the center of the top realm, north of the stone forest, the void had been torn apart. Luyin saw a plane covered with a layer of star essence through the void. His eyes flashed, and he had the hellworm shrink its body so that it could stand on his shoulder. He then entered alone. Right after he entered the void, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan arrived. The dragon ancestor soon arrived as well. Lu Xiaoxian went in? Where's Xiaoxinji? Bai Ran replied, from now on, Lu Xiaoxian will no longer exist in outer space. Luyin entered the torn void, and Xiaoxinji arrived at Shenwu continent. Where is he? Xiaoxinji asked. He had appeared at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light, where the cultivator from the Wang family who had been following him was. The cultivator pointed downwards. He went there. He had not expected to see someone who looked exactly like him. One of the people who had been following him had clearly looked like this, but now, another had appeared. He suddenly thought of Shenwu Plain's 9 clones technique. Could this person be from Shenwu Plain's Xia family? Xiaoxinji stared at the ground, and his heart skipped a beat. Was this a torn void? He hesitated, as no one knew what they would run into after entering this void. Could Lu Xiaoxian have set a trap for him, just like how they had set a trap for Lu Xiaoxian? they had purposely let Lu Xun go. In fact, 3 years ago, Xiaoxing's being controlled by Lu Yin had already been exposed. Xiaoxing had helped Lu Yin several times, and Xia Ziheng had long since become suspicious. He had reported this to Xia Sun, who had sensed the Grim Reaper's power within Xiaoxing's body and confirmed that Xiaoxing was being controlled by Lu Yin. He didn't kill Xiaoxing, but he didn't save him either. Instead, he used Xiaoxing to bring Lu Xun to Lu Xiaoxian and revealed the location of the heavenly treasury so that Lu Xiaoxian could find a way to get the key and enter the heavenly treasury. Lu Xiaoxian had not disappointed them, and he had used Yu Chen to send a message to Lu Gong, saying that Madman Lu was read back. This had led to a confrontation, and Lu Xiaoxian himself had obtained the key during the confrontation. The four heavens knew all of this, and Madman Lu knew as well. They had all been acting in order to make Lu Xiaoxian think that he had relied on his own methods to enter the treasury and that everything was under his control. As long as he entered, he would not be able to leave alive. Didn't he like money? Then they would let him die for it. They had not violated the agreement, as they had not been the ones to deal with Lu Xiaoxian. They had set a trap for Lu Xiaoxian, and at this moment, Xia Xinji was certain that Lu Xiaoxian had also set a trap for him. What was behind the void? He did not know. Are you sure they went in? Xia Xinji barked. The cultivator from the Wang family trembled, as the pressure from a progenitor caused him to lie flat on the ground. I am sure. Xia Xinji's eyes flickered. How was Lu Xiaoxian going to deal with him? Without a progenitor, how could Lu Xiaoxian deal with him? Or was Lu Xiaoxian simply trying to lure him away? If that was the case, then the only reason Lu Xiaoxian would do this was because he knew that there was something wrong with the treasury. What was Lu Xiaoxian thinking? Did he know? What was behind the void? Xia Xinji's eyes flickered. As a progenitor, he believed that he could rival 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had not hesitated for many years, but now, he was actually hesitating, as well as feeling a sort of apprehension. This feeling, it would only appear when facing the 7 gods. What did Lu Xiaoxian have to do this? Xia Xinji's eyes widened. No matter what, he had to take his clone away, or he would never be complete and would forever be inferior to Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He took out wireless goo and contacted someone, before taking a step and disappearing into the void. Right after Xia Xinji entered the void, Heavenly Master Shangxing and Heavenly Master Xiao Ming brought the 5 sealing planets over and sealed off Shenwu continent. The Wang family cultivator was naturally captured. Lu Yin had no way of dealing with Xia Xinji, but he could still send him away. On the other side of the void was the space of the 3 sovereigns. It would not be easy for those from the 3 sovereign space to come to this place, but with Xia Xinji's cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to enter the space of the 3 sovereigns. As long as he went there, he would not be able to return easily. Within the cosmic tree, Lu Yin entered the treasury and looked around. The ground was covered in star essence, and there were definitely quite a few of them. The further in he went, the more star essence there were. In particular, there were mountains of star essence in the distance, which caused his breathing to quicken. The amount of star essence here was comparable to that of Junior Progenitor Planet, and there were definitely trillions of them. There should be more even further in. His domain continued to expand, but then his expression changed. That's all? There was only 1 layer in front of him? Suddenly, Lu Yin turned around and stared at the entrance to the treasury. A person had appeared there at some point, and he was filled with violence and madness. He had a cruel smile on his face as he stared at Lu Yin. A general platform floated beside him, and the surface of his body gradually turned red. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madman Lu? The person who had appeared was indeed Madman Lu. The 4 cardinal scales had set up a trap and used the treasury to lure Lu Yin in. All of this was to create an opportunity for Madman Lu to kill Lu Yin alone. They had not hesitated to put on an act and confront each other in outer space to give Lu Yin a chance to steal the key. They had even placed trillions of star essence inside the treasury to lure Lu Yin in. It's normal for the Lu family to lack resources for their cultivation. It's always been like this since ancient times. No matter what era it is, the Lu family has always been rich. How about it? The star essence here is very attractive, right? Haha. Madman Lu suppressed his laughter, but his eyes were filled with a crazed cruelty. He looked at Lu Yin as if he wanted to skin him alive. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. So you've been putting on an act all this time to lure me in. If I'm not wrong, Bai Wang Yuan and the others are blocking the entrance to prevent my seniors and the Fog Ancestor from coming in. You're not that stupid. The general platform slowly floated beside Madman Lu. Lu Yin raised his brows. It looks like I'm definitely going to die today. Before I die, can you tell me why you hate the Lu family so much? You're also surnamed Lu. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. You want to know? Go ask old fogey Lu and the others. He then smashed the platform towards Lu Yin, and a boundless tyrannical aura caused the entire treasury to tremble. The hellworm's body grew larger on Lu Yin's shoulder and clawed at the platform. Madman Lu's eyes widened, and they filled the void as he stared at the hellworm. At this moment, the hellworm was shocked, as Madman Lu's tyrannical aura had frightened it. It was just like when Madman Lu had attacked for the first time. The hellworm retracted its claws, and Lu Yin silently cursed it for being a useless thing. He then immediately summoned Air Qi to charge out. Air Qi raised its serrated blade and stood on the platform, but its blade cracked. Madman Lu disdainfully replied, just trash. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the God Seal catalog appeared. A golden light illuminated the entire treasury. He had finally used the God Seal Nong Yi. Green leaves drifted down from the void, enveloping the general appointment platform and forcefully stopping its attack. Ichi used his serrated blade to viciously whip the general appointment platform, knocking it back. Madman Lu, do you really think you can kill me? Lu Yin barked. Madman Lu licked his lips. Brat, you're much stronger than that idiot Lu Qi, but that's all there is to it. He then struck out with a palm, causing dense nightmare energy to howl out like an evil spirit. It pierced through Ichi and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. The nightmare energy was tyrannical and unstoppable, and it was comparable to divine martial qi. If they were at the same level, Lu Yin could have used the power in his heart to dissolve it, but Madman Lu's nightmare energy was at level 10, which was at the progenitor realm. It was not something that Lu Yin could resist. Helpless, Lu Yin used the rune lines of the platform to stare at the incoming nightmare energy and weaken it. The nightmare energy slammed into the ball of light in front of Lu Yin, but by the time it passed through the ball, there was not much left. Madman Lu sneered. You know quite a bit. Let's see how long you can last. He then struck out with another palm. At that moment, the Mist Ancestor arrived outside the heavenly treasury. Madman Lu's attack on Lu Yin and his progenitor power had attracted her attention. Nong Yi, Gue Yuan, and the others had all sensed it as well. Bai Wang Yuan, what are you doing? The Mist Ancestor saw the entrance to the heavenly treasury, and through it, she could see that it was filled with nightmare energy. Bai Ran replied, this has nothing to do with you, Shiwei. This is the Lu family's own grudge, so let them settle it themselves. The Mist Ancestor's expression changed. Lu Xiaoxian is inside? You want Madman Lu to go in and kill him? Wang Fan replied, Shiwei, this has nothing to do with you. The Mist Ancestor was furious. Do you want to start a war? Mu Xia won't stop once something happens to Lu Xiaoxian. So what? Bai Wang Yuan barked. The Mist Ancestor was stunned as she recalled Lu Yu's death 3 years ago. The grudge between the 4 cardinal scales and the Lu family had never disappeared, it had simply been suppressed. Now, the one attacking Lu Yin was Madman Lu and not the 4 cardinal scales, so they had not violated the agreement. At that moment, Bai Wang Yuan and the other 2 were blocking the entrance. Even if Mu Xia appeared, he would not be able to charge in. Lu Xiaoxian had been tricked. Nongyi did not expect such a thing to happen, but there was nothing they could do at the moment. Even if they were to start a war, the Four-Way Libra's foundation was not something they could resist. It should be known that the Four-Way Libra did not only have these 3 people in front of them. They had defended 4 of the 7 planets in the outer realm. Ghost Abyss Ancestor's eyes flickered. Lu Xiaoxian was doomed. Once Lu Xiaoxian died, where would his Grim Reaper's inheritance fall? Who knows how he obtained the inheritance of the God of Death? The God of Death's inheritance had to be his. Bai Wang Yuan returned to the treasury of the Heavenly Gaze realm. It was time for everything to end. Within the heavenly realm treasury, Lu Yin was hiding behind the hellworm, who was constantly dodging Madman Lu's attacks. It wanted to charge out, but Madman Lu had blocked the entrance. Nong Yi and I Chi's power, along with the progenitor rune lines, were still unable to shake Madman Lu's nightmarish power. Madman Lu's strength had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He was definitely not inferior to Xianxia. In fact, he might have even surpassed Xianxia. Little brat, how long can you last? Madman Lu stared at the prison-fled dragon and waved his hand, smashing the general appointment stage over. The prison-fled dragon roared and dodged, but the stage continued to chase after him. Lu Yin cursed inwardly. The prison-fled dragon was useless, and he looked at the entrance. The Fog Ancestor and the others should have arrived, so he took out Mount Supreme. Senior brother, it's up to you now. Xia walked out from within Mount Supreme and looked up at Madman Lu. His body flashed through the air, and he instantly appeared in front of Madman Lu and struck out with a palm. Madman Lu had not expected Xia to be here, and he raised his hand as nightmarish power coiled around his arms. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the space within the heavenly realm treasury shattered. Countless cracks spread out in all directions, and a darkness that could devour everything appeared. Bai Wangyuan and the others were shocked, and they looked into the treasury. Xia? How is this possible? Lu Yin laughed maniacally. Did you really think that I was tricked by you? You wanted to create an opportunity for Madman Lu to kill me alone, but I also wanted to create an opportunity to work with senior brother to kill Madman Lu. Madman Lu must die today. He then took out a pair of slippers and used the Yu secret art to transfer the void to throw it to Xia. Nong Yi used the Divine Seal catalog to tap Madman Lu with his wooden staff. Chi raised his sawtooth blade and slashed down. Lu Yin's eyes turned into rune lines as he stared at Madman Lu. Madman Lu's nightmarish power became illusory as Lu Yin used rune lines to weaken him. Xia once again clashed with Madman Lu with a palm strike. Madman Lu was supported by the terrifying power of nightmares. In addition to the Lu clan's innate physical strength, he could rely on his physical body to kill an ancestor realm expert, but Xia was actually evenly matched with him. No one could have imagined that Xia, who seemed weak, actually possessed physical strength that was comparable to Madman Lu's. Lu Yin had never been worried about Xia, as Mr. Mu's standards for accepting disciples were too abnormal. The more he understood the standards, the more confident he was in Xia. As Mr. Mu's disciple, Xia's true strength was enough to shock Bai Wangyuan and the others. This was also the reason why Lu Yin was confident that he could kill Madman Lu together. If Xia was replaced with the Blood Ancestor and the others, then even 3 wouldn't be enough to give Lu Yin any confidence, let alone 1. Xia viciously slammed his slippers down. A platform appeared in front of Madman Lu, and the slippers slammed into it, causing it to crack. Madman Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, opened his mouth, and let out a crazed roar. Nightmarish power spread out endlessly, forming the ancestral realm. Evil Saraira appeared beneath Xia's feet, and evil energy turned into runes that circled around him. He slammed his slippers down without hesitation. The slippers were a top-notch weapon, and even the Undying God had almost been smashed to pieces. Madman Lu couldn't block it either. At this moment, Madman Lu was no longer able to block the entrance to the Heavenly Realm treasury, and the caged Wyrm found an opportunity to charge out. However, Bai Wangyuan and the others were still blocking the entrance. Even Wang Fan wanted to charge in and kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood on the back of the caged Wyrm and stared at Bai Wangyuan and the others. He didn't intend to charge out, but he was worried that Wang Fan and the others would rush in and cooperate with Madman Lu to kill him. Especially if Madman Lu was at a disadvantage, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't do anything. Fortunately, he was already prepared. When the caged Wyrm approached the treasury entrance, Lu Yin tossed out someone, Master Shan. Master Shan appeared at the entrance. Bai Wangyuan and the others were in front of him while the enormous caged Wyrm wanted to charge out from behind. However, it was unable to move forward as there were progenitors blocking both sides. Lu Yin stood on the caged Wyrm's head. Master Shan, it's up to you now. Master Shan raised his head. Don't worry, young master. The day has finally come for this old servant to be of use. This old servant has always dreamed of repaying the Lu family's kindness. Bai Wang Yuan and the others stared at Master Shan. What use could a half-crippled half-ancestor be? Wang Fan suddenly thought of something. Not good. The next moment, Master Shan looked up, and a black hole appeared above his head. It's time to face the progenitor's origin tribulation. Young master, you must kill Madman Lu and avenge us. Lu Yin shouted, don't worry. Master Shan looked up at Bai Wang Yuan and the others before taking a step forward and charging out. At this moment, no one dared to attack him, regardless of whether they wanted to help or kill him. Any power that appeared beneath the black hole would be targeted by the progenitor's origin tribulation. No one was willing to endure the progenitor's origin tribulation, and the stronger one was, the stronger the tribulation would be. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others did not dare to try. This was Lu Yin's plan. He had Master Shan face the progenitor's origin tribulation to block Bai Wang Yuan and the others, giving him time to work with Mu Xia to kill Madman Lu. The four-way scales had made ample preparations, but Lu Yin had made even more preparations. Lu Yin had already noticed the problem from the very beginning. Lu Sun had said that the treasury was located in Lu Tianjing's Mount Qin, which was north of the current stone forest. However, the stone forest had only appeared after Lu Tianjing had been exiled, so how could Lu Sun have known about it? How could she have known? Also, how had Xiaxia rescued Lu Sun? Lu Yin and Bai Wang Yuan had struck 3 palms in outer space and agreed to release the remaining members of the Lu family. However, the Xiao family had kept Lu Sun alive, which meant that Lu Sun was very important. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss if Xiaxia had been able to rescue Lu Sun. Lu Sun and Lu Gong were both heavily imprisoned by the four-way scales. Not to mention Xiaxia, even Xiao Ziheng could not bring them away. He had taken a huge risk in getting Yu Chen to pass the message to Lu Gong, but Yu Chen had escaped immediately after passing the message. It could be seen that she was aware of the danger and difficulty of this matter. The four-way scales had set up a trap for him to enter the treasury, so he naturally cooperated. This was a trap within a trap that both sides were aware of but did not know about. The final outcome would be determined by the battle inside the treasury. It could be said that both sides had created this battlefield without prior agreement. Bai Wang Yuan and the others had thought it through. On one hand, they were worried that Madman Lu would not be able to kill Lu Yin, but on the other hand, they thought of Xiaxia. Since Lu Yin knew about this trap, then Xiaxia's side was even more problematic. He could not have lured Xiaxia away just for a while, but Xiaxia had not appeared yet. This was troublesome. Dragon Ancestor immediately used wireless goo to contact Xiaxia, but found that he could not reach him. Wireless goo could ignore spatial distance, but it could not connect to a parallel universe. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest had ugly expressions. Inside the treasury, Madman Lu's ancestral world continued to compress, trying to crush the evil relic. Mu Xia used the slipper in his hand to gain an absolute advantage against Madman Lu, causing the latter to feel sullen. Behind him, a continent appeared. It was the Lu family's direct descendant visualization technique. At the same time, the sound of the primogenitor scripture resounded throughout the treasury. Mu Xia's expression turned grave, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Madman Lu slammed his palm down with the power of the visualization technique. Mu Xia held the slipper and slammed it down. The intense shaking caused the treasury to shatter, but Madman Lu used the primogenitor scripture and the primogenitor scripture to forcibly block the slipper's attack. His gaze turned sinister as he said, "Brat, I'll show you the true might of the Lu family." As he spoke, the continent continued to expand, and the sound of the primogenitor scripture became louder and louder. Mu Xia's face turned red, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Every word of the primogenitor scripture smashed into his mind, and the continent seemed to replace the sky as it pressed down. Madman Lu pressed down on the platform above Lu Yin's head. The entire treasury was filled with the power of nightmares, and Yi Qi and Nong Yi's phantom were unable to move. Madman Lu was able to suppress both Lu Yin and Mu Xia by himself. Mu Xia raised his head as a grey aura swirled around him. He waved his hand and struck out at Madman Lu. The power of time was always great. Mu Xia's palm did not have much power, but it negated what had just happened. It was Madman Lu's visualization and the primogenitor's scripture that had caused his power to return to its original state. Xia took advantage of this opportunity to send his evil Saraira crashing down on Madman Lu's body and pushing him underground. Luin quickly controlled I Chi to attack, and progenitor rune lines descended at the same time, forming a giant blade that slashed down. This was a progenitor's blade. Outside the treasury, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked. Xia's use of time battle techniques made them apprehensive, as he had dispelled all of Madman Lu's attacks with a single palm and returned everything to its original state. It was no wonder why Xianxia's power of time had been so easily dispelled. Xia's strength was comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. The ground shattered as the evil Saraira pushed Madman Lu underground. Soon after, the blade descended and viciously slashed down. Everyone stared at the ground, wondering what had happened to Madman Lu. Soon after, the red power of nightmares within the treasury shrank and flowed underground, causing Madman Lu's ancestral world to disappear. Luin heaved a sigh of relief, as this attack should have taken half of his life away. At the entrance to the treasury, Master Shan's progenitor origin tribulation descended. It was a mountain with thick clouds below it, and because the tribulation's range was constantly expanding, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were forced to retreat far away from the treasury. Luin looked at Master Shan. Sever your own cultivation. He was certain that Master Shan did not have the ability to withstand the progenitor origin tribulation, as he had not broken through the 3 stages. Even if he had been at his peak, he would not have been able to break through to progenitor origin tribulation, let alone when he had been exiled from the Lu family. His terrifying defensive abilities came from his innate gift. He would be crushed to death if he faced the progenitor origin tribulation. Master Shan looked at Bai Wangyuan and the rest unwillingly. If this was a sealed space, I could sacrifice myself and take away all of the Lu family's enemies. Master Shan, quick! Sever your own cultivation. Luin shouted again. Master Shan didn't move. He wanted to stall for time as much as possible so that Bai Wangyuan and the others wouldn't interfere with the battle in the Heavenly Realm treasury. Luin grew anxious. Master Shan, Madman Lu is dead for sure. Immediately sever your own cultivation and end your origin tribulation. As the young master, I command you to do so. Master Shan's body trembled, but he still obeyed Lu Yin's orders in the end. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his cultivation rapidly weakened. Originally, he possessed the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor. Even though he was seriously injured, he still possessed strength surpassing that of an envoy's. However, at this moment, after severing his cultivation, not to mention a half-martial ancestor, he would not even be able to maintain his peak envoy's battle prowess. As Master Shan severed his own cultivation, the Ancestor Realm Origin Tribulation Mountain slowly dissipated. In the distance, Bai Wangyuan and the others exchanged glances. Once the Origin Tribulation completely dissipated, they would charge into the Heavenly Realm treasury. They did not believe that Madman Lu would die so quickly. As long as Madman Lu was alive, he would be a threat to Luin. Luin glanced at them. How could he not know what they were thinking? Thus, he released another person from Mount Supreme, Wan Zi. At the same time, he also took Master Shan into Mount Supreme. When they saw Wan Zi appear, Bai Wangyuan and the others' faces darkened. Elder Gue Yuan was dumbfounded. Out of all the progenitors in the cosmic tree realm, he was the most shameless and thick-skinned. However, he now knew that he had lost. In this aspect, he was far inferior to Lu Xiaoxian. Wan Zi's reason for appearing was very simple, he had also come to undergo his tribulation. In reality, both Master Shan and Wan Zi had been exiled by the Lu family and were no longer able to break through to the Ancestor Realm. Although that was impossible, they could still undergo their tribulations. As long as the Ancestor Realm Origin Tribulation appeared and blocked the entrance, no one would dare to charge in. Wan Zi looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others in the distance. Long time no see. I never thought that we would meet under such circumstances. Shall we have a chat? Wang Fan spoke up. Wan Zi, once you undergo your tribulation, you will have to sever your own cultivation if you don't want to die. You will never be able to return to the half-martial Ancestor Realm in this lifetime, let alone break through to the Ancestor Realm. Wan Zi laughed. Ever since the main family was exiled, it has been impossible for me to break through to the ancestor realm. It will be impossible in this lifetime. Maybe in my next life, I will use my broken body to do something for the young master. Nongyi sighed. Only the Lu family has the charisma to make such a half-martial ancestor sacrifice his life. Within the heavenly treasury, Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked underground. With Wang Ziyi around, Bai Wang Yuan and the others would be delayed for a long time. Mu Xia did not care about what was happening outside as he stared at the ground. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not good. As soon as he spoke, the demonic Saraira was forced back by an uncontrollable force. A figure walked out from underground and stood there with his head lowered, panting heavily. The surface of his body was covered in deep, dark purple veins. Strands of nightmare power flowed along the veins and disappeared, causing them to become even more profound. Lu Yin's face paled. Battle force in the realm of mastery? A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered. You're that lunatic who cooperated with an ancient god to create battle force in the realm of mastery. Mu Xia was puzzled. What did you say? Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He's someone from the above heaven era, and his seniority might even be older than Patriarch Tianyi's. Back then, the Third Mainland's Dao Master Gu Yizhi created battle force in the realm of mastery, and he had many people experiment with it. One of them went crazy because of the experiments. It was you, wasn't it? Laughter rang out from underground. It was very low, but it was terrifying and terrifying. The laughter grew louder and louder until Madman Lu slowly looked up and stared at Lu Yin. It seems like you know a lot about that era. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as this was troublesome. Only those who had grasped the realm of mastery would know how terrifying and difficult it was to fight against. This was a cultivation system created by the ancient Dao Master, and it was definitely not inferior to the cultivation systems created by the talisman ancestor or progenitor Qin. It could even be compared to the death god's cultivation system. It was an exaggeration to say that in the ancient Dao Master's opinion, this cultivation system was the true path that humans should take, and it could replace the cultivation system of the astral source civilization. Now that there was a problem with the Fifth Mainland's astral source universe, the only ones who could fight were those who cultivated battle force, domains, and spiritual force. Even if Gu Yizhi had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals, Lu Yin had to admit that the power that he had created was miraculous and suitable for humans. To be honest, after seeing that Madman Lu had cultivated battle force to the realm of mastery, Lu Yin no longer felt confident. He would only know how powerful a progenitor's battle force was after trying it out. Gu Yizhi believes that the power that he created is the true path of cultivation for humans. Let me see if he's right. Madman Lu's tyrannical aura suddenly disappeared, causing Lu Yin and Mu Xia to become even more vigilant. With a bang, Madman Lu lifted up the cracked platform and smashed it at Mu Xia. He took a step forward, shattering the void as he appeared in front of the caged WYRM and punched out. The caged WYRM roared, but Madman Lu's lack of tyrannical aura made it less fearful. It even dared to raise a claw to meet the attack head-on. With a crack, the caged WYRM's claw bent. It had not bent on its own accord, but had been forcefully bent by Madman Lu's punch. Lu Yin was shocked. The caged WYRM's defense was something that even the god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked by. Even Xianxia had been unable to do anything to it, which was why he had used Broken Blade to trap it. Madman Lu was shocked. It actually took a punch from me? The caged WYRM's claw had been bent, and the pain stimulated it. Its eyes widened as it roared at the sky and swung its body, smashing its tail towards Madman Lu. On the other side, Mu Xia pushed away the platform and tore through the void to appear behind Madman Lu. He struck out with a palm. Madman Lu had the caged WYRM's tail in front of him and Mu Xia's palm behind him, so he should have been able to dodge the attack. However, instead of retreating, he turned around and met Mu Xia's palm head-on. Mu Xia was shocked, as he felt as if he was facing an indestructible mountain instead of a human's palm. His body was pushed back by Madman Lu's palm, and his palm was torn apart as fresh blood flowed out. At the same time, Madman Lu kicked out and struck the caged WYRM's tail. It was simple and crude, and there were no fancy battle techniques or profound techniques. He had relied on his physical strength and mastery realm battle force to deal with both the caged Wyrm and Xianxia at the same time. At that moment, Nongyi's phantom descended from above, and Erqi appeared once again, attacking from below. Without taking into account the time difference, Madman Lu was basically facing enemies from all directions. Is that all you've got? Madman Lu punched out and shattered Nongyi's phantom, then stomped down and crushed Erqi. Even though Nongyi and Erqi were both borrowed from Lu Yin, they were still progenitors, and they did not have much ability to retaliate against Madman Lu. They had all been crushed, and Lu Yin had also been injured. The Hellworm had been frightened by Madman Lu, but this time it had been frightened by Madman Lu's incomparably powerful battle prowess, and it had hurriedly fled. Madman Lu looked up and stared at the caged Wyrm. Just as he was about to give chase, the evil Saraira descended from above his head. The characters that had been formed from evil energy surrounded Madman Lu, and they were all ancient characters with unfathomable power. No matter how Madman Lu punched at them, he could not break through them. Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity and slammed down with his slipper. Madman Lu raised his hand, and a golden light filled the sky as the Divine Seal catalog appeared. It stung Lu Yin's eyes, and he paled. The Divine Seal catalog? Could Madman Lu have already become a god? Who? Even. If he had progenitors to help him, how could he deal with them? Lu Yin was not the only one who had such thoughts when he saw the Divine Seal catalog. Xianxia, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others all had the same thought. They had not expected Madman Lu to have the Divine Seal catalog. They had never thought that a madman could become a god. Who would be willing to help him become one? However, Madman Lu's use of the Divine Seal catalog exceeded everyone's expectations. No shadow appeared under the golden light, and he used the Divine Seal catalog to block the slipper's attack. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It could be used like that? Everyone's impression of the Lu family's Divine Seal catalog was that it could be used to become a god and borrow the power of a progenitor in battle. The only way to use it was to become a god, and no one had ever tested how tough the Divine Seal catalog was. At this moment, they saw that the slipper had not immediately shattered the Divine Seal catalog. Madman Lu's eyes turned red, and his hand slammed down at Xianxia under the Divine Seal catalog's golden light. Senior brother. Lu Yin was alarmed, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He activated the secretive plan, the star-scattered chessboard. However, under the illumination of the golden light, the star-scattered chessboard couldn't be used at all. Madman Lu's palms landed on Xia's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as two palm imprints appeared on his back. He grabbed Madman Lu's arm with one hand and was sent flying backwards, but he still held on tightly to Madman Lu's arm. Madman Lu's hand slammed down with the slipper. Madman Lu sneered and used the Divine Seal catalog to block the slipper's path. Suddenly, the slipper disappeared and reappeared in Xia's hand that was grabbing onto Madman Lu. Madman Lu watched in shock as the slipper viciously slammed down. This strike directly hit Madman Lu's right arm, breaking it and forcing him to retreat. This was a collaboration between Lu Yin and Xia. The secret art of plan could not be used, but the secret art of you could be used. This did not mean that the secret art of plan was stronger than the secret art of plan, but rather that the two were used in different ways. In most cases, the plan secret was far more powerful than the you secret. This was especially true for the plan secret's repentance step, which could be considered as reversing the flow of space. It was far more powerful than the you secret, but in some aspects, the you secret was simply a stroke of genius. Back when Lu Yin had used the Realm Mountain to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, he had relied on the secret art of you as well. Lu Yin was truly grateful to Undying Yushan. Although Undying Yushan had used him, the secret art of you had helped him greatly on his path of cultivation. Madman Lu faced off against Xia in midair. His right arm was broken, and he could no longer use it. The Divine Seal catalog floated above his head, emitting golden light. Xia was not much better off. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and two palm imprints could be clearly seen on his chest. He sighed in amazement. Master once said that since I was valued, it would be difficult for anyone in the same realm to be my match. I never thought that this madman's strength would be so terrifying. He's definitely at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Ying could also tell that Madman Lu was definitely at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas after using battle force at the realm of mastery. He did not think that Xianxia was Madman Lu's match at all. Xianxia had never displayed the power to block the slipper. Madman Lu's God Investiture catalog could do that, and Xianxia did not have battle chi of the mastery realm, which allowed him to unleash his physical strength to the extreme. Senior Muxia did not care about Xianxia, but he was quite afraid of Madman Lu. Moreover, at this moment, Madman Lu might not have used all of his means. This battle was going to be difficult. At the entrance of the Heavenly Realm Treasury, Wan Zi still went through his tribulation in the end because Bai Wan Yuan and the others wanted to charge in. Madman Lu had held the upper hand earlier, but it had only lasted for a short while. Against Lu Yin and Muxia's combined attacks, his situation would only become more disadvantageous as time passed. The Fog Ancestor and the others could not interfere in this battle. It was just like how the four-way sky had to kill Lu Yu and deal with the Nong family and Ghost Abyss. Some battles were not suitable for them to interfere. Above him, the Tribulation Origin black hole continued to expand. It wasn't exaggerated, but Wan Zi's strength was declining rapidly. As the finger descended, the Origin Tribulation descended. That finger was definitely a power that had appeared in this starry sky before, and it was borrowed by the stellar source universe to prevent Wan Zi from transcending the tribulation. Wan Zi looked at his fingers. Is he being crushed like an ant? If it was back then, I would have definitely cut off this finger. Senior, sever your own cultivation, Lu Yin said. Wan Zi hesitated. Lu Yin barked, as the young master of the Lu family, I command you to sever your own cultivation. Wan Zi looked up again and sighed as the finger continued to descend. Back then, everyone had been certain that he would definitely become a progenitor, and even Bai Sheng and the others had treated him with respect. Lu Tianjing had even visited him frequently. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to transcend his tribulation? Senior, if you die from your tribulation, then I won't dare to borrow the strength of the Lu family's remaining members in the future. Lu Yin's voice rang out again. He could tell that Wan Zi wanted to transcend the tribulation, even if it meant death. This was a cultivator's lifelong goal. However, Wan Zi had his own standpoint, and Lu Yin had his own thoughts. Sometimes, it was better to live, so why did one have to die? Since one was born into this world, one had to think of a way to survive. Living was not only for oneself, but also for one's friends and family. Wan Zi lowered his head and slapped his chest, severing his own cultivation. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. I never thought that even you would escape. Wan Zi, you won't be able to become a progenitor in this lifetime. Wan Zi looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. If I can't become a progenitor, then so be it. Being a normal person isn't that bad either. As Wan Zi severed his own cultivation, the progenitor's tribulation dissipated. Lu Yin finally managed to calm the caged Wyrm down and then headed towards the entrance of the Heavenly Treasury. He took out Mount Supreme, and under everyone's speechless gazes, he brought out Elder Chan another one. Wang Fan was speechless. One after another, Lu Shaoxian had made ample preparations. Elder Chan asked after he came out, not even one succeeded? Lu Yin looked at him. Senior, I hope you succeed. Elder Chan smiled and shook his head. I'll give it a try. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest stared at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, this battle should be over. You don't want the humans to lose too many progenitors in a civil war. If Madman Lu dies, then who will guard the bad star? If you and Muxia die, then the losses will be great. What will happen to the fifth mainland? Lu Yin looked at them. Nonsense. Within the Heavenly Treasury, Madman Lu massaged his right arm. I can't use it for now. It's too troublesome. He looked at Muxia. The two of you can't kill me. I'll give it a try. Muxia's voice was much lower, and it was obvious that he was suppressing his injuries. Lu Yin summoned Ichi once again, and the Divine Seal catalog appeared along with Nong Yi's phantom image. The general appointment platform revolved around him. Senior brother, you must kill him today. With that, the progenitor's rune lines shot towards Madman Lu as Muxia pushed the nefarious Saraira towards Madman Lu. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Even I can't kill you. Xianxia, your strength is indeed within my expectations. If not for your strength, then I wouldn't have been able to protect that brat back then. I'm not going to play with you anymore. It'll be over once that old bastard undergoes his origin tribulation. He then stared at Luin. Brat, you might have escaped this time, but you can't keep Xianxia with you forever. There will be a day when I catch you, and I'll hang your skin on the Divine Seal catalog. Luin raised his head. That day won't come. You can die now. He then struck out with a palm. From the start of this battle until now, Luin had never taken the initiative to attack. He had always been summoning his generals or using his progenitor's rune lines, but now, he had truly attacked. This palm represented that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. After fighting for so long, Luin had still not used this move, as he had been waiting for this moment. Madman Lu had no intention of killing Luin and only wanted to avoid this battle. This was the moment when Lu Yin's defenses were at their lowest, and Xianxia was injured as well. It seemed like this battle was about to end, but now, it was his turn. It was Lu Yin's turn. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Madman Lu's pupils shrank as he stared at his body. The purplish-black battle force around him had actually vanished in an instant. How was this possible? The evil Saraira pushed forward, and Madman Lu hurriedly used the Divine Seal catalog to block it. Xianxia was already prepared, and he dodged the Divine Seal catalog to attack Madman Lu. I Chi, Known I, and Hellworm all attacked at the same time. With the addition of the progenitor's rune lines, Madman Lu was once again surrounded by attacks from all directions. This time, he was unable to block them all, and his left shoulder was smashed by a slipper. His back and chest were also struck, and his flesh was torn apart as blood sprayed across the sky. Madman Lu roared as the Divine Seal catalog wrapped around him like a curtain, and he charged towards the entrance of the heavenly treasury. He had not expected Luin to still have this move. If not for this move, he would not have been beaten so badly. Elder Chan watched Madman Lu charge over and felt somewhat helpless. However, he was also filled with anticipation as he began to face his tribulation. Madman Lu suddenly stopped when he approached the entrance. He was a madman, but that did not mean that he wanted to die. His progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, so how could he approach it? At this point, the extreme effect ended, and his Mastery Realm battle force appeared once more. Luin attacked again, wanting to hit him, but Madman Lu would not let him succeed. He dodged the attack and looked up. What move is this? Luin was puzzled. Didn't Madman Lu know that extreme effect was extreme effect? That's the extreme effect of withering. Don't get hit, or you'll definitely die, by Wang Yuan warned. The extreme effect of withering had left a deep impression on them. Even the Undying God had been completely countered by this move, but they had not realized that Lu Xiaoxian was already very familiar with this move. Not everyone knew about the Desolate Ancestor. In that era, only a few people truly understood him. Most people's impression of him was that he was a very lucky person from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As for his battle prowess, he was probably the weakest in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Madman Lu had been imprisoned for many years, so how could he understand the Desolate Ancestor? By the time he was released, the Lu family had already been exiled, and the Desolate Ancestor had long since disappeared and charged into the everlasting race. To Madman Lu, the extreme effect of withering and extreme effect were very unfamiliar. The first time he had experienced the extreme effect of withering, he had almost suffered a great loss. If he had not reacted quickly enough, he might not have been able to stand there unscathed. Bai Wang Yuan reminded him again, be careful of Lu Xiaoxian. He's not very strong, but his methods are very strange. Not only does he have the extreme effect of withering, but he also controls the power of the Death God. Don't let him ambush you. Madman Lu's eyes were filled with madness as he glared at Luin. Little brat, I was wrong. You're even more shameless than Lu Qi. Luin raised a hand and struck out with a palm, but it was impossible to use the extreme effect of withering to hit Madman Lu. Once Madman Lu was prepared, Lu Yin's strength would not be enough. Xianxia had grasped tracing the past, but he had not had a chance to attack either. Within the heavenly treasury, Madman Lu was much more cautious of the two. What followed was delaying, and now it was his turn to delay until Elder Chan's tribulation ended. Then, he would charge out of the treasury. Elder Chan's progenitor's origin tribulation officially appeared. When the tribulation origin black hole appeared, everyone was shocked, as it was completely different from the previous two. Those two black holes could not even compare to the range of a normal half-ancestor's tribulation. Their foundations had been damaged too deeply, and they had only been trying to stop by Wang Yuan and the others from charging into the heavenly treasury. However, Elder Chan was different, as he was truly undergoing his tribulation. Lu Yin looked at the entrance to the treasury. He would not allow Elder Chan to sever his own cultivation. The old man was not a remnant of the Lu family, and he had not come here just to prevent Bai Wang Yuan and the others from undergoing their tribulations. He truly wanted to undergo his tribulation, and he had come here of his own accord. Ever since the sixth mainland sky had covered the fifth mainland, no progenitors had been born there. Even if the upper three gates were opened, the fifth mainland's half-progenitors were confident that they could break through to the progenitor realm. The first person to attempt it, Lingji Mavis, had died, and Elder Chan was the second. Elder Chan's first wave of origin tribulation was Skycrush. Both inside and outside the treasury, in the top realm, a boundless amount of astral source formed a dome that pressed down on Elder Chan from all directions. The astral source within Elder Chan's body was constantly being sucked away, and many half-progenitors could not pass this stage. Back then, Lu Yin had relied on the power of his heart to prevent the astral source from being sucked away. Progenitor was the final step of cultivation. To become a progenitor, one had to create their own power system. Regardless of whether this system was strong or weak, only by creating one's own system could one become a progenitor. The power of Lu Yin's heart could ignore the inner world of a half-progenitor, and that was the same for Elder Chan. He had to find a way to prevent the astral source from being sucked away, or else it would be difficult for him to pass Skycrush. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled something. He had never seen Elder Chan's inner world since the start of the battle. Right, what was Elder Chan's inner world? He stared at the old man. Elder Chan took a deep breath. Behind him, a series of stone pillars rose into the sky. On top of each stone pillar was a large building. There were even trees growing on the stone pillars. Trees, forests, stars. This was the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin blurted out, "The Hall of Honor?" Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the scene behind him with a complicated expression. Indeed, his inner world was the Hall of Honor. Every half-progenitor had a different inner world. Some focused on killing, such as Xia Ji's sword and Wu Yao's crescent ring. There were also inner worlds that had a wide range, such as Lan Xian's cherry blossom paradise and Kuei Luo's carp leaping over the dragon gate. There were also inner worlds like Qing Ping's that could judge everything. However, Lu Yin had never thought that there would be an inner world that was exactly the same as the real world. If the inner world was real, then he looked at Elder Chan with a complicated expression. Was the Hall of Honor actually built using Elder Chan's inner world as a template? Mu Xia sighed in admiration. This person's innate talent is truly extraordinary. He actually used his own inner world as a template to create an exact replica of the real world. This is Junior Brother's Hall of Honor, which is equivalent to another form of self-hypnosis. The more powerful the Hall of Honor is in reality, the more powerful this person's inner world will become. If the Hall of Honor in the real world is destroyed, then what about Elder Chan's inner world? Mu Xia said, "It will also weaken." Lu Yin stared blankly at Elder Chan's back. When the Eternals attacked the fifth mainland, they destroyed part of the Hall of Honor's territory. Many things happened after that. The Hall of Honor was completely gone, and the sect above heaven was established. The fifth mainland center of power shifted to the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan had supported him from beginning to end. He had never told anyone that he wanted to rebuild the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan was willing to support him even though he was weak. It's been a long time since the Hall of Honor was destroyed. His inner world has weakened a lot, so it's unlikely that he can stop the star source from being extracted. Mu Xia sighed. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Senior, why didn't you tell this junior about your inner world?" He didn't say anything, as Elder Chan was undergoing an origin tribulation. Lu Yin's voice could very well attract an origin tribulation. Although Luin didn't say anything, Elder Chan seemed to know what Luin was thinking. He watched as the star source in his body was being extracted. There's only one thing that I want to do. And that is to protect the fifth mainland. Whether it's me or you, it's enough as long as we can protect the fifth mainland. With that, the Hall of Honor formed by his inner world suddenly collapsed behind him. The star source was no longer able to support the appearance of his inner world. It's more serious than I thought. It looks like the Hall of Honor heavily hypnotized him back in the real world. At that time, he definitely had the terrifying strength of a half-ancestor, just like junior brother Qing Ping. It gave him so much power back then, but now that he's weakened, the negative energy it gave him is also extremely strong, Xianxia said. Luin understood. No wonder Elder Chan hadn't used his inner world all this time. As the sky suppressor approached, the Hall of Honor behind Elder Chan crumbled. He suddenly laughed out loud. I understand now. Reversing the star source will lead to a decline. Since this inner world has already collapsed, there's no need to linger. Since the star source's power has reversed, then I'll use the reversed star source to reconstruct my inner world. His eyes widened as a formless energy spread out in all directions, instantly causing the sky suppressor to freeze. The star source in his body also reversed at the same time, blocking the origin tribulation from extracting him. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked. They had thought that the collapse of this person's inner world would lead to the same fate as Wan Zi and the others, forcing them to sever their own cultivation to avoid the origin tribulation. They hadn't expected this person to be able to reconstruct his inner world. Reconstructing an inner world was not as simple as they thought, and it was under the progenitor's origin tribulation. Luin was shocked. Senior brother, he. Xianxia sighed. The fifth mainland star source is reversing. The original inner world was reconstructed by the positive star source, but now, he's no longer suppressing the reversed star source. He's using the reversed star source to reconstruct his inner world. This person truly deserves to be the master of the fifth mainland's Hall of Honor. Madman Lu was also watching, and his eyes narrowed. Reconstructing an inner world? It sounded simple, but who could do it? It was just like how some people had become progenitors, and if some succeeded, others should be able to as well. However, how many people had actually become progenitors since ancient times? Luin couldn't figure out how Elder Chan had managed to reconstruct his inner world. Was it too late to reconstruct it now? Elder Chan suddenly turned back to look at Luin, his eyes filled with hope. Luin, ever since you appeared, the fifth mainland has changed. It doesn't matter if you are a direct descendant of the Lu family or someone else. I believe that you can lead the fifth mainland back to its former glory. Since that's the case, I will do my best to assist you. With my abilities, I will do my best to help you. I hope that you will not disappoint me. After he finished speaking, a path appeared beneath his feet. It was a simple and unadorned path that looked very ordinary, like a dirt road in the countryside. However, everyone knew that this was the inner world that Elder Chan had reconstructed. A path? There was even such an inner world? As the path appeared, it began to extend until both ends reached the sky suppressor. In an instant, it blocked the sky suppressor like a ruler that measured the sky suppressor. Everyone stared at it, as they had never seen such a strange inner world before, nor had they ever seen such a method of crossing the sky suppressor. The sky suppressor couldn't move, as it had been forcibly blocked by the path. Luin didn't understand what Elder Chan was trying to say. Assist him? Elder Chan's tribulation caused all the fighting in the treasury to stop. Xianxia and Luin weren't confident that they could kill Madman Lu, so they used all of their techniques. As long as Madman Lu tried his best to avoid them, they would be helpless. Luin kept trying to think of a solution, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with Madman Lu. Less than an hour later, the sky suppressor dissipated. Elder Chan's reconstructed inner world had survived this tribulation. Everyone looked above Elder Chan, where the tribulation origin black hole had yet to dissipate. He still had to face the tribulation. How could a progenitor's origin tribulation be so easy to overcome? Elder Chan looked up. It was still the same path beneath his feet, but it had shrunk and could only support the bottom of his feet. The tribulation origin black hole suddenly flashed with a blinding light, and then a blade descended vertically. Xianxia's blade? Wang Fan cried out. The astral source universe could borrow any power that had ever appeared, and Xianxia was no exception. However, no one had thought that Xianxia's killing power would appear so coincidentally. Old Chan looked up at the sky. When you chased after Luin, this old man was powerless to help. Now, this old man will break your blade. From now on, this old man will be able to withstand your blade. As he spoke, the path beneath his feet extended to the blade's edge, just like before. The blade did not collide with the path, but instead followed the path and slashed towards Old Chan. The blade descended from one end of the path, while Elder Chan stood at the other end. When the blade neared him, Elder Chan raised his hand and caught it, causing the blade to shatter into pieces. Even though it was not Xianxia who had personally attacked, and it also did not mean that Xianxia's blade strike contained ancestor-level power, Old Chan had also not stepped into the ancestral realm. This meant that Old Chan was able to receive Xianxia's blade strike even though they were at the same cultivation level. Bai Wang Yuan stared at the path. They couldn't understand what it was used for. Was it indestructible? Or was it something else? They couldn't understand it. The tribulation origin black hole still hadn't dissipated, and a low drumbeat continued to descend from above, shaking the heavens and earth. It was as if the person undergoing the tribulation would be shaken to death. Even though they couldn't see the source of the drumbeat, everyone knew that it wasn't simple, as Elder Chan revealed a pained expression. The drumbeat grew louder and louder, and it sounded increasingly familiar to Lu Yin's ears. Were these the war drums of the Above Heaven sect? Were they the Heavenly Hammer's drumbeats? The war drums represented morale, and each beat could make one's blood boil, causing one to forget about life and death as they fought on the battlefield. The war drums of the Above Heaven sect had even given birth to the Heavenly Hammer battle technique, which Big Sis had relied on to compete with the Daozi. The war drums that Elder Chan was hearing right now were definitely not something that could be beaten by a single Heavenly Hammer, but rather countless hammers. No one could help Elder Chan, even if Luin knew that this was the Heavenly Hammer battle technique. Fortunately, Elder Chan still managed to overcome it in the end. After enduring 2 hours of bombardment from the Heavenly Hammer, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. It's not that easy to break through to Ancestor. The stronger the cultivator, the more terrifying the tribulation. Sometimes, it's easier for ordinary cultivators to walk down this path, Mu Xia said as he looked at Madman Lu. He had to find a way to deal with Madman Lu while Elder Chan was undergoing his tribulation. Otherwise, he might not have another chance in the future. Luin also stared at Madman Lu. When things reached an extreme, there would always be a counterattack. He rubbed his cosmic ring and wanted to take out the Grim Reaper's left arm to fight Go Lian, but Bai Wang Yuan and the others had already warned Madman Lu that he couldn't just stand there and let Luin beat him up. It seemed that all of their current methods were useless against this madman. The origin tribulations continued to descend, and Elder Chan endured each one with great difficulty. More and more blood flowed out, and even the air was filled with the stench of blood. Luin didn't dare to look, as he was afraid that he would see Elder Chan dying powerlessly. Thank you Fatty Zame Master like you Zhang Damning Stargazer's loyal friend Turbid and Clear, thank you for your support, brothers. Honestly, it wasn't that he didn't want to update, but that he was too tired. There were too many things to do at the end of the year, and recently, he had been rear-ended by a truck on the highway and suffered some injuries. It was fortunate that he didn't die. Thank you again for your support, thank you. This was how merciless the progenitor's origin tribulation was. To the astral source universe, any progenitor was an enemy. This was clearly a power created by the progenitor, and it could have given the humans more experts, but it still created this tribulation to prevent the humans from reaching the progenitor realm. Why? He looks like he's about to die, Madman Lu howled with laughter. He was in a miserable state, and although he had managed to avoid Mu Xia and Lu Yin's attacks, his injuries were worsening. Luin couldn't help but look over, and he saw that Elder Chan had already used the ancestral chi of 3 suns, but he still couldn't withstand the origin tribulation and was on the verge of collapse. Madman Lu sneered, "Brat, it must be very painful, right? Those people were all undergoing their tribulations because of you. They either severed their own cultivations, making it impossible for them to reach the ancestor realm for the rest of their lives, or they died under the origin tribulation. Everyone in the Lu family will experience the pain that I experienced back then. I will make the Lu family disappear completely and rebuild my Lu family. Lu Ying retracted his gaze and stared at Madman Lu. No one can live only for themselves, and you are no exception. Since you've tasted pain, it means that you once had someone you cared about. Would that person want to see you like this? Madman Lu's eyes narrowed. What do you know? He roared, and the red power of nightmares surged from his body once more, filling the treasury. A moment later, a blackish-purple substance spread out along with the nightmares, forming a blackish-purple space. Within this space, Lu Ying was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. The prison drake once again felt that tyrannical and unparalleled pressure. It roared and bared its fangs in an attempt to escape. Mu Xia's expression turned solemn. An ancestral world? No, it was comparable to an ancestral world. What was this? Lu Ying blurted out, you formed an ancestral world with battle force in the realm of mastery? Xianxia had once said that ancient Dao master had confirmed that battle force in the mastery realm could also form an ancestral world. That was a path of invincibility, and it was also the path that Xianxia wanted to embark on. He was certain that once he embarked on that path, he would be invincible in the same realm. Madman Lu sneered. Brat, I didn't want to do this at first, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The purplish-black substance spread out once more, and the purplish-black substance on the surface of his body was constantly being consumed. The purplish-black substance that filled the entire treasury became even more condensed, as if it was trapping Lu Ying, Mu Xia, and the others in a swamp that they could not struggle against. Not to mention them, even the prison flood dragon was unable to break free. Every strand and wisp of the black and purple had imprisoned them, making them unable to move. Madman Lu took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu. I said that I'll skin you and hang you on. Even if I die, I'll make sure the Lu family. He reached out, grabbed Lu's hand. He reached out a hand, grabbed. Lu's slipper loses Lu's, and instantly grabbed the sliptoes. It Madman Lu's grab the. His. The Madman S, and to 2. Madman Lu's level. And. He didn't even have time to use the reverse effect. Against Madman Lu, even the slightest delay would allow him to escape. This was a progenitor. With a smack, the sliptoe viciously struck Madman Lu's head, crushing half of his skull and sending his body crashing to the ground. Senior brother. Lu Ying barked. Mu Xia waved his hand, and the evil Saraira smashed down. Outside the treasury, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest watched the scene unfold. It was over, and Madman Lu had underestimated Lu Xiaoxian. This brat had too many strange tricks up his sleeve, and he always had a way to survive a hopeless situation. Who would have thought that an envoys would be able to fight against such a powerful progenitor? Lu Ying had so many tricks up his sleeve against a progenitor, and Madman Lu would never have guessed that Lu Ying had cultivated battle force to the mastery realm. The more one understood battle force, the more one would not believe such a thing. Back then, he had been driven mad by his experiments, but even so, he had still failed. If not for being imprisoned by the Lu family for so many years, bitterly cultivating for so many years, and borrowing the power of the Nightmare Star, he would never have been able to cultivate it. How had Lu Xiaoxian managed to cultivate it? How? Was his luck really that good? One type of opportunity was luck, while many types of opportunities were inevitable. Madman Lu crashed to the ground, his eyes wide. This should not be happening. Was he destined to die at the hands of the Lu family? No, definitely not. Even if he died, he could not die at the hands of the Lu family. The Divine Seal catalog appeared once more, wrapping around him. The evil Saraira pressed down, and Lu Ying tossed the sliptoe to Mu Xia. Mu Xia charged down, and this time, he did not hesitate to kill Lu Ying. Lu Xiaoxian, stop! Bai Wang Yuan barked. Wang Fan roared, Lu Xiaoxian. The mist ancestor had a complicated expression. Another progenitor was about to die. Boom! A huge sound reverberated throughout the top realm. Below the evil Saraira was the general appointment platform, which was Madman Lu's. It was also filled with images of various people and beasts. Mu Xia slammed down with the sliptoe, and the general appointment platform shattered. The next moment, the divine seal catalog rose up with a golden radiance, pushing away the evil Saraira and Xianxia. Xianxia slammed down with the slipto once more, and this time, the divine seal catalog could not hold on any longer. It was forcefully torn apart, and the evil Saraira pressed down on Madman Lu through the cracks. Madman Lu opened his eyes, and a scarlet vertical eye appeared in his pupils. He struck out with a palm, hitting the evil Saraira. Due to the divine seal catalog's golden radiance, Xianxia could not see anything. He only felt that the ancestral realm was on the verge of collapse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The evil Saraira was pushed back by Madman Lu, and Xianxia was sent flying backwards. Lu Yin hurriedly called out to Yi, who raised his serrated blade and slashed down. He borrowed the power of Nong Yi's phantom to attack at the same time, and a fallen leaf drifted down. Although it was slow, it gradually covered the ground. Underground, Madman Lu's scarlet vertical eye disappeared, and he leapt up to meet Ichi's blade and Nong Yi's fallen leaf. His chest was slashed by the serrated blade, and blood splattered across the sky. The fallen leaves wrapped around him, and Lu Yin raised his hand. With a casual wave, the sliptoe appeared in Ichi's hand, and he slammed down again. Madman Lu clenched his fists, and his pupils turned scarlet again. This time, because he was covered by the fallen leaves, no one could see anything. He punched out, and his fist collided with the sliptoe. There was a thump, and both the fallen leaves and Ichi shattered at the same time as the sliptoe was sent flying. Lu Yin kept staring at Madman Lu, and he could faintly see the scarlet vertical eye. It really was Redback. Senior. Xianxia did not move. Madman Lu's palm strike had almost shattered the evil Saraira, and his ancestral realm had been severely damaged. Lu Yin looked over and saw Xia's pale face. Across from him, Madman Lu was panting heavily, and his pupils had already recovered. He grinned at Lu Yin. Without Xianxia, what can you do? There's still me. He shouted, and a vast power descended from the entrance of the heavenly realm treasury. It broke through the black hole of origin calamity and brought with it a terrifying progenitor's power. Elder Chan had successfully passed his tribulation. Lu Yin and the rest did not see how Elder Chan had succeeded, but the shocked expressions of Bai Yuan and the rest spoke volumes. A progenitor had succeeded right in front of him, and this progenitor was no ordinary progenitor. Inside the ancestral realm, Madman Lu's expression changed. He succeeded? How? Lu Yin was overjoyed. Senior. Elder Chan looked even more miserable than Madman Lu, but his aura was still flourishing. 3 strands of ancestral qi appeared on the surface of his body, and one of them transformed into ancestor Xue Wuqing of the 6th mainland. Snow drifted down, and an icy chill descended, attempting to freeze Madman Lu. Madman Lu felt his scalp go numb. 3 strands of ancestral qi, this was 3 strands of ancestral qi. Someone had actually managed to break through. This was troublesome. 3 strands of ancestral qi was a top-notch technique, and anyone who cultivated them would be undefeatable. This was because the cultivator's realm was the same as the person formed from the ancestral qi. During the Supreme Tournament in Universe, the Prime Clear lineage had used the 3 strands of ancestral qi to suppress everyone else. If Lu Yin had not grasped the Reaper transformation, he would not have been his opponent either. He had even attracted the intervention of the martial ancestors, as they did not wish for the 5th mainland to give birth to such a monster. At this moment, Elder Chan had successfully passed his tribulation, and the 3 strands of ancestral qi of a progenitor appeared for the first time. The first to appear was Xue Wuqing. Regardless of Xue Wuqing's previous battle prowess, at this moment, he was relying on Elder Chan to appear. Under the power of a progenitor, the world was frozen, merciless, and boundless. All that could be seen in the treasury was a world of ice and snow, causing the world to change in an instant. Every drop of snow carried with it a chilling killing intent. Outside the treasury, the dragon ancestor's face sank. It's Xue Wuqing. Be careful of his 1,000 tribulations. That's a spiritual essence battle technique that has reached the progenitor realm. Xue Wuqing was the dragon ancestor's opponent during the decisive battle between the 6th and 5th mainlands. The 5th mainland's strongest powerhouse was 9 mountains and 8 seas, while Xue Wuqing's status in the 6th mainland was equivalent to 9 mountains and 8 seas. Madman Lu continuously retreated, but in this world, he had nowhere to run. He had not expected the dragon ancestor to be so wary of Xue Wuqing. Elder Chan's 3 strands of ancestral qi could create 3 people, and he had originally thought that Xue Wuqing was only at the level of the blood progenitor or the martial progenitor. Now, it seemed that Elder Chan's incarnations were not simple at all. Forefather Channy had left behind a powerful trump card for him. Attack! Bai Wangyuan barked, wanting to charge into the treasury to rescue Madman Lu. Elder Chan looked back, and a second strand of ancestral qi appeared. It was Lu Tianyi. When they saw Lu Tianyi, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked. Impossible. Nong Yi, the fog ancestor, and the rest were stunned as well. Even Muxia and Madman Lu were shocked. No one had expected Elder Chan to use the 3 strands of ancestral qi to create Lu Tianyi. This was Lu Tianyi, the publicly acknowledged strongest powerhouse in the 5th mainland, second only to the legendary Tao Lord. Even when the 9 mountains and 8 seas were filled with bright moons and progenitor Chen had dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea, Lu Tianyi had been irreplaceable. He had been crowned as a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas and stood at the forefront of humanity. Bai Wangyuan and the rest subconsciously felt a chill when they saw Lu Tianyi. Wang Fan attacked. Do you really think that this Lu Tianyi will have the strength of the real Lu Tianyi? Impossible. Elder Chan frowned and waved his hand. A 3rd strand of ancestral qi appeared, revealing progenitor Hui's appearance. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked once again. If Lu Tianyi represented strength, then progenitor Hui represented wisdom. When the two appeared, the shock was unparalleled. It was as if they had seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas face the Eternals. Progenitor Hui had been full of vigor, and Lu Tianyi had been invincible. At that time, they had been standing behind Lu Tianyi, but now, they were facing him. No matter how much he tried to convince himself that it was just an illusion, when he truly faced it, he still felt a chill. This was a fear of Lu Tianyi and ancestor Hui that had formed over countless years. Elder Gue Yuan felt a toothache. Why were all the progenitors from the 5th mainland so freakishly powerful? Lu Xiaoxian alone could fight against 3 progenitors, and this old man had used the ancestral qi of the 3 sons to manifest a progenitor. Even Lu Tianyi had appeared, and he was also fighting against 3 progenitors. How were they supposed to fight? He even wanted to help the 4-way scales. Looking at Bai Wangyuan and the others, this was the first time he felt that they were weak. Junior brother! Muxia roared. Lu Yin and Elder Chan turned around at the same time. No, it was above their heads. They looked up and saw beams of light descending from the sky. This was the limitless kinetic energy sourcebox array. 3 years ago, the 7 sky gods had tried to rescue the undying deity, and it had been the limitless kinetic energy sourcebox array that had helped Bai Wangyuan and the others along with the help of the Divine Eagle. Now, the limitless kinetic energy sourcebox array was actually attacking Lu Yin and Elder Chan. The mist ancestor was immediately enraged. Stop! As he spoke, the hazy fog swept forward. Nongyi attacked at the same time. The limitless power sourcebox array could only be used against the Eternals, but now, it was being used against the humans. This was equivalent to the humans creating a butcher's knife for themselves, which was a rather vile thing to do. No one was allowed to use unlimited power to attack their own people. The scales of the 4 directions were out of line. Wang Fan suddenly shouted, "Stop! You can't attack your own people with unlimited power." Bai Wangyuan shouted angrily at the same time. At this moment, all of the progenitors were trying to stop limitless kinetic energy from attacking Lu Yin and Elder Chan. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor were more proactive than anyone else, and they even attacked the light beam. At first glance, it really looked like they were protecting Lu Yin. In reality, this was indeed the case. They were protecting Lu Yin, as their goal had been achieved. Madman Lu had successfully broken through Lu Yin and Elder Chan's blockade and rushed out of the vault, charging towards Bai Wangyuan and the rest. Not only had Bai Wangyuan and the rest saved Madman Lu, but they had also pushed away all responsibility. No matter who had activated the limitless energy array to attack Lu Yin's group, the blame would not be placed on Bai Wangyuan and the rest, as they had been protecting Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Madman Lu brushed past him from the side, and he saw his cruel smile and murderous gaze. His eyelids twitched, and he retrieved the Grim Reaper Go Lian and the Grim Reaper's left arm from his cosmic ring, using his left arm to grab Go Lian. In an instant, an overflowing aura of death covered the heavens. In a corner of the middle-level realm, darkness connected heaven and earth. It almost cut across the starry sky and connected with the death god's left arm. Xianxia and Bai Xing had seen this scene before, but no one else had. Although they hadn't seen it before, an indescribable sense of danger descended upon everyone's minds, shocking them. Ghost Abyss Old Man opened his mouth wide. Death Chi, that direction was Ghost Abyss? He looked at Luin, who was using the Grim Reaper's left arm to grab Go Lian and draw in the Phantom Abyss's deathly aura. Go Lian angrily shouted, "Stop! That's my Phantom Abyss's deathly aura." However, Luin did not have the time to deal with Madman Lu. His death chi instantly traversed the heavens, and it was even faster than a progenitor's speed. It was as if the distance between them no longer existed. Luin stared at Madman Lu and slashed out with his Golian. Death chi swept past, and the heavens were overturned. Endless darkness enveloped the top-level realm, and everyone looked up to see a black stream of air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable darkness pierced through the void, connecting Luin and Madman Lu, blocking everyone's vision. Within the darkness, Madman Lu opened his scarlet vertical eyes, and they were filled with madness. As the Grim Reaper slash descended, his eyes suddenly changed from gray to green, then to red, and finally to Ghost Abyss. Ghost Eye finally became eyeless, the highest realm of the Grim Reaper transformation. Every change represented a tenfold increase in his physical strength, and his battle force at the Mastery realm would also be condensed correspondingly. After his pupils became eyeless, Madman Lu's strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. Ghost Abyss's death chi was above that of the Fifth Mainland's Kun's domain, and the amount of death chi it had attracted far surpassed the attack that had been directed at Xiaoxinji. However, even this attack did not give Luin the confidence to kill Madman Lu. He looked at Madman Lu's terrifying eyeless eyes, saw his smile, and saw his mouth open to say something. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and the darkness dissipated as he transformed into the Grim Reaper transformation. Madman Lu's lips curled up as he stared at Luin and laughed maniacally. "Your fate will be the same as the Lu family's." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Kill. He had to kill him. If he missed this chance, there would never be another one in the future. Kill, kill, kill. A blazing killing intent filled his mind, dyeing his eyes red. He could not see it, but a red dot had appeared in his eyes as well. It was the red dot in his heart. Luin could not see it, but Madman Lu could. There were only the two of them within the torrent of death chi, and Madman Lu stared at the red dot in Lu Yin's eyes. Was that divine power? How was that possible? No matter how desperate the situation had been, even when Luin had displayed Mastery Realm battle force, Madman Lu had never been so shocked. This was no longer just shock, but a feeling of the world collapsing around him. It was as inconceivable as if the entire Lu family had sided with the Eternals. Lu Shaoxian, a direct descendant of the Lu family, had actually cultivated divine power? Was he a madman, or was the Lu family a madman? Or was this Lu Shaoxian a madman? Go Lian suddenly descended, and the death chi swept across the void, tearing a crack in the sky above the top realm. A darkness that could devour everything appeared before the eyes of countless people. They had never seen such a scene before, and their instincts told them that if they touched this darkness, they would die without a complete corpse. A huge bloody wound appeared on Madman Lu's body from his forehead down, and death chi emanated from it. The dark torrent of death chi dissipated. Everyone looked at the two of them. Madman Lu looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and his head was lowered. Luin, on the other hand, was panting heavily. The red in his eyes had disappeared, and he had returned to normal. What just happened? He looked at Go Lian and only remembered Madman Lu's smile. It was a smile that disgusted him, and he wanted to kill him immediately. Thoughts of slaughter filled his mind, and he even forgot how he had injured Madman Lu. Madman Lu had used the death transformation, and even the death god's attack should not have been able to injure him. So what had happened? He slowly looked up, and at the same time, Madman Lu looked up as well. Luin was sure that Madman Lu was a redback, as he had cultivated the death transformation, but no one else had seen it. Madman Lu had also seen the divine force in Lu Yin's eyes. What kind of existence was this person? He was definitely not a simple descendant of the Lu family. What had happened? Fresh blood dripped down. Madman Lu's body trembled from his injuries, and he could not control his body. Bai Wangyuan and the others approached and looked at the injuries on Madman Lu's body. Even for a progenitor, this was quite serious, and it would take him hundreds or thousands of years to recover. This was the power of the death god, and it would take a long time to dispel it unless someone at the same realm helped. Lu Ying gripped Go Lian tightly. Within the abyss, the death chi was still being drawn in, and he had not used it all in one go. Or rather, he could only use this much. No, it's still not enough. One more attack, and that would be enough to kill Madman Lu. Mu Xia and Elder Chan came to Lu Yin's side and looked at him. Junior brother? Mu Xia asked, sensing that something was wrong with Lu Yin. The killing intent in his eyes was too strong, and it was not an ordinary killing intent. Lu Yin spoke in a low voice, Senior brother, I can't accept this. Mu Xia's expression changed, and he looked at Madman Lu, Bai Wangyuan, and the others. I can't accept this either. If it had just been Lu Yin and Mu Xia, then it would have been fine if they had not been able to deal with Madman Lu. However, Elder Chan had broken through to the progenitor realm and used the ancestral chi of the three sons to ascend to the progenitor realm. In the end, Madman Lu had managed to escape. This was what Lu Yin could not accept, as they had clearly had a chance to kill Madman Lu. Lu Xiaoxian, it's over. No matter how the two of you met, it's all over now, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madman Lu knows how to use battle force at the realm of mastery. Since ancient times, there have only been a few people who have managed to cultivate battle force at the realm of mastery. Gu Yizhi, the founder of the Third Mainland, was one of them. Henshin, one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, was another, and so was I. My battle force came from Henshin, and Henshin's battle force has been around since ancient times. Where did Madman Lu's battle force come from? Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at Madman Lu, curious as well. They had never heard of battle force at the realm of mastery before, but Madman Lu had just displayed an incomparably powerful attack. This level of strength had been enough to sweep through Mu Xia, Yi Qi, and the other progenitors. If not for this strength, Madman Lu would not have been able to last until now. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin. Whose general appointment platform is it? Lu Yin glanced at the floating platform. Lu Jian's. Lu Jian? I remember now. He's the guy who couldn't cultivate his own strength, so he went to cultivate someone else's. If he can do it, why can't I? Madman Lu growled. Lu Yin barked, don't change the topic. I'm asking you how you learned battle force at the realm of mastery. You're Redback, and you've interacted with Gu Yizhi more than once. Gu Yizhi is the head of the 7 sky gods, and only he can help you cultivate battle force to the realm of mastery. You've been following him since the era of the above heaven. Madman Lu laughed maniacally, and his laughter affected his wound, causing a large patch of blood to spill out. I learned battle force at the realm of mastery from Gu Yizhi, but I was imprisoned by the Lu family not long after. If I colluded with Gu Yizhi, what would the Lu family say? The Lu family must have deliberately allowed me to do as I pleased. Otherwise, how could Gu Yizhi have been able to deceive the Lu family and teach me battle force at the realm of mastery? You've also learned this strength, so who can guarantee that it wasn't Gu Yizhi who taught you? Lu Xiaoxian, the Lu family was clearly exiled, but you were able to rise up in the abandoned wasteland and even reach this point. Even if you had the Lu family's resources, you wouldn't have been able to do so. How did you do it now? There's something wrong with your growth history. You're Redback. Lu Yin fell silent. Without any evidence, any accusations were powerless. The only thing he could do was plant a seed of doubt in everyone's hearts. Lu Xiaoxian, you've touched my Ghost Abyss's death chi. How do you explain that? The Ghost Abyss ancestor jumped out and accused Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him coldly, are you the Grim Reaper? The Ghost Abyss ancestor was furious, the Grim Reaper disappeared a long time ago, and his death chi is a blessing that he left for all who cultivate it. Even if you're the Grim Reaper's successor, you can't touch my Ghost Abyss's death chi. You have to give me an explanation. Lu Ying calmly replied, alright, I'll find some time to go to Ghost Abyss and explain it to you. The Ghost Abyss patriarch froze and looked at Lu Ying before subconsciously glancing at Mu Xia and Elder Chan. He felt that Lu Xiaoshuan's words were threatening, but he had actually asked for an explanation. Why would the three of them go together? The Ghost Abyss patriarch looked at Madman Lu. If even this guy couldn't handle it, then who could stop the three of them? Ahem, let's talk about this later. I hope that you can consider the Ghost Abyss patriarch. After all, there are so many cultivators in the Ghost Abyss who need death energy. Once you use it up, they won't be able to gain a foothold. The Fog Ancestor sneered. Nomi shook his head. The Ghost Abyss patriarch was unhappy, but what could he do? No one present could take on the three of them alone, and it was obvious from how badly Madman Lu had been beaten up. If the battlefield had been the Ghost Abyss patriarch, then Lu Xiaoxian could not even imagine how much power he could use. When he thought of this, he looked at Lu Yin's cosmic ring with a burning gaze. If it could draw death energy from the Ghost Abyss, then it had to be the Grim Reaper's weapon. And that arm? Did it belong to the Grim Reaper as well? If he could obtain it, who in the astral tree realm would dare to touch the Ghost Abyss? Madman Lu suppressed his laughter, which made the Ghost Abyss patriarch think that he was mocking him. You're not satisfied, are you? Lu Ying stared at him. Madman Lu met his gaze. It wasn't easy for you to create an opportunity to kill me, but in the end, it was all for naught. You're not satisfied, are you? Ha 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 ha. Lu Ying took a deep breath and relaxed. You can escape once, but you won't be able to escape a second time. I'll kill you. Madman Lu's lips curled up, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He did not mention Lu Yin's mutation, just as Lu Ying had not said that he had transformed into a corpse king. Without proof, anything he said would be useless. Do I have a chance? No, I'm not playing anymore. Without the Lu family, there's nothing worth playing within this spacetime. He then took out a large seal. This seal was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. It was a spatial coordinate seal. Lu Ying found it strange, as only the Eternals could create such a seal that could fix spatial coordinates. For example, the seal that Guyu had used to travel to the Three Sovereigns spacetime was similar. Madman Lu, you. Bai Wang Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. Everybody was staring at Madman Lu. He was using the seal to tear the void apart. After that, a voice said, "Is this the primordial space?" The voice came from the other side of the void. When Bai Wang Yuan and the others heard the voice, their expressions turned solemn. Madman Lu smiled. I'm going to the main space. Welcome. Another word came from the other end of the void. Then, a figure walked out and came to Madman Lu's side. The person who came was dressed in grey robes and had a long beard. He held a walking stick in his hand and looked very old. He had a kind smile and a lofty aura. The moment he appeared, ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. It was as if this space was enduring something, causing people to feel stifled. Long time no see, old friend. The grey-robed old man looked at Madman Lu, Bai Wang Yuan, and the others and smiled. Bai Ran said, I didn't think that this madman would be able to contact you directly. The grey-robed old man laughed. Master admires him and gave him a choice. Although he waited for a long time, he still made the choice. He then frowned. It seems like he just went through a tough battle. He then looked across and saw Lu Yin's group. He suddenly stared at Lu Ying and stared at his appearance. His face gradually darkened. You're from the Lu family? Ever since the grey-robed old man had appeared, Lu Ying had been keeping an eye on him. He knew that the mastermind behind the banishment of the Lu family had appeared. It was impossible for the four cardinal scales to rely on the ancestral Meng to make a comeback. The Lu family had several progenitors and was even considered a deity. It was simply a fantasy, and the only reason they had been able to do so was because someone else was helping them. Not only had this person helped them banish the Lu family, but he had also restrained the Eternals' power in this space. Otherwise, the Eternals would not have been stopped. If the Undying God could pass through the tree realm and enter the astral tree plane, then so could the ancient gods. When the Liu family had still been around, the Eternals had definitely been able to keep the Liu family in check, and that power had been equivalent to another Liu family. If the Eternals had attacked the astral tree plane 3 years ago, then how could the 4 cardinal scales have stopped them? However, the Eternals had never had such a power, so this power had definitely been restrained by another parallel spacetime. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then it had to be the same parallel spacetime that this gray-robed old man was in. When Lu Yin heard that the gray-robed old man had recognized him as a member of the Liu family and that there was something off about his expression, he became even more certain. "Who are you?" Killing intent filled the gray-robed old man's eyes. "Did you call me here to deal with this kid?" He was talking to Madman Liu. Madman Liu replied, "That'll be difficult. That brat is a direct descendant of the Liu family, and he's a godly progenitor. He's also obtained Lu Jian's power, so he's the equivalent of 2 or 3 progenitors. The one beside him is his senior brother, Mu Xia, who's comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The other one just broke through to progenitor, but he's cultivated the ancestral chi of 3 sons. He'll be quite difficult to deal with." The gray-robed old man was shocked, and he stared at the 3 people before him. "No wonder you were beaten up so badly." He then looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. "Why didn't you help him?" Bai Ran replied, "This is the Liu family's own grudge." The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed. At that moment, the mist ancestor suddenly stepped forward and stared at the gray-robed old man. "Who are you?" The gray-robed old man looked at the mist ancestor. "And who are you?" The mist ancestor raised his head. "She way of the 9 mountains and 8 seas." The gray-robed old man was astonished. "The mist ancestor of the 9 mountains and 8 seas? It seems like you've heard of me." "It's not the first time I've heard of you." "Didn't you die?" "That's not a big deal. Let me ask you, who are you? Where are you from? How are you related to Madman Liu, Bai Wangyuan, and the others?" The gray-robed old man looked at the mist ancestor and then at Lu Yin's group. "I'm a Yuan sage. As for my identity, you will find out in the future." He then turned to look at the distant hellworm. "This pet is not bad. Master will like it. When the day comes, you can use it as a gift." He then waved at Madman Liu. "Let's go. Master will wait for you." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Stop right there. You want to leave just because you're here? Which parallel universe do you represent?" The gray-robed old man looked at Lu Yin. "You're a direct descendant of the Liu family. If you want to live, then don't ask so many questions. The Liu family deserve to be destroyed, and you should learn from this lesson. Don't be as arrogant as the Liu family, or else you'll suffer the same fate." Lu Yin suddenly attacked, using his progenitor rune lines to envelop the gray-robed old man. Bai Wangyuan and the others immediately blocked his path. "Lu Xiaoxian, you can't attack him." Lu Yin immediately called I Chi over, and the God Sealing Catalog released a golden light. Scram! Mu Xia and Elder Chan both stepped forward. The gray-robed old man sneered. "Bai Wangyuan, keep your spacetime dogs in check. Otherwise, Master won't mind personally making a trip down." He then stepped into the torn void, and Madman Liu followed suit. Lu Yin watched as the spatial tear closed, and he stared into Madman Liu's eyes until the void was completely restored. When the space was restored, Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. "Give me an explanation." The fog ancestor replied, "I also need an explanation." Nong Yi and ancestor Gui Yuan also wanted to know what had happened. In the distance, the caged Wyrm bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Now that Madman Liu had left, it was no longer afraid. "Bai Wangyuan, tell me, what's going on?" The fog ancestor asked again. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other and then said, "There are many parallel universes in the universe, and the one we're in is one of them. The Eternals have opened up battlefields in various parallel universes in an attempt to conquer the universe. That person just now was called a Yuan sage, and he represents one of these parallel universes." He then looked at Lu Yin. "When we exiled the Liu family, they also helped us." Lu Yin's finger twitched. "Why?" Wang Fan coldly replied, "Because the Liu family is too arrogant, and there are always people who can't stand it." "Speak human." Lu Yin barked. Wang Fan was furious and wanted to berate Lu Yin. Mu Xia spoke up, is that parallel universe very strong? The dragon ancestor nodded. Very strong, and we can't compare to them. That's why I advise you not to provoke them. He then glanced at Caged Drake. The strongest person in that universe is called a Grand Empyrean, and he's a terrifying existence comparable to a primogenitor. Lu Yin and the others felt their scalps go numb. Comparable to a primogenitor? That was horrifying. Up until now, the strongest person they had encountered was the ancient god, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. The strongest person Lu Yin could borrow from was also the death god of the 3 realms. As for a primogenitor, he was an existence that surpassed the 3 realms. Is the only true god being held back by him? The fog ancestor blurted out. Bai Ran replied, it's best not to provoke that universe. They call themselves the main space, and they are the greatest power against the Eternals. The 7 sky gods are constantly being held back by them, and there are more than one parallel universe that follows them. Lu Xiaoxian, don't provoke them, or you'll be inviting disaster for everyone. Of course, you can't provoke them either. You can't even come into contact with that universe. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The main space? It was no wonder that the Lu family had been exiled. Where did Xiaoxinji go? Wang Fan suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, as he was the only progenitor on the 5th mainland. No one else could deal with Xiaoxinji, but there had been no news of him since he had gone to the 5th mainland. This was strange. Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't know. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Lu Xiaoxian, Xiaoxinji is one of our main forces against the Eternals. Lu Yin looked up. Are you trying to talk about righteousness with me? Bai Wang Yuan paused. Righteousness? Talk to Lu Yin? Would that be useful? Nong Yi sighed. Although the Eternals have been pushed back over the past few years, our forces have been greatly weakened as well. If the Eternals reappear, the Outer Realm won't be able to gather 7 progenitors. The Fog Ancestor said, Lu Xiaoxian, you defeated Madman Lu, so you can take his place and guard the Nightmare Star. Mu Xia can also guard the Broken Star. She looked at Elder Chan, you can replace Xiaoxinji. We lost 3 progenitors, so we'll replace them. Nong Yi thought about it and agreed. They had lost Madman Lu, but Lu Yu and Xiaoxinji had replaced Lu Yin, Mu Xia, and Elder Chan. No one brought up the matter of the heavenly treasury again, as everyone had a tacit understanding. As for Xiaoxinji, the 4-way scales would definitely send someone to Shenwu continent to investigate. Lu Yin had naturally made preparations as well, and he had asked Elder Chan to oversee Shenwu continent, not because of the 4-way scales, but because of the 3 sovereign space. Xiaoxinji had gone to the 3 sovereign space, and if he joined forces with the 3 sovereigns to open up a parallel space, it would be hard to say what the 5th mainland would face. There had to be a reason why Guyu had spent so much effort to seal this space. With Elder Chan around, even if the 4 cardinal scales went, it would be useless. It was very difficult for anyone to find a parallel space, but the parallel space where Lu Yin had been born was as bright as a lighthouse. Thus, anyone from the 5th or 6th mainland who had wandered into a parallel space could be found as long as they had the ability to travel through spacetime. Of course, this ability was not simple. The more powerful a spacetime was, the more difficult it was to travel through it. However, it was not difficult for a progenitor as long as they could find their way back. The cosmic tree was an exception. Because the cosmic tree had been separated from the 5th mainland, no one from the cosmic tree would be able to find it in the vast parallel spacetime. At the same time, because the cosmic tree had been separated from the 5th mainland, no one from the cosmic tree could sense the 5th mainland. This meant that if anyone from the cosmic tree was stranded in a parallel spacetime, they would truly be stranded. This was one of the reasons why the Lu family had not been able to find them. Xiaoxinji had been thrown into the 3 sovereign space, and he could not find the cosmic tree either. The only way back was to open up a passage between the 3 sovereign space and Shenwu continent. Elder Chan's success in breaking through gave Lu Yin a lot of confidence. This old man who had protected the 5th mainland for his entire life had finally made a breakthrough. If not for Lu Yin's prestige, Elder Chan could have taken control of the 5th mainland once again, but he had no such plans. Everyone dispersed, and Luin returned to the Heavenly Realm's treasury. The Fog Ancestor followed behind him. I'll ask around about the situation in that main space. Lu Xiaoxian, if things don't work out, just bear with it for the time being, the Fog Ancestor reminded him. Luin smiled. Don't worry, Senior. Even if I want to take revenge in that spacetime, I need to be able to go there. The Fog Ancestor rolled his eyes. I know you very well. As long as you want to, you can definitely do it. The 4 cardinal scales can contact that main space, so you've already set your sights on them. Luin was speechless, as that was indeed what he had been thinking. The first person he had thought of was Xiaxing, but since she had been used, she was no longer of any value. He was thinking about who else in the cardinal scales could be used by him. The Fog Ancestor understood him too well since he had been with him for a period of time. Anyway, I'll help you inquire about the situation in the main space. Before you break through to Ancestor Realm, don't mention this matter, said the Fog Ancestor. Luin nodded. With my strength, even if I go to that main space, I won't be able to take revenge. Bai Wan Yuan said that there are powerhouses comparable to primogenitors there. The Mist Ancestor was disdainful. I don't believe that, but if the sole true God is really being held back, then I have no choice but to believe it. She then sized up Luin. Where did Xiaoxinji go? Luin smiled. Are you helping Bai Wan Yuan and the others find out? No, the Mist Ancestor replied bluntly. Luin nodded. I threw him away. What do you mean? Parallel spacetime. The main space is one, and there are many others. I threw him into a parallel spacetime, and it will be very difficult for him to come back. The Fog Ancestor sighed. How ruthless. The 4-way scales banished the Lu clan, and now you banished Xiaoxinji. Luin straightened his back. Yes, this is exile. Thank you, Senior. This junior can see the future. The Mist Ancestor was speechless. I didn't teach you anything. She then left. At present, there were 2 opposing factions in this spacetime. On one side was the 4-way scales, and on the other side was Luin. Lu Yin's side had once been the weaker side, but that might not be the case anymore. Madman Lu had been beaten away, and Xiaoxinji had been banished. The 4-way scales' power was growing weaker and weaker. The Mist Ancestor could not stop these 2 sides from fighting, and all she could do was conserve her strength as much as possible in order to deal with the Eternals who would definitely appear. Before leaving, the Mist Ancestor reminded Luin, the Eternals will definitely not let the spacetime go. Luin believed the Mist Ancestor's words, as the Eternals would definitely not let the spacetime go. He could either deal with the 4-way scales before the Eternals arrived and conserve his strength, or he could set aside his grudges and ally with the 4-way scales against the Eternals. He looked up at the sky. Even if I want to set aside my grudges, the 4-way scales won't. This grudge will have to be resolved sooner or later. The treasury was already unstable due to the great battle, and the space was constantly being torn apart. It would soon disappear. There was a layer of star essence within the treasury, but many had been destroyed during the battle. There were less than 10 million left. Luin still took them away, as it was still money. Elder Chan had returned to the 5th mainland, and Mu Xia had gone to the Sovereign Realm. They no longer needed to follow him. Madman Lu had disappeared, and no one in this spacetime posed a threat to him. At this moment, Luin finally felt true freedom. Sometimes, the stronger one was, the less freedom one would have. What was the goal of human cultivation? Immortality? What was the point of eternal life? If one did not have freedom, then what was the point of living? He took out Mount Supreme and released Lu Sun. Lu Sun walked out and looked around in confusion. Does this look familiar? Luin asked. Lu Sun's expression changed. Is this the treasury? She suddenly looked at Luin. Young master. Luin met her gaze. Right here. I had a fight with Madman Lu. Lu Sun's expression changed, and her face turned deathly pale. The Lu family has been exiled, and countless Lu family members have either died or been crippled. I'm very curious as to why you would betray the Lu family and help the 4-way scales set up a trap that they thought would lead to their deaths. Lucen closed her eyes and slowly knelt in front of Luine. I'm sorry, young master. Luine calmly replied, I don't blame you. It's the Lu family that couldn't protect you. Lucen looked up, her eyes red. It's my will that wasn't strong enough. Young master, you brought the family to prominence. And reached an agreement with the four-way scales, but I still betrayed you. Young master, please kill me. It's my fault, I betrayed the main family. Luine truly did not blame her. Everyone had a weakness, and some could withstand it while others could not. He could not expect all of the remaining members of the Lu family to face death with equanimity under any circumstances. He did not have the right to do so. It must have been hard on you all these years, Luine asked. Lucen knelt on the ground and clenched her fists in silence. Luine sighed. You can leave. Lucen looked up and stared blankly at Luine. She had thought that she would definitely die. Luine turned around and stepped out of the treasury. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lucen watched Lu Yin's departing figure as tears streamed down her face. The main family did not want her anymore. Betraying the main family had caused her heartache, and now that her name had been removed from the main family, she felt an indescribable pain that was worse than death. Nongyi had said that only the Lu family had the charisma to make people like Wanzi pledge their lives to serve them. Within the Lu family, the void of the treasury continued to crack, and this space was about to disappear along with everything inside. Lucen closed her eyes again and sat up, but she did not leave. She just sat there and looked around. When the main family had sent people over, she had accompanied them in choosing resources and had been the one to watch over the treasury. That was a sign of the main family's trust in her. Who would have thought that, after so many years, she would use the treasury to scheme against the heir of the Lu family? She did not know how the young master had survived, but the treasury had explained everything. The battle must have been intense. She suddenly saw the fragments of the distant general appointment platform. She saw a fragment of the Divine Seal catalog that was emitting a dim golden light. She thought back to the Lu family, which had once been at its peak. She suddenly laughed. I shouldn't have betrayed them. Her voice echoed throughout the treasury, but it could not be heard outside. The treasury had completely shattered into the void, and everything inside had disappeared, including Lucen. Luine looked back, but Lucen did not come out. He had given her a way out, but she had not taken it. Betrayal was wrong, and she had used her death to atone for it. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. Family ties, familial ties, friendships, and love were the things that people should pursue in life. These were the things that represented freedom. He looked up, opened his mouth, and let out an angry roar, venting all of his repressed emotions. Xianxia had shown him a future where he would kill his family and friends, one sword at a time. This had left a shadow in his heart, and even now, he did not dare to face it. Lucen had used her death to atone for her sins, and she had shown him what a person should pursue in life. He would not kill his family and friends, and no matter what happened, even if he had seen the river of time or just a corner of the future, he would change that future. He knew why he had become like that in the future, and he also knew that when the Grim Reaper had slashed at Madman Lu, he had lost consciousness because of his divine power. The red dot that had been left in his heart after the astral door had shattered was something that he would do everything in his power to deal with. He would not harm his family and friends. Xianxia had not been very clear, and the future that Xianxia had shown him would never happen. Luine took a step forward and appeared above the Hellworm's head. Let's go, Nightstar. The Hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring as it charged towards the Nightstar. The Nightstar belonged to him. As the red planet approached, Luine had not expected it to belong to him so quickly. The first time he had seen the Nightstar many years ago, he had been killed by the Divine Seal catalog. After that, nothing good had come out of it. Although the thorn in Madman Lu's heart had not been completely removed, it had been dealt with for the time being. The Hellworm streaked across the sky and landed on the Nightstar under everyone's watchful eyes. The Nightstar's environment was extremely rare. Although there was star energy and astral sources, they could not be absorbed or used to cultivate. The only power that could be cultivated here was the power of nightmares. The Hellworm's enormous shadow covered the entire nightmare shrine. Within the shrine, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared in shock. Luin landed in front of the shrine with a boom and looked ahead. Feng Lan and the rest of the Nightmare Shrine's cultivators stood in the distance, looking at him with confusion and helplessness. Ancestor Nightmare is gone. From now on, this night star belongs to me, Luin said calmly. Feng Lan and the rest were shocked. May I ask who Ancestor Nightmare is? The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it glared at them, startling them and causing their faces to pale. These cultivators had experienced many desperate situations on the Nightmare Star, and many of them had grown indifferent to life and death. However, their instinctive fear could not be suppressed. Facing the hellworm, aside from the corpse kings of the Eternals, most people would be terrified unless they were stronger than the hellworm. I killed him, Luin said, appearing in front of Feng Lan in a flash. Feng Lan was on guard and took a step back. Luin stepped forward and appeared 5 meters away from him, fusing with him. During his 3 years on the Fifth Mainland, Luin had fused with Feng Lan's body once, so he could fuse with him within 5 meters. He fused with Feng Lan's body to see if there was anything related to Madman Lu. The others stared blankly at Feng Lan, but no one dared to speak. At this moment, Jiuhao walked out of the Nightmare Shrine and looked up at the hellworm before drinking. The hellworm looked at her and subconsciously bared its fangs. It liked to see creatures in fear. However, it was disappointed as Jiuhao was drunk and showed no fear. In her eyes, the hellworm was just an illusion. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to him, and Feng Lan was awake and looking at him in confusion. Everyone, go back. Lu Yin turned to leave. These people did not have much to do with Madman Lu. Their growth and cultivation had not been helped by Madman Lu, and they had all been eliminated naturally. The Nightmare Star's cultivation was to steal the power of nightmares from living beings. These people were like goo worms that were being reared. Only the fittest survived. The losers would die, and the winners would be able to join the Nightmare Shrine and serve Madman Lu. Only Jiuhao was valued by Madman Lu. Burp. There was a long burp. Lu Yin watched as Jiuhao walked over, swaying. How much did you drink? Jiuhao smiled. I'm happy, so I drink more. Are you happy that Madman Lu was dealt with? He should be nice to you, Lu Yin said. Jiuhao tossed the gourd to Lu Yin. Yeah, we're rare drinking buddies. Lu Yin looked at the gourd and shook it. The Heavenly Realm treasure vault was a scam from the beginning to the end. The four-way balance used Lu Sun to arouse his interest, and he used his own method to find the Heavenly Realm treasure vault and enter it. Among them, Lu Sun was the traitor, but Lu Gong was not. He wanted to bring him out of the Cold Immortal sect, and the key to the Heavenly Realm treasure vault came from Weinhao. What role did Weinhao play in this? He had contacted Jiuhao 3 years ago. Logically speaking, Jiuhao was helping him, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't help him according to the Square Balance's request like Lu Sun. There was a loud smack as Jiuhao slapped himself on the head to clear his head. Hey, Lu Yin, you're here. He tossed the gourd at her. Why are you so drunk? I'm happy, so I'll drink if I'm happy. Jiuhao smiled and took the gourd. He shook it a little before passing it back to Lu Yin. Want some? It's a specialty of the Bad Star. It's super spicy and has a strong aftertaste. I guarantee that even an emissary can get you drunk. Lu Yin shook his head. No need. Jiuhao took a big gulp. Are you happy that Madman Lu is gone? Lu Yin asked. Jiuhao wiped her mouth. He was a rare drinking buddy, so of course I'm not happy that he's gone. But I'm happy that I can leave this damned place. She then put the gourd away. He knows that I gave you the key. Lu Yin raised his brows, but he didn't say anything. After I gave it to you, he came clean with me. Haha, but he didn't do anything to me. He and I are just drinking. Buddies. In this godforsaken place, it's hard to find 1 or 2 close friends. I can't survive here. Lu Yin was confused. Drinking buddies? Isn't he your master? Jiuhao replied, of course not. He doesn't take in disciples, but he says that he's my master. He's just protecting me. He knew when you contacted me the first time, but he didn't say anything. He deliberately let me give you the key. It was a trap, wasn't it? I'm glad that you're fine. Louis nodded. I'm fine. It must have been tough for you to stay on the bad star for so many years. Jiahao grinned. Few women were as forthright as she was. It's fine as long as there's alcohol. She kicked the ground. If there wasn't any, I would have been buried here. Louis believed her words because he had a feeling that she was telling him the truth. What did you talk about when you drank with him? Louis asked. I want to understand him. Jiahao rubbed her head. Let me think. He doesn't talk much, and he's a taciturn person. Every time he gets drunk, he'll curse at someone with the surname Liu. Who did he curse? Louis asked. Old fogey Liu, you old bastard, Jiahao said. Why? I heard him say that he's definitely going to destroy the Liu family. He also said that if you don't let him do it, he'll do it. If you don't like that person, he'll help him and become his test subject. In any case, it's all about cursing and venting. Louis frowned. This wasn't much different from what he'd heard from Madman Liu. Madman Liu hated the Liu family to the core, and the test subject he'd mentioned should be Guizhi. Liu Bujing and the others had said that the 5th and 3rd mainlands didn't get along, which meant that their ancestors didn't like Guizhi. Madman Liu had become Guizhi's test subject to take revenge on the Liu family. It was no wonder that one of progenitor Chen's clones had turned into a giant and attracted the attention of the entire 5th mainland. The giant had originated from the 3rd mainland and had been created by Guizhi, so it was normal for the 5th mainland to hate him. Louis broke out in cold sweat for progenitor Chen. If the Liu family and the 3rd mainland had any more grudges, he might not be able to keep his clone. Who was this old Liu that Madman Liu was talking about? Why did he hate the Liu family so much? The hellworm soared into the sky and circled around the nightmare star. Louis entered Nightmare Shrine and followed the information he'd gleaned from Feng Lan's memories to enter a simple courtyard. The courtyard looked just like a normal person's residence. Louis walked past 2 deep grooves and looked towards a corner where the general appointment platform had once been. The ground had been crushed, and now, Madman Liu's general appointment platform and the Divine Seal catalog had been destroyed along with the Heavenly Realm treasury. Louis walked past the courtyard and arrived in front of the house. He reached out and pushed open the door. The interior of the house was just as simple as the one Louis had built for himself and Xianxia in the food paradise, but it was even simpler. Madman Liu seemed to be immersed in his own world and didn't care about the outside world at all. Past the house was the backyard, which was a desolate, dark red land with strange insects crawling about from time to time. Louis stood at the back of the house and raised his hand. His fingertips touched something that caused ripples to appear. This was a hidden space that was similar to a greater world. He directly entered. This was what he'd seen from Feng Lan's memories. Madman Liu wasn't afraid of being seen by others, and Feng Lan had never dared to have any ideas about this place. They were both terrified of Madman Liu. Louis stepped into Madman Liu's hidden space, but he couldn't see anything. All of the star essence sparkled brightly. Liu Yin's jaw dropped. What's this? He thought that Madman Liu had hidden something incredible in his own backyard, but he hadn't expected it to be such an enormous amount of star essence. Where had Madman Liu gotten so many star essence? Louis looked around and saw that the size of this treasure trove was several times larger than Junior Progenitor Planet. Right, Louis suddenly remembered that Madman Liu knew that Jiahao had given him the key, which meant that Madman Liu already knew where the key was. Could the star essence here be from the Heavenly Realm treasury? The more Louis thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Madman Liu wanted to destroy the Liu family, but he simply wanted to destroy them and not help the 4 cardinal scales. The Liu family had been exiled, so it was normal for Madman Liu to take the resources from the Heavenly Realm treasury. The 4 cardinal scales definitely didn't know about this, or else he wouldn't have agreed to give the Nightmare Star to Louis. Louis was ecstatic. He thought that the Heavenly Realm treasury was just a trap, but he hadn't expected that there would actually be something inside. There should be no less than 10 trillion star essence here. Louis gulped. He had money now, and these resources could not only restore the progenitor swordsman's sword, but he also had some left over. Should he upgrade the slippers? No, the slippers had already been exposed, and everyone was on guard against them. Whether it was Madman Lu, the four cardinal scales, or the Eternals, they all had a deep impression of Lu Yin's slippers. He had to change them. But what should he change them to? A needle? That wouldn't work either, as they'd also been exposed. Lu Yin's head hurt, and he needed to find a weapon that wouldn't attract any attention, but was still as powerful as the slippers. After using the slippers so many times, he deeply understood how useful they were, and they had saved his life more than once. It would be difficult to take away so many star essence, so he might as well repair the progenitor's sword here. Lu Yin took out the progenitor's sword, but he suddenly paused as the scene he'd seen before appeared in his mind once more. Under the scarlet eyes, the sword's edge had been brandished, bringing about a cruel slaughter. The people he had killed were all those he cared about, whether they were his family or his friends. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor's sword with a complicated expression. He had clearly been high-spirited and had vowed to change the future, but when he touched the sword again, the coldness in his hand had chilled his heart. He took a deep breath, and his gaze became resolute. No matter what the future held, he would definitely change it. No one could control their own future. As he thought about it, he raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it. Everything went smoothly, and he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin placed the progenitor's sword on the die and then began to frantically toss out star essence. How much money a person could spend depended on how they spent it. For an explorer, a few dozen star essence was enough to last him until he became a hunter. For a hunter, a few thousand star essence was quite a lot. An enlighter could spend tens of thousands of star essence or even more, but once he became an emissary, he wouldn't spend so much because emissaries used star sources. These were all normal expenses, but for Lu Yin, tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Or a few million star essence? Even as a hunter, he wouldn't have enough to spend. Now that he was an emissary, his expenses were measured in trillions. The amount of star essence in the entire space visibly decreased as the progenitor's sword drew closer and closer to the bottom. Finally, when the progenitor's sword reached the bottom of the light screen, more than half of the star essence in the entire space had been depleted. 12 trillion star essence, a total of 12 trillion star essence. This was a terrifying number, and even if all of the star essence in the astral beast domain were added together, it would still be roughly the same number. The Mavis Bank controlled the Fifth Mainland's economy, and the total amount of star essence stored in the bank was probably not that much. Furthermore, those star essence had been stored by someone else, not the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin let out a long breath and picked up the progenitor's sword. The cracks on it had completely disappeared, and it was time to test it out on the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin stored the remaining star essence into his cosmic ring, which now had about 3 trillion star essence in it. In addition to the 2.5 trillion star essence that he already had in his cosmic ring, he now had a total of 5 trillion star essence on him, which was neither too much nor too little. He had only spent 1 trillion star essence to upgrade the slippers, which was more than enough to upgrade them again. Should he upgrade them? His die's 3 pips still hadn't disappeared, and Lu Yin hesitated for a moment. Whatever, there was no point in upgrading the slippers if they couldn't hit the target. Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked up to see an arc in space. He had not known what it was when he had first fused with Yuan Sen's body, but now he knew. That arc was the danger from the source box that connected the entire infinite kinetic energy. It was this danger that had caused the nightmare star to become like this. There were 7 planets in the outer realm, and each one was different. Flora planet bloomed with beautiful flowers all year round, and it was the most beautiful planet. The nightmare star was the planet with the worst weather, and the strange phenomenon caused by the sourcebox's danger could only be explained by an origin array master. The nightmare star needed someone to oversee it all year round, but now that the Eternals had been pushed back, Lu Yin no longer needed to stay there. He left the nightmare star, but he did not immediately return to the Fifth Mainland. Instead, he went to the frigid immortal sect. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to take Lu Gong away. In the past, he had needed his senior brother to watch over him before he could provoke the 4 cardinal scales, but that was no longer necessary. When the Hellworm approached the frigid immortal sect, the alarm sounded. Countless frigid immortal sect disciples looked into the distance as the Hellworm approached with a majestic aura. Lu Yin's hellworm had long since become the object of envy. Not everyone had a progenitor mount, and even Bai Wangyuan did not have one. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wangyuan had just returned when he saw Lu Yin arrive. He immediately guessed what had happened. "Father, Lu Yin's here for Lu Gong, right?" Bai Qi asked. Bai Wangyuan's gaze was solemn. "Give him Lu Gong." Bai Qi nodded. "Got it." Bai Wangyuan watched Bai Qi leave with an ugly expression. Actually, after returning to the sect, he wanted to kill Lu Gong, but he didn't do so. Now, Lu Xiaoxian had already matured. He represented another colossus in this spacetime that could rival the four-way scale. Lu Gong could be killed, but the frigid immortal sect would have to bear the consequences. Lu Xiaoxian was no longer the Lu family of the past. He was more scheming, more ruthless, and knew how to take revenge. Bai Wangyuan didn't want to suffer any losses because of Lu Gong, and he didn't want to suffer any unknown losses either. Wait a little longer. The main space already knew of Lu Xiaoxuan's existence, and all they had to do was wait for their reaction. Madman Lu would not let him go. Bai Qi walked out of the cold immortal sect with Lu Gong behind her. Lu Gong looked at the hell-fled dragon in shock. He had seen this creature before. Wasn't this the hell-fled dragon from the Divine Martial Heaven? The frozen immortal sect wanted to hand him over to the Divine Martial Heaven? Bai Qi, you broke your promise. Bai Qi's back was facing him as she looked at the hell-fled dragon. Stop pretending. Lu Xiaoxian told you to tell us that Madman Lu is red. That way, he would be able to steal the key from the Nightmare Star. This was all part of our plan. The one who told you was Yu Chen. Lu Gong was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. You want to use this as an excuse to shirk your promise? What a joke. The astral tree belongs to the 4 Libras, so what's the point of finding an excuse? Who are you telling this to? Bai Qi raised her head. Give it to him. Lu Gong looked over and saw a young man walk down from the hell-fled dragon's head. The young man looked down at him with a smile. Lu Gong stared at the young man, his eyes filled with excitement. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Young master? Lu Yin landed in front of Lu Gong. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Gong was excited, and his eyes widened. Young master, it's really you? Lu Yin nodded. I'm here to get you. Lu Gong closed his eyes and clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and laughed maniacally. Bai Wangyuan, you still let me go in the end. Ha 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 ha. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wangyuan was furious. How dare a half-progenitor berate him? Bai Qi angrily shouted, Lu Gong, how dare you? Lu Gong glared at her. Scram. There's no good in the frigid immortal sect. Bai Qi's eyes narrowed. You're courting death. Lu Gong looked at the frigid immortal sect. Bai Wangyuan, you old bastard, let me go today. One day, I'll lock you up and make you beg me, ha ha ha. Bai Qi immediately attacked, but Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of her and calmly looked at her. Bai Qi was furious. Lu Xiaoxian, get out of the way. As a junior, berating a progenitor is disrespectful. So what? Let Bai Wangyuan speak. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly, but his domineering tone caused the hearts of the frigid immortal sect's disciples to tremble. His domineering aura suppressed the frigid immortal sect, and no one dared to make a sound. Bai Qi didn't know what to do. Fight? She definitely wasn't his match. If she didn't fight, how could she protect her father's dignity? She definitely couldn't deal with Lu Yin on her own, and her father definitely couldn't appear either. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Lu Gong and Lu Xiaoxian, then his prestige in front of the world would be gone. Her father definitely couldn't appear. Bai Wangyuan looked into the distance. He couldn't appear, no matter how Lu Gong cursed or how arrogant Lu Xiaoxian was. He couldn't appear unless he was prepared to fight to the death. Lu Gong looked at Lu Yin, who was standing in front of him. After hearing Lu Yin's words, he confirmed that this person was the young master. Actually, he was just testing the waters. He had originally been worried that this person was an impostor from the frigid immortal sect, but after hearing Lu Yin's words, even an impostor would die. Lu Xiaoxian, can't you be a little more stable? Do you have to cause a ruckus before you stop? Bai Xing tore through the void and walked out, his progenitor's power rippling through the sky. The hellworm bared its fangs as if it had been provoked. Bai Xing? It wasn't afraid. Bai Xing's appearance allowed Bai Qi to relax. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. When I exchanged 3 palms with Bai Wanyuan in outer space, you promised to release all of the remaining Lu family members. What about now? What did Lu Sun say? What did Lu Gong say? Bai Xing smiled. There are always times when people are careless. Those who don't make mistakes aren't people, but machines. You know this better than us. It's normal to forget 1 or 2 of the remaining Lu family members. Was there a need to shout? Didn't we release them? Lu Gong didn't say anything. He had only provoked Lu Yin to confirm his identity. Now that he had confirmed it, he didn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't know the young master's strength, and it would be easy for him to lose if he rashly fought the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin smiled. You're even more shameless than Bai Wanyuan. At least he has some sense of shame and doesn't dare to come out, so you're acting shamelessly? Bai Xing rolled his eyes. Young man, your words are so unpleasant. Ancestor Bai is in seclusion, or else you wouldn't have been able to act so impudently. I wanted to have a chat with you in the clouds, but now, please don't come to my frigid immortal sect. You're not welcome here. Lu Yin placed a hand on Lu Gong's shoulder. Pray that I don't come here again. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave. He then appeared above the hellworm's head with Lu Gong. The creature roared once more and unleashed its progenitor's power without restraint. It then turned around and left, heading in the direction of the Wang family's continent. It was time to return to the 5th mainland. After the hellworm disappeared, Bai Xing's face sank. Father can't appear, Bai Qi said. I know, Bai Xing replied. He then descended upon the frigid immortal sect and appeared in front of Bai Wanyuan. How's Xiaoxinji? Bai Wanyuan asked. Bai Xing shook his head. There's a place in the 5th mainland called the Shenwu continent. There's a path that leads to an unknown spacetime. Xiaoxinji was lured there, but he didn't come out. I wanted to keep an eye on that place, but not long ago, a progenitor called Elder Chan appeared. Bai Wanyuan frowned. Elder Chan was like Lu Xiaoxian, who was equivalent to multiple progenitors. The ancestral chi of 3 sons was one of the top techniques of the 5th mainland during the above heaven sect era. Bai Wanyuan had never expected someone to reach the progenitor realm and draw out Lu Tianyi. To be honest, even Bai Wanyuan was curious about how strong this Lu Tianyi was. As for Bai Xing, he naturally didn't dare to act rashly. It seems like Xiaoxinji has been exiled, Bai Zhe said. Bai Xing was astonished. Exiled? Just like the Lu family from back then? Bai Zhe replied, the Lu family was exiled to the everlasting realm, and they'll naturally deal with them. Lu Xiaoxian doesn't have the ability to do that, and Xiaoxinji should have been exiled to an unknown spacetime. It'll be difficult for him to return. When I left, I saw that Shenwu continent was enveloped by 7 giant source boxes. It should be a source box array. I heard that there were originally only 5 source boxes, but Lu Xiaoxian somehow managed to find 2 more and formed a new source box array to seal off the entire continent, Bai Xing explained. Right, what happened here? Madman Lu didn't succeed? Bai Wanyuan sighed and told Bai Xing everything that had happened. On the other side, Lu Gong was apologizing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. So you were just testing me? I thought that after being imprisoned for so many years, your anger had exploded. Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Something happened to the patriarch. The chances of you being able to walk through the astral trees safely are too low. I really don't understand how you managed to get to this point, so I suspect that the 4 cardinal scales are tricking me. Then why did you still believe Yu Chen's words and do as I said? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Gong said, there's no loss. Madman Lu helped an outsider deal with the family, and it's even better that he's killed. Even if the 4 cardinal scales bite each other, they'll still be able to avenge the family. Lu Yin nodded. This was how a member of the Lu family should be. Even if the family was gone, they would still think of ways to take revenge. It won't be long before I make the 4 cardinal scales pay the price. Xianxia is the first, but he won't be the last. Lu Gong heard this. Young master, you can definitely do it. The hellworm quickly passed through the new sky corridor and returned to the fifth mainland, and Lu Yin had Lu Buzheng take Lu Gong away. When Lu Buzheng saw Lu Gong, the first thing he said was, "Greet your ancestors." Lu Gong was furious. Lu Yin was left speechless, but after some explanation, Lu Gong finally realized that it really was a progenitor. Lu Yin was helpless about the sudden appearance of a progenitor. "Where is Lu Sun?" Lu Buzheng asked. Lu Gong looked at Lu Yin. "Lu Sun? Elder of the Qinshan branch? He's dead." Lu Gong's eyes widened. "Dead? Young master, how did Lu Sun die? You must avenge her." Lu Yin waved his hand and had Lu Buzheng tell Lu Gong what had happened. He then went to find Wu Junshi. "You told me about the three sovereign space-time, but I want to know more about the main space." Wu Junshi stared at Lu Yin in shock and disbelief. "Why? Are you wondering why I know about the main space?" Wu Junshi's heart was in turmoil, and he looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. This person clearly did not know anything about the three monarch space-time continuum, but now, he actually knew about the main space. "Can the main space travel to and from this space-time continuum?" Lu Yin asked. "Is it strange?" Wu Junshi explained, "The main space is the head of the six directional societies, and they possess an unimaginable amount of power that is comparable to the once prosperous primordial space. Even so, they can't travel through much space-time, which is what the sovereign said." "Why is that possible?" Suddenly, he paused and looked at Lu Yin in shock. "The Above Heaven sect, the Above Heaven sect. Wasn't the Above Heaven sect a flourishing sect that had once existed in the primordial space? Is this the primordial space?" Lu Yin also remembered that the Yuan sage had mentioned that this place was called the origin space. "That's right." Wu Junshi felt his scalp go numb. "How is this possible? You came from the origin space?" He had never mentioned it before. If this was the origin space, why would he seal it? The terrifying power of the origin space is not something our three monarch spacetimes can compare to. This was also the reason why he didn't think in this direction. Why would a giant block the path to an ant? Furthermore, he had used such a complicated method, even sacrificing himself. It did not make sense. Lu Yin did not explain to Wu Junshi that Guyu had come to the fifth mainland from the cosmic tree. From his point of view, the fifth mainland was still a wasteland that did not even have a progenitor. How could it compare to any other parallel spacetime? But if this entrance was in the cosmic tree, then things would be different. "It seems like you still have a lot of things that you haven't told me," Lu Yin said. Wu Junshi's expression turned bitter. "Sir, it's not that this lowly one doesn't want to tell you, but I didn't expect this to be the origin space. The probability of parallel spacetime converging is far, far too low. Aside from the Eternals, no other spacetime would dare say that they can converge with more than two spacetimes, and this includes the Hexagon Society itself. If you exclude the Hexagon Society, then no other spacetime, including the main space, can converge with more than 5 spacetimes. This isn't just a matter of probability, but also because the coordinates of spacetime can only be obtained from the Eternals. Given how terrifying the Eternals are, it's incredibly difficult to steal from them. That's why I didn't tell you." Lu Yin did not bicker with him, as this person was not trying to hide anything from him, as there was no point in doing so. After all, he could not possibly think that he would be able to safely return to the three sovereign space by hiding anything. That was simply impossible. "Now, tell me about the main space, the Genesis space, and the Six Direction Society." Wu Junshi replied, "Yes, I will definitely tell you everything I know." A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Shenwu continent and met with Elder Chan. It used to be the 5 sealing planets, but now it's the path of luck. "How is Celestial Master Gu Yan?" Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan replied, "He's the same as everyone else. His astral source is in reverse, but because he's an origin array celestial master, he wasn't injured much. He looks like a normal person, and he's currently at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light." Lu Yin nodded. "That's good. A few days ago, I chased away a progenitor from the cosmic tree called by Xing," Elder Chan casually said. Lu Yin smiled. He's very sullen. Elder Chan laughed. He's a decisive person, and he immediately retreats when things don't look good for him. Why are you here this time? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Senior, the situation in the universe is more complicated than I thought. Elder Chan's gaze trembled. Tell me about it. Elder Chan had broken through to the progenitor realm, and because of the ancestral chi of the three sons, his strength was somewhat unfathomable. Even by Wang Yuan and the others were afraid of him, and Lu Yin had to discuss everything with Elder Chan before doing anything on the fifth mainland. Fortunately, Elder Chan was not Xianxia, and he did not intend to compete with Lu Yin for anything. In other words, he had been in control of the fifth mainland for too long. Before the above heaven, the Hall of Honor had been in charge, and he had always been in control of the Hall of Honor. He had had enough of that position. There are countless parallel spacetimes in the current universe, and it's difficult for them to converge. Even if you accidentally travel from one spacetime to another, it's almost impossible to connect. The only ones who can do this are the Eternals. They have a large seal that can determine the coordinates of spacetime, and they can freely travel to any spacetime they discover. Because of their aggressive nature, any spacetime they discover will become a battlefield. Some spacetimes are very weak, and they can be easily dealt with by just sending an emissary. However, some spacetimes are unable to flourish, and they flourish to the point that even the Eternals do not dare to provoke them. Our spacetime is the only one that the Eternals are truly afraid of, and that is the era of the above heaven, when the humans were at their peak. However, their peak was short-lived. As the continents crumbled one by one, we only have the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree left. This is our spacetime, and it's called the primal space. Outside of our spacetime, there are many other spacetimes that are at war with the Eternals and are in a stalemate. Some of these spacetimes are strong, and some are weak. At present, the strongest known spacetime is the one called the Six Direction Society. This is not a single spacetime, but rather a combination of six spacetimes. The Three Monarchs spacetime that Lord Wu serves is one of the Six Direction Societies, and the Yuan Sage that we saw came from the main space of the Six Direction Society. It was that spacetime that led to the birth of the Six Direction Society. Although Lord Wu did not know much, he knew quite a bit. His cultivation base was not high, but he was still a Lord's servant. Furthermore, he was a true Lord's servant who had been chosen by the Three Monarchs. This was not only because of his cultivation base, but also because he could get close to the Three Monarchs and hear some things. From what he knew, the current main space had long since replaced the primal space. It was the most powerful spacetime among the countless known parallel spacetimes in the universe. Even the Three Monarchs were wary of the main space, and the main space had another name, the Samsara spacetime. The Yuan Sage's words have confirmed that the main space that exiled my Lu family is this main space, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Chan exclaimed, the universe is so vast, but there are still endless universes in our spacetime that we have yet to explore. There are even parallel spacetimes. Are there people who look exactly like us in these parallel spacetimes? Lu Yin nodded. There should be, but they might not necessarily converge. Lord Wu is certain that there are no identical people in the Six Direction Society. Elder Chan nodded. Some parallel spacetimes seem to be exact replicas, and I've seen them before. However, there are also some parallel spacetimes that change at a certain point in time, and the creatures that appear are different. In fact, he looked into the distance. The so-called Six Direction Society might not be a parallel spacetime that was born in our region. They might even come from the astral wilderness. He suddenly asked, is the cosmic tree one of the Six Direction Societies? Lu Yin smiled. That's the most interesting part. They aren't. Elder Chan was shocked. The cosmic tree isn't one of the Six Direction Societies? Lu Yin replied, according to Lord Wu, they only know of one of the seven sky gods, the god of oblivion. They don't know anything about the other six. The main strength of the Three Monarch spacetimes is used to deal with the god of oblivion. Compared to them, the cosmic tree is much stronger. Although it's far from being comparable to the former above heaven, it's still not something that the Three Monarch spacetimes can compare to. The Three Monarch spacetimes are all listed in the Six Direction Societies, but the cosmic tree isn't. I'm curious about that. Elder Chan looked at Luin. What are you thinking about? Luin replied, I want to join the Six Direction Society. Elder Chan wasn't surprised, as he understood Luin very well. This kid seemed steady, but he was good at taking unconventional paths. Unfortunately, he often succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach where he was today. The Cosmic Tree isn't in the Six Direction Society. Either the Cosmic Tree isn't willing to join, or it's being ostracized. If you want to join, not only will you have to face the main space's hostility towards the Lu family, but you might also become the target of public criticism. Luin casually replied, I didn't say that I would join as a representative of the spacetime. Elder Chan was shocked. Then you. Luin pointed at the ground. Elder Chan understood and nodded. That's a good idea. The only thing we need to do now is restore the astral source universe. Elder Chan asked, how do you remove the poison of time? Luin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. This junior can give it a try. Elder Chan was shocked. You can remove it? Luin glanced at his cosmic ring. I'll give it a try, but regardless of whether I can remove it or not, this junior will need a new identity. The identity of a Dao disciple should be over. Elder Chan gave Luin a deep look. Dao Master? A Dao Master was the ruler of a continent. These two words represented an ancient era, and they represented the true ruler of a continent. Since the era of the above heaven, only 6 people had been called Dao Masters, and they were the masters of 6 different continents. Along with the Grim Reaper, Fate, and Wu Tian, they formed the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, which were considered invincible even in parallel spacetimes. This power had once terrified the Eternals. With Lu Yin's current strength, he was still far from being able to call himself a Dao Master. When he heard Elder Chan say these 2 words, he had to admit that he was moved. However, the title of Dao Master was not something that could be casually used. We'll talk about it later, Luin said. When he returned this time, he had wanted to immediately take out the progenitor's sword and see if he could restore the astral source universe. However, while he was upgrading the progenitor's sword, he had stared at the sword and thought about many things, most of which was that it was not worth it. The progenitor's sword had already been broken, and it had taken more than 1 trillion star essence to repair it. This was a considerable amount of resources, and even progenitors would be shocked. It was not something that anyone could take out just because they wanted to. This amount of resources was the entire human race's wealth, and now that he had used the human race's wealth to repair the progenitor's sword, was it just to restore the astral source universe? Restoring the astral source universe was definitely necessary, but it would be even better to add something on top of this foundation. At that moment, he recalled what Xianxia and the others had said, a Dao Master had a special meaning. A Dao Master's meaning? Destiny's daughter looked at Luin in surprise. Why do you ask? Luin replied, since I'm a Dao child, I'll be a Dao Master once I become a progenitor. Shouldn't I know? Destiny's daughter nodded. Yes, but unfortunately, we don't know either. Don't forget that we're only half ancestors. Third uncle doesn't know, Xianxia doesn't know, and even you don't know? Although I'm Destiny's disciple, there are some things that I'll never know until I reach the progenitor realm. We all know that a Dao Master has an extraordinary meaning to a continent, and there are some things that only a Dao Master has the right to know. However, no one has told us exactly what those things are. This is no longer the era of the above heaven, and even if you become a Dao Master, no one will tell you those things. Actually, the status of a Dao Master no longer has any special meaning. Luin looked at Destiny's daughter. Her words were sincere and reasonable. No matter what a Dao Master should know, if no one told him, how would he know? But if he didn't even have the right to be told, then wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to know? You want to become a Dao Master? Destiny's daughter asked. Luin replied, what do you think? Destiny's daughter looked deeply at Luin. I don't know. You don't know? Luin looked at Destiny's daughter, whose attitude was very strange. What was that look? Mockery? Disdain? Or something else? Ignorance? What exactly do you know? Destiny's daughter said, Master once said something that I can tell you, but... She paused. Luin knew what she was thinking. I won't give you the Book of Destiny, but I can tell you the location of the other Book of Destiny. Destiny's daughter raised a brow. The other Book of Destiny? Louis nodded. That's right, the other Book of Destiny. The person who holds it isn't even a half-ancestor. If I tell you, you can take it yourself. Destiny's daughter stared at Louis. Many things have happened since we woke up, and I understand the Odyssey very well. If you could have taken it, then you would have done so long ago. If even you can't take it, then it should be in the hands of the four-way scales. That's right. With my status, I won't be able to take action, but you're different. As a descendant of destiny, it's normal for you to snatch back a treasure of destiny. Even if by 1 yuan and the others find out, I can still protect you, Louis said. Destiny's daughter pondered for a moment. If I get it, the book will be mine. Sure, Louis agreed without hesitation. Rather than keeping it with Xianxia, it was better to give it to Mingnu. He hoped that Mingnu would have a good fight with Xianxia. These two women weren't to be trifled with. The Fate Maiden was not stupid, and she immediately guessed the four-way scales. She even had a rough idea of who it was, but she needed an answer from Louis. She thought about it for a moment before saying, "You've heard of the primogenitor, the 3 realms, 6 daos, and 9 mountains and 8 seas. These terms have appeared many times ever since we woke up, but do you know the difference between the 3 realms and 6 daos? 3 realms and 6 dao?" Louis was puzzled. Destiny's daughter explained, the 3 realms and 6 daos are separate. Regardless of who's stronger or weaker, there's one thing that only a few people know. Even Lu Bujing, Leng Qing, and Kair might not know. That is. Her expression was solemn. The 3 realms will never replace the 6 daos. What do you mean? Louis asked. Destiny's daughter replied, what is the 6 daos? The Tao is in front, and the path is beneath one's feet. A person who obtains the Tao Fate will become a Tao Lord. Master didn't say anything about the Tao Fate, but I'm guessing that it's the progenitor's sword. The 6 daos control the 6 continents. I don't know what secrets one will learn after becoming a Tao Lord, and Master didn't say anything about it either. However, based on Master's words, I'm sure that it's related to the progenitor's sword. Every continent has a Daosor sect, and the progenitor's sword is in the primogenitor's statue. Why doesn't the 3 realms have any? Why is it only controlled by the 6 daos? Why did the progenitor personally become the first continent's Tao Lord? It should be related to the progenitor's sword. Only the Tao Lord of the 6 daos can wield the progenitor's sword, and the progenitor can control all 6 swords. So you're saying that whoever can control the progenitor's sword can become a Tao Lord? Louis asked. She looked at Louis. I know that a Tao Lord can touch the progenitor's sword, but touching it doesn't mean that you can control it. My master can definitely touch the progenitor's sword as well, but she will never be a Tao Lord. The reason why we recognized you as a Tao Lord is because you borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to control the 5th mainland, and it's also because the progenitor's sword has acknowledged you. Can you use the progenitor's sword to sense the whereabouts of the other 5 swords? That's impossible. Louis looked at his cosmic ring. Indeed, it was impossible for him to control the progenitor's sword. The progenitor's sword could take someone through spacetime, and he had seen the past. He had wanted to use this ability many times, but he had been unable to find any clues. How can you be sure that a Tao Lord can control the progenitor's sword? Louis asked. She replied, I'm not sure. The progenitor, the 3 realms, and the 6 daos are all gone. Everything that happened in the past can only be guessed. If no one can control the progenitor's sword, then the 5th mainland will never have a Tao Lord? Louis asked. She was curious. Is the title of Tao Lord that important? Louis didn't know either, but if he didn't become a Tao Lord, then he wouldn't be able to control the 5th mainland properly. His third uncle, Lu Bujing, had also said that being a Tao Lord was very important. Louis wanted to see what would happen once he was recognized as a Tao Lord. She left with the answer she wanted, by Xianxia. One of the books of destiny was in her hands. Not only did Louis tell her this, but he also allowed her to find Butian so that the two of them could work together to deal with Xianxia. He then went to find the second Night King. Tao Lord. The second Night King's attitude was becoming more and more upright, and he looked at Luin with respect and subservience. The current Luin didn't even need to rely on any external power to crush him. Help me spread a message. The more people know, the better. Luin looked towards the technocracy. The second Night King quickly left the main hall. He didn't leave for long before returning with an ugly expression. Reporting, Dowlord. Aside from Astral 10, all the other Astral Combat Academy stargazing towers have just been destroyed. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold, and he took a step forward before vanishing from the above sky sect. At the same time, in the inner verse, the void of a Milky Way that flowed with a blue light suddenly distorted. Enormous rings of light that were large enough to carry the weight of the stars appeared, forming a corridor of time that pressed down on a giant battleship. This was Astral 10. Outside the ring was an old woman with a pale face. Can a mere wasteland block an emissary from my inner world? Try it if you dare. Astral 10's Rainmaster, Sandmaster, and the others. They all rushed forward and raised their hands, trying to push the ring away. Behind them, the Trial Master raised his hand and tried to use his astral source to form a diagram, but he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The Rainmaster and the others also fell down, but they didn't touch the ring. They had been injured by the reversal of astral sources in their bodies. The old woman sneered, her gaze fixed on the dispirited figure on the giant tree outside Astral 10's Rain Observatory. She had been about to destroy the stargazing tower when this crazy person had appeared and pushed her away with a single palm. She had been warned that she would only have one chance to act. Any delay and she would face Lu Xiaoshuan's killing intent. Thus, she had used her inner world to destroy Astral 10 as well. Once the ring's inner world descended, it would be enough to destroy the entire battleship. On a giant tree in Astral 10, the crazy headmaster stood there, allowing the ring to fall. The Star Master's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward to push the crazy headmaster away. Many of Astral 10's students watched in despair as the ring fell, powerless. At this moment, the crazy headmaster slowly raised his head, his gaze still cloudy. A black hole suddenly appeared above his head and continued to expand. The old woman's pupils shrank, and her inner world quickly disappeared. Origin Tribulation? The Trial Master, Rainmaster, Old Kai, and the others were all stunned. The headmaster was facing an origin tribulation? What was going on? Wasn't he crazy? Ever since he had gone mad, he had never faced an origin tribulation again. How could a madman face an origin tribulation? The crazy headmaster raised his head and smiled when he saw the origin tribulation appear. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, he charged towards the black hole. The old woman's mouth fell open. This madman. She had seen too many cultivators facing tribulations. As a half-ancestor, she had faced many tribulations herself, but she had never seen anyone charge into a black hole. That place was unfathomably deep, and only a madman would charge in. Old Kai, the Rainmaster, and the others shouted, trying to stop the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster laughed maniacally. You all started this war. You, ha 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 ha. His laughter seemed to be mocking the origin tribulation. The Star Master was shocked. This is the 8th tribulation. He's finally going to break through to the 8th tribulation, but the 8th tribulation represented the peak of an emissary. No one had expected the crazy headmaster to face a tribulation while the 5th mainland's astral source universe was on the brink of destruction. How? How? No one knew. The old woman looked at Astral 10's stargazing deck. There was no need to care about that madman anymore, as he would die without a doubt. She had to consider how to destroy stargazing deck. The crazy headmaster continued to approach the black hole, and everyone watched as he flew like a moth to a flame. No one had ever heard of anyone entering a black hole, and even if they had, they would have died. Suddenly, the black hole began to change in size. It should have been rotating clockwise, but now, it was rotating counterclockwise. The origin tribulation that was supposed to descend also mysteriously disappeared, causing everyone to be stunned. The old woman stared blankly. What the hell? The abnormality of the black hole also affected the surrounding space. The crazy headmaster had clearly been charging upwards, but now, he was falling back down. Occasionally, he would continue to charge upwards. This was completely out of his control. The trial master was shocked. There's a problem with the astral source universe, and even the origin tribulation is affected. Old Kai was stunned. There's such a thing? Who would have thought that something would happen to Sirius's origin universe? Naturally, no one would have thought that something would happen to the black hole. This was because the origin tribulation came from the astral source universe, and since there was a problem with the astral source universe, the origin tribulation would naturally be affected as well. His eighth tribulation was gone, just like that. After the tribulation ended, the crazy headmaster could be considered to have passed his eighth tribulation. The majestic astral source should have been absorbed into his body and allowed him to reach the peak of the emissary realm. The next step would be to break through to the half-ancestor realm. However, there was a problem with the black hole and the astral source. It was like fishing, appearing and disappearing from time to time. However, regardless of whether it appeared or not, the crazy headmaster continued to laugh maniacally. He had no intention of absorbing it at all. Old Kai muttered to himself, I don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. The headmaster survived the tribulation, but he didn't get the benefits of passing his eighth tribulation. It's better that he didn't get it. Otherwise, if he absorbed that astral source and tried to go against the flow, he would die, the rainmaster said. This is bad. The trial master stared at the sky. Where was that half-ancestor? The old woman had already entered Astral 10. Since the tribulation had ended, she wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Stargazing Tower. Suddenly, an indescribable chill enveloped her body. She looked up and saw an incomparably large black hole appear, enveloping Astral 10 and even the sky above. At this moment, not only the crazy headmaster, but all of Astral 10, including the old woman, were included in the tribulation. The old woman's face turned pale. What the hell? Another tribulation? Below her, Old Kai and the others also saw this, and their eyes filled with confusion. Where had this tribulation come from? The headmaster broke through to the half-ancestor realm, the trial master said in disbelief as his turbid eyes widened. The others' first reaction was disbelief. The headmaster had clearly just passed his eighth tribulation, and his astral source vortex had yet to reach the peak of the emissary realm. Even if he had, it would not have been easy for him to break through to the half-ancestor realm. That was an inner world formed from an astral source vortex, which was on a completely different level. How could it have been so easy to pass through a tribulation? Furthermore, it had been a two-stage jump. Far away, Lu Yin saw this and was shocked. Origin tribulation? Who's going through a tribulation? This was not a small area. Wait, could the current fifth mainland undergo an origin tribulation? Just as he thought of this, he saw the black hole change. It suddenly expanded and shrunk as if it was playing a game. Ever since the era of the heavenly sect and the birth of the origin tribulation, this starry sky had never experienced such a strange situation. The crazy headmaster's origin tribulation enveloped everyone. The origin tribulation that the half-martial ancestor old woman attracted was especially exaggerated. Everyone wanted to accompany the crazy headmaster in his tribulation. However, because of the problem with the astral source universe, the origin tribulation black hole couldn't display its full power. It constantly changed in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Only the crazy headmaster laughed loudly. However, this time, his laughter was different from before. He no longer repeated the same words. He laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. He laughed out of the vicissitudes of life, and also laughed out of life. Those who heard the crazy principal's laughter couldn't help but want to cry. It was as if their entire lives were flashing through their minds. The half-martial ancestor old woman was no exception. She didn't understand why she was so sad. At this moment, she thought through many things. Did all the people she killed on her path of cultivation deserve to die? Was what he had done right? What are you doing now? Her mind was filled with question marks. The crazy headmaster looked up at the sky and laughed. There was no vast astral source. Instead, there were pillars of water cascading down from the void, as if it was raining down on this gloomy sky. In Astral 10, many students stared blankly at the pillars of water cascading down and smashing into the ground in front of them. Water splashed everywhere and floated into the air, forming countless layers of lakes. These lakes were like separate spaces that displayed images. These lakes extinguished the flames that had been burning in Astral 10, and this was the first time that Astral 10 had been so clean. There was. When a student touched a pillar of water, they saw a person's entire life. He had gone from being high-spirited to being deranged. This was the crazy headmaster's life. His life had formed a strange pillar of water that transformed into layers of lakes that filled the sky. Above their heads, the origin tribulation black hole quietly disappeared the moment the pillar of water appeared. It had clearly been an origin tribulation, but it had disappeared just like that. It had appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The old woman stared at the endless pillars of water in shock. Is this a phenomenon? In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A phenomenon? The universe could not be fair, and no one could pursue absolute fairness. Everyone's innate gifts were divided into different levels. Some people's breakthroughs in cultivation, regardless of whether they were difficult or smooth, would always be within the norm. Even if they broke through to the progenitor realm, nothing too strange would happen. However, some people's breakthroughs could cause the heavens and earth to change and cause a phenomenon to appear in space. For example, when Lu Yin had broken through to the explorer realm, a phenomenon had appeared. When he had broken through to the enlighter realm and then to the emissary realm, a phenomenon had appeared. This time, the crazy headmaster's breakthrough had also caused a phenomenon. It was impossible to describe whether the crazy headmaster's tribulation had been right or wrong. The origin tribulation had appeared, but it had mysteriously disappeared. The only thing that had remained was that the crazy headmaster had successfully broken through. He had not suffered any of the disasters that came with breaking through to the origin tribulation, nor had he enjoyed any of the benefits that came with it. However, he had still broken through, and he had broken through while laughing maniacally. In the end, he had caused a phenomenon. Virtuous, Ruoxue, the Star Master muttered. The others did not understand. The Star Master was shocked. Only those who have achieved great enlightenment can reach the realm of virtuous water. The headmaster has been crazy for so many years because he saw the past through stargazing deck. He was unable to let go of the past, which led to his mental disorder. However, this is also a form of tempering. Now, the headmaster has achieved great enlightenment and broken through to the half-ancestor realm, allowing him to see through the world. How do you know? Old Kai did not understand. No one answered him, and everyone looked at the crazy headmaster. He was no longer laughing, and he simply stood at the center of the endless water pillar, drowning in the sea of memories. In Astral 10, the old half-ancestor woman retracted her aura and headed in a certain direction. She knew that the commotion here would definitely attract the attention of those in the wasteland, and she no longer wanted to destroy stargazing deck. She wanted to leave. The crazy headmaster in outer space gave her an indescribable chill, as if this person was a threat to her. He had clearly just undergone his tribulation. No, he had not even undergone his tribulation, and he had even caused a phenomenon. This was the first time she had seen such a strange cultivator, so it was best for her to leave as soon as possible. You're a guest from afar. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? A gentle voice resounded through the heavens and into everyone's ears. The old woman stopped and turned around. In outer space, a pair of clear eyes were looking at her. They were very calm as the Dead Sea. Old Kai and the others all looked in the old woman's direction. A ruthless glint flashed across the old woman's eyes. You've just become a half-ancestor, yet you want to stop me? I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, even if you're lucky enough to pass your tribulation, you won't be able to live past today. She then turned to leave. The crazy headmaster remained calm. He raised his left hand and flicked his finger. His fingertip traversed the distance and touched a water pillar. A drop of water shot out and appeared behind the old woman in the blink of an eye. The old woman was furious. You're courting death. Rings appeared and pressed down on the crazy headmaster. It was not just the crazy headmaster. She instantly released her inner world, intending to destroy all of Astral 10. She did not hesitate to flee into the distance. She could ignore the people here, but she could not ignore the above heaven sect and Lu Xiaoxian. She did not realize that the drop of water had no effect whatsoever. It passed through the rings and landed on the old Woman's back. Drip. The sound of flowing water rang out. It was so clear and pleasant to the ears. Even the old woman herself felt that it was pleasant to hear. Then, her gaze became confused and she stopped moving. However, her body continued to move forward under the inertia of rushing out. No one stopped her. "Director," the Sandmaster could not help but shout. The crazy headmaster retracted his gaze, and the rings that the old woman had released suddenly disappeared as if they had never existed. "Everyone, you've worked hard over the past few years." Old Kai and the others were delighted. "Director, you've awakened?" "The director has awakened?" "The director has awakened." In Astral 10, the mentors and students cheered. The Rainmaster and the others were still worried. The director had occasionally awakened over the past few years, so who knew if he would suddenly go crazy again? Furthermore, what had just happened? The crazy headmaster slowly descended. The Rainmaster and the others subconsciously surrounded him and stared at him. The crazy headmaster smiled and looked around. "Calm the students down first. We'll talk about my matters later." He then turned to look at the sky. "I'm finally here." Luin had arrived outside of Astral 10, and he was still carrying the half-ancestor old woman in his hand. Slowly descending, Luin looked at the crazy headmaster. "Director?" The crazy headmaster smiled. "Have you thought it through, kid? Are you willing to leave your name behind?" Luin was delighted. "Director, you've really recovered?" The crazy headmaster smiled, and his gaze landed on the old woman in Lu Yin's hand. "Why are you bringing her up? She's just a shell." Luin released his grip, and the old woman fell to the ground. Her eyes were dazed, and she looked like an infant who had never seen the world. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, and she could not control her body. Old Kai and the others felt a chill run down their spines, and they looked at Luin as if he was a pervert. Luin shrugged. "Don't look at me. It was the director who did this. I just brought her here." The others looked at the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster said, "She brought this upon herself. She had the chance to leave, but she didn't want to. So be it." Luin sighed. "Director, you entered the half-progenitor realm by chance, and you were able to deal with a half-progenitor with a wave of your hand. This junior is amazed by your ability, and this junior congratulates you on your rebirth." "We also congratulate you on your rebirth," the Rainmaster and the others said sincerely. The crazy headmaster exhaled and bowed deeply to the crowd. "Xiaochen, thank you for your company, and thank you even more for your help in Wujiang." The old woman had been completely crippled, and Luin had left her for Astral 10 to deal with. He had rushed over because he wanted to protect Astral 10's stargazing deck. Fortunately, the headmaster had erupted at the last moment, or else he would not have been able to deal with Baixianer. The four-way scales could not be underestimated, as they had still managed to find out how Luin had dealt with Baixianer. However, Luin did not care anymore. He could see hope for the Fifth Mainland's rise from the ashes of Elder Chan and the crazy headmaster. Every era of the human race produced geniuses. There had been the 3 realms and 6 Daos during the Above Heaven sect era, and there had been the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosor sect era. Other eras had definitely produced powerhouses like the Desolate Ancestor, who had not been famous, but had been unrivaled throughout the universe. The current era was even more flourishing. Hen Xian and the other elders of Heaven's Gate from the Above Heaven sect era, the crazy headmaster, Elder Chan, and Luin. As long as there was enough time, the 10 arbiters would be able to grow. What Luin lacked the most right now was time, but Elder Chan's ancestral breaker had given him some hope. So what if the 4 scales didn't agree? The Fifth Mainland was not their place to decide. Luin picked up the call. "Dao Disciple, this is Astral 1. Luin asked, "Was stargazing deck destroyed?" "The 4 scales did it. The emissary who destroyed stargazing deck self-immolated and left no evidence behind." "It doesn't matter, don't worry about it," Luin said. He didn't really care, but stargazing deck's destruction was a fact that he couldn't change. All he could do now was protect Astral 10's stargazing deck. A bead has appeared beneath stargazing deck's ruins. Luin was confused. "Bead? What bead?" "It's just a bead. It looks very ordinary, just like a normal bead." The only difference is that it's the only thing left behind from Stargazing Deck's destruction. I've already contacted the other academies, and they've all left behind a bead. Wait for me, Luin said to the crazy headmaster and then headed towards the other academies. He now understood why Stargazing Deck could trigger fate and see the river of time. He had found a bead that was definitely related to fate, but he had never heard of fate having a bead. Hold on, Lu Yin's pupil shrank. The Starsibyl Sex Master, Mr. Zhu. Luin moved quickly and quickly arrived at Astral 2, the closest academy to Astral 10. However, he saw a sea of blood that was scarlet and steaming. A group of pale-faced students and mentors surrounded it. Luin tore through the void and walked out. What's going on? He had been to Astral 2 before, and he was now standing in the direction of Stargazing Deck. He had expected Stargazing Deck to be destroyed, but that was only the destruction of the building and the death of the Star Master. However, this sea of blood had clearly killed countless people. When Luin appeared, a mentor from Astral 2 walked out and respectfully reported, Dao Disciple, President, the President is dead. Even the mentors and students who came to rescue us are dead, including Han Chong from the Han family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How did they die? I don't know. Everyone in this area is dead. All that's left is a sea of blood. There aren't even corpses. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he stepped into the void once again, heading towards the other academies. Astral 1, Astral 4, Astral 6, and so on. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies were all the same, and there was a certain area that had become a death zone. It wasn't necessarily the Blood Sea or the Stargazing Deck, but there was one thing they all had in common, the bead's location. The headmaster left with the bead he obtained from Stargazing Tower. I saw it with my own eyes, but Astral 1's mentor was grief-stricken. By the time I turned around, the headmaster's body had already been smashed to smithereens. There wasn't even a corpse left. I didn't see who did it. There were a total of 10 Astral Combat Academies. Astral 3 had been destroyed during the 6th Mainland's invasion, and the Stargazing Deck had fallen into the hands of the 6th Mainland. The other 9 academies had not suffered too many losses, but just now, all 9 of their deans had died. Even though no one had seen it, the sea of blood that had been left behind at the scene was proof enough. Not only the deans themselves, but everyone who had been around them or had been looking at them had all died. Throughout the entire 9 academies, no one knew how they died or who killed them. The four-way scales? Impossible. Their goal had only been to destroy Stargazing Tower, not to start a war. This kind of thing was too vile, and once it was proven that the four-way scales had killed them, a war would definitely break out. Luin believed in the four-way scales. The scales weren't that stupid. Besides, they had already destroyed Stargazing Tower, so there was no need to kill the deans. It was meaningless. The everlasting race? That was possible, but Luin took a step forward and headed to Astral 10. He was afraid that something would happen to Astral 10, but he also hoped that Astral 10 would suffer an unknown attack that would negate his terrifying guess. When he returned to Astral 10, he saw that the crazy headmaster had changed completely. He was no longer in his sloppy clothes, and he looked refined with a ruddy complexion. His gaze was gentle, but beneath that gentleness was a fierce killing intent that could strike lightning bolts. Who did it? You already know? The deans of the Astral Combat Academies have all died. How could this be hidden? Have you found out who did it? The Rainmaster asked. Old Kai and the rest were solemn, which was a rare sight. Luin did not answer and instead asked, Is everything all right here? What could happen with the headmaster here? The Sandmaster asked. Everyone looked at Luin. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was it really as he had guessed? The ones who had killed the deans might not have been humans or the Eternals, but rather fate. Their deaths all had one thing in common, they had encountered the bead that had been left behind at Stargazing Tower. Bead, Mr. Bead, the Starsibyl sect, and fate. What was the connection between all of these? Luin went to Stargazing Tower and contacted the Lady of Fate and Skyminder, asking them to come over. Bead, the Lady of Fate cried out in astonishment. Luin stared at her. You know about it? The Lady of Fate replied, Master does have a string of beads, but they're just decorations and can't even be considered a power vessel. What kind of beads are they? One bead at a time, Luin answered. The Lady of Fate almost blurted out nonsense, but she held herself back. What do I mean? Luin frowned. He didn't know either. He had set off immediately after receiving the headmaster's call. Everything had happened in an instant, and even he hadn't been able to react in time. Tell me what you know about the beads. The Lady of Fate recalled. Master wore a string of beads on his wrist for many years. I saw it when I followed him. From the time I followed him until I was sealed in ice, the string went from 13 to 11 beads. Master gave away 2 of them to others. One was given to a child, and the other was given to the Lu family as a congratulatory gift for Lu Tianyi becoming a Dao disciple. Luin raised his brows. Given to the Lu family? To whom? Ancestor Tianyi? The Lady of Fate shook her head. I don't know who he gave it to. Master only said that it was given to the Lu family, and I personally delivered it to the direct descendants of the Lu family. It either ended up in the hands of the Lu family's ancestor or Lu Tianyi. That's all I know about that string of beads. There's nothing special about it. What about the other child? Skyminder suddenly asked. The Lady of Fate replied, I don't know why that child was favored by Master. I've asked, but Master didn't tell me. What kind of child? Skyminder was curious. The Lady of Fate glanced at him, and the white clouds around her intentionally blocked his line of sight. Skyminder felt uncomfortable. I've never seen him before, and Master didn't tell me either. He only said that it was a child. Luin felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid of the 4 cardinal scales using force or using underhanded methods, but he was afraid that fate would be involved. Fate was too strange, and he had just seen the future. That scene had been too shocking, and now, a murder had occurred because of a fate item. This was a serious case that had to be investigated. Once it was investigated, it would definitely involve fate. What was even more vexing was that fate had given the beads to the Lu family. He didn't know how the Lu family had viewed fate back then, but if it had been him, he would have definitely tossed the beads far away. This matter concerned fate, and he couldn't even ask Littleshire for help. He was afraid that fate would implicate Littleshire. Skyminder, check the beads. Luin casually tossed the Book of Destiny to Skyminder Daoist. Skyminder caught it and began flipping through it. The Lady of Fate stared at it, but it was difficult for her to see anything. She could only read the words after being nourished by the Shantian mirror for a long time. In the astral tree realm, news of the crazy headmaster's breakthrough had already spread. At the same time, news of Lu Yin's appearance and the deaths of the academy heads had also spread. The 4 cardinal scales attack on Stargazing Tower was not something that could be done in a single day. They had set up a backup plan to prevent themselves from being destroyed in the future. In the end, it could be considered a success. Stargazing Tower was almost completely destroyed, but it could also be considered a failure. Astral 10 could not be destroyed, and even the hidden backup plan could not bypass the crazy headmaster and destroy Stargazing Tower. Even the old half-ancestor could not do anything, and the 4 cardinal scales could not arrange for 2 half-ancestors to act. In reality, only the envoys had acted against Stargazing Tower. Only Astral 10 was special because Astral 10 had defeated Xia Meng. This matter had been investigated by the 4 cardinal scales, so they had sent a half-ancestor just to be on the safe side. Who would have thought that even a half-ancestor would be useless? Now, Bai Wangyuan and the others were not only concerned about Stargazing Tower, but also the crazy headmaster. Is this for real? You can't be seeing things, right? Something happened to the astral source universe, but he still managed to break through 2 origin tribulations? That's impossible. The dragon ancestor was shocked. Wang Fan added, that's right. It takes a very long time to go from an 8th stage tribulation origin to a half-ancestor. This person hasn't even absorbed an 8th stage tribulation origin astral root, so how could he have succeeded? Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flickered. A heavenly phenomenon is already unusual. Who in our era could cause a heavenly phenomenon to descend? Xiaoshang and Ku Jia. The mist ancestor's voice rang out. The 3 looked over and saw the mist ancestor descend. I knew that nothing good would come out of the 3 of you gathering together. You know about it too? Wang Fan was astonished. The mist ancestor sneered. Are you the only ones who have the ability to gather information about the fifth mainland? You should know about that madman breaking through to the half-ancestor level, right? The mist ancestor's expression was solemn. Crossing the existent realm to the incorporeal realm and then using the incorporeal realm to break through to the existent realm. This is a person who has achieved great enlightenment. The fifth mainland is very fortunate to have such a person. Back then, only Xiaoshang and Ku Jia saw a heavenly phenomenon. That Lu Xiaoxian fellow should have experienced one as well. This person is definitely not ordinary. Wang Fan continued, it's a pity that he didn't pass the 3 stages, so he'll never reach the ancestor realm. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Who said that? Giving him the tribulation crystal pillar might not be impossible. Give the 3 of you your contribution points. Having one more ancestor is good for us. That idiot Xiaoxinji was dumped, and you guys tricked Lu Yu to death. We don't have enough manpower. Lu Xiaoxian also forced Madman Lu to leave. Why didn't you say that? Madman Lu might very well be read back. Even if he isn't, given his personality, who knows if he won't attack his own people. He's someone who dares to attract an origin tribulation. If he succeeded, he would have dragged the entire top realm down with him. Are you not worried about someone like that? That's not a reason for Lu Xiaoxian to force him to leave. Nonsense, I don't care about you guys anymore. I'll go take a look at this strange person. The mist ancestor headed towards the fifth mainland. The dragon ancestor replied, if this person has broken through 3 stages, then he's definitely worth paying attention to. There's no need to worry about him for now, but he's definitely not an ordinary half-ancestor. Bai Wangyuan watched as the mist ancestor left. There was only one stargazing tower left. What a pity. On the fifth mainland, Butian flipped through the Book of Destiny for half a day before shaking his head. There's nothing about the bead. There are many records of beads here, but none of them have anything to do with Stargazing Tower. Investigate the Starsabel sect and Mr. Zhu, Luin said. The Fate Maiden was confused. Mr. Zhu? He's already dead. Luin didn't even look at her. Investigate, as long as he could connect the dots, he would investigate. Butian didn't dare to hesitate. He had been wary of Luin in the past, but he wasn't afraid. He had thought that he could help Luin, so he had acted calmly. However, after seeing the books of destiny converge, he had felt fear from the bottom of his heart. This person was even willing to betray the humans, so what else could he not do? Thankfully, he was an astral beast and not a human, or else he would already be dead. Eh? He's still alive. Butian exclaimed. The Fate Maiden was shocked. Impossible, he was already dead when I found the Starsabel sect. Lu Yan's expression sank. Location. Butian shook his head. I can't find anything. I've played against Mr. Zhu many times. When the human domain and the astral beast domain were at war, we were also playing chess. Since the Book of Destiny was in my possession, I didn't think much of Mr. Zhu. However, I didn't underestimate him either. I've investigated him before, and he should have died. You don't suspect that the bead is related to this? Mr. Zhu, do you? The Fate Maiden asked in shock. Lu Yin sneered. Even black holes have intelligence and can fight. There's nothing impossible in this universe. Butian, investigate. Find out where he is. Then I'll fight him. Butian released his grip and the Book of Destiny floated into the air. He used the Shantian mirror and used his destiny law against Mr. Zhu. Lu Yin was familiar with this scene, as he had seen the Fate Maiden use her destiny law against Butian before. The power of destiny was always mysterious. Just as Butian was about to attack, the Book of Destiny suddenly dropped. He frowned. He's dead again. What do you mean? The Fate Maiden was surprised. Mr. Zhu is dead again. Lu Yin stared at her. Is there anything else about the Pearl of Destiny that you're hiding from me? The Lady of Fate swore, absolutely not. I always thought that it was something that Master liked. It's useless. Lu Yin was displeased. Why did this woman have such a shallow understanding of fate? So much for being fate's inheritor. With this thought in mind, she grabbed heaven mending, tore through the void, and left. Fate Daughter's face flushed red. In the era of the above heaven, who would dare to speak to her in such a manner? She had even dared to hunt down Lu Bujing, and as the successor of Fate, her status was no lower than that of an ordinary progenitor no matter where she went. She was incomparably arrogant, but now, she had actually been berated in such a manner. She gritted her teeth, snorted, and then headed in the direction of the Starsabel sect. What was up with that Mr. Zhu? The only way she could find out more was through Starsabel. She had been too careless, as she had assumed that with her status and strength, no one would dare to deceive her. Thus, she had never investigated Mr. Zhu's death, nor had she divined it. But now, it seemed that there was definitely a problem. She had better not find out that Starsabel had lied to her, or else. Luyin brought Butian to the Neoverse to look for Xiaoshi. At this point, Luyin had no intention of hiding anything. The frequent appearance of the power of fate had already made him uneasy, and this uneasiness was far greater than the 4 cardinal scales. Furthermore, Butian even knew that Luyin would betray the humans and join the Eternals in the future, so there was no need to hide anything from him. Of course, the Death God's Mudra was a must. It had been planted in Butian's body, and it could control his life and death at any time. Xiaoshi had a giant mushroom head, and he stared at Luyin and Butian in confusion. Brother Lu? Luyin looked at Xiaoshi, and his gaze landed on the book in his hand. Lend me your book. Xiaoshi handed it over. Butian had just arrived when his gaze was drawn to the book, as it was exactly the same as the Book of Destiny that he had. Daozi, what's this? The Book of Destiny. Luyin took the book and handed it over to Butian. Combine the 2 books and see if you can find anything. Butian gulped, and his gaze towards Luyin grew even more fearful. He finally understood why Luyin had been able to confirm so many things. Luyin had long since grasped a Book of Destiny. But that didn't seem right. He looked at Xiaoshi, as this person did not seem like someone who had grasped the Book of Destiny. You know the Shantian mirror? Shantian what? Xiaoshi was at a loss. Butian wanted to say something, but Luyin interrupted him. He doesn't know anything. Hurry up and investigate. Butian did not dare delay, and he copied by Xianxia's actions. The 2 books of destiny floated in the air and slowly combined together. He immediately used the Shantian mirror, but the previous scene of the 2 books merging did not appear. There were no abnormalities around him. Butian was helpless. By Xianxia is right. If you want the books of destiny to merge, you have to use the Shantian mirror. She's the only one in this era who knows the Shantian mirror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Since the 2 books can merge, that means that nothing has changed. Just flip through them. Butian nodded and flipped open the Book of Destiny, but it was completely blank. He was stunned. I can't see the words. Luyin was astonished. You can't see them? Butian nodded. Aren't there words? Xiaoshi carefully moved over. Butian suddenly looked at Xiaoshi. You can see the words? Xiao. Shi nodded, but he was still afraid of Butian and hid behind Luyin. Butian stared at him blankly. This person could see the words? How? If even he couldn't see them, then who was this person? You can leave for now, Luyin said to Butian. Butian hesitated for a moment before slowly walking out of the library. Luyin looked at Xiaoshi seriously. You can really see the words? Xiaoshi nodded. Brother Lu, I can see the words all the time. Luyin had actually looked into Xiaoshi's situation. Back then, both Skymender and Fate's daughter had said that the only person who could see the words of the Book of Destiny without cultivating the Shantian mirror was Destiny. He had started investigating at that time, but everything was normal. Xiaoshi's background and ancestry were clear as day. He had never had anything to do with the Starsabel sect, and he had never displayed any special powers. No matter what he did, he couldn't find any clues related to Destiny. Even so, Butian and Fate's daughter had confirmed that such a person was Destiny. Luyin still couldn't figure out the situation. Ever since those people from the above heaven era had awakened, more and more mysteries had been waiting for him to solve. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Help me investigate the Pearl of Destiny. Xiaoxia grunted and began flipping through the Book of Destiny. Luyin had never asked Xiaoxia to investigate anything related to destiny before, as he had been afraid that he would attract the attention of destiny and affect it. However, he had no choice now. No, Xiaoxia replied, and the results were the same as Butian's. Starsabil sect, Mr. Pearl. Dead, Xiaoxia replied. Luyin frowned, but the results were the same. He continued. He had asked Xiaoxia to investigate a few things that might be related to destiny, but the results were either none or the results were what everyone else could find. Destiny was like a layer of fog, and the Book of Destiny might be the key, but it wasn't meant to be used like this. Xianxia mirror, Luyin said. Xiaoxia flipped through the Book of Destiny. There is. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Write it down. Xiaoxia was put in a difficult position and stared at the pages for a long time before finally replying, Brother Lu, I can't write it down. I can understand these words, but I forget them as soon as I look away. Luyin was disappointed. As expected, destiny wasn't that easy to cultivate. Right, you can cultivate it. Cultivate what? See the Xiantian mirror, Luyin said. Xiaoxia's mouth fell open. I am really bad at cultivation. Don't worry, you'll get twice the results with half the effort if you cultivate this. Regardless of Xiaoxia's relationship with destiny, there had to be a conclusion. Sometimes, many things couldn't be stopped just by stopping them. If Xiaoxia really was destiny, then it would be too easy for him to cultivate the Xiantian mirror, and he might not even need the Book of Destiny. Rather than that, it would be better for Xiaoxia to cultivate under Lu Yin's supervision. Xiaoxia was put in a difficult position. He didn't want to cultivate and only wanted to quietly read in the library. Luyin patted Xiaoxia's shoulder. Brother Lu promises that as long as you succeed, I'll help you promote Mushroom Head throughout the universe. Xiaoxia was delighted. Really? Luyin nodded. Really? Alright, I'll work hard and not disappoint Brother Lu. Xiaoxia was excited. Luyin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw how excited Xiaoxia was. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do. Even though man could conquer the heavens, and even though he was sure that he definitely had a way to overcome the illusory fate, wasn't the step he'd taken now a path to overcoming fate as well? Xiaoxia only hoped that he wasn't destiny. No, even if he was destiny, it was fine as long as he stayed true to his heart. Can you find the Xiantian mirror? Luyin asked. Xiaoxia nodded. Yes. Then let's cultivate together. Xiaoxia pursed his lips and was very reluctant. Yes. Check the poison of time. Didn't you already check it before? Xiaoxia was puzzled. Check it again, Luyin said. The two books of destiny had merged, and the answers might not be the same. Xiaoxia flipped through the Book of Destiny, and his eyes lit up. Someone raised a sword and stabbed it into the ground. Luyin subconsciously looked at the Book of Destiny, but it was blank. Who? Xiaoxia didn't know how to describe it. Luyin raised a hand and used his star energy to draw an image. Xiaoxia was excited. Yes, it's him. He raised a sword and stabbed it into the ground. Luyin sighed. It really was the progenitor. The progenitor had stabbed the progenitor's sword into the ground. The only thing that could be connected to the poison of time in this image was the act of removing it. The progenitor's sword could remove the poison of time, which also explained why the progenitor's sword had been left behind on all 6 continents. The poison of time had definitely appeared during the above heaven era. If the poison of time had appeared at that time, then why hadn't the progenitor attacked the Eternals? With the above heaven era's power, dealing with the Eternals shouldn't have been a problem. Quite a few of the 7 sky gods had come from the above heaven era. Something must have happened during that era that had caused the continents to shatter and the sects to be destroyed. The Book of Destiny was like the answer to the universe's riddles, waiting to be read. Xiaoxia enjoyed being asked questions, as this allowed him to read the Book of Destiny purposefully. Luyin also had many questions that he wanted answers to. Help me investigate the 3 monarchs spacetime. Xiaoxia grunted and started flipping through the pages. Nope. Luyin understood. Destiny belonged to this spacetime, and the book of destiny that she had left behind could not be used to investigate other spacetimes. Investigate the Downlord. Xianxia flipped through the pages. There are quite a few people. 6. Only the images of the characters? Yes. Luine pondered. Investigate the secrets that only the Downlord knows. Xianxia started flipping through the pages. Nope. Nope. Was there no record of destiny, or did she not know? Right, Luine suddenly thought of something. Investigate Taichung City. Xianxia flipped through the pages, and suddenly, the pages flipped rapidly as a wisp of flame rose up and burned Xianxia. Xianxia screamed and retreated. Luine raised a hand and tried to extinguish the flame with his astral source, but it was useless. This wisp of flame did not seem to belong to this space. It burned the Book of Destiny, but it did not affect the space-time at all. Xiaoxia's hand was not injured either. Butian. Luine barked. Butian rushed in and was shocked to see the Book of Destiny being burned. He quickly used the Xiantian mirror to attack. At the same time, in the astral tree realm, Xianxia's eyes flew open as the Book of Destiny in her bosom burned. She paled. What's going on? She then attacked at the same time. The Xiantian mirror attacked the wisp of flame across the astral tree realm and the fifth mainland. The wisp of flame seemed to come from an indescribable height, and Luine could not even touch it. It was like a calamity that targeted the Book of Destiny. In a corner of the fifth mainland, 9 black beads floated in front of a figure. If Luine had been here, he would have recognized this person as the supposedly dead Mr. Zhu. The 8 beads in front of him were the ones from the stargazing tower. There were a total of 8 beads. Astral 3's stargazing tower had been stolen by the 6th mainland, and Astral 10's stargazing tower had remained untouched. When the Book of Destiny burned, Mr. Zhu was annoyed. Who dares to investigate a level that even Destiny doesn't dare to touch? The 8 beads revolved around him as he used Destiny's law. 3 different regions, 3 different people, but they all had the same goal in mind, using the law of fate. Only the laws of fate could affect the object of fate, and the wisp of flame that was attached to the object of fate could only be extinguished by the laws of fate. Luine watched as the Book of Destiny continued to burn. He couldn't even touch this flame, but it felt like déjà vu. He suddenly remembered the torches he had seen in the legacy of the mountains and seas. Those flames were so hot that they could burn him to ashes. Was this flame the same as that one? Luine stared at the burning Book of Destiny and raised his hand again, but he still couldn't touch it. He refused to believe that he couldn't touch the Book of Destiny. Big brother Lu, don't touch it. Little Xianxia was afraid. Luine was also afraid, and his fingers shrank back. Would he be reduced to ashes if he touched it? At this point, the flames clearly weakened, and Luine looked at Butian. Butian's forehead was covered in sweat. Several strands of fate law are working together. The flames are about to be extinguished. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Since Butian and the others could use the laws of fate to extinguish the flames, that meant that the power of this flame wasn't that great. It was just that its level was too high, and he couldn't touch it. If he could, then did that mean that he could touch this level of power? When he thought about this, he became even more tempted. Regardless of why this flame had appeared, or whether it was because someone didn't want the 3 words Immemorial City to be discovered, Luine really wanted to obtain this flame. He began to try and memorize the primogenitor scripture. As long as there was something he couldn't solve, he would be able to solve it. However, it was useless this time, and he still couldn't touch the flame. He released power from his heart, where there was also Fate's N. Fate's N was also an object of fate, and he hoped that he could touch the flame. Unfortunately, he still failed. From another perspective, if the Fate's N allowed him to touch the flame, then that meant that the flame could burn the Fate's N, which would also harm him. Death energy was useless. Visualization was useless. It was as if the flame didn't exist. It was clearly burning, but he couldn't touch it. This feeling was very stifling, as if there was a hand controlling him, but he couldn't resist. The flame grew weaker and weaker until there was only a small flame left. Luine reached out and spun the die. 1 point meant no use. Continue. 3 points meant no use. Continue. Just as the flame was about to completely disappear, the die stopped at 5. Luin reached for the Book of Destiny. He had no other choice. He had already thought of everything he could think of, and the only thing left was his innate gift. His hand touched the Book of Destiny, and the flame vanished. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief from afar, as that flame had terrified him. Only then did Batian react. That wisp of flame had drenched his back. Even though it did not burn him, just looking at it made him feel fear. He felt like an ant when he was being looked down upon by someone from a higher level. Luin pulled his hand back and looked at the die. He saw that there was an image of a flame on the die's side, and he was delighted that he had obtained it. Although he didn't know how powerful this flame was or where it came from, if it could be used by 5, then it proved that it was an innate gift. Then, whose innate gift could it be? That person had to be extremely terrifying, so terrifying that they could burn the Book of Destiny. There was a thump as the Book of Destiny fell to the ground. Almost half of it had burned, and the one book had split into 2. Xianxia wailed, "Why is it broken?" It's over, it's over. This is a book from the library. They're going to scold us." Butian glanced at Xianxia. Was that the problem? This was the Book of Destiny, and this guy could even see words. Could it really be fate? He recalled Lu Yin's previous question, and he had wondered why Lu Yin had asked about being able to see words without cultivating the Xiantian mirror. So it was because of this person. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the Books of Destiny on the ground floated up and split between Butian and Xianxia. See if you can still see words. Xianxia hurriedly flipped through the pages, and Butian took a deep breath as well. After a while, the two looked at each other. There's no more words. Lu Yin was disappointed. Was it still burned? At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated. He glanced over and saw that it was by Xianxia. She was one of the people who had attacked. What happened to her Book of Destiny? Lu Yin didn't want to answer the call, but he was really curious. What is it? What did you find out? Bai Xianxia asked in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, "It's none of your business." Bai Xianxia frowned. Brother Little Xian, the universe is too big. Even a progenitor might not understand everything. There are some things that only progenitors have the right to know. Trying to know too early will only bring disaster. What happened to your Book of Destiny? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianxia replied, "It's burned." Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and Butian. One was dejected, while the other was expressionless, but they probably hated him to death. There was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that the Book of Destiny would be destroyed in Chaitai City? He wanted to learn more from it. Can it be repaired? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianxia replied, "It can't be repaired unless fate appears. It's her power vessel, and only she has the ability to repair it." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, it's a power vessel. He looked at his cosmic ring. If the progenitor's sword could be repaired, why couldn't the Book of Destiny? Although the Book of Destiny was mystical, the progenitor's sword couldn't be any weaker. 1 trillion was enough to repair the progenitor's sword, and another trillion should be enough to repair the Book of Destiny. He felt much better when he thought of this. If it can't be repaired, then it can't be repaired. There are some things that aren't good to know in advance. Lu Yin's tone relaxed, but it was especially grating to Bai Xianxia's ears. A single Book of Destiny can't reveal the truth about how to burn an item of destiny. Brother Xiaoxian, you have 2 Books of Destiny. Lu Yin denied, "You're overthinking it. 1 book can't do it." I told you that you're overthinking it. How can I have 2 books? Even if I did, it's useless. I burned them all. Bai Xianxia was helpless. Yes, they were all burned. Ever since she was born, she had believed that she could control many things, including Lu Xiaoxian, the Lu family, her ancestors, Bai Wang Yuan, and even the entire astral tree. She was confident that she could control everything. Even if Lu Yin cultivated again, it wouldn't be enough to make her lose her composure. However, this was the first time she felt like she couldn't control anything. That flame couldn't be extinguished without the power of destiny, and she hadn't expected Lu Yin to have 2 Books of Destiny. What was even harder to accept was that her book of destiny had been burned, which was equivalent to cutting off her vision. It was like a normal person suddenly losing their sight. Xianxia didn't know what to do. Luin didn't know how much damage he had done to Xianxia in the past, but he was sure that she had suffered a great loss when her book of destiny was burned. In comparison, burning 2 books at the same time was worth it. Luin hung up. Even if the books of destiny couldn't be repaired, he was still satisfied. He had gotten his small revenge. Oh no, I'm going to be scolded, Xianxia was still wailing. Luin pursed his lips, alright, I won't be scolded. I'll say goodbye to Senior Qingping. Xianxia nodded, the Shantian Mirror's cultivation method is gone, and so is Mushroom Head's promotion. He looked at Luin with tears in his eyes, looking wronged. Luin was speechless. No one would be able to stand being stared at like this by a man. I'll help you promote it, okay? Xianxia was delighted, really? Thank you, Brother Lu. Butian's eyelids twitched. That was it? The Book of Destiny was burned, and it was resolved just like that? Luin looked at Butian, from now on, you'll stay here and teach Xianxia the Shantian Mirror. Butian was surprised, me? Stay here? Luin replied, I'll inform the Hall of Honor. You'll stay here and teach him. You can leave when he learns. With that, he left the library and headed towards Qingping's location. Elder Chan had partially retired, and he had been invited to the Shenwu continent by Luin. Now, the person in charge of this place was Senior Qingping. Ever since Senior Brother Qingping had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm and returned, they had yet to see him. Thus, they wondered how he was doing right now. Senior Brother, who is in charge of the Interstellar Arbitration Center now? Luin and Qingping sat facing each other on a tree trunk. The current Senior Brother Qingping was somewhat different from before. He was less mysterious and more leisurely. His temperament was closer to that of Elder Chan. This was the change brought about by the difference in status. The former head inquisitor of the Interstellar Arbitration Institute was definitely not suitable to be in charge of the Hall of Honor. Muen, Qingping said. Luin nodded. Presiding Judge Muen is very suitable. Qingping looked at Luin. The astral source universe is undergoing a huge change. If too much time passes, the path of cultivation will eventually be replaced by technology. The signs of this happening are already very obvious. I know. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Qingping was surprised. Can it be resolved? Luin smiled. 70%. Qingping nodded and did not ask further. Senior Brother, the Heavenly Conference will be held in a month. Remember to be on time, Luin said before leaving. This news was not only spread to Qingping, but also to the half-martial ancestors of the Fifth Mainland. At the same time, it was also spread to the Starry Sky Tree. However, this wasn't the only piece of news that reached the Starry Sky of Trees. There was another piece of news that really caught the attention of Bai Wangyuan and the others. Dao Lord? Dragon Ancestor was shocked. Wang Fan replied, that's right. According to the news from the Fifth Mainland, Lu Xiaoxian wants to call himself a Dao Master and remove himself from the role of Heaven's Envoy. What a joke, an emissary wants to call himself a Daoist Master, the Dragon Ancestor said disdainfully. Bai Wangyuan didn't mind at all. Let him be. Even if he's a Dao Master, so what if he's a progenitor? He's the one who reigns supreme in the wasteland, and he's the one with the final say. However, once he calls himself a Dao Master, he'll have to pay a price. Even though we haven't been accepted by the Six Directions Society in recent years, we've never been ignored. To the Six Directions Society, the title Dao Master has a special meaning. If Lu Xiaoxian wants to bear the responsibility, then let him. To Bai Wangyuan and the others, the problem of the Fifth Mainland's astral source universe had not been resolved, and their cultivation civilization had been severed. No matter what Luin claimed to be, it did not affect them. Under this premise, a month passed, and the Heavens Conference was successfully held. The scale of this gathering in the heavens above this time was not as grand as it had been when he had become a Daoist. Even the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor was completely weakened, and he could only rely on his physical strength to cross the starry sky. As for the other cultivators, they were all in low spirits, and they could not see the magnificence of the heavens above at all. No one could understand why Luin would call for a meeting at such a time. Furthermore, the rumor that Luin wanted to call himself a Tao Lord had not only spread throughout the cosmic tree domain, but it had also spread throughout the fifth mainland, which had caused many to feel strange. What was the point of holding a heavenly meeting and becoming a Tao Lord if they did not solve the problem of the stellar source universe? Just for a mere reputation? More than one person had sought him out, but the answer they received was that the celestial meet would continue as usual. As for the rumors, he had never acknowledged them. He ascended the stairway step by step. There were cultivators on both sides of the stairway, all of them looking at him in confusion. Luin stared at the primogenitor's statue, hoping that the Book of Destiny's answer could truly save this region of space-time. If it couldn't, then there was nothing else he could do. Did he really have to break through to the progenitor realm and change the world? It was just like how the Rune Ancestor had brought about the Rune Path civilization, and how Guiji had created battle chi and domains. In the technocracy, the Shinkong corridor exited. A figure appeared, it was by Wang Yuan. After he appeared, he tore through the void and headed towards the Above Heaven sect. No one had been able to detect his arrival. Luin walked step by step to the top of the Above Heaven sect, getting closer and closer to the primogenitor's statue. The two progenitors, Elder Chan and the blood progenitor, should be in front of the statue. However, Elder Chan had to oversee the Shenwu continent and could not come here. Thus, aside from Luin, the closest person to the statue was the blood progenitor. Below him were Lu Bujing and the other half-progenitors, including Master Shan and the others. Even though they had severed their own cultivations and could not even maintain their half-progenitor cultivation, their status had not dropped. Luin walked up to the primogenitor's statue and bowed before it. He then turned around and faced everyone else. At that moment, his image spread throughout the fifth mainland. However, it did not cause much of a commotion, as no one was in the mood to be shocked by this scene. They were all hoping that the stellar source universe would return to normal so that they could continue cultivating. "Does anyone not recognize me?" This was the first thing Luin said when he spoke. On the various planets of the fifth mainland, there were spacecraft after spacecraft, and there were even some vast lands. Everyone who saw this scene was confused, as they did not understand what Luin meant. Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone. "The Above Heaven sect has not only gathered the half-progenitors in front of me, but also the envoys and everyone who has seen me. Everyone on the fifth mainland who is under the Above Heaven sect's protection should know who I am. My name is Luin, and I've risen to prominence in this universe over the past few decades. I participated in many battles, and I've dealt with enemies one after another. You should all know who I am. Back then, when the heavens changed and powerful enemies invaded, who was the one who turned the tide? The Outerverse Eastern Weaves were sent out and faced with the enemy's sharp claws. Who was the one who initiated the war? The Eternals slaughtered the universe, and who was the one who sealed the entrance? Who was the one who enlightened the universe, and who was the one who repelled the progenitors? It was me, and I'm standing here. Do you see me? I'm still standing here today." When they heard Lu Yin's words, everyone on the fifth mainland couldn't help but stare at the screen. In the Neoverse, Yaya's eyes were red. When the sixth mainland had invaded, the cosmic sea had been overturned, and her parents had died tragically. She had been left alone to survive, and she would never forget that moment of despair. She had met some people, and if not for Luin, she might not have lived long enough to be discovered by the Hall of Honor. In the Outerverse, Elder Lohar clenched his fists. The war in Ironblood Weave had been fought by the Great Eastern Alliance against the Astral Beast domain. How could they forget that? It was this young man who had turned the tide time and time again. He had narrowly escaped death time and time again, and he had saved countless lives. To many, he was their faith. The Heavenly Master looked at Luin with admiration. The Eternals had invaded, and the Astral Source universe had been devoured. Yes, this child had done everything he could to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, which had saved humanity's life. The Blood Ancestor nodded. It was Luin who had pulled him back from the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, he would still be stuck outside the Starfall Sea. How could he have survived? Too many things had happened in the fifth mainland over the past few decades. Whether it was the Astral Combat Tournament, the intense battles in the Supreme Astral Tournament, or the battlefield of the samsara grinders, one person could be seen everywhere, Luin. Whenever he appeared, any desperate situation would no longer seem hopeless. Everyone in the Fifth Mainland had experienced some sort of disaster, and every cultivator had experienced some sort of pain, but they had all managed to survive in the end. Countless people recalled the past, and when they saw Lu Yin's image on the screen, their eyes filled with hope. Those who had despaired and wanted to escape this region of space were filled with hope once more. Lu Yin. The progenitor realm is the pinnacle of human cultivation. More than one progenitor has come to this region in the past. They wanted to enslave us and destroy us, but I defeated them all. With me around, what are you afraid of? Problems with the astral source universe? Trust me, it will be resolved. I, Luin, guarantee that it will be resolved now and in the future. My name is Luin, and I am the Fifth Mainland's Tao child. I walk on behalf of the heavens, and as long as I am willing, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Why should you be afraid or depressed? Human history has never been smooth sailing, and this chapter will pass sooner or later. No one knows how many geniuses will be born during this period. Elites are born in favorable circumstances, and only in dire straits can heroes be born. I hope that in a few years, or even a few decades, a group of people from this era will stand by my side. They will walk out of despair and bring humanity true hope. That day will definitely come. Why can't it be you? Do you all believe in me? This one sentence ignited the blood of countless people. One cultivator after another stood up and excitedly looked at the screen. In the above heaven, the dispirited cultivators cheered fervently, "We do. We do. We believe in the Tao Child. We believe that the Tao Child can resolve this disaster. The Tao Child is invincible. The Tao Child is invincible. The Tao Child is invincible." In outer space, Bai Wang Yuan's expression turned ugly. He could hear countless voices calling out Lu Yin's name. This kid's rallying power in the abandoned wastelands was ridiculous. Even the Lu family had not had such great rallying power in the astral tree domain. What exactly had this kid done? It was as if he had become the faith of an entire generation. Suddenly, Bai Wang Yuan thought of something, and he took a step forward to appear outside the above heaven. Outside the above heaven, the hellworm stared at where Bai Wang Yuan had appeared and bared its fangs. The ancestral tortoise retracted its head and faced Bai Wang Yuan with its butt. Luin looked up. Indeed, the ancestral tortoise had arrived. He looked at the Second Night King. The Second Night King roared, "Tao Child, you are no longer suitable to be a Tao Child." Countless people fell silent as they stared at the Second Night King. Was he rebelling? Lu Bujing and the rest were stunned. Had the Second Night King gone mad? The Second Night King shouted, "Only the title Tao Master is more suitable for you." Everyone's eyes widened, and they all shouted, "Tao Master! Tao Master! Tao Master!" The Blood Ancestor was astonished. Tao Master? He knew that Luin would definitely become a Tao Master in the future, but not now. Lu Bujing glanced at the Second Night King and knew what was going on. The Fate Daughter frowned, the title Tao Master had actually appeared. "Shut up!" A stern voice rang out through the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked up and saw Bai Wang Yuan walk out. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Luin. "The title Tao Master is not up to you. Bai Wang Yuan, are you trying to cause trouble in the above heaven?" The Blood Ancestor shouted. Bai Wang Yuan stared at Luin. Luin looked back at him. "Bai Wang Yuan, are you provoking the above heaven?" Bai Wang Yuan replied, "The Tao Master represents the entire Fifth Mainland, including the Astral Tree Realm. If you call yourself the Tao Master, the Astral Tree Realm will not agree." "Who asked for your opinion?" Kue Luo shouted. Lu Bujing scolded, "The frigid immortal sect wants to interfere with my Lu family's matters? Since ancient times, only my Lu family has been able to claim the title of Pathmaster." Bai Wang Yuan frowned. He hadn't cared about Luin claiming the title of Pathmaster, and he had even been looking forward to it. However, not long ago, Bai Xian'er had contacted him and told him that he had to stop Luin from claiming the title. That title had a special meaning, and there would always be variables. This was why he had come to stop Luin. After arriving in this region and seeing countless people being riled up by Lu Xiaoxian, he was certain that he could not allow this person to claim the title of Pathmaster. For some reason, the title made him feel uneasy when it resounded in space. It was as if a lone lamp had been lit in the boundless ocean. Those two words were like a signal. Lu Yin stared at Bai Wangyuan. The main purpose of this meeting was to raise the morale of the Fifth Mainland, and he could not allow the cultivation inheritance to be severed just like that. Of course, his main goal was to use the progenitor's sword to cure the poison of time. However, if he failed, then what he had just said would come in handy and raise everyone's morale. If he succeeded, then what he had said would be the icing on the cake, and his prestige would rise to another level. Besides that, there was another goal, and that was to test the waters. A Pathmaster's status seemed to be quite extraordinary. There were 6 paths in the 3 realms, and in the words of the Destiny Daughter, the 3 realms could never replace the 6 paths. Lu Yin wanted to see what was so special about the 6 paths and whether anyone in the Astral Tree realm knew about the Pathmaster's status. Bai Wangyuan's appearance made him certain that the title of Pathmaster was very special. There were people who did not want him to become one. The more they did not want it, the more he wanted to become the Pathmaster. He wanted to see who would stand up to stop him. Bai Wangyuan, look at the Fifth Mainland. With your progenitor's strength, you can look at the entire Fifth Mainland. See if I want to become the Pathmaster, or if they want me to. Lu Yin pointed at the sky. Do you think you can stop me? Pathmaster, someone shouted. Following that, countless people shouted the same thing. Even with Bai Wangyuan's progenitor's aura, he could not stop them. Lu Yin had defeated countless powerful enemies on the Fifth Mainland, including progenitors. His existence gave the people of the Fifth Mainland a confidence that was close to faith. This confidence was something that not even the Lu family had been able to give. Bai Wangyuan was drowned in endless anticipation. He heard people's fanatical reverence for Lu Yin and saw excited faces. These people ignored him, an expert at the peak of human cultivation, and only looked at Lu Xiaoxian. Bai Wangyuan had never experienced such a feeling before. If the Lu family had such control in the starry sky of trees, how could they have overthrown them? How could the main space help? Lu Yin raised his head. Bai Wangyuan, your 4-direction scale wants to control the humans, but your goal will always be to control them. You will never be able to reach that step. Bai Wangyuan looked at Lu Yin. In the dark sea, there was a lone ship that faced a storm and a tsunami all by itself. That ship craved for help, so the sailor on the ship lit a lamp. He was very lucky, as a bigger ship saw him and saved him. He thought that what awaited him was friendliness and food, but what awaited him was a feast of death. No one could survive that huge storm, and there was no food or water. The only way to survive was to eat each other, and that sailor just so happened to be the source of food that allowed the others to survive. Lu Xiaoxian, you lit that lamp, and you brought the entire Fifth Mainland closer to the feast of death. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan in confusion. Where's the lamp? Bai Wangyuan solemnly replied, the Tao Master. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. Just the title of Tao Lord? Bai Wangyuan wasn't sure either. He had asked Bai Xian'er, but she had said that she wasn't sure either. However, the title of Tao Master made him feel extremely uneasy. He knew that Bai Xian'er cultivated the art of destiny, which was why he trusted her so much. He also believed that she would one day replace the Lu family and control the starry sky of trees. This time was no exception. Once Lu Xiaoxian became the Tao Master, he would attract the attention of the main space, just like the Lu family back then. Bai Wangyuan alone was far from being able to compare to the Lu family back then. Even the Lu family had been exiled, let alone Bai Wangyuan. He would invite trouble and be destroyed by the main space. This was what Bai Wangyuan wanted to see, but because of Bai Xian'er's advice, he gave up on this idea and came to stop Lu Xiaoxian. The title of Tao Master also made him feel uneasy. The universe is too big, so big that no one can say that they can live as they please. Ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, all the Tao Lords have disappeared. Your Lu family's ancestor has been in seclusion all year round, and he didn't even appear when the Lu family was exiled. Only the Third Continent's Tao Lord, Ancient Tao Lord, betrayed humanity. This is the fate of the 3 realms and 6 Taos, Bai Zhe said. This is the end of the three realms. Lu Yin obviously didn't believe Bai Wang Yuan's words. If becoming the Dao Master was really disadvantageous to him, why would he stop it? However, he wasn't sure if Bai Wang Yuan was trying to stop him from becoming the Dao Master or if he was trying to stop the changes that would happen to the fifth mainland. If it was the latter, then he would have to consider it carefully. When Xianxia and the others had first awakened, they had said that there was a secret that only the Dao Master knew. The Fate Maiden had also said that the three realms would never become the six realms. Lu Yin guessed that this had something to do with the progenitor's sword. Bai Wang Yuan's words made him even more apprehensive. What was behind all of this? Dao Master. Dao Master. Dao Master. Countless voices continued to echo in Lu Yin's ears, and Bai Wang Yuan couldn't stop the fervor of these people. Lu Yin looked up and saw many pairs of eyes staring at him. There were enlighters, envoys, half-ancestors, and even progenitors. However, no matter how high these people's cultivations were, they were all looking at Lu Yin, waiting for his decision, and following his lead. Why did he have to think so much? Why was he limited to just one title? Why did he care so much about Bai Wang Yuan's words? After losing his memories, Lu Yin had gone from an ordinary cultivator to his current position. Most of the time, he had relied on his fearlessness. No matter how vast the universe was or how dangerous the outside world was, humans were not pushovers that could be casually pushed around. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, humans had been able to achieve glory and prosperity, and they could do the same now. Was it because the higher Lu Yin climbed, the more things he cared about? Lu Yin laughed, as he was thinking too much. There were many things that he didn't understand yet, and he was constantly worrying about them. In reality, it was meaningless. What did the title of Dao Master have to do with him? If he wanted to, then he could call himself a Dao Master. If he didn't want to, then so be it. Where was his destiny? What did his life have to do with him? Could she really plan for his future? If she could, then she would not be destiny, but a primogenitor. The Eternals would not have reached their current level. Were the three realms and six Daos all dead? His master had once said that he might meet them in Immemorial City in the future. Was Progenitor Chen dead? Not necessarily, as Lu Yin had seen him in the burial garden. Even the mystery progenitor had been repelled by Progenitor Chen. Was the rune progenitor dead? Then how did the rune Dao civilization cover the universe? Was Kuzu dead? Was that so? As the saying went, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. It was hard to imagine that Kuzu had died. His master was here, and so were his senior brothers. All of the geniuses who had once illuminated the universe might not necessarily be dead. They might be watching him from somewhere, waiting for him. Right now, Lu Yin seemed to be very lonely. In the entire fifth mainland, only Elder Chan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But looking down, there were Lu Bujing, Xianxia, Life Girl, Kui Luo, High Sage Heavenly Master, and so on. He was not alone. After thinking so much, he realized that there was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. No one could shoulder the future of humanity with him. In reality, it was not that there was no one, but that Lu Yin had not seen them yet. Bai Wang Yuan had said that lighting this lamp would bring about a feast of death, but perhaps lighting this lamp would bring light instead. No one could be sure that the progenitor was dead, and the three realms and six Daos might not necessarily be dead either. The Lu family was still around, and Progenitor Chen, Kuzu, the symbol progenitor, and so on might all appear in the future. Since that was the case, what was Lu Yin afraid of? Yes, what was he worried about? What was there to be depressed about? The universe that he could see was limited, but humanity's future was limitless. There was a limitless future, and anything could be resolved. Even if there was danger, it would not be his problem alone. Since when had he become so overcautious? Lu Yin suddenly looked up and scanned everyone. Pathmaster? It doesn't matter. The universe was silent as everyone looked at him. Bai Wang Yuan stared at him as well. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have changed. If you're willing, then so be it. If you're not, then so be it. I, Lu Yin, have led the fifth mainland to where it is today. Whether I'm a pathmaster or not, the fifth mainland sky has always been supported by me. It was like this in the past, and it is still like this now. He then retrieved the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. The moment the progenitor's sword appeared, a formless vibration extended out, and ripples rapidly spread out across the entire fifth mainland. They swept past the heavens above the sky sect, the caged Wyrm, the ancestral turtle, by Wang Yuan, and countless planets in outer space. In an instant, they swept past the entire fifth mainland. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What was that? Bai Wang Yuan was on guard. What was going on? He hurriedly sensed his own body, but he did not feel any changes. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword and pointed it at the sky. Only he could sense that the fifth mainland sky had changed. The progenitor's sword was trembling, and it was almost impossible to hold on to it. The ripples followed the sword's edge as it swept through outer space, stirring up the entire fifth mainland's peace. However, there were no changes, and no one could sense any changes. My power has stabilized, Lan Xian said in shock as she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Next, the Elysium Heavenly Master, Kai and the other half-ancestors also sensed that their power had stabilized. As half-ancestors, as long as their inner worlds were stable, they would be able to sense it. After the half-ancestors, it was the second Night King and the others who tried to absorb the astral source. In outer space, Bai Wang Yuan was stunned. Stabilized? This astral source universe had been restored? In a corner of the heavens above the sky sect, Wu Junqi's mouth was agape as he stared blankly. Then, his legs went soft, and he actually knelt down. He saw Lu Yin holding the sword and pointing it at outer space. He had instantly dispelled the poison of time and restored the order of space-time. That was the poison of time, the power of time. This person had actually stabilized it. God. He was a god that stood above all sovereigns. This was the heavens above the sky sect, and that person was the above the sky sect's god. On this day, countless people worshipped Lu Yin fervently, and many couldn't help but kneel down. The cultivators shouted themselves hoarse, as their strength had been restored. When Lu Yin pointed his sword at the heavens, their strength had been restored. No one was more excited than the cultivators. Losing their strength was equivalent to losing their lives. Lu Yin had helped them recover their strength, which was equivalent to restarting their lives. If everything that Lu Yin had done before was enough to make them feel grateful and believe in him like a god, then at this moment, Lu Yin's image was completely solidified in their hearts. He was no longer just a god, he was truly a god. Everyone on the fifth mainland who saw this scene bowed in the direction of the above heaven sect and Lu Yin. No one could sense that the fifth continent was shaking. Even the starry sky of trees and the mother tree were shaking. No one could sense the shaking. Even Lu Yin himself did not sense it, but within his heart, the continent formed from Fate's End was shaking at the same frequency as the fifth mainland. An indescribable depth appeared in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, some changes occurred to the fifth mainland, but no one was aware of them. In the above heaven sect, the blood ancestor looked at Lu Yin with shock. That was it? The astral source universe had been a problem for many years, and they had thought that it would continue to be a problem. After all, this was a method of the Eternals, and it would be too easy to resolve it. But it had been resolved just like that? Lu Bujing and the others had thought that they understood Lu Yin well, and they couldn't help but admire him. Under the illumination of the progenitor's sword, he had become the fifth mainland's brightest star, and his image was engraved in countless people's minds. In outer space, Bai Wang Yuan was equally shocked. He looked at Lu Yin, but he couldn't even summon the desire to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he didn't want to. He had forgotten everything and could only watch until Lu Yin stabbed the progenitor sword into the statue. Lu Yin gripped the progenitor sword and panted heavily. He slowly let go and turned his back to the crowd. Everyone could only look at his back, but they couldn't hide the fanaticism and worship in their eyes. Greetings, Headmaster. The second Night King bowed respectfully. Master Shan's eyes lit up. Greetings, Headmaster. He was excited, as he had never thought that after so many years, the headmaster would return to the Lu family. Greetings, Headmaster. Wan Ji bowed. Kui Luo grinned. Greetings, Headmaster. The blood ancestor took a deep breath. Greetings, Path Lord. regardless of whether they were cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators, half-progenitors, or progenitors, all of them bowed to Luin. Greetings, Tao Lord. Greetings, Tao Lord. Greetings, Tao Lord. In Astral 10, crazy headmaster Xiaochen did not go to the heaven above earth sect. Instead, he slowly bowed in Luyin's direction. Greetings, headmaster. Countless voices converged into a torrent that resounded through the sky of the fifth continent, shaking the heavens and causing waves to surge in the galaxy. The technocracy and the astral beast domains also had countless people and creatures bowing. Perhaps they didn't do it willingly, but in the face of this flood, they couldn't control their bodies and had no choice but to bow. On Shenwu continent, Elder Chan sighed in admiration. Regardless of your cultivation, everything you've done for the heavens is enough to bear this honor. He also slowly bowed. Greetings, Tao Lord. When Elder Chan's voice fell, the entire fifth continents will converge to form the words Tao Lord that exploded through the void and resounded in Luyin's ears. Luyin turned around and raised his hand, causing suns to rise from his palm. 9 suns soared into the sky, becoming even more dazzling. 9 suns, cauldron transformation. With a shout, Luyin brought his palms together, and the 9 suns fused together to form a giant cauldron. Qing Ping's eyes went wide. Was this Master's 9 suns cauldron transformation? When the cauldron appeared, an obscure and ancient aura spread out. This incomparably ancient aura shocked Lu Bujing and the others, as they had felt it before, but it had never been as obvious as this. Bai Wangyuan also felt it, and his eyes widened. What kind of aura was this? It actually caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Ever since he had cultivated the 9 suns cauldron transformation, Luyin had not used it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but rather that it was too difficult to use. While its power was limitless, he did not know how to use it. Now that he knew, he used it. The 9 suns cauldron transformation gathered a will, and it could even be said to be a form of faith. This was because it had been created to burn for warmth, and it had been created by the first human to use mud to bring vitality to the human race. This was the first artifact that had appeared since the birth of the human race, and it carried the hope and civilization of the human race. This was the 9 suns cauldron transformation, and it could absorb all energy and converge with the cauldron. No one could say for sure what an artifact that had been created with the will of the human race would be like. Luyin pressed down with both hands, causing the cauldron to crash down and land on the enormous plaza of the Above the Sky sect. This was the plaza that everyone had to pass to enter the Above the Sky staircase. Everyone had thought that this cauldron was a technique, but now, they realized that it was actually a physical object. Luyin had not expected that using the progenitor's sword to suppress the poison of time would be so effective. Even though he could not see every corner of the fifth mainland, he was certain that at this moment, he had become the only one in everyone's eyes. That was why he had been able to use the 9 suns cauldron transformation so smoothly. After he had succeeded in cultivating it, he had tried to use the 9 suns cauldron transformation to turn something illusory into something real, but he had failed. From then on, he did not know what to do. How could a technique turn something illusory into something real? It was just like cultivating the Eon evolution true scripture to turn one's innate gift into something that was difficult to explain. Now, when he had become the faith of everyone, the 9 suns cauldron transformation could be considered a success. Countless people looked at the giant cauldron at the bottom of the sky staircase, not knowing what it could be used for. Luyin also could not say what it could be used for, so he decided to leave it there for now. It could be considered a weapon, and it could also be considered a condensation of the human race's will. It was equivalent to equipping everyone's will with a weapon. As the cauldron landed, the progenitor's sword was inserted into the statue, and the commotion disappeared. Luyin looked up at Bai Wangyuan. My fifth mainland's astral source universe has been restored. Please open the new void corridor and fulfill the agreement. As for the 4th array base, we will also take over. Progenitor Bai, don't underestimate the Eternals. They will return sooner or later. Bai Wangyuan looked at Luyin deeply. There were many things that he did not understand about this person, and if he could, he really wanted to take action immediately. With a roar, the caged WYRM bared its fangs and claws at Luyin. Bai Wangyuan looked at the caged Wyrm and then at Luyin. Lu Xiaoxian, the Yuan sage, once said that he would give this vile creature as a gift to the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean will like it very much. Are you willing? Luyin raised his brows. What does his liking have to do with me? Bai Wangyuan calmly replied, that's a powerhouse comparable to a primogenitor. He's above the 6 Daos, and if the Grand Empyrean really wants this gift, you'd best give it to him. Otherwise, you'll easily invite trouble. Your Lu family ended up like that because you didn't know how to appreciate favors. He then turned to leave. This time, he had not been able to stop Luyin from calling himself a pathmaster, so he had to go back and discuss with Bai Xianer the meaning of that title. Luyin looked at Bai Wangyuan's departing figure. Bai Wangyuan was about to kill with a borrowed knife again, and this time, he was going to borrow a Grand Empyrean. If that Grand Empyrean really appeared, then no one would be able to stop him, but the sole true God would not allow him to appear so easily. Sometimes, balance was the only way to develop. A single meeting in the sky had restored the Fifth Mainland's astral source universe, and the entire Fifth Mainland was filled with vitality. Wu Junshi prostrated himself on the ground and worshipped Luyin. A few days later, Luyin stood in the plaza below the stairway and looked at the cauldron. No one knew what he was thinking. Wu Junshi stood there respectfully. Tell me more about the main space, especially that Grand Empyrean, Luyin said. Wu Junshi kept his head down, not daring to look at Luyin. The reincarnation spacetime has 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, and they are all equivalent to progenitors in this universe. The Grand Empyrean is their master. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wu Junshi had said this before, and this was what Luyin was most afraid of. Even if there were 12 progenitors and a Grand Empyrean comparable to a primogenitor, Luyin would not be that surprised. After all, the primogenitor era in this universe was far more powerful than that. However, the 3 sovereigns, 9 sages, and 12 progenitors were all disciples of a Grand Empyrean. This was somewhat inconceivable. Even a primogenitor only had 3 disciples, and that was the 3 realms. 6 Daos might not necessarily be a primogenitor's disciple, let alone the progenitors below. No matter how talented a person was or how much they cultivated to, it would be good enough if they could become an invincible powerhouse and teach a few. How could they teach so many progenitors? No matter what era the reincarnation spacetime is, the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages have never been cut off. The Grand Empyrean is also an eternal powerhouse. According to Lord Luo, the Grand Empyrean likes the way of tea and often discusses the way of tea. This is the largest tea party in the entire 6 Direction Association. Luyin quietly listened to the story over and over again. No matter how many times he listened to it, the only thing he felt was that this reincarnation spacetime was truly powerful. This spacetime had a prosperous primogenitor era, but it also had a declining era. The 6 continents had been destroyed, but the reincarnation spacetime had never changed. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had never been cut off, and the Grand Empyrean had always been around. How did they ensure that their legacies continued? How strong were they? What was the difference in power between the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages? What about the other 6 direction associations? They should be at least on the same level as the 3 sovereigns spacetime, which added up to a terrifying amount of power. The astral tree had always been excluded, the Lu family had been exiled, and the main space had replaced the primordial space as the strongest power in the universe. All of this showed that the astral tree had been excluded from this spacetime. If this spacetime came into contact with the 6 direction associations, what would happen? What would the main space do to him? What would the other spacetimes think? Right now, what he wanted to do the most was understand the 6 direction associations. What Wu Junshi knew came from Lord Luo's occasional mentions, so he did not know much about them. Not only did he want to understand the 6 direction associations, but he also wanted to join them. In the astral tree, Bai Xianer walked out of the red garden. Bai Wangyuan looked over. You're injured? What happened? She took out the Book of Destiny and burned half of it. What? Bai Wangyuan didn't understand. Bai Xianer said, don't worry about it. How's Lu Xiaoxian doing? We couldn't stop him. He's being called the Pathmaster. Bai Xianer remained calm. He'll pay the price, but we can't be implicated. I'll go to the tea party. Bai Wang Yuan was surprised. You're going? Bai Xian'er smiled. Of course I want to see the great Empyrean's tea party. Ancestor, if everything goes smoothly, we'll separate ourselves from the abandoned lands. We won't have to care about Lu Xiaoshuan's life. Alright, I'll go prepare a gift. Bai Xian'er said, no need, I've already prepared it. Bai Wang Yuan was curious. What did you prepare? The great Empyrean is very picky. Bai Xian'er smiled happily. He'll love this gift. There was a planet outside the astral tree realm called the Barbarian Planet. It was one of the 7 planets in the astral tree realm. Xianxia entered the Barbarian Planet and was greeted by a giant tail from a gigantic rat. Bang! The rat had an unimaginably sturdy body, and its tail was so tough that even Xianxia couldn't cut it in half. Xianxia landed on the Barbarian Planet. The ground was just as sturdy. This planet wasn't really a planet. It was just a giant and sturdy rock that was used to forge weapons. For example, the volcano inside the monstrous ancestor's metal box was made of this type of rock. Rocks couldn't give birth to living creatures, so all the creatures on the Barbarian Planet had been captured. The mountains, rivers, and rivers here had all been transformed. There were also giants. Xianxia searched for a few days after landing on the Barbarian Planet, but he didn't find anything other than fighting with the giant creatures. Junior Xianxia requests Ancestor Xia to take charge of the Shenwu Celestial Tree Realm. Xianxia shouted respectfully as he looked around. Roars rang out as giant creatures came from all directions and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he fought with the giant creatures, leaving behind a bloody scene that attracted even more giant creatures. He changed locations and continued to shout. Junior Xianxia requests Ancestor Xia to step forward and preside over the divine martial planes situation. This time, countless giant hedgehogs were attracted. I'm Xianxia, and I'd like to request Ancestor Xia to take charge of the situation in Shenwu Celestial. Countless earthworms emerged from the ground, making Xianxia feel disgusted. I'm Xianxia, and I'd like to request Ancestor Xia to take charge of the situation in Shenwu Celestial. Huge birds descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. Xianxia shouted for 10 days on the Barbarian Star, causing chaos on the Barbarian Star. Finally, someone responded, scram. Xianxia was thrown out of the Barbarian Star by the sound waves. At this moment, all the creatures on the Barbarian Star trembled. The power of the Ancestor Realm swept across the outer realm. On the neighboring Green Hill planet, Bai Xing rolled his eyes. You scared me, crazy woman. Xianxia stood in the starry sky with blood on his lips. Shinji, he said. Ancestor was plotted against and exiled to an unknown space. There is no one to preside over the divine martial plane situation. If Ancestor doesn't step in, the divine martial plane will be removed from the 4-way scale. So what? You received glory that didn't belong to you. You should be happy that you can return to your original position. At least the Xia family didn't all die, a cold voice said mercilessly. Xianxia's gaze was resolute. Ancestor, you obtained the resources of the divine martial plane and promised to return them. Now that the divine martial plane is in danger, I beg you to step in and at least descend so that others won't look down on us. The Barbarian Star was silent. After a while, a figure walked out. She was graceful and beautiful, but she was as cold as ice. She looked at Xianxia with disgust. I owe the Xia family, but it's not up to a junior like you to demand payment. Xianxia bowed again. This junior has been rude, but there is no one left in the Xia family who can step in. The clan leader has been imprisoned for colluding with outsiders, and Ancestor Shinji has been exiled to a parallel universe. It will be difficult for him to return. There are no half-ancestors in the direct line of descent, and even the half-ancestors from the side branches don't dare enter the 5th mainland to look for Lu Xiaoxian. Xiaozhen was confused. The Eternals have been exiled, so why is the divine martial plane getting weaker? Xianxia felt helpless. There were 2 progenitors in the divine martial plane. One was Xiaoxinji, and the other was the woman in front of him. However, this woman didn't get along with Ancestor Shinji or the entire divine martial plane. She only wanted to stay on the barbarian star and didn't care about the outside world. Her relationship with the divine martial plane was very complicated, and if it weren't for the special circumstances, he wouldn't have come looking for her. After muttering to himself for a while, Xianxia told Xiaozhen everything that had happened. Xiaozhen wasn't angry, and instead smiled. Xiaoxinji was actually plotted against by Lu Xiaoxian. This is retribution. The four-way scale exiled the Lu family, so Lu Xiaoxian exiled Xiaoxinji. Xiaoxinfei looked up. Lu Xiaoxian can use progenitor Chen's power. Xiaozhen was stunned and stared at Xiaoxinfei. What did you say? Xiaoxinfei said in a low voice, Lu Xiaoxian was able to control the wasteland, defeat Ancestor Xinji, and strike a deal with Ancestor Bai because he can use the power that progenitor Chen left behind in the wasteland. If I remember correctly, that power is called Sirius. Xiaozhen's eyes flashed. Progenitor Chen, was his power? Detestable. The divine martial plane was detestable, and so was Xiaoshang. None of them were good people. After thinking about it, she grabbed Xiaoxinfei and headed towards the Wang family's continent. Xiaoxinfei heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xiaozhen's appearance didn't mean that she could save Xiaoxinji, at least the outside world could confirm that there was still a progenitor in the divine martial plane. Senior, where are you going? Didn't you want me to make a decision for the divine martial plane? I'm going to find Lu Xiaoxian, Xiaozhen said coldly. Xiaoxinfei hesitated. Lu Xiaoxian borrowed progenitor Chen's power, and he himself can summon a progenitor. He also has a progenitor who controls the ancestral qi of the three sons. Are you going alone? Xiaozhen ignored Xiaoxinfei, as Xiaoshang's name filled her mind. She wanted to see how Lu Xiaoxian had obtained Xiaoshang's power and what Xiaoshang had left behind in the wasteland. Xiaoxinfei regretted mentioning progenitor Chen. Although he didn't know much about what had happened between Xiaozhen, progenitor Chen, and the Xia family, it seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Even progenitor Bai and the others didn't dare to provoke Lu Xiaoxian, so Xiaozhen alone wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he couldn't stop Lu Xiaoxian. A gust of wind blew past, and Xiaozhen brought Xiaoxinfei away. They entered the fifth mainland. Where was Xiaoxinji exiled from? The four-way scales had already investigated this point, and Xiaoxinfei told Xiaozhen the location. Xiaozhen stepped forward, not bothering to hide her progenitor's power at all. She was filled with the Xia family's dominance and sharpness. Above the sky, Luyin looked over. Progenitor? This aura belonged to someone from the Xia family? Each of the four-way scales had a progenitor guarding the outer realm. Generally speaking, these progenitors wouldn't move, but the Xia family had to. Xiaoxinji had been exiled, and if the Xia family wanted to maintain their current status, they would have to invite the progenitor guarding the outer realm. Luyin raised his hand and looked at it. He had been able to sense that progenitor when she had just arrived at the fifth mainland. He hadn't been able to do so before, so why was he able to sense her now? Strange. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he appeared in the above the sky sex prison. The dark prison imprisoned many people who had committed heinous crimes. Lu Yin arrived outside one of the prisons. Long time no see, Xiaji. Xiaji was naturally the one trapped in this prison. Ever since Lu Yin had borrowed progenitor Chen's power to suppress the fifth mainland, Xiaji had been imprisoned here until now. Xiaji looked up and opened his blurry eyes to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked into the prison and walked over to Xiaji. It must not feel good to be imprisoned. Xiaji lowered his head, unwilling to speak. To a half-progenitor, being imprisoned for a few years was not a big deal. Even if he had been imprisoned for hundreds or even thousands of years, he would have been mentally prepared. Leave. I won't teach you the 9 clones. Lu Yin laughed, and he casually removed the chains that had trapped Xiaji. Xiaji was stunned, but when the chains fell to the ground, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at Lu Yin. This brat had underestimated him. Did he really think that Xiaji was that weak? Xiaji had been pretending all along. Lu Yin remained indifferent as he raised his hand to meet Xiaji's palm. There was a crack as Xiaji's palm bent. He was shocked. This was impossible. Lu Yin was clearly just an emissary, but he felt as if he was a weakling trying to shake a tree. A sharp blade formed on the surface of Lu Yin's body, and he looked up. You don't know what's good for you. A purplish-black substance formed from battle force appeared in his palm. He pressed down, instantly shattering the sharp blade and pressing down on Xiaoji's shoulder, forcing him to the ground and shattering the bones in his shoulder. Xiaoji violently coughed up blood and stared at the ground in disbelief. His eyes gradually filled with the color of blood, and his left hand could not move because of his shattered shoulder. He struggled to use his right arm to support his body and slowly looked up. Following Lu Yin's leg, he hoarsely said, "You." Lu Yin squatted down and stood very close to Xiaoji. People say that a scholar who has been away for 3 days can be seen in a new light. We haven't seen each other for a few years. What, do you still think that I'm the same junior who relied on tricks to fight against you? Pfft. Xiaoji coughed up another mouthful of blood, and he was stunned. A few years? It's only been a few years, and you're still an emissary. Yes, I'm still an emissary, but I like to fight against progenitors. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Xiaoji's eyes widened, and his right arm no longer had any strength. He could no longer support his body and fell to the ground. His chin touched the ground as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing the ground red. He could not believe that someone could improve so quickly in such a short period of time. It was unimaginably fast, and it defied common sense. Lu Yin stood up and looked down at Xiaoji. Look at you. You're like a dead dog. Back then, you ambushed me with the power of a half-ancestor and forced me to hand over all sorts of cultivation techniques. You even wanted to kill me. What about now? Xiaoji, I feel sorry for you. You're still a half-ancestor. Xiaoji tried his best to raise his head and stared at Lu Yin. Are you here to humiliate me? What else? Lu Yin retorted. Xiaoji sneered. I know that you want to get the 9 clones technique from me. The more you humiliate me, the more I want to live, right? Lu Yin did not speak and merely looked at him calmly. Xiaoji spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to raise his head to look at Lu Yin. You've succeeded. I'll teach you and let you learn the 9 clones technique as long as you let me go. You must let me go, and our grudge will end here. With your strength, you won't bother to bicker with me, and I'm no threat to you. Let me go. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. If only you'd said that earlier. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. I'm actually here to humiliate you. Xiaoji bellowed, aside from me, no one else can teach you the 9 clones technique. Do you think that brat Xiao Luo can teach you just because he learned it? I know that you two have a good relationship, but he can't teach you, and neither can Star Sibyl. Only I can teach you the 9 clones technique. You must let me go. Xiaoji was so angry that he was willing to give up all of his dignity in order to live. Lu Yin felt bored. Revenge was only his goal, and he wanted to answer to his past self. However, it did not bring him much joy. It was time to end his grudge with Xiaoji. He grabbed Xiaoji and left. On Shenwu continent, Elder Chan had just returned. Crazy director Xiaochen had broken through the void realm to become a half-progenitor. Elder Chan and the mist ancestor had gone to visit the director and had chatted for several days. Although the crazy director's realm was much lower than theirs, they had all ascended stargazing deck countless times and seen the various things that had happened in the past. They had seen through the mortal world and conversed with each other, so there was no difference between them. The mist ancestor was the same. Elder Chan felt that it was a pity that the crazy director had not broken through the 3 stages and could not become a progenitor. Who are you? Please state your name, Elder Chan said as he looked in a certain direction. There, Xiaozhen walked out with Xiao Shenfei. Xiao Shenfei did not ignore Elder Chan because of their different standpoints. He bowed as well. Junior Xiao Shenfei from Shenwu Planet greets Elder Chan. Elder Chan looked at Xiaozhen. From Shenwu Planet? Xiaozhen. I've seen you before. Elder Chan was astonished. When? During the decisive battle between the 6th and 5th mainlands, you met with Senior Lu Tianyi. At that time, I was also brought along by Xia Shenji, Xia Qin said. Xiao Shenfei didn't expect the two of them to be old acquaintances. Elder Chan was surprised. So it's an old friend. Back then, you were just a young man, and so was I. Now, we're both old, Xia Qin said. His tone was no longer as cold as before, and it seemed to have softened after seeing an old friend. Old Zen nodded. Yes, I'm old now. Sir, are you here for Xiaxinji? Xiaqin asked, where's Lu Xiaoxian? I want to see him. Elder Chan replied, then we'll have to wait. I need to inform him. Xiaqin nodded, and his gaze swept past Elder Zen. He looked at the tower of resonating light, and then up at the luck path array. So that's how it is. This sourcebox array sealed off the path to a parallel dimension, and Xiaxinji was tossed there? Old Chan replied, that's right. If you want to bring Xiaxinji back, then please go back. It's best not to fight when old friends meet. Xiaozhen was puzzled. Why are you helping Lu Xiaoxian? Is it because of Lu Tiany's kindness? Elder Chan shook his head. I've already repaid Senior Tiany's kindness. Lu Xiaoxian is Lu Xiaoxian. No, I'm helping Luyin, not Lu Xiaoxian. What's the difference? Xiaqin didn't understand. Elder Chan thought for a moment. The Lu family's heir is a righteous person, and he sees the good side of the world. Because of his standpoint, he will always be like Senior Tiany, protecting everyone. Regardless of whether it's his innate talent, cultivation, appearance, or personality, he's a nearly perfect person. Luyin, on the other hand, is someone who has seen through the ugliness of the world. He's calculative, vicious, and vengeful. He's also a greedy person. Xiaqin raised an eyebrow. In comparison, Luyin really didn't have a good image at all. But it's this kind of person who's willing to take on such a huge responsibility. He's using himself as a beacon to illuminate the path forward for humanity. No matter what he does, it's all for the sake of survival. In the end, he'll do everything he can to help humanity survive. This kind of person is worth helping. His bottom line will never be broken, Elder Chan said. Xia Shenfei listened to Elder Chan's words and Lu Yin's appearance appeared in his mind. So, this was how these people thought of him. Real, too real. Between Lu Xiaoxian and Lu Yin, one was an illusory perfection, while the other was a real commoner. Humans needed a perfect image to lead them forward, but there were too many people with such an image. The more desperate a situation was, the more they needed someone who knew how to survive to lead the way. Lu Yin was such a person. How many life and death situations had he experienced in this part of the universe for this progenitor to be willing to help him? I'm even more curious now that you mention it, Xiaqin said. She had always been on the barbarian star, and although she was clear about the outside world, she didn't know much about it. Elder Chan gestured for her to sit down. I don't mind. Let's sit down and talk. It's rare to meet an old friend. Xiaqin nodded and sat down across from Elder Chan. One looked old while the other looked young, as if they were from two different eras. However, strictly speaking, Xiaqin was older than Elder Chan. Xia Shenfei stood respectfully in the distance and waited quietly, occasionally glancing at the tower of resonating light. Is it here? Ancestor Shinji has been tricked, and I don't know when he'll return. Soon enough, a figure that blotted out the sky appeared. The hellworm roared and bared its fangs as it looked around, but there was no one around. It resentfully lowered its claws. Lu Yin entered Shenwu continent and appeared between Xiaqin and Elder Chan. I'm late. Elder Chan replied, he's Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Xiaqin, and Xiaqin looked back at him. Xiaxinji was exiled by you? To be more precise, he took the wrong path, Lu Yin said directly. Xiaqin frowned. You're shameless. Lu Yin calmly asked, why are you here, senior? Can you bring Xiaxinji back? Xiaqin asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Then forget it, Xiaqin said. Elder Chan was flabbergasted, it was that simple? Xia Shenfei was not surprised, and neither was Lu Yin, since he knew about Xiaqin. You can borrow Xia Shang's power? How did you get it? Xiaqin asked again. Lu Yin replied, senior, let's get straight to the point. I know a bit about you, and I can tell you that my power comes from Sirius, not progenitor Chen's personal inheritance. Xiaqin's gaze turned cold. You know about me? Who told you that? Lu Yin replied, senior, you don't have to ask who told you. In short, you hate Shenwu Plain and progenitor Chen. Senior owes Shenwu Plain and progenitor Chen, so I have a plan that can satisfy all of your needs. Xiaqin sneered. You want to help me? Luin shook his head and replied seriously, I'm helping myself. Shenwu Plain banished the Lu family because of Xiaxinji's decision. Since that's the case, I'll make sure that Xiaxinji is banished. Not only will he be banished from our world, but he will also be banished from Shenwu Plain. Xiaqin did not understand and looked at Luin. What bold words. Xiaxinfei stared at Luin, his eyes flashing. Elder Chan was also curious as to what Luin was going to do. Luin took out Mount Supreme and released a person. It was Xiao Luo. Luo Zhou? Why are you here? Xiaxinfei was surprised. Ever since the Starry Sky Tree Expeditionary Force was captured, they all knew that Luo Zhong was Xiao Luo, the successor of the Xia family in this starry sky. However, Xia Ji had already pledged allegiance to the Divine Martial Celestial, so there was no need to mention Xiao Luo. After Luin released the expedition army, Xiao Luo also remained in Shenwu Plain. However, because of his status, he was still not welcomed and would cause trouble from time to time. Xiaxinfei had never cared about Xiao Luo, so he had not expected to see him here. Senior, we meet again. Xiao Luo smiled. Xiaxinfei looked at Luin in confusion. Luin replied, Senior, he's Xiao Luo, Progenitor Chen's successor. Xiaqin stared at Xiao Luo with a complicated expression. He seemed excited, but also resentful. Senior, you should return what you owe to Progenitor Chen. Please support him in taking control of Shenwu Plain, Luin said. No. Xiaxinfei shouted. Xiaqin looked at Luin as well. Let Xiaoshang's people take control of Shenwu Plain? You're really good at scheming. It's just as Elder Chan said. Luin glanced at Elder Chan, not knowing what the old man had said. He continued, Senior, there's no need to rush. Continue listening to this, Junior. You've repaid what you owe to Progenitor Chen, but you can also repay what you owe to Shenwu Plain. He looked at Xiaxinfei. Your father is imprisoned, so you can choose to take control of Shenwu Plain or release your father. I can remove the Death God's seal from his body. Xiaxinfei's eyes narrowed. My father betrayed Shenwu Plain and colluded with you. Luin interrupted. He's being controlled by the Death God's seal, and if he doesn't cooperate with me, he'll die. You can agree to remove the seal and return his freedom. As for what happens to him in Shenwu Plain, that has nothing to do with me. You can choose to have Senior support him in taking control of Shenwu Plain and be on equal footing with Xiao Luo, or you can choose to take control. That's your choice. What a joke. You don't have the right to take control of Shenwu Plain. Lu Xiaoxian, do you really think that you can decide the master of Shenwu Plain? Xiaxinfei was unhappy. Luin looked at Xiaozhen and smiled. Senior, do you want them to experience what happened to you back then? Xiaozhen's eyes lit up. Xiaxinfei's heart sank. Not good, this was Lu Xiaoxuan's plan. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened back then, Xiaozhen had definitely been hurt deeply. Otherwise, as a progenitor, he wouldn't have stayed out of Shenwu Plain's affairs for so many years. He looked at Xiaozhen. Ancestor, don't listen to Lu Xiaoxian. He's trying to sow discord in Shenwu Plain. Luin smiled. That's even more interesting. That's right, I'm trying to sow discord. Shenwu Plain seems to care about this the most. Xiaozhen closed his eyes. Direct descendants and collateral descendants. Yes, Divine Martial Heaven cared about this the most. No one could understand Xiaozhen's pain. Her pain was no less than Xiaoshang's. She was also from a side branch of the Xia clan. Since she was young, she was gifted and quickly attracted the attention of the Shenwu clan. However, because of the incident with Progenitor Chen, the Xia clan was very cautious of the side branch geniuses. She was suppressed until one day, Progenitor Chen appeared and personally unearthed her potential. He took her to cultivate, and her talent was noticed by everyone. It was also at that time that the direct descendants could no longer suppress her, unless they killed her decisively. This was the problem that Ancestor Chen had left for the Xia family. They could either kill her or allow her to grow and become the next Ancestor Chen. The Xia clan did not dare to kill her because she was Progenitor Chen's disciple. If they killed her, they were afraid that progenitor Chen would take revenge on them. However, if they did not kill her, the branch family would rise up again. In the end, the Shenwu Sky used all their resources to nurture her. They gave her a choice between the Shenwu Sky and Ancestor Chen. She chose the Shenwu Sky because she had parents and loved ones. On the other hand, Ancestor Chen was able to betray the Shenwu Sky because his parents and loved ones had died in the hands of the direct descendants. These were two completely different situations. It seemed like a simple choice, but it was a cruel one for the little girl back then. She had shouldered the lives of her parents and loved ones, and had given up on the people she respected the most. At the same time, she had had to endure the teachings of the direct descendants day after day, year after year. She had been threatened by the direct descendants, and had even been forced to marry a direct descendant. All of this had been her pain. Ancestor Chen had experienced the pain of losing a family member, but he could take revenge without fear. With the support of the Liu family, he grew step by step and became an invincible powerhouse in the starry sky. She, on the other hand, had been suppressed by the divine martial sky from beginning to end. Her pain was unforgettable. She had wished countless times that Ancestor Chen didn't value her. That was the source of all her sorrow. Ancestor Chen had groomed her to make a choice for the divine martial heaven, but what he had sacrificed was her life. She hated the divine martial sky, hated Ancestor Chen, but at the same time, she owed the divine martial sky because of the resources. She also owed Ancestor Chen because her talent had been unearthed. She wanted to take revenge on the Shenwu Sky and Ancestor Chen. The choice that Lu Yin had given was exactly the same as the one that progenitor Chen had given the Xia family. No, it was not a choice, but a decision. Back then, the Xia clan could choose to kill her or not. Now, Shenwu Sky had to accept the joint leadership of the direct line and the collateral line. What made her feel better was that she was the only one who could make the decision. She could decide whether she wanted to or not. The direct line had no choice. Looking at Xianxia's face was pale. His usual confidence was gone. The more it was like this, the more Xiaxin wanted to do it. "Alright, that's it," Xiaxin said. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Xiaxin. He wanted to say something, but Xiaxin didn't give him a chance. A mere descendant of the direct line of descent had no right to speak to her. Actually, if Xiaxinji is gone, he can just disappear as a direct descendant, Lu Yin said. Xiaxin swallowed the words he wanted to say. Right now, the divine martial heaven only had one old ancestor, and that was Xiaxin. Her words were the heavens. If she really wanted to remove the direct line of descent, no one could do anything about it. Let Xiaoshang's people take charge of the divine martial sky. I've repaid his kindness, said Xiaqin. Lu Yin replied, you've already repaid your kindness. What's next is hatred. He paused for a moment before continuing, the Shenwu Plain hopes that you can save Xiaxinji. You can choose not to save him as revenge for what the Shenwu Plain has done to you over the years. Xiaxin was calm. As for progenitor Chen, Elder Chan, Xiaxinfei, Xiao Luo, and Xiaxin all looked at Lu Yin. He had received the greatest favor from progenitor Chen, so how could he help Xiaxin take revenge on progenitor Chen? Lu Yin brought out another person from Mount Supreme, Xiaoji. Xiaoji's hair was disheveled as he crashed to the ground, his face covered in dust. Everyone looked at him. Xiaoji? Elder Chan was shocked. When Xiaoji heard Elder Chan's voice, he raised his head with difficulty and looked over. When he saw the old man, his expression changed. You've changed? Elder Chan, you've already broken through to progenitor realm. You're the first person in the fifth mainland to do so, Lu Yin said. Xiaoji's eyes flickered with unwillingness, regret, and anger. Countless emotions tangled together, causing him to grit his teeth. He should have been the first to break through. If his plan had succeeded, he would have obtained the serious art and obtained progenitor Chen's power. He would have been able to break through to progenitor realm. Lu Yin, it's all because of that little bastard. Xiaoji hid his venomous gaze and lowered his head, not daring to let Lu Yin see him. Elder Chan sighed. He hadn't expected that a half-ancestor would end up like this. Who could he blame? As a half-ancestor, Xiaoji had schemed against the serious sect, Leon's Armada, and Eternal Sky Island, causing countless deaths. He had even attacked Luin and then betrayed the fifth mainland to join the Shenwu Plain. Everything had led to his current situation. Elder Chan sighed. You should have known better. Xiaji clenched his right fist and said in a hoarse voice, Luin, I'll teach you the 9 clones technique and the Xia family's secret technique, Blade Intent. I only ask that you let me go. He wanted to live. As long as he lived, he would have a chance to break through to Progenitor Realm. Elder Chan, an old rival, was actually looking down on him and saying such words. This was worse than killing him. He couldn't accept this outcome. His words caused Xianxia to explode. Xiaji, how dare you teach an outsider the 9 clones technique? You're courting death in front of the Patriarch. Xiaji was shocked. Patriarch? Patriarch Shinji? Xiaji said hoarsely as he struggled to turn his neck to look behind him. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the 9 clones technique. He then looked at Xiaxin. This person's name is Xiaji, and he's the descendant of progenitor Chen, Xiaoshang. I'll leave him to you. Xiaxin looked at Xiaji. Xiaoshang's descendant? Xiaji turned his head with difficulty and saw Xiaxin glaring at him, Xiao Luo with a faint smile, and Xiaxin. The moment he saw Xiaxin, he was certain that this person was also a progenitor. Xiaoxinji hadn't appeared, but another progenitor from the Shenwu Plain had arrived. He looked at Xiaxin and pleaded, Ancestor, please save this junior, Ancestor. Xiaxin looked at Xiaji. You're Xiaoshang's descendant? Yes, this junior is progenitor Chen's descendant, Xiaji replied. Xiaxin frowned. Xiaoshang wasn't with Wang Xiaoyu. Where did his descendant come from? Lu Yin's eyes twitched. That's right, he had forgotten that progenitor Chen had been betrayed by Wang Xiaoyu. Where had his descendant come from? Had he just randomly found a girl? Xiaji replied, everyone in the 5th mainland Xia family is progenitor Chen's descendant, and we can be connected by blood to him. This is proof, but there are no records of our bloodline appearing in the records, so this junior isn't sure. Xiaxin retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought. Xiaji begged, Ancestor, I'm a descendant of Ancestor Chen, and I've also joined the Divine Martial Plane. I'm part of the Divine Martial Plane, so please save me. I'm from the Xia family, so please save me. Xiaxin calmly replied, You're handing him over to me for me to deal with? Luin asked. Yes, he's progenitor Chen's descendant. Senior, you can deal with him as you wish. You obtained Xiaoshang's power, but you harmed his descendant? Xiaxin asked with his back to Luin. Luin replied, This person ambushed me as a half-ancestor when I was still in the beginning stages of my cultivation. If I hadn't had some tricks up my sleeve, I would already be dead. He schemed against my family and friends, causing 72 deaths. When the 5th mainland was in trouble, he sought refuge with others and betrayed us. He even knew about progenitor Chen's past, but he still wanted to seek refuge with the Shenwu Plain. This person is not worthy of the surname Xia, nor is he worthy of being progenitor Chen's descendant. I schemed against the Sirius sect to obtain the Sirius technique. That's progenitor Chen's technique, and it should belong to me. Those 72 lives of yours were an accident. The reason I targeted you was because you schemed against the 7 courts. You obtained power that shouldn't belong to you. Progenitor Chen's power should belong to me and the Xia family's descendants. Why should it belong to you? Why did you join the Shenwu Plain? Xiaxin asked Xiaji. Xiaji lowered his head. We're both surnamed Xia. Even if progenitor Chen was still alive, he would have thought it through and be willing to return to the Shenwu Plain. Xiao Luo shook his head. This old man was dead meat. The grudge between progenitor Chen and the Shenwu Plain was too deep, and Xiaxin was also a victim of that grudge. Saying that progenitor Chen should return to the Shenwu Plain in front of the victim was the same as erasing everything that had happened because of that grudge. It was the same as denying Xiaxin's past. Goodbye, old man. Thank you for agreeing to let me replace Xia Jiuyo. I'll deal with Xiaoshang myself. There's no need to vent my anger on his descendant, Xiaxin said indifferently. Luin raised a brow. All right. Xiaoji could tell that this Xia family ancestor had a grudge with progenitor Chen, but his words also seemed to be dissatisfied with the Shenwu plain. What was going on with this person? He subconsciously looked at Xiao Luo, as this Xia family descendant whom he had tacitly agreed to replace Xiao Jiuyou should know something. Xiaoji had just raised his head when a foot stomped down. There was a rumble as his body was stomped into the ground, causing the earth to crack as a huge force pierced through the entire Shenwu continent. Luyin looked down from above as he stomped Xiaoji to death, just like how he had stomped Night King Shenwu to death. This was the end of a grudge. Xiaoji did not know why Xia Zhen had not saved him and had instead allowed him to be stomped to death. He felt that he had not done anything wrong, as they were both surnamed Xia. So many years had passed, and progenitor Chen should have returned to the Shenwu plain. Everything he had done had been for the sake of regaining his own strength. What had he done wrong? And why had Luyin killed him so decisively? Did he not want to obtain the 9 clones technique? That was the supreme battle technique of the Shenwu plain. Why had he given it up without any hesitation? Xiaoji could not figure it out. Luyin sighed. Xiaoji had died in the end, and the grudge of 72 lives had been avenged. Did it feel good? It did not. People had died, and the grudge had been avenged. However, the dead could not be revived. Luyin immediately chose Xiaoji as his general since he was a half-ancestor. This could be considered the first half-ancestor that Luyin had truly chosen. Previously, he had chosen Tian Dou, who was only a peak emissary. With Lu Yin's current strength, he would have no problem choosing a half-ancestor. Xiao Shenfei watched as Xiaoji was chosen, and then he looked at Luyin with a trace of fear in his eyes. This was an emotion that should not have appeared in his eyes, but it had appeared at this moment. There was nothing crueler than dying and being chosen as a general. Perhaps this was the reason why the Lu family had been exiled. The Lu family's innate gift was too terrifying. Xiao Zhen stared at Luyin. This person was just as Elder Chan had said, ruthless. He was completely different from the sunny Lu Xiaoxian, but only this kind of ruthlessness could allow him to survive in space. The Lu family was gone, but he lived a prosperous life. It was because of this ruthlessness that he relied on. She stared into Lu Yin's eyes, but she didn't see any joy from revenge. All she saw was melancholy, which made her sigh in relief. There was a fundamental difference between someone who was forced to take revenge and someone who enjoyed it. It was no wonder why Elder Chan had been willing to help him. Elder Chan didn't think much about Xiaoji's death. After cultivating for so many years, he had become indifferent to many things. You don't have any objections to killing Xiaoji, right? Luyin asked as he looked at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shrugged. He didn't have any objections when Xiao Jiuyou died. It was just a cycle of reincarnation. Luyin nodded. Yes, it was just a cycle of reincarnation. Xiaoji was selfish and had no familial ties. He had allowed Xiao Jiuyou to be killed by Xiao Luo in order to nurture a better successor. He could have stopped it, but he hadn't. Xiao Yi's method of nurturing was cruel, but Xiaoji had allowed it to happen as well. They were far inferior to progenitor Chen, and they were more like the Xia family of Shenwu Plain. So, have we reached an agreement? Senior? Luyin asked as he looked at Xia Zhen. Xiao Shenfei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Xia Zhen as well. Xiao Zhen glanced at Xiaoji's corpse and then looked at Luyin. Yes, it's quite interesting to have the main bloodline and the subsidiary bloodlines jointly control Shenwu Plain. Ancestor, this. Xiao Shenfei wanted to say something, but Xiao Luo stopped him. Senior, please guide me in the future. Xiao Shenfei stared at Xiao Luo and clenched his fists. Xiao Luo smiled. Pathmaster, even if I have Ancestor Xia Zhen's support, I won't have an easy time in Shenwu Plain. Pathmaster? Xiao Zhen looked at Luyin in surprise. That was how he addressed him. This was the first time someone had formally addressed Luyin as such, and he wasn't used to it. Take the Xia family members here with you. Thank you, Pathmaster. Xiao Luo smiled. Xiao Shenfei and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, killing intent deep within their eyes. When Elder Chan saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. Shenwu Plain was going to be lively in the future, and they could only blame themselves for offending Luyin. Lu Yin had been in the Fifth Mainland for many years, and ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had dealt with one enemy after another. No matter how powerful the behemoths were, they would all be defeated in the end, and Shenwu Plain was no exception. From this moment onwards, Lu Yin had officially extended his hand into the four-way scales. Although Xianxia was gone, the frigid immortal sect shouldn't have allowed Lu Yin to meddle in Shenwu Plain's affairs so easily. However, when Lu Yin and Xianxia arrived at Shenwu Plain, the frigid immortal sect didn't do anything, which made Lu Yin uneasy. Bai Yuan and the others were not fools, and it was impossible for them not to have seen through Lu Yin's current actions. However, they still allowed him to do as he pleased. Even though part of the reason was that it would be useless for them to interfere, from Lu Yin's point of view, it was more like they were waiting for something. The Lu family had controlled the Fifth Mainland for so many years, and Patriarch Lu Tianyi had even dared to face the only true God. This power was absolutely terrifying, but in the end, he had still been banished by the four-way scales. They seemed to be powerless most of the time, but they would always act at the most crucial moment. Lu Yin thought back to all the times he had clashed with the four-way scales. From the astral palm strike agreement to the suppression after Lu Yu's death, to forcing them to hand over their star essence, to undergoing 6 origin tribulations, to plotting against Madman Lu, to calling himself a Tao Lord, and so on. The four-way scales seemed to be useless against him, and they couldn't stop him from doing anything. However, they had only taken the initiative to do one thing, and that was to destroy Stargazing Tower. Stargazing Tower had been the most crucial reason for the astral palm strike agreement. The four-way scales would always act at the most crucial moment. If not for the crazy Headmaster's sudden breakthrough, they would have destroyed Stargazing Tower, and Lu Yin would have no way to deal with Bai Xian'er. This would also mean that he would have lost the ability to control the four-way scales. Once a conflict arose, they would be able to act without restraint. The four-way scales didn't do much, but once they did something, the results would be disastrous. This was what made Lu Yin wary. He wouldn't be deceived by the four-way scales facade. The more they did nothing, the greater their schemes. The Hellworm returned to Shenwu Plain. When the countless disciples of Shenwu Plain saw the Hellworm's enormous figure, their first reaction was that the forefather had snatched it back. However, the higher-ups knew that it was impossible to snatch the Hellworm back, as Shenwu Plain didn't have the ability to do so. Xiaozhen brought Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, Xia Meng, and the rest down. Lu Yin landed at the same time. The Hellworm floated in the air above Shenwu Plain, and when it saw the familiar scene, it subconsciously roared. It was clamoring to see who could trap it. "Shut up!" Lu Yin barked. The Hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but when it saw Lu Yin, it bent its claws and turned around to roar in another direction. On Shenwu mountain range, the disciples and members of the Xia family were all stunned when they saw Lu Yin appear. Why had Lu Xiaoxian come to Shenwu Plain? Xiaozhen descended, and in front of him were Xiada, Xia Ziheng, and Xian Yu, along with a group of Shenwu Plain disciples. "Greetings, Forefather Xiaozhen." "Greetings, Forefather Xiaozhen." "Greetings, Forefather Xiaozhen." Xiaozhen grunted. "Gather all of Shenwu Plain's disciples." "Yes, Forefather." Xia Ziheng looked up and saw Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, and the rest. More importantly, he saw Lu Yin leisurely not too far away. He had a bad premonition, so he turned around and gathered all of Shenwu Plain's disciples. Under the dusky mountain range, all of Shenwu Plain's disciples stood respectfully, not daring to move. Xia Shenfei, Xia Luo, and the rest didn't move either. Xiaozhen closed his eyes and rested, his progenitor's power spreading out from time to time. Overhead, the Hellworm's shadow covered the sky. Everything seemed so solemn. Only Lu Yin walked around casually, occasionally ascending the peak to look around and exclaim in admiration. Xiada's eyelids twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. The current Lu Yin was no longer the Lu Yin of the past. He was someone who could directly confront a progenitor and had the qualifications to scold them. He had even schemed against Xiaxinji, causing Shenwu Plain to lose its true ruler. This person was an irreconcilable enemy of Shenwu Plain, but he was also someone that Shenwu Plain didn't dare to provoke. With a thump, Lu Yin broke open a rock on the mountain peak and took a look. Shenwu Plain's foundation was rather sturdy, comparable to the rocks in the Fiend Ancestor's metal box. Luin wondered if these rocks could be broken down and what he could obtain from them. The commotion here attracted the attention of the distant Shenwu Plains people. Shenwu Plains people looked at Luin with hatred, and many of them looked at him with resentment. Luin, what are you doing? It was Xia Taili, the only person who would dare to berate Luin at a time like this. Xia De hurriedly signaled to Xia Taili with his eyes. He wasn't afraid of Luin, but he was afraid of Xiaxin's ancestor. He knew a little about Xiaxin's past, and this ancestor didn't like the Xia family's direct descendants. Luin crushed the rock and looked at Xia Taili. What does it have to do with you? He looked at Xia Taili's side, where Wu Taibai was standing and looking at Luin with a rueful gaze. This person had once been one of the sixth mainland's Daosor's three skies, but the difference between him and Luin was like night and day. When Xia Taili heard Lu Yin's words and saw that Luin wasn't even looking at him, he was inexplicably furious. The more he looked at Luin, the more annoyed he became. When he thought back to how he had been imprisoned and bullied, he cursed, "Get out of my Shenwu plain." Luin laughed. "You should ask your brother if he agrees." Xia Taili looked at Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei frowned. "Don't speak." Xia Taili grew anxious. "Brother, why did you bring him to Shenwu Plain? He's an enemy of our Shenwu Plain." Xia Shenfei barked, "Enough." Xia Taili wanted to say something else, but Xiao Luo spoke up. "He'll be Shenwu Plain's benefactor in the future." Xia Shenfei glanced at him. The cultivators of Shenwu Plain were furious, and Xiao Ziheng was even more furious. "Junior, who gave you the right to interrupt? Get over here and kneel." Xiao Meng took a step forward. "Shut your mouth, old man." Xiao Ziheng was furious. "And who the hell are you?" Xiao De was stunned. "You're from the Xia family of the wasteland?" Xiao Luo smiled. "I joined Shenwu Plain as well, so I'm considered half a disciple there." "You're just a branch of a branch," Xiao Ziheng scolded. At that moment, Xia Qin opened her eyes, and her progenitor's power swept across the sky, causing the entire Shenwu Plain to tremble. Everyone trembled and no longer dared to speak. Aside from the cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the battlefield and those who had gone out on missions, all of Shenwu Plain's cultivators had gathered here. There were at least 10 million of them. These were the ones who had the right to stay and cultivate in Shenwu Plain. There were even more outer disciples and cultivators who wanted to join Shenwu Plain. This was the four-corner scale. "Are you done quarreling?" Xia Qin's voice was cold. Everyone was shocked and no longer dared to speak. Xia Qin scanned the crowd, but she wasn't angry. This was the effect she wanted. Shenwu Plain only valued the direct descendants and bullied the branch families. Just now, she had been able to reprimand the branch families in front of her. This was the best outcome. She would let the branch families and the direct descendants control Shenwu Plain together and let the Xia family's ancestors see how far the Xia family would go in the future. With a bang, Luin broke another stone. Xia Qin frowned and glanced at him with some dissatisfaction. Luin hadn't done it on purpose. He had discovered that Shenwu Plain's foundations were different, and the deeper one went, the sturdier they became. This meant that the underground prison was at the very center. How had Lu Xiaoge and Xia Shenji's clone escaped? He extended his domain and searched Shenwu Plain. At that moment, Xia Qin's voice rang out. "Don't go overboard. Although I'm dissatisfied with the Xia family's direct descendants, I have no plans to betray Shenwu Plain. Our grudges have been resolved, and from now on, I'm still a member of Shenwu Plain and a member of the Xia family." Luin retracted his domain and smiled at her. "All right." Xia Qin retracted her gaze. "Where is the current ruler of Shenwu Plain?" Xia De and Xia Ziheng exchanged glances and respectfully replied, "Ancestor, Xia Xing has been imprisoned. He's suspected of colluding with outsiders to betray Shenwu Plain." "Bring him here," Xia Qin said. Xia Taili hurriedly stood up. "I'll go," she said before heading off in a certain direction. Ever since Xia Xing had been imprisoned, Xia Taili had been worried for a long time and had been thinking of ways to visit him. She didn't believe that her father would betray Shenwu Plain, but the order to imprison her father had come from ancestor Shenji. Now that Xia Qin had appeared, she would definitely seek justice for her father. Xiao Shenji hadn't told Zhang Yang about Xiao Xing because he wanted to scheme against Luyin and also because he didn't want the scandal to spread. It wouldn't be a good thing for Shenwu Plain. He had originally planned to use Madman Lu to kill Luyin before dealing with Xiao Xing, but he hadn't expected to be the one to fall into the trap. Xiao Xing was quickly brought over. Along the way, Xiao Taili had already told him about Xiao Shenji's banishment. Xiao Xing also found out that Luyin was here, and he was both nervous and expectant. He didn't know how Luyin would deal with him since he had cooperated with Ancestor Shenji to scheme against Luyin. Junior Xiao Xing greets Ancestor Xiao Zhen. Xiao Xing quickly bowed. Xiao Zhen waved her hand and tossed Xiao Xing towards Luyin. Xiao Taili's face paled. Ancestor, my father. Taili, the ancestor knows what to do, Xiao Shenfei growled. Xiao Taili looked at Xiao Zhen and then worriedly at Luyin. Xiao Zhen didn't hold back when Xiao Xing landed in front of Luyin. She also hated Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing had betrayed Shenwu Plain, and if it weren't for her gratitude, she wouldn't have saved him. This was fundamentally different from her revenge against the Xiao family. We meet again, Sect Master Xiao Xing. Luyin looked at Xiao Xing with interest. Xiao Xing looked at Luyin with a bitter expression. I didn't think that even Ancestor Xiao Zhen would stand by your side. You really are an expert at manipulating people. Luyin smiled. You helped Xiao Shenji scheme against me back then. Didn't you think that this day would come? Xiao Xing was helpless. Yuhao's identity was exposed, and so was I. After all, I covered for you more than once. Ancestor Shenji immediately saw that I was a clone, so what could I do? I just wanted to live. Luyin said, that's right. You just wanted to live, but I almost died. Xiao Xing said, if you want to kill me, then do it. Luyin raised a hand, and under the gazes of Xiao Taili and many other cultivators, his palm landed on Xiao Xing's forehead. Xiao Taili cried out, Lu Xiaoxian. Luyin suddenly pulled his hand back, and his palm was filled with death energy. It was the death god's seal. Everyone saw that Luyin had extracted the death energy from Xiao Xing's body. I promised Senior Xiao Zhen that I would remove the death energy that was controlling you. Now, you're free, Luyin said. Xiao Xing was shocked. Not only was she shocked that Luyin had dispelled the death god's seal, but she was also shocked that he had said such a thing. This also explained why he had betrayed Shenwu Plain. He had been forced to do so. Xiao Taili covered his mouth. Did his father really betray Shenwu Sky? Xiao Shenfei frowned and stared at Luyin. Why was he explaining himself? You still want to use father? Why? Do you want to catch up with me? Luyin chuckled. Xiao Xing stood up and walked towards the group from the divine martial heaven. Finally, he stood at the edge. Xiao Zhen's voice rang out. From today onwards, Xiao Shenfei and Xiao Luo will be in charge of Shenwu Heaven. Xiao Luo comes from a branch of the Fifth Mainland, and the Fifth Mainland has the same status as the Starry Sky Tree. He and Xiao Shenfei will be in charge of Shenwu Heaven. Everyone was shocked. Xiao De immediately objected. Ancestor, we can't let the subsidiary and main branches control Shenwu Heaven together. Xiao Zhen stared at Xiao De. The power of the progenitor realm swept past, and Xiao De's body was sent flying. He smashed into the ground and coughed up blood. His ruthless actions caused the people of the divine martial sky to fall silent out of fear. Does anyone else have any objections? Xiao Zhen asked, suppressing Shenwu Heaven with her might. Most of the people in Shenwu Heaven were ordinary disciples, and there were also some from the Xiao family's subsidiary branches. There were too few direct descendants, and Xiao De was one of them. Xiao Shenfei, Xiao Taili, and Xiao Xing were all direct descendants. They had been able to control Shenwu Heaven in the past, but now that Xiao Zhen was in charge, they no longer had the right to speak. Xiao Luo's lips curled up. Please guide me in the future. Xiao Zhen looked at the unwilling gazes of Xiao De and the others. That was right. The more she cared about the main branch, the more she wanted to make them suffer. Of course, this was just her revenge against the Xiao family, and she did not want to destroy them. Luyin knew this as well. Once Xiao Zhen was done venting her anger or Xiao Shenji returned, this farce would end. But how could it be so easy? Xiao Zhen had used her progenitor realm to suppress Shenwu Heaven, which had forced them to agree to the subsidiary and main branches sharing control. Luyin had also been chased out by her. In the end, Luyin was still Shenwu Heaven's enemy. No matter how Xiaozhen viewed the Xia family, her attitude towards Luyin was no different from the other cultivators of Shenwu Heaven. If not for the fact that she wanted to remove Xia Xing's Grim Reaper's seal, she would not have allowed Luyin to enter Shenwu Heaven. Before Luyin left, Xiaozhen said, "Shenwu Heaven will not do anything to you in the future. Your enemy is Xia Shenji, and he's already been exiled. I hope you won't cause trouble for Shenwu Heaven. As for the frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Heaven has no interest in joining them." Luyin left Shenwu Heaven and rode the prison dragon back to the fifth mainland. The changes in Shenwu Heaven quickly attracted the attention of the entire starry sky of trees. Xia Shenfei and Xiao Luo shared control, and they each represented the main and subsidiary branches. Many people looked towards Shenwu Heaven, guessing that this change would cause Shenwu Heaven to go downhill. However, for the time being, there was no conflict between the two sides. After all, Xiaozhen was suppressing them. One day, Xia Ziheng arrived at the frigid immortal sect and asked to see Bai Wang Yuan. He did not see Bai Wang Yuan, but he did see Bai Qi. "You can go back. This is a family matter of Shenwu Heaven. My frigid immortal sect cannot do anything about it," Bai Qi said. Xia Ziheng was put in a difficult position. This is clearly the result of Lu Xiaoxuan's interference. Xiaozhen was deceived by Lu Xiaoxian and has already made it clear that he will no longer participate in the four-way balance. Will Ancestor Bai just watch as Shenwu Heaven leaves the four-way balance? How will we explain this to Xiaozhen when he returns? Bai Qi asked, "Then what do you want us to do? Fight with Lu Xiaoxian? Or do you want to fight Patriarch Xiaozhen?" Xia Ziheng fell silent. Just as Bai Qi had said, no matter what Luyin did, Xiaozhen was the one who supported the subsidiary branches to control Shenwu Heaven. He was the Xia family's ancestor, so what could the frigid immortal sect do? "Can you let me see Ancestor Bai?" Xia Ziheng asked. Bai Qi said, "You should go back. Ancestor Xiaozhen is the root of the problem. If Ancestor Xiaozhen didn't support him, then how could a mere branch sect be the master of divine martial heaven? How could Lu Xiaoxuan's scheme have succeeded? This is Ancestor Xiaozhen's choice, and the frozen immortal sect can't interfere." Xia Ziheng helplessly left the frigid immortal sect. If the frigid immortal sect had such an attitude, then the Wang family and the White Dragon clan would definitely have the same attitude. It was not that they did not want to interfere, but it was also not just because this was a family matter of Shenwu Heaven. It was also because they could not control Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoxian had made them apprehensive, and since they could not start a war, there was no point in just talking. Xia Ziheng was unwilling to accept this. Although he was also a subsidiary branch and had wanted to receive the same treatment as the main branch, he knew that Ancestor Shenji would eventually return, and the subsidiary branch would never be able to make a comeback. It was better for him to play his part. Otherwise, if he crossed the line, then not only would the subsidiary branch in the abandoned land suffer, but so would his subsidiary branch. He did not want to be implicated. He had not originally planned to go to the Wang family, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He eventually decided to go to the Wang family and request an audience with Ancestor Wang Fan. At the very least, he could express his stance and wait for Ancestor Shenji to return. He turned around and headed towards the Wang family's mainland. Between the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family's mainland, Lu Yin and Hen Xian stood there quietly. This time, Lu Yin planned to deal with Xia Ziheng. This half-ancestor had caused him a lot of trouble in the past, and he had said that he would definitely kill him. Now that Xia Ji was dead, it was Xia Ziheng's turn. Lu Yin was not satisfied with revenge, but there were some grudges that had to be taken. One day later, Lu Yin did some calculations. "It's about time." He looked at Hen Xian. "It shouldn't be a problem to deal with Xia Ziheng, right?" Henshin replied, "No problem." Lu Yin nodded. "When do you plan on breaking through to the progenitor realm?" Hen Xian's eyes flashed. "I don't feel like I'm breaking through. The ancient god once said that if I don't feel like I'm breaking through to the progenitor realm, then the chances of failure are extremely high." "You don't feel like you're breaking through?" Lu Yin recalled the scene when he had merged with Lan Ho's body. During the battle at the back of the battlefield, Lan Ho had been heavily injured by Hen Xian's attack. Han Xian's power level was even higher than what he had shown. He was probably worried that Luin would stop him from breaking through. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Would he stop Han Xian? Once Han Xian broke through to the progenitor realm, it would definitely not be a good thing for Luin. The man was ambitious, and Luin should stop him, but stopping him from breaking through would be the same as stopping the humans from gaining another progenitor. Just as he was thinking about this, a fluctuation came from the distance. Luin looked up. There's a battle. Let's go. Far away from Luin and Han Xian, Xiaozi stared at the strangely laughing doll in front of him in fear. The witch spirit god? Kiki, from this moment on, I'm Xiaozi. The witch spirit god floated in the air and cackled. Xiaozi's eyes narrowed, and he turned to flee without hesitation. Although he was a half-ancestor, he had never thought of fighting against the 7 sky gods' bodies. These 7 old monsters were not people that he could fight against. Just as he turned around, Xiaozi felt a sense of danger envelop him. He released his inner world, and countless blades formed a birdcage around him. Outside his inner world, an invisible force permeated the area. Witch spirit god, this is the top realm. How dare you appear here? Just as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the front and grabbed at Xiaozi. Behind Xiaozi was the witch spirit god. Xiaozi slashed out with his blade from his inner world, but the figure in front of him waved his hand and caused Xiaozi's blade to mysteriously disappear. The witch spirit god wobbled into the birdcage and faced Xiaozi. At this moment, Xiaozi experienced a rare moment of fear. It was the same fear that he had felt when he had faced the undying god and the strange and sinister witch spirit god. He wanted to run as far away as possible, but his vision suddenly changed. His eyes appeared on his hands, and he saw his own legs. His nose appeared above his head, and his ears appeared below his feet. His 5 senses swapped places, causing his entire being to fall into chaos and his inner world to collapse. In the face of the witch spirit god, Xiaozi was as powerless as a child. The witch spirit god grabbed the back of Xiaozi's neck and exerted force. There was a cracking sound as all of Xiaozi's bones shattered. The birdcage that had been formed from blades shattered at the same time, and Xiaozi was held in the witch spirit god's hand like a marionette. The eyes in Xiaozi's palm turned, and they were filled with fear. I surrender. I'm willing to join the Eternals. The sorcerer spirit god was shrouded in shadow, and the doll floated in front of him and laughed strangely. Are you willing to join the everlasting tribe? It's a pity that the everlasting tribe's power in this spacetime has been expelled. Otherwise, we could have accepted you. Your only value now is to become my skin, keek keek. Xiaozi shouted in fear, wait. I have a secret. A secret. The sorcerer spirit god cackled. What secret could a branch elder like you possibly have? Obediently become my skin. The doll moved closer to Xiaozi until his eyes were almost touching Xiaozi's face. Xiaozi trembled, and his eyes flickered as his fear reached its peak. I know the secret of the Wang family's yellow spring. The doll stopped, and the sorcerer spirit god raised his head, revealing his pale chin under the sunlight. The secret of the Wang family's yellow spring? How do you know about it? Xiaozi gulped. Wang Yi left it for the Xia family, and it was intercepted by our branch. Wang Yi? The sorcerer spirit god was confused, but then he remembered. The woman who tried to assassinate Xiaosheng as a half-ancestor, but was ultimately killed by the Lu family in the Daosor sect? Xiaozi replied, yes, that's her. Because of Lu Tianyi, she wasn't able to be with Lu Feng and was instead married to a senior from one of the Xia family's branches. Not only did she hate the Lu family, but she also hated the Wang family. Because the Wang family wanted another woman to marry Lu Feng, they never helped her and even forced her to marry into our Xia family. Because of this, her hatred for the Wang family was equal to her hatred for the Lu family. Before she died, she left the secret of the Wang family's yellow spring to our Xia family branch. This secret was originally meant for the main branch, but it was intercepted by our branch. Aside from the Wang family's direct descendants, only I know about this secret. The sorcerer spirit god cackled. Is it really the secret of the Wang family's yellow spring? Tell me. If I tell you, will you let me go? Xiaozi asked fearfully. The sorcerer spirit god cackled. I can let you join the everlasting tribe. Xiaoxiheng sighed, as he knew that this was the sorcerer spirit god's bottom line. It was impossible for him to exchange a secret for freedom. In my opinion, this secret that Wang Yi left behind is the greatest secret in the cosmic tree. Even if the Lu family is still here, this secret will still be able to cover everything. Wu Lingxian stared at Xiaoxiheng. Xiaoxiheng slowly said, the Wang family's yellow springs is here. Suddenly, the witch spirit god looked up. Who is it? The doll suddenly expanded infinitely, its eerie pupils replacing the sky as it scanned the ground. Luyin frowned as he grew impatient. In truth, he had arrived a long time ago, and he had assumed that Xiaoxiheng was dead for sure. He had planned to attack the sorcerer god after Xiaoxiheng's death and deal with this half-progenitor's body. However, Xiaoxiheng had actually wanted to divulge a secret, and it was even related to the Wang family's yellow springs. As a result, Luyin had not been able to conceal his aura and had been discovered by the sorcerer god. Since it had been discovered, it was time to resolve it. Keep an eye on Xiaoxiheng, Luyin said. He took a step forward and looked up at the gigantic shaman spirit doll. You're still as disgusting as ever. He raised his hand and dust flew up into the sky. It was bound to be the heaven-flipping palm. Shaman Lingxian was shocked to see Luyin appear. It's you? The overturning sky palm mercilessly pressed down on the shaman spirit doll. The doll wanted to resist, but it was only a half-progenitor. How could it resist the overturning sky palm? Lu Yin's overturning sky palm had suppressed the undying god's half-progenitor body. It was not something that a doll could resist. The shaman spirit god sighed. You've grown so much. What a pity. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, but the more you grow, the less likely the 4 cardinal scales will let you go. It's just a matter of time. There will be a great battle in this spacetime sooner or later. Luyin stared at the shaman spirit god. How many more rats do you Eternals have hiding here? Kiki, you want to know? Go find out for yourself. After speaking, the shaman spirit god's body suddenly vanished. Luyin was shocked. A sourcebox array? He raised his foot and reversed the flow of spacetime. Traces of gray were almost invisible, this was the power of time. The shaman spirit god had clearly vanished, but a shadow still appeared where he had been standing. The time he had fled had been distorted. You really think you can escape from me? Lu Yin's domain cut through the void, and the empty god's realm severed the connection between the shaman spirit god and the sourcebox array. Numerous sourceboxes suddenly appeared in the sky. These sourceboxes should have been hidden within the void, which was why the shaman spirit god could leave at any time. It was also why he had caused Xiaoxiheng's blade to disappear. Now that the empty god's realm had severed this connection, the shaman spirit god had no choice but to face Luyin directly. The shaman spirit god stretched out his hand and bent his fingers as he pointed them at Luyin. The surface of Lu Yin's body suddenly withered, and he similarly raised his hand and aimed it at the shaman spirit god. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the two of them simultaneously retreated. Lu Yin's withered body had almost completely recovered, and the shaman spirit god's 5 senses had almost reached the limit of what Lu Yin's body could withstand. Fortunately, Lu Yin had blocked the attack, and the shaman spirit god's body had been shattered by Lu Yin's emptiness palm. Lu Yin was shocked. He had thought that the 5 senses replacement would only cause his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose to move. He had not expected the damage to be so great. The shaman spirit god clutched the left side of his body. You can actually block the 5 senses replacement. Kid, you're really strong. Something even stronger is here. Luyin raised his hand again, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. He had directly used Mastery Realm Battle Force. Right now, he was using his own strength to deal with the shaman spirit god's half-progenitor body, not the power of a progenitor. Every half-progenitor body in the 7 celestial skies could be considered a peak half-progenitor, so Luyin would not be careless. Underground, the shaman spirit god's eyes turned, and he floated up as he stared at Luyin. Luyin felt a chill run down his spine, and he took a step forward and moved his body. There was no change in his original position, but he knew that if he had been there just now, he would not have known what would have happened. The shaman spirit god and the corpse god were two completely different types of beings. The corpse god's battle style was traceable, and there was nothing he could not break through. He was incomparably tyrannical, while the shaman spirit god's battle style leaned towards the strange and difficult to track down. However, the shaman spirit god was also an origin array master. In Liu Yin's opinion, since he was an origin array master, he had to be an origin array heavenly master as well. From a certain perspective, the shaman spirit god's threat was far greater than the corpse god's. "Kiki, kid, I'm not going to play with you anymore." The shaman spirit god then disappeared once more, and the shaman spirit god's doll expanded to cover the sky once more. Liu Yin frowned, as this old fellow was too strange. It was not impossible to keep him here, as long as he used the power of a progenitor. However, he had not brought the general platform or the hellworm with him, as he had come here to kill Xia Ziheng. It would be inconvenient to bring them along, as they would easily be watched by Wang Yuan and the others. As for the Divine Seal catalog, the moment he used it, it would attract the attention of the entire top realm. However, even if he used the Divine Seal catalog, he might not be able to keep the shaman spirit god here. The shaman spirit god was just like senior brother Qing Ping, who could rely on the strength of a half-progenitor or combat ancestor. It would not be strange for him to have any tricks up his sleeve. Above him, the giant shaman spirit god's doll looked down at Liu Yin. Liu Yin slowly looked up and struck out with a palm. The shaman spirit god's doll shattered, as it was only used to cover the shaman spirit god's escape. When the shaman spirit god's doll shattered, the light scattered once more. Liu Yin turned around and looked at Xia Ziheng, who was being controlled by Xianxia. Xia Ziheng had not expected Liu Yin to appear at such a crucial moment, but he was not happy. Instead, his heart sank. If he had faced the shaman spirit god, he would have had a sliver of hope to survive, and at worst, he would have betrayed the humans. However, Liu Yin had clearly not just arrived, so he must have heard what Xia Ziheng had said and knew that Xia Ziheng was willing to betray the humans. Liu Yin would not let him off. Xia Ziheng stared at Liu Yin, constantly thinking of ways to survive. Liu Yin walked over to Xia Ziheng. "You're really unlucky to have been targeted by the shaman spirit god." Xia Ziheng's eyelids twitched. "Why are you here?" Liu Yin replied, "I was just passing by." Xia Ziheng smiled bitterly. "Passing by? What a coincidence. Half-ancestor Ziheng, you look completely different from before. You used to curse at me every time you saw me. What's the matter now? Are you afraid?" Liu Yin asked casually. Xia Ziheng looked at Liu Yin. "You came here to kill me." Liu Yin didn't deny it. Xia Ziheng wasn't stupid. Liu Yin had purposely appeared here without attracting anyone's attention, so his goal was self-evident. "Because you were afraid of breaking the agreement, you let him attack and didn't attack yourself," Xia Ziheng said. Liu Yin smiled. "That was originally the case, but what you said to the shaman spirit god just now piqued my interest. A secret in exchange for your life." Xia Ziheng was bitter. "I can buy my life from the shaman spirit god, but I can't buy it from you." Liu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Do you want to die?" "Of course not, but I know that you won't let me go," Xia Ziheng said. Liu Yin shook his head. "Not necessarily. It depends on whether this secret is worth it or not." Xia Ziheng solemnly replied, "It's definitely worth it. This is the greatest secret of the astral tree realm, and no more than 5 people know about it." "Just because few people know doesn't mean it's useful," Liu Yin said. "The frozen immortal sect attacked the Liu family because they were confident that Bai Xianer could replace the Liu family and control this region of the universe. My Xia family attacked the Liu family because of our grudges and because of Xia Shang. The White Dragon tribe attacked because if they didn't, they would never be able to surpass the Liu family and the Liu family." "What about the Wang family? Why did the Wang family attack?" Xia Ziheng suddenly shouted. Liu Yin replied, "Because of Wang Si. She's just a half-ancestor." "So what if she's Wang Fan's daughter? Can Bai Qi become the leader of the frozen immortal sect?" "Wang Si isn't even Wang Fan's daughter, so she's considered half an outsider to the Wang family. What right does she have to lead the attack against the Liu family? Why did ancestor Wang Fan agree?" "Liu Shaoxian, have you never thought about this?" Xiao Ziheng questioned. When he had interrogated Wang Si, the truth that he had learned was the same as what he had found out later on. The four-way scales had acted against the Lu family because Wang Si was the one who had acted as the middleman. Thus, he had naturally assumed that the Wang family was the mastermind, and the Wang family had acted because of Wang Si. He had never seriously considered why the Wang family would listen to Wang Si. No matter how powerful or smart Wang Si was, she was still just a half-ancestor. Lu Yin and Xiao Ziheng exchanged glances. The secret you want to tell me is related to Wang Si? It's related to why the Wang family attacked the Lu family. It's the Wang family's greatest secret, and it's also a secret that Wang Yi left behind to take revenge on the Wang family. Lu Yin nodded. Tell me, and I'll let you go. Why should I believe you? Xiao Ziheng gritted his teeth. At this point, he was ready to risk everything in order to survive. He was even willing to betray the humans, but because he had just decided to betray the humans, he did not think that Lu Yin would let him go. Xiao Ziheng's attitude towards the Eternals was the same as the rest of the Lu family. He would not show mercy to the Eternals or the Redbacks. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. To me, you're just an ant. There's no need for me to lie to an ant. But I've bitten you before, Xiao Ziheng said. You even said that you would kill me. You want me to swear it? Lu Yin retorted. Xiao Ziheng's eyes flickered, but he did not know what to do. He just wanted to survive, and he was willing to pay any price. I want to contact Patriarch Xiaoshen, Xiao Ziheng said. Lu Yin praised him. Smart. Tell Xiaoshen that I'm here. If you die, she'll naturally think that I did it, and I'll break the agreement between us. Not only that, but I also want you to swear that you will never attack me, Xiao Ziheng said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Hen Xian looked at him. Xiao Ziheng said, not just you, but also those who belong to you. You can't use any of your methods on me. Lu Shaoxian, I admit that I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you'll attack me, but I'm even more afraid that you'll frame me. Back then, you stole the sword steel, and I was punished by Patriarch Shinji. I can't compare to you, and I'm far from being your opponent. That's why I want to use this secret to ensure my safety in this life. Don't worry, this secret is definitely worth it. Lu Yin slowly said, don't you think that your conditions are too great? I can spare your life and even protect you back to Shenwu Plain, but you want to use this secret to exchange for your life? I swear that if this secret isn't worth it, you'll kill me immediately, Xiao Ziheng shouted. He was really going all out. As long as you don't think it's worth it, the oath doesn't count. Lu Yin was shocked, you're really confident. Alright, I swear that as long as the secret you tell me is worth it, I, Lu Yin, will not act against you. Even my subordinates will not act against you, Xiao Ziheng. Xiao Ziheng added a few more sentences, and Lu Yin told him everything. Just as he said, Xiao Ziheng was like an ant. If he used his life in exchange for a valuable secret, it was worth it. You can speak now, Lu Yin said. Xiao Ziheng closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them. He contacted Xia Zhen and informed her that he had met Lu Yin. He then passed the cloud connection stone to Lu Yin. Lu Yin, are you trying to kill Xiao Ziheng? Xia Zhen's voice sounded, and soon, her image appeared. Lu Yin glanced at Xiao Ziheng. He's just passing by. If I kill him, do you think he'll still contact you? Xia Zhen frowned. I don't want Xiao Ziheng to use the same method to control Xiaoxing, Lu Yin replied. I'm no longer interested in your Xia family. We won't interfere with each other, and I won't do anything to Xiao Ziheng. I hope that the Xia family won't join forces with the frigid immortal sect to deal with me. With that, he ended the call. Xiao Ziheng's eyes were filled with bitterness. Contacting Xia Zhen this time would make things difficult for him in Shenwu Plain. If he could guess that Lu Shaoxian had specifically come to kill him, how could Xia Zhen not have guessed it? In the end, Lu Shaoxian had let him go. Everyone knew that something was wrong, but he had no other choice. This was the only way to ensure that Lu Shaoxian wouldn't kill him. Even if he swore, he wouldn't feel safe. Speak now, Lu Yin said. Henshin looked at Xiao Ziheng curiously. He also wanted to know such a big secret. Henshin, Lu Yin called out and waved his hand. Henshin was stunned. Was Luin chasing him away? His face darkened, but he had no choice. Under Lu Yin's gaze, he could only leave. After making sure that Henshin couldn't hear or see him, Luin looked at Xiaoziheng. Xiaoziheng took a deep breath. The Wang family has been mining for water from the Yellow Springs for so many years, but regardless of whether it's the Wang family's mainland, Wang Fan's territory, or even the outer realms, there's no water from the Yellow Springs. All of the water from the Yellow Springs is in one place. These two words caused Lu Yin's expression to change. He was almost in disbelief. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The more you think of it, the more mysterious it is. This is a secret that Wang Yi left behind to take revenge on the Wang family. I swear, if even a single word is false, may the heavens strike me down, Xiaoziheng said solemnly. Luin took a deep breath. How could the Yellow Springs water be there? That shouldn't be the case. It didn't make sense. Many things didn't make sense, but if that was the case, then Wang Fan had hidden it too deeply. It was no wonder why Xiaoziheng had said those words. If that was the case, then even if the Wang family exiled the Lu family, they would still have the confidence to control this universe. The frigid immortal sect was confident that Bai Xianer could do it, and Wang Fan was confident that the Wang family could do the same. The four sides of the scale had their own plans, and none of them were simple. This was especially true for Wang Fan, who was from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. No one knew what methods he had. If Wang Fan was like this, then Bai Wan Yuan should be the same. Luin realized that he had still underestimated them. Bai Wan Yuan and Wang Fan were both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas alongside Progenitor Chen and the symbol ancestor. Progenitor Chen and the others had left behind many incredible legends in history. Bai Wan Yuan and the others might be creating these legends, but Luin had been deceived. Can I leave now? Xiaoziheng asked. Luin looked at him. How are we going to explain this to Xiaozhen when we get back? Xiaoziheng was helpless. My inner world is on the verge of collapse. This is your doing. Luin nodded. Xiaoziheng's inner world had been destroyed by the shaman spirit god, but it was more reasonable to say that Luin had done it. Xiaoziheng left. Luin hadn't expected to obtain an unexpected harvest while trying to kill him, but this harvest wasn't a good thing. Luin also left. He had already been exposed, and there was nothing he could do in the astral tree realm. Before he left, he contacted Mu Xia. The shaman spirit god's half-step progenitor body escaped, and I couldn't capture him. There must be many redbacks and spies in this universe. I know. The corpse left behind by the undying god has been hidden by many people, and I can't find out exactly how many people have cultivated the corpse king transformation. I can only try my best to find out and capture as many as I can, Mu Xia replied. Luin recalled what he had said to Qingchen. Senior, if there's a technique that can replace the corpse king transformation, then we can stop the corpse king transformation from spreading. It has to be comparable to the corpse king transformation. You want to bring the 5th pagoda here? Mu Xia asked. Luin replied. The 5th pagoda is useless, and the battle techniques there need to be fought over. If we want to replace the corpse king transformation, we need to find an equivalent battle technique that has been completely passed down. I'll think about it. Mu Xia fell silent for a moment. Junior, I'm very happy that Master has accepted you as a disciple. Luin smiled. I'm also very happy to have you and Senior Qingping. It's not just us, Mu Xia said before ending the call. Luin was stunned. Not just them? What did that mean? Did Master have other disciples? He wanted to ask Mu Xia, but since Mu Xia had ended the call so decisively, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. Luin was looking forward to it. Who else was there? If Mu Xia didn't want to say, then he could ask Qingping. Senior brother, do we have other fellow disciples? Luin asked directly. In the Neoverse of the 5th mainland, Qingping was astonished. Did Senior Mu Xia tell you? Yes. Who? I'm asking you. Luin was speechless. Senior Mu Xia didn't say, so I don't know either, Qingping replied decisively. Luin was helpless. Can you guys contact Master? Jade, you have more? Qing Ping asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Neither do I, otherwise, I would have contacted Master when the Eternals invaded, Qing Ping replied. Lu Yin was helpless. His question was equivalent to no answer, so he left the astral trees and returned to the fifth mainland. Actually, he had a guess about Mr. Mu. Could Mr. Mu have come from a parallel universe? Otherwise, why had he never appeared when so many things had happened between the fifth mainland and the astral trees? Lu Yin was increasingly certain that Mr. Mu was in Immemorial City, which meant that Mr. Mu was in a parallel universe. Lu Yin returned to the fifth mainland and went to the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, where someone was already waiting for him. If someone from the Xia family was here, they would have been shocked to see Xianxia, or more accurately, Xianxia's clone. The one who had passed through Shenwu Continent's passage to the Three Sovereign Spacetime Continuum was naturally not the real Xianxia's clone. The ones who had followed them had only been envoys, and they couldn't tell the difference. Xianxia was too conceited and believed that no one in the fifth mainland could deal with him. He was right, as no one in the fifth mainland could deal with him. Even if Lu Yin borrowed progenitor Chen's strength, he would only be able to force Xianxia back. They would only have a chance if they worked together with Elder Chan, but Elder Chan had yet to break through to the progenitor realm at that time. Xianxia's self-confidence was fine, but he had underestimated Lu Yin's methods. He had never thought that Lu Yin would banish him to a parallel universe. When Lu Yin arrived, Xianxia's clone sat down calmly. The Divine Martial Celestial General should no longer be a threat to you. Lu Yin sat down and fixed his gaze on Xianxia's face. Every time I see you, I want to attack. Xianxia's clone laughed. This face is easy for you to misunderstand. You were willing to banish my Lu family. At that time, you were Xianxia's clone, and you wouldn't have disobeyed him. I'm curious, how did you gain your own consciousness? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia's clone replied, how can a puppet without its own consciousness cultivate the primogenitor's secret technique? Lu Yin understood, as this clone had possessed its own consciousness from the very beginning. It's precisely because of this that he was willing to sacrifice me and let me perish together with the Lu family. Fortunately, he wasn't stupid, and he knew that if I died, he would have an opening against Bai Wan Yuan and the others. That's why he secretly imprisoned me, hoping that he could find a way to erase my consciousness and fuse with me again, Xianxia's clone slowly explained. This was the first time they had spoken. When Xianxia had been lured into the Three Sovereign Spacetime Continuum, Lu Yin had wanted to find this clone. However, this person was very cautious, and he was afraid that Lu Yin would violate the agreement and attack him. Thus, he had not appeared until now. You didn't show up before, but now you're here. Are you confident? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia's clone looked at Lu Yin. Yes, and I'm not afraid of you breaking the agreement. Lu Yin replied, I never break an agreement, but I'm curious. Where did you get your confidence from? Was it Lu Xiaoge's idea? Him? He's smart, but he can't interfere with matters of this level. My confidence comes from you, Lu Xiaoxian. Zhao Ren came with a poison-like flower tea. Xianxia was stunned. What was the meaning of this? He looked at Lu Yin in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yin didn't see any nervousness in his eyes, he was truly confident. Come and try it. This is a specialty of our Above the Heavens sect. Every guest who comes here will have a sip. It's very comfortable. He picked up the tea and took a sip. It had to be said that the tea had evolved once again. He really did see a living creature inside. It should be a living creature. Xianxia's clone didn't move even after Lu Yin drank it. Zhao Ran watched expectantly. Your Lu family hasn't been exterminated, Xianxia said, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he continued drinking. I can find them, Xianxia's clone added. Lu Yin paused, and he put down his teacup. He met Xianxia's gaze. I hope you're not lying to me. And you still want me to drink tea? Xianxia's clone asked. Lu Yin smiled, please. Xianxia's clone nodded and took a sip of the tea. If Lu Yin still wanted him to drink tea under these circumstances, then it meant that there was nothing wrong with the tea. He didn't believe that Lu Yin didn't care about the Lu family's survival. A sweet fragrance filled his mouth, but there was also a hint of bitterness. It still tasted like tea, but it also tasted like a fruit-flavored drink. Not bad. Zhao Ran was delighted. There's more, I'll make some for you. She then left happily. Xiaoxinji's clone was astonished. Your people here are very lively. Luyin tapped his fingers on the table. Where's my Lu family? Xiaoxinji's clone shook his head. I didn't dare to meet you because even though I could sense the Lu clan's presence, I couldn't pinpoint their location. That's still the case, he said seriously. However, I'm sure that the Lu clan is fine because the prison lock technique hasn't been broken. Even though the Lu clan is imprisoned, it's still a protective layer. As long as the Lu clan doesn't break the prison lock, unless the Lu clan kills each other, nothing will happen, said Lin Feng. Luyin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with countless emotions. Overall, he was relieved. He kept saying that the Lu family would return and that the Lu family was not dead. But as long as there was no proof, his heart would not stop beating. The sorcerer spirit god also said that the Lu family was still alive, but how could he believe the Eternals? Now, it was basically confirmed. He took another sip of his flower tea. According to our agreement, I've exiled Xiaoxinji. As long as you reach the ancestor realm, you can return to Shenwu Sky and regain control of it. At that time, I'll help you. Xiaoxinji's clone sighed in admiration. No wonder you were able to reach where you are today. Lu Xiaoxian, I really have to admire you. Not everyone has the confidence to oppose the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Even Lu Xiaoxian, who had the Lu clan as his backer, couldn't have fared better than you. Luyin looked up and stared at Xiaoxinji's clone. The 9 mountains and 8 seas aren't simple. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan already know of your existence. The only thing I can help you with is to prevent them from interfering in the family matters of Shenwu Sky. You can handle Xiaozhen on your own. Xiaoxinji's clone looked away. Xiaozhen's hatred for the direct descendants of the Xia family is unquenchable, but she still has the surname Xia. So what if I'm a clone? I'm Xiaoxinji. Can clones hurt the main body? Luyin suddenly asked. A few years ago, when Luyu had died, the 4-way scales had prepared a method to completely control the astral tree domain. Even if Luyin had ascended to godhood, Nongyi would not have been able to easily destroy the 4-way scales plan. It had been this clone that had managed to severely injure Xiaoxinji, which had ruined the 4-way scales plan. At that time, Luyin had wondered how a clone could injure the main body from a distance, but it did not make sense. If a clone could injure the main body, then why would Xia Jiuyo still dare to chase after Xiao Luo? Xiaoxinji should not have been able to kill this clone so easily, and the clone's death would have a huge impact on the main body. Xiaoxinji's clone took a sip of his tea. This is the secret of the 9 clones technique. Luyin did not ask any further, as he was only cooperating with this clone. Tell Lu Xiaoga that he will receive the promised resources. From now on, he will be protected by the Above Heaven sect, provided that he does not betray humanity. Xiaoxinji's clone left. He had also received the Above Heaven sect's protection and had even obtained a power vessel from Luyin. He was certain that Luyin would not let anything happen to him, as he was the coordinate that would lead the Lu family back. Luyin wanted to keep this clone and imprison him in the Above Heaven sect, but he did not want to violate the agreement they had made. With this clone's cautiousness, as long as he did not face a progenitor, he would be able to roam freely in this spacetime. As for Lu Xiaoga, Luyin was looking forward to his future accomplishments. He had not even asked to remove the Death God's seal, even though he had clearly mentioned it during their first contact. If he didn't remove the Death God's seal, what was he planning to do? Luyin was curious. The 5th mainland's lockbreakers were lucky, as many had personally witnessed the Shenwu continent's luck path array. This was a sourcebox array that surpassed the 5 sealing planets. Luyin had also schemed against Xiaoxinji and opened up a gap in the luck path array, which had allowed several origin array masters to witness Guyan's accomplishments. Now, there was an endless stream of lockbreakers outside Shenwu continent who wished to become his disciple. Within the Tower of Resonating Light, Guyan's expression was solemn as he looked at the 7 giant sourceboxes above his head. He raised his hand and activated the wireless Gu. Hurry over, there's a problem. A few days later, Heavenly Master Xiao Ming and Heavenly Master Shangxing arrived. The 3 origin array masters stared at the luck path array as if they were trying to deduce something, the location has shifted. There's an unpredictable force affecting the array, Heavenly Master Xianxia said solemnly. Heavenly Master Xiaoming replied, it should be from the other side. Gu Yan took a few steps forward, and the various strange items on his body began to ring. Heavenly Master Xiaoming and Heavenly Master Xiaoming glanced at each other. The three monarchs have made their move. According to the records of this continent's history, the 5 sealing planets experienced a strange change 1,000 years ago, which exposed this continent. Fortunately, the other side has yet to open up a path. There's also Xiaxinji, Heavenly Master Xianxia added. Elder Chan walked out of the void. There's another change. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived and looked at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Xiaxinji being thrown into the three monarch space was both good and bad. The good thing was that this space-time didn't have to face Lu Yin's threat for the time being. With Xiaxinji gone, the pressure would be greatly reduced. However, if Xiaxinji was in the three monarch space, it was very likely that the three monarchs would be able to understand the space-time. This would open up a path and become a threat to the fifth mainland. Senior, you said that the luck path array would be able to seal this place for 1,000 years. What about now? Lu Yin asked. The reason why he had decided to throw Xiaxinji into the three monarch space was because Heavenly Master Gu Yan had confirmed that it could seal this place for 1,000 years. Lu Yin was certain that he would be able to reach the half-ancestor realm in 1,000 years, and the situation in this space-time would change. Even if he had to face the three monarchs and Xiaxinji at that time, it wouldn't be impossible. Gu Yan replied, if I say it'll be 1,000 years, then it'll be 1,000 years. Let alone Xiaxinji, even by Wang Yuan wouldn't be a problem. It's not about cultivation. Opening up a path to a parallel spacetime is incomparably difficult. Gu Yu was able to use the 5 sealing planets to block the path, and I'll personally act with the luck path array. If we can't block it for 1,000 years, then I'll have lived for nothing. Lu Yin nodded. It would be fine as long as they could block it for 1,000 years. Bai Wang Yuan and the others weren't in a hurry to rescue Xiaxinji, as the four-way Libra wasn't very friendly. What if I want to go over? Lu Yin asked. Gu Yan was astonished. You want to go to the other side? Lu Yin replied, I can't be too passive. I want to understand the situation in all of the parallel spacetime zones. Gu Yan thought about it. It's possible, but it's very dangerous. If you're discovered when you go to the other side, then they might open up a path for you. When that happens, it'll be hard to say what the outcome will be. It's best if you think about it carefully. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The situation was clear, and this spacetime zone no longer had the Eternals. The only ones opposing each other were himself and the four-way Libra. At most, the Fog Ancestor, who was neutral, could barely maintain a balance. If the three monarch spacetime zones interfered, then it would definitely be disadvantageous for him. Unless Xiaxinji became enemies with the three monarchs. It shifted again. The other side is constantly trying to destroy the array, Heavenly Master Xiaomingshi said. Lu Yin looked at the luck path array and stared at the enormous sourcebox array. Senior, what would such a large sourcebox array contain if it was unlocked? Gu Yan's expression immediately changed, as if he had just swallowed a fly. You don't want to try. It's a hopeless process. It would take at least 1,000 years to unlock such a large sourcebox, and even if you managed to unlock it, there might not be anything left inside. That feeling would be unforgettable. There have been people in history who have unlocked such a large sourcebox, but what happened? He didn't say anything else, but Lu Yin could guess that the results wouldn't have been good. Judging from Gu Yan's expression, perhaps he had already tried. Heavenly Master Xiaomingshi said, the size of a sourcebox doesn't matter. If you were given 10 sourceboxes to unlock, at most, you would obtain something from one of them. It's the same for such a large sourcebox. Are you willing to spend millions of years unlocking it only to end up with nothing in the end? Even progenitors don't have that kind of time, Heavenly Master Xianxia replied. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had time as long as he had enough money. After asking Heavenly Master Gu Yan and the others to keep an eye on Shenwu continent, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect. Next, he would proceed with his plan, which was to attempt to understand this region of space. Understanding this region of space meant learning about it, which was a very grand idea. Even progenitors wouldn't be able to understand this region of space, let alone Luin. At most, they would only know about things that were related to them. What Luin wanted to do was understand the majority of this region of space, and the only way to do so was to roll his die and fuse his 6 pips into another cultivator's body to search their memories. With his current strength, he could fuse with a half-ancestor's body, regardless of whether it was a cultivator or an eternal corpse king. After instructing the second Night King and the others not to disturb him, Luin handed some matters over to Lu Bujing and the others before announcing that he was going into seclusion. This seclusion had been part of his plan, but Wu Junqi's appearance had forced him out. Fortunately, he had dealt with Madman Lu midway and chased him out of this region of space. He had also learned of the Wang family's secrets. After delaying his seclusion for a while, he resumed. Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and stared at it. 6 pips, he had plenty of time and resources to spend on this. 2 years later, there was a region in the flat world of the astral trees that was shrouded in darkness all year round. It was not as bleak and desolate as the Yin Mountain region, but it was so dark that it could cause one to fall into despair. The sky was dark, the ground was dark, and the rivers were dark. Even the air was dark. This was Ghost Abyss. Many people in the astral trees knew that this was Ghost Abyss, but very few dared to enter. Even those who wanted to join Ghost Abyss would find it difficult to come out, and not even their corpses would be left behind. A boundless aura of death enveloped Ghost Abyss, and the deeper one went, the greater the aura. The area was hundreds of times larger than Kuan Swamp. A group of people slowly walked through this deathly silent land. There were both men and women, and all of them had terrified expressions as they stared at their surroundings. It was very difficult for them to move forward. "Brother Juan, are we really going to enter Ghost Abyss? Isn't it too risky?" someone suddenly asked, sounding very abrupt in this deathly silent land. The leader of the group was a young man who looked valiant and sturdy. His skin was very dry, and it was obvious that he had been exposed to the wind and sun for a long time. Fine scars were hidden in his sparse beard, and he looked ahead with an uneasy look in his eyes. "The person who killed Big Brother Qian is hiding nearby. We have to find him." The people behind him exchanged glances. "That person isn't a cultivator from Ghost Abyss. He's probably dead if he comes in. Should we wait outside? Ghost Abyss is so big. If that person isn't dead by the time we leave, he'll be able to escape easily," Brother Juan said unwillingly. One of the women whispered, "It's not worth it if we all die." The man beside her quickly covered her mouth. "Quiet. Brother Juan is the disciple of the Adventurer King. If you offend him, you won't be able to stay in Root's organization in the future." Although the people around them didn't say anything, they all had the same thought. Brother Qian and Brother Juan had a good relationship, but they weren't that. Brother Juan was Juan Wu, the disciple of the King of Adventurers. He had entered Junior Progenitor Planet several decades ago and had almost accompanied Long Tian to the Sovereign Realm, but Luin had forced him out of the competition. If it was a few decades ago, the title of Adventurer King wouldn't have been so useful. He still managed to get on Lu Xiaoshuan's boat, someone at the back mumbled softly. Who would have thought that the Adventurer King was actually one of the surviving members of the Lu family? No wonder he was given the title of Adventurer King after going through so many life and death situations. Now that I think about it, the four-way scales must have wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. Who would have thought that Lu Xiaoxian would rise up and stop all of the surviving members of the Lu family from being targeted? Come to think of it, Lu Xiaoxian is quite vicious. That's enough, stop talking. Be careful, don't die here, one of the people in front shouted. At the very front, Wan Wu's expression was unsightly. He stopped and said, "Let's turn back." He wanted revenge, but these people were right. They shouldn't risk their lives. When they heard Wan Wu tell them to turn around, everyone was delighted. They looked at each other and hurried back. Suddenly, there was a sound. It echoed in their ears. When they first heard the sound, everyone turned pale, thinking that they had been targeted by the people from Ghost Abyss. But as the sound grew louder, their expressions changed. Was this a technique? Everyone listened quietly, but the more they listened, the more they felt that something was wrong. Someone was horrified. This is the four-way scales Xia family's blade intent. Shut up. Wanwu barked, his face filled with shock. This was definitely the Xia family's blade intent. He tried to circulate the star energy in his body according to the sound and unleashed a terrifying blade. He was already a peak in lighter and was only a step away from breaking through to become an emissary. The Xia family's blade intent had enlightened him, and he couldn't wait to break through. He forcefully suppressed his desire and said, "Retreat. Brother Wan, this is the Xia family's blade intent." Someone was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue listening. Wanwu said, "If you don't want to die, then retreat. The Xiao family's blade intent has appeared in Ghost Abyss, so how can Shenwu Plain let it go? There's going to be a big battle here." When the others heard this, their faces turned even paler. Some people followed Wanwu and retreated, while some stayed behind. Those who had been able to join the rude organization and venture into the mortal realm were all ferocious. They had followed Wanwu in hopes of being taken care of by the Adventurer King and changing their futures. Thus, even if they were afraid of death, they had still followed Ghost Abyss. Normal people would not have been able to enter, so how could they be willing to give up after hearing about the Xia family's blade intent? When Wanwu walked out of Ghost Abyss, the Xia family's blade intent's voice still did not disappear. This voice not only spread throughout Ghost Abyss, but it also spread out in all directions. His expression kept changing. Something had happened. In the depths of Ghost Abyss, an ancestor opened his eyes and frowned. Why was the Adventurer King's disciple so cowardly? He had already heard the Xia family's blade intent, but he had still fled. Unfortunately, he was not that lucky. The old man was a half-progenitor in Ghost Abyss, and he was second only to the ancestor. However, he was no longer himself, he was Luyin. Over the past 2 years, Luyin had constantly merged with other people's bodies, and the weakest had been an emissary. He had merged with half-progenitors no less than 10 times, including those from the Fifth Mainland and the Cosmic Tree Realm. He had even merged with half-progenitors from the four-way scales, such as Xia Yan, Wu Yao, and Bai Qi. These experiences had allowed him to learn many secrets of the four-way scales, including cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and even secret techniques. It would be a pity if he did not use these secrets, which was why he had ended up like this. The ancestor of Ghost Abyss was now in the mortal realm, so Luyin wanted to take this opportunity to make the Cosmic Tree Realm lively. Those who remained in Ghost Abyss heard about the Xia family's blade intent. Luyin could not have merged for too long, so he imprinted the Xia family's blade intent, Xia family's divine martial qi, frigid immortal sex wind god battle technique, Xianxia, and a series of battle techniques onto a piece of jade before tossing it out. Ghost Abyss will open its doors and bless all living beings. From now on, humans will abandon their seclusion and progress together to resist future disasters. Many pieces of jade flew out of Ghost Abyss, heading towards the middle realm, the mortal realm, and the top realm. A few days later, the entire Cosmic Tree Realm was in an uproar as countless people fought over the jade. Shenwu Plain and the frigid immortal sect were even more excited. What? The wind god battle technique was leaked? How is that possible? Even if an ordinary disciple learned the wind god battle technique, they wouldn't be able to leak it. Only an emissary or a half-ancestor would be able to do so. Elder, it's true. It's not just the frigid immortal sect, there's also the Xia family's blade intent and divine martial qi from Shenwu Plain. Countless people are fighting over this jade. How dare you? Who leaked it? Who leaked it? It's Ghost Abyss. In Shenwu Plain, Xiao Luo stared blankly at the jade in his hand, which contained the frigid immortal sex Xianxia. What a powerful battle technique. It can directly absorb the opponent's life force. It's said that it evolved from the Lu family's life form palm. Xia Meng appeared. The divine martial qi has leaked, and the Xia family's blade intent has also leaked. Ancestor Xiaxin will arrive soon. Xiao Luo looked outside. Who had leaked this information? These battle techniques could not be leaked just because someone wanted to, and so many battle techniques had been leaked at once. They all came from different sects, so who could do this? Ghost Abyss? What were they trying to do? In the Central Realm, when Qingchen found out about this, the first person he thought of was Luyin. He remembered that Luin had once said that if he wanted to stop the Corpse King transformation, he would need to find a battle technique that could replace it. The Divine Martial Qi and Wind God battle techniques were both ultimate techniques of the four-way scales. What was Ghost Abyss trying to do? No one knew what Ghost Abyss's goal was, not even Ghost Abyss himself. In the Sovereign Realm, Bai Wangyuan raised his hand and crushed a branch. Ghost Ancestor, get out here. However, there was nothing beneath the branch. Bai Xing walked out of Qingqiu and descended upon Ghost Abyss. With a single strike, he shattered Ghost Abyss. This was the first time a progenitor had truly attacked Ghost Abyss. Crown Prince Gui Qian was swept away by the shockwaves, and blood trickled out of his mouth. He looked up and saw Bai Xing walking over. Where is Ghost Ancestor? Gui Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't know. Bai Xing's staff swept out and shattered Ghost Abyss. At that moment, Xiaozhen arrived. Although she hated the Xia family's main bloodline, she was still a member of the family. The leak of the Divine Martial Qi was a huge blow to the entire Xia family. From now on, could the Divine Martial Qi still be called the Divine Martial Qi? Her face sank. Where is Ghost Ancestor? The Ghost Abyss disciples were terrified, and they hid in the death energy, not daring to show themselves. Bai Xing looked at Xiaozhen. He's not in the Sovereign Realm either. Find him. We must find him. Not only did they want to know why Ghost Abyss had leaked the battle techniques, but they also wanted to know how he had obtained them. This was all top-secret information. In the fifth mainlands above heaven, Luin was leisurely drinking tea. What's going on? Tell me. I don't know what happened either. The Divine Martial Astral Qi and the Wind God battle technique all leaked out from my Gui Abyss, but the problem is that I've never obtained any of these battle techniques, Gui Zhu said with an ugly expression. No one had expected him to appear in front of Luin. When he had learned of this matter, he had immediately left the Sovereign Realm and come to the Fifth Mainland. Now, only the Fifth Mainland had a place to hide. Otherwise, if he was found in the starry sky of trees, no one would be able to save him. Even if the Lu family was still around, he would still die for leaking the battle techniques of other sections. This was a huge taboo in the cultivation world. Luin looked back at him. Gui Zhu, something happened to you, but you came to me. You're making things difficult for me. Gui Zhu was helpless. As a member of the Death God bloodline, I ask for Dao Master Lu's help. If I have offended you in the past, I will definitely repay you after this matter is over. Luin smiled. You want me to protect you? I can't do that. My position is untenable. Gui Zhu obviously knew this. Is there a place to hide on the Fifth Mainland? As long as I survive this, I'll definitely be able to find out the truth. So what if you find out? Will the four-way scales forgive you? Luin mocked. Gui Zhu clenched his fists, as he had no other choice. If he couldn't find out the truth, then he wouldn't be able to return. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin's back. Could this person have been the culprit? Based on the current situation, the four-way scales should have no problem attacking you. Neither I nor anyone else is qualified to protect you, Luin said. Gui Zhu frowned, as it shouldn't have been Luin. Luin still wanted to use him to maintain the balance of power with the four-way scales, which wouldn't benefit Gui Zhu at all. There's no need to protect me. I just hope that Dao Master Lu can provide a place for me to hide. Luin thought about it. I do have a place. Let's go. Many thanks, Dao Master Lu. Gui Zhu relaxed. Luin looked back. Senior, you should understand me. Since I helped you, I should be rewarded. Gui Zhu replied, as long as we survive this, I'm willing to give Dao Master Lu 100 billion star essence. Luin smiled. 100 billion was quite a lot, especially for a power like the Ghost Abyss that didn't cultivate star energy or astral sources. Star essence wasn't a necessary resource, but I want half of the Ghost Abyss. Gui Zhu was stunned and thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Luin looked at him seriously. I want half of the Ghost Abyss. Lu Xiaoxian, are you crazy? Even with Gui Zhu's current situation, he still wanted to curse. Half of the Ghost Abyss? Why don't you just say that I'll give you all of it? That's fine. Guizhu was speechless. Lu Xiaoxian, you know that's impossible. How about this? I promise that as long as you help me survive this, I'll find you 500 billion star essence even if I have to steal or rob. That's enough sincerity. This amount is enough to hurt the four-way scales, and I'll definitely stand on your side against the four-way scales from now on. Don't forget that when your disguise as Long 7 was exposed, people from the Ghost Abyss risked their lives to protect you at the Summit Realm's cloud ladder. Luin said, I'll repay this favor, but I haven't forgotten that you refused to let me use the Ghost Abyss's death energy during my battle with Madman Lu. You even scolded me. You're quite hostile towards me. That didn't stop you from using death energy. It's the foundation of the Ghost Abyss. If you use it, what will happen to the Ghost Abyss? Guizhu. Luin asked, is there no room for discussion? There's absolutely no room for discussion. Guizhu said. Luin asked, then what about the exchange? Guizhu was surprised, what exchange? The Eternals once left behind an eternal kingdom on the fifth mainland. The underground is filled with death energy, and I can use that to exchange for half of the Ghost Abyss, Luin said. Guizhu was puzzled, where did the Eternals get their death chi from? Too many things have happened in this part of the universe. The Spectre clan has pledged allegiance to the Everlasting Tribe in order to preserve their inheritance. They've also cooperated with the Everlasting Tribe to use death energy to modify Corpse Kings. They want to create stronger Corpse Kings that possess the power of the Death God, Luin explained. Guizhu was furious when he heard this. They actually colluded with the Eternals? The Spectre race in this part of the starry sky is a traitor. Luin replied, they're already under my supervision, and even the Spectre clan's leader has been appointed by me. The death chi left behind by the Eternal Kingdom is real, and I used that death chi to threaten by Wang Yuan back then. So, do you want to trade? Guizhu refused, no, the Ghost Abyss is the Ghost Abyss, it's impossible to exchange with you. But the current Ghost Abyss might have already been destroyed by the four-way scales, Luin reminded. Guizhu's face changed. He had already escaped, so there was no need to even think about what had happened to the Ghost Abyss. If the Ghost Abyss had really been destroyed by the four-way scales, then Lu Yin's proposed exchange would be a different form of shelter. Thinking of this, Guizhu's expression relaxed. Take me to the Eternal Kingdom. Luin led Guizhu towards the Neoverse on the caged WYRM. With the caged WYRM speed, they quickly arrived at the Neoverse. Luin sensed the coordinate seal, which had been left at the foundation of the Eternal Kingdom. Luin had left behind some death chi on it, which allowed him to determine the Eternal Kingdom's position in the vast parallel universe. He opened the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom and said, please. Guizhu stared at the spatial entrance. This is a parallel universe, not a hidden space. Luin nodded. That's right, the Eternals left behind a parallel universe. Guizhu frowned as he thought of Xianxia. He looked at Luin in confusion. What was this kid thinking? What was he planning to do? Luin was puzzled. Why aren't you going in? Senior, are you suspecting that I'm going to exile you like I did Xianxia? That wouldn't do me any good. After all, you're the key to maintaining the balance of power. If I exile you, how am I going to control the four-way scales? Guizhu stared at the spatial entrance, still hesitating, unwilling to enter. No one would place their life in someone else's hands, especially after Xiaoxinji's example. Guizhu was even more unwilling. Luin said, since Senior is unwilling, please do as you wish. Is there anywhere else? No, there is. Luin paused. The astral wilderness. Guizhu's eyes darkened. The astral wilderness was not a good place. To ordinary cultivators, the astral wilderness was the astral wilderness that they could explore, escape, or even take risks. It was an astral wilderness, but to experts, the astral wilderness was not so simple. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more unwilling they were to go to the astral wilderness. It was like a pebble falling into a pond. At most, it would cause ripples, but if a boulder fell into the pond, it would cause huge waves. If a progenitor entered the astral wilderness, it would be like a boulder falling into a pond, and no one would know what would happen. It was not that the more powerful a person was, the safer they would be. On the contrary, the more powerful a person was, the less safe they would be in the astral wilderness. There was an astral wilderness outside the cosmic tree, but humans rarely set foot there. Suddenly, Lu Yin and Guizhu looked towards the west at the same time. They're coming so quickly. They must be in a hurry. Guizhu's expression turned ugly. Tao Master Lu, if I die, you won't have any advantage against the 4 cardinal scales. There's Elder Chan and Senior Brother. Right, I forgot to tell you that I have a few half-ancestors from the Above Heavens sect who are preparing to break through. I believe that 1 or 2 of them will succeed, and they won't be too weak against the 4 cardinal scales, Lu Yin said. Guizhu wanted to say something else, but a sharp blade streaked across the sky from the technocracy and slashed towards him. Xiaxia had made a move, which gave Lu Yin a fright. How dare you leak my Shenwu Heaven's techniques? Die. Xiaxian's voice rang out. Her grudge with the Xia family had been settled, and she was now considered a celestial progenitor. Bai Wangyuan was even faster than her, and he streaked across the heavens. White clouds replaced the starry sky as he extended towards the Neoverse. Lu Yin frowned. To be honest, he had never fought with Bai Wangyuan before, so he did not know much about this person. However, he was still from 9 mountains and 8 seas, and Lu Yin guessed that he should be stronger than Xianxia. The white clouds were about to completely envelop the Neoverse. Elder Chan appeared. Ancestor Bai, this is the 5th mainland. 3 ancestral qi revolved around him, and a strand of ancestral qi transformed into Shui Wuqing. The caged Wyrm roared and stared to the west. Bai Wangyuan walked down from the clouds and looked down like a god. He stared at Lu Yin and Guizhu. This has nothing to do with the 5th mainland. Lu Xiaoxian, do you want to interfere? Before Lu Yin could reply, Guizhu spoke up first. I did not leak your frozen immortal sect or Shenwu Heaven's techniques. This has nothing to do with my ghost abyss. The techniques were leaked by your ghost abyss, and the person who leaked them was a half-ancestor. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? Bai Ran barked as layers of white clouds descended, bringing with them a sense of dread and oppression. This sort of oppression was incomparably sacred, to the point that it could cause fear and also cause others to kneel. Bai Wangyuan was truly furious, as he had not acted even when Lu Yin had claimed to be a Tao master. I won't interfere. Do as you please, but don't involve the 5th mainland. Lu Yin was about to retreat. Elder Chan added, we will not interfere with the internal affairs of your cosmic tree sect, but the 5th mainland must not be destroyed. Bai Wangyuan had not expected Lu Yin to retreat so easily. Xia Qin had also arrived, but she had not expected Lu Yin to retreat just like that. Guizhu grew anxious. With Lu Yin and Elder Chan retreating, he would have to face Bai Wangyuan and Xia Qin alone. He might not even be able to escape. Ancestor Bai, what do I have to say to make you believe me? Leaking your techniques won't benefit me in any way. Bai Ran replied, that's what we find strange. You're not stupid, but you've done something stupid. Perhaps you didn't willingly leak the techniques, but you definitely stole them. Death energy surged around Guizhu, and he knew that there was no point in trying to explain, so he opened his mouth and said something. Lu Yin opened the Eternal Kingdom space. Guizhu entered without hesitation, as there was nothing to consider at this point. Even being banished to a parallel spacetime was better than waiting for death here. They watched as Guizhu suddenly disappeared. Bai Wangyuan and Xia Qin stared at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian, what did you do? Lu Yin shrugged. Guizhu said that he's about to start a war, but this is the 5th mainland, and it's impossible for a war between progenitors to not affect the 5th mainland. Since that's the case, I've found another battlefield for you. It's the Kingdom of Eternity that was left behind by the Eternals. Progenitor Bai, you've been there before, and that's where we reached an agreement. Bai Wangyuan's face sank. That's a parallel spacetime. Xia Qin raised a brow. A parallel spacetime? They were very sensitive to these words. Xiaoxinji had been banished to a parallel spacetime, so how could they dare to casually step into it? Guizhu had only entered because he had been forced to his limits. Otherwise, he would have entered long ago. That's right. It's precisely because it's a parallel spacetime that you can act so recklessly. How can I let you fight here? Luine said matter-of-factly. You want us to enter a parallel spacetime? Bai Wangyuan asked in a low voice. Banish us like you banished Xianxia? Luine raised a brow. Don't spout nonsense. I'm just looking for a battlefield suitable for a progenitor battle. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luine. You can enter, but you have to give us the coordinates and leave behind traces of us so that we can travel through the parallel spacetime. Luine thought to himself that he really did understand. Only the Eternals had the coordinates seal, and the Hexagon Society's ability to travel through parallel spacetime had been stolen from the Eternals. They definitely had the coordinates to travel through the Hexagon Society, or at the very least, to travel through that reincarnation space. How can I do that? I'm the only one. If I give it to you, what should I do? Luine replied. Without the coordinates, how are we supposed to return? I won't seal it. Just come back. These words made Elder Chan embarrassed. If Bai Wangyuan and the others dared to enter, Elder Chan was certain that Luine would not hesitate to seal off the passage and throw them into a parallel spacetime. Lu Yin's expression was serious and sincere, but in the eyes of Bai Wangyuan and the others, it was shameless. Wang Fan arrived. Where's Guizhu? Let's go in, Bai Yan said. Wang Fan was puzzled. He glanced at Luine and then at the spatial tear. Is that a parallel spacetime? Guizhu went in, the coordinates are in Lu Xiaoshuan's hands. He told us to go in and find Guizhu, Xiaozhen said. Wang Fan stared blankly at Luine. You're letting us in? Luine pursed his lips, it's up to you whether you want to enter or not. In any case, Guizhu is inside. Lu Xiaoxian, this matter has nothing to do with you. Guizhu leaked my cold immortal sex and divine martial heavens techniques, so he must be dealt with, Bai Zhe said. Luine replied, it has nothing to do with me, so I won't interfere. Do as you please. Give us the coordinates, we'll go and find Guizhu, Xiaqin said. There's death chi in there, and that's the power that I cultivate. How could I possibly leave any traces of you behind? What if you sneak in and attack me while I'm cultivating? Wouldn't I be dead for sure? Xiaozhen and Wang Fan looked at Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan nodded. There's a deathly aura beneath the Eternal Kingdom. There's even death chi here, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage if we went in to look for Guizhu? Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan looked at each other. What loss could he possibly suffer? No matter how much death chi there was, how much could Guizhu increase his strength? 9 Mountains 8 Seas was different from ordinary Ancestor Realm experts. Even though Guizhu cultivated the power of the Death God, he was not the Death God's successor, so the characteristics of his death chi were not enough to make up for the gap between him and 9 Mountains 8 Seas. The aura of death originated from the Death God, while the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas originated from the primogenitor. They're not looking for me, so they won't do anything to me. He then pointed at the nearby commander appointment stage. Besides, I'm capable of protecting myself. On the 5th mainland, not only could he use various progenitor realm techniques, but he could also borrow progenitor Chen's strength. It would not be easy to deal with him. Moreover, Elder Chan was always there. Elder Chan nodded. Then, be careful. He also needed to oversee Shenwu continent to prevent any accidents from happening. Soon, Elder Chan left. Luine faced off against Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and Xiaozhen by himself. However, just as he said, Bai Wangyuan and the others were not looking for trouble with him, nor did they intend to violate the agreement. They would not attack him, even if it was because of the matter with Guizhu. If there was no other choice, he would hand over the coordinates. The starry space was silent, only the sounds from the constellations could be heard. No flying ships dared to approach this area. Even from afar, they were intimidated by the power of the progenitor realm. Luine propped up his chin with one hand and sat on the prison Wyrm's head as he watched Bai Wangyuan and the others discuss. Soon after, Bai Wangyuan said, "Tell Guizhu to come out. We won't do anything to him, and we also believe that he wasn't the one who leaked the secret art. However, the truth of this matter must be investigated." Luine pointed at Eternal Kingdom, "Go talk to him. Lu Xiaoxian, this matter originally had nothing to do with you, but you provided the spacetime for Guizhu to hide. No matter how you look at it, you can't stand it. Even if Mu Xia comes, he has no reason to help you. You can't do whatever you want in this universe. Since you've already interfered, there are some things that need to be done by you. Lu Ying retorted, are you trying to reason with me? You can say that, Bai Yan replied. Lu Ying thought about it. Alright, I'll help you talk to Guizhu. He then entered Eternal Kingdom. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were stunned. Was it that easy? Within the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Ying greeted Guizhu after entering and then turned around to leave, leaving Guizhu at a loss. He's not coming out, Lu Ying said directly. Xiaxia frowned. He's not coming out because he's guilty. I think so too. Why don't you guys go in and fight? Lu Ying asked. Xiaxia felt that Lu Ying was rather hateful. The last time they had met, due to past grievances and because it involved the Xia family, they had completed a deal. Their standpoints were similar, and she felt that Lu Ying was just as Elder Chan had said, ruthless and scheming. This time, however, their standpoints were different. She felt that Lu Ying was not only shameless and liked to lie through his teeth, but he also had the initiative at every turn. Wang Fan said, Lu Xiaoxian, let Guizhu come out. We definitely won't do anything to him. Lu Ying replied, he's not coming out. Ask again, Wang Fan said. Lu Ying sighed. I really shouldn't have come. Your matters have nothing to do with me. He then entered Eternal Kingdom again and left under Guizhu's confused gaze. He's not coming out. Wang Fan's eyes narrowed. What if we swear that we won't do anything to him? Bai Wang Yuan and Xiaxia looked at Wang Fan in surprise. Lu Ying was shocked. You're really taking care of Guizhu. You can even swear something like that? Regardless of whether he leaked the cultivation method or not, at the very least, he must have stolen the cultivation method. How could you forgive him for that? No, he leaked the techniques of the Frozen Immortal sect and the Shenwu plane, so it has nothing to do with your Wang family. Wang Fan, why are you being so proactive? Wang Fan said. The cultivation techniques of the Frigid Immortal sect and Divine Martial plane have already been leaked. If there's another leak, it'll definitely be from my Wang clan. Since he stole the cultivation techniques of the Frigid Immortal sect and Divine Martial plane, how could he not steal the cultivation techniques of my Wang clan? Lu Ying praised, as expected of ancestor Wang Fan, you're very thoughtful. Alright, I'll ask again. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly thought of something. Since ancestor Wang Fan is so sure that Guizhu stole your Wang family's techniques, can you really not do anything to him? Xiaxia replied, Senior Wang Fan, my Shenwu plane's techniques have already been leaked, and Guizhu cannot escape responsibility. If we don't pursue him, will anyone else be able to steal our techniques in the future? Although Bai Wang Yuan did not say anything, his meaning was the same. They hoped that Guizhu would come out and investigate the matter, but it was impossible for them to swear that they would not attack him. Wang Fan replied, what I mean is that we shouldn't attack him now and wait until we investigate the matter. Lu Ying agreed, that's true. Once we investigate the matter, it won't be too late to act if Gui Yuan really did steal the techniques. At that moment, Wang Fan's wireless goo vibrated, and he accepted the call. Ancestor, we've discovered a Gui Yuan disciple hiding in our Wang family's continent. The wireless goo was transmitted through movement, and Wang Fan saw it. Bai Wang Yuan, Xiaxia, and the rest also saw it. Wang Fan's expression sank, and he replied, are you sure it's Gui Yuan's people? Definitely. They used death energy and the meditative forgetting technique. Bai Wang Yuan sneered, you're Wang family's people. Even our family was not spared. What a Gui Yuan. Wang Fan's expression turned ugly, where is he? He escaped. Wang Fan was furious, the great Wang family actually allowed someone to come and go as they please? The other side was terrified, not just one person. There are others in the family and outside the continent. Wang Fan angrily crushed the wireless goo and stared at the parallel spacetime. Lu Ying laughed, ancestor Wang Fan is truly worthy of being called 9 mountains and 8 seas. You can even predict things. You guessed correctly, and the next technique to be leaked will be your Wang family's techniques. Wang Fan stared at Lu Ying, have Guizhu come out. Lu Ying shrugged, if he doesn't come out, you can go in and find him yourself. I remember that there are specters in your abandoned land, Wang Fan suddenly said as he stared at Luyin. Bai Wangyuan and Xiaxin also looked at Luyin. Luyin calmly replied, yes. Do you suspect that it was done by the specters in our region? Wang Fan replied, we'll know once we investigate. Luyin replied, sure. Back then, the specters sought refuge with the Eternals to protect themselves. After the Eternals were blocked outside the Starfall Sea, they sought refuge with the Absolute Ones and rebelled against me. I captured all of them and put them under surveillance. There are records of how many of them there are and what their cultivation levels are. Bai Wangyuan did not believe that the specters had the ability to steal their techniques. It should be Gue Yuan. Stealing techniques isn't something that can be done overnight. How long has it been since our two spacetimes came into contact? Wang Fan muttered to himself, his thoughts unknown. The truth is obvious. Only Gue Yuan can cultivate death energy and waste time to steal our techniques. Luyin, what will it take for you to hand over Gue Zhu? Xiaxin asked. Luyin was troubled, it's not that I don't want to, but... What will it take for you to hand over the coordinates? Just say it, Bai Min said. They no longer wanted to negotiate with Gue Zhu. Wang Fan looked up at Luyin. Luyin was also troubled, since that's the case. He was about to say that he would accompany Bai Wangyuan and Xiaxin. As for the coordinates, he would not hand them over. Of course, he had already thought of the conditions, but before he could say anything, an even more shocking piece of news arrived that suppressed the matter of Gue Zhu. Bai Xianer was about to break through. Bai Wangyuan looked at the wireless Gu and was stunned for a moment before becoming overjoyed. He sent a message over, Xianer is about to break through to half-ancestor? Yes. It was Bai Xing. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, Bai Xianer really wasn't a half-ancestor? He had always been guessing Bai Xianer's strength. Several decades ago, the fifth mainland's 3 gates had been broken through, and Bai Xianer had crushed a sixth mainland's half-ancestor to death with a single finger. With such a cultivation, she should have been a half-ancestor. However, many people had said that she had not broken through to half-ancestor, while others had said that she had broken through long ago. In short, there were all sorts of rumors, and Luyin couldn't differentiate between the truth and lies. He had also asked Senior Mu Xia about it, but Senior Mu Xia's answer was that she had not broken through to half-ancestor yet. This was because he had not sensed the inner world of a half-ancestor from her body. Now, she was finally about to break through. Bai Xianer's breakthrough was not good news for anyone other than the Frozen Immortal sect, including the Xia and Wang families. Wang Fan's expression immediately changed. Lu Yin's expression also turned ugly. He was already apprehensive that Bai Xianer had not broken through to half-ancestor yet. Once she did, she would only be a step away from the progenitor realm. With Bai Xianer's foundation, she should have broken through to half-ancestor long ago, but she had only broken through now. Luyin could not imagine how deep her foundation was. The first time they had clashed in the Red Flower Garden, the power in his heart had been completely useless against her. But after that, especially the bet between the culinary god and Sir Feather, he'd had the misconception that he could kill her or at least steal her book of destiny. If not for Bai Xing's appearance, he would have done just that. He had been growing stronger, but Bai Xianer had remained the same. This was abnormal in itself. Even a 3-year-old child in the astral tree knew about Bai Xianer's talent, but she hadn't improved after so many years. How far would her breakthrough take her, and what would it bring to him? Luyin wasn't sure. Of all the humans, the one he feared the most was still Bai Xianer. Ha ha ha, is she finally breaking through? After waiting for so long, she's finally breaking through. Even Bai Wangyuan, a powerful being from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, was overjoyed by Bai Xianer's breakthrough. Xiaxin's expression was solemn. Although Bai Xianer was a junior, she was a topic that no one could avoid. The shock she had caused when she had broken through to become an emissary was still fresh in their minds. That had caused the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. What would happen now that she was a half-step ancestor? Ancestor Bai, there's no need to worry about Xianer's breakthrough, but things will be different if someone causes trouble, Bai Xing transmitted. Bai Wangyuan's smile faded as he looked up at Luyin. Xiaozhen and Wang Fan also looked at Luyin. The fifth mainland and the astral tree were able to coexist peacefully because Luyin had threatened by Xianxia. If there was anyone who could cause trouble during her breakthrough, it would be Luyin. Lu Xiaoxian, please don't leave my sight for the time being, Bai Wangyuan said bluntly. His entire demeanor had changed, and it was like the calm before the storm. He wouldn't allow Luyin to do anything. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He really wanted to use fate to disrupt Bai Xian'er's breakthrough, but he hadn't expected Bai Wangyuan to target him. Was it a coincidence? Luyin looked at the Eternal Kingdom. If he hadn't set things up and forced Guizhu into a corner, he wouldn't have come. Guizhu's arrival had attracted Bai Wangyuan's attention, and Bai Xian'er had broken through at this time. Was it a coincidence, or was there a pair of eyes watching him? Does Bai Xian'er have the ability to spy on me? He recalled the time when he had disguised himself as Yu Hao and met Bai Xian'er in the Red Flower Garden. Bai Xian'er had also exposed his plans in the Shenwu sky. How much could Bai Xian'er know? The Book of Destiny had been burned. He had other motives for forcing Guizhu this time, but Bai Xian'er's breakthrough had disrupted his plans. He couldn't avoid Bai Wangyuan, and doing so would only make him go crazy. Congratulations, Ancestor Bai. Bai Xian'er has broken through, and the Cold Immortal sect has reached a new height. As a congratulatory gift, I'll help you bring Guizhu out. Bai Wangyuan rode the prison flood dragon into the Eternal Kingdom. Don't go. Bai Wangyuan barked, suddenly attacking. No matter where Luyin went, he would not allow it. However, Luyin was just beside Eternal Kingdom. With the caged WYRM speed, Bai Wangyuan wouldn't be able to stop him. When Bai Wangyuan saw the Hellworm charge into Eternal Kingdom space, he stepped in as well. As long as Luyin entered, he would dare to enter as well. He had followed Luyin into Eternal Kingdom before. Wang Fan's speed wasn't slower than Bai Wangyuan's. He wanted to enter Eternal Kingdom. Luyin is advancing. The moment he entered Eternal Kingdom, he looked back and closed it without hesitation. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan appeared in front of Eternal Kingdom's spatial crack and looked at planet Anshui. The spatial crack had already disappeared. Bai Wangyuan's expression was uncertain. Luyin had left his line of sight, and no matter where he went, he would feel uneasy. He hurriedly contacted Bai Xing. Lu Xiaoxian is hiding in a parallel space. I don't know what he's doing. Tell Xian'er to leave. All right. For this breakthrough, both Bai Wangyuan and Bai Xian'er had prepared for a long time. Even if Luyin suddenly appeared, they still had a plan to deal with him. They couldn't be led by the nose by Luyin. When she learned that Luyin had hidden in a parallel space, Bai Xian'er tore through the void without hesitation. I don't believe that Lu Xiaoxian has a way to affect me, but just in case, I'll take the final step. She looked at Bai Xing. Ancestor Xing, no matter how prepared you are, no one can say for sure that you'll succeed. If I fail. She paused, and her gaze became unprecedentedly serious. Kill Lu Xiaoxian immediately. With that, she left. Aside from Bai Wangyuan, even Bai Xing didn't know where she went. On the fifth mainland, Bai Wangyuan's expression was gloomy. Beside him, Wang Fan's expression was just as gloomy. Xiaozhen stared at Wang Fan. He hadn't seen wrongly, Luyin had immediately closed the door after entering the parallel space. The last person he had looked at was Wang Fan. Why wasn't he looking at Bai Wangyuan? Why was he looking at Wang Fan instead? Furthermore, many of Wang Fan's actions didn't seem right. Bai Wangyuan was rushing in for Bai Xian'er, but what about him? Why was he rushing in? Was it just because he wanted to find Guizhu and find out the source of the technique's leak? It wasn't Wang Fan's style to enter an unpredictable place for a technique. Luyin didn't care about the outside world anymore. With Elder Chan around, Bai Wangyuan and the others wouldn't do anything. Guizhu saw Luyin enter for the third time, and he quickly went forward. Down Master Lu, what's going on outside? Lu Yin's face was pale. Bai Wangyuan and Xiaozhen acted against me because of you. They'll definitely look for you to find out the source of the technique's leak. Guizhu became serious. They're really desperate. Right, is it just Bai Wangyuan and Xiaozhen? Luyin nodded. Something seems to have happened in the cosmic tree realm. Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor didn't come. Guizhu wanted to ask more questions, but Luyin waved his hand and summoned Lu Jian's general appointment platform. He cautiously said to Guizhu, "There are 2 coordinates in this spacetime, and they've already taken one of them. Once they enter, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. Prepare yourself, Guizhu. I've sacrificed too much for you. Once this matter is over, you must give me a satisfactory reward." Guizhu replied, "I will. With my blood, I summon a general," Luyin growled, and a progenitor's aura gushed out from the general appointment platform as Yi Qi appeared. At the same time, a golden light appeared above Lu Yin's head that illuminated the entire Ionian kingdom, illuminating every corner. The God Seal catalog appeared as Nong Yi's figure walked out. Guizhu gasped. "With your own strength, you have the power of several progenitors. Every time I see this scene, I'm amazed. You can be considered the strongest envoy since the Above Heaven sect." Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder. Rune lines covered the surroundings. When the rune lines appeared, Guizhu looked around. "The rune progenitor's power is truly mysterious." Luyin said, "There's a large amount of death energy below. Fighting here should be of great help to you, Guizhu." Guizhu shook his head. "Not much help. Before I reached the progenitor realm, the large amount of death energy here was equivalent to an endless supply of power. But after breaking through, I gained my own power system. In fact, I'm no longer the same as the death god." He looked at Luyin. "You've always thought that I coveted your death god's power, but after breaking through, it's useless even if you give me the death god's power. I can't change anymore." Luyin was surprised. "You can't cultivate the death god's power anymore?" Guizhu sighed. "I can't cultivate it anymore. That's a pity. Now that I think about it, the Xiao family's 9 clones technique is really useful. It allows one to cultivate 9 different powers," Luyin said. Guizhu smiled bitterly. "The 5th mainland is led by the Lu family, and below them are a group of families with primeval surnames. These families have unparalleled power. The Xiao family's 9 clones, the Bai family's secret techniques and battle skills, the Wang family's meditative forgetting art, and so on. Although they can't compare to the Lu family, they're still incomparable to ordinary cultivators. It's almost impossible for us to surpass them. But you've also cultivated the death god's power, and it's not inferior to my Lu family's." Guizhu replied, "Besides you, no one else has cultivated the complete death god's power. Not only do you have the Lu families and the death god's power systems, but you also have the rune progenitor, Ku progenitor, and Qin progenitor's powers. Lu Xiaoxian, you'll definitely be the strongest human master in the future." "Not enough," Luyin said. Guizhu was surprised. "What's not enough?" Luyin was about to speak when the void rippled in the distance. His expression changed. "It's here." Guizhu stared into the distance. Suddenly, a chill surged up his head, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. The danger did not come from where he was looking, but from behind him. Guizhu did not even look back and was just about to leave when he discovered that a green light had enveloped him. "No me?" No, it was Lu Xiaoxian. Luyin made his move, and a green leaf enveloped Guizhu's body while Yi Qi viciously swatted down with his slipper. With a thump, Guizhu's back was viciously struck by the slipper, and he fell to the ground. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he made his move. His rune lines directly weakened Guizhu's strength, and he raised a hand to press down on Guizhu. His palm realm battle force covered his arm as he unleashed a clear void palm. Yi Qi swatted down with his slipper again. Nongyi pressed down with his palm, and his progenitor's power transformed into a green pillar that shot into the sky. Within the green leaf, Guizhu coughed up blood as his deathly aura transformed into a sharp blade that tore through the void. He looked up and saw Yi Qi's slipper and the green pillar of light. He shouted, "Lu Xiaoxian!" With a loud boom, Guizhu's body was smashed into the kingdom of eternity, and the ground completely shattered. Deathly aura surged out from the ground and spread out in all directions, as if a boulder had been smashed into a lake. Luyin did not want to give Guizhu any chance to react, so Yi Qi chased after him and swatted down with his slipper again. Underground, a strange long weapon pierced out from the ground and collided with the slipper. The weapon was composed of black beads that took the shape of a halberd or spear. With a thump, the black bead at the top of the weapon shattered, followed by the rest of the black beads. They were unable to stop the slipper at all. Guizhou stood underground and gripped the weapon in his right hand while waving his left. Death pass. As soon as he spoke, endless deathly aura covered the void and blocked Nongyi's attack. It was as if space itself had been split in two, and then the deathly aura formed a guillotine that slashed down at Luyin. Luyin hurriedly rode the prison drake to avoid it. The sky is a guillotine, and the deathly aura is a blade. Lu Xiaoxian, you're courting death. Guizhou roared as his guillotine viciously slashed down. The caged Wyrm raised its claws to block the blade and roared as it retreated. Luyin raised his hand, and the sky was bound to overturn the heavens. Overturning heaven palm. The guillotine trembled, and the blade suddenly reversed. Luyin had wanted to make the blade slash downwards, but he was powerless to do so. His overturning heaven palm could affect progenitors, which was already quite terrifying. It was impossible for him to control a progenitor's battle technique. At the same time, Nongyi raised his hand as if he was holding a hoe and slammed it down. The world shook, and Guizhou was forcefully pressed into the ground once more. The guillotine formed by death energy vanished. Luyin stared down and summoned another half-ancestor from Lu Jian's platform, who then charged into the ground. Under the golden light of the God Seal catalog, Nongyi raised his hand again. At that moment, a snow-white skeleton shot out from the ground, causing Lu Yin's eyes to narrow. Nongyi's hand slammed down, and he attacked again. Beneath the ground, snow-white skeletons covered in dark death energy crawled out like giant beasts that had awoken. They took Nongyi's attack head-on. Guizhou stood among the skeletons and glared at Luyin. Why did you sneak attack me? Luyin looked at Guizhou deeply. Guizhou was injured, but he did not know how serious his injuries were. I wanted to test Senior Guizhou's strength. Guizhou stared at Luyin. Only an idiot would believe this kid's words, but why had he attacked? Did you make a deal with Bai Wanyuan and the others? Luyin asked. I told them that I just wanted to test Senior's strength. After all, we're both from the Death God bloodline, and Junior is curious about what it's like to reach progenitor with death energy. Was that guillotine just now Senior's battle technique? Lu Xiaoxian, I don't want to be your enemy. Let's stop here, Guizhou said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But Junior still hasn't seen what's so special about reaching progenitor with death energy. Ichi then slammed down with a slipper from the side. Lu Xiaoxian, you're courting death. Guizhou roared as one of the bones was smashed to pieces by the slipper. He then controlled the giant skeleton to leap through the void and grab at Luyin. The Helldrake roared at the sky and raised its claws to grab at the skeleton. Although the skeleton was not as large as the Helldrake's main body, it had not yet revealed its true form, so the two were about the same. Guizhou suddenly rushed out of the skeleton and raised his weapon to stab at Luyin. Under the power of a progenitor, Luyin was no match for Guizhou at all. Even if he wanted to use the strategy secret art to dodge, he would not be able to do so. Secret techniques were too weak in front of progenitors. However, Yang Kai was able to use reverse step and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Guizhou. Ichi raised his slipper from behind and smashed it down. The slipper had been upgraded several times, and even the Undying God had been beaten half to death, let alone Guizhou. In the current starry sky, there was almost no object that could resist the slap of a slipper. Lu Xiaoxian, are you really going to fight to the death? Guizhou roared. Lu Yin's expression was cold. Senior, let this junior see how the death energy of progenitor is like. Fine, if you want to die, then this old master will fulfill your wish. At worst, you'll just have to flee to the astral wilderness. The sky darkened as the entire space darkened. Thorns shot out from the void and formed trees. This was a forest formed from death energy. This was the ancestral world, and it was called the Black Forest. Once you enter the Black Forest, don't even think about leaving. Do you really think that you can deal with this old master by yourself? If not for Xia, you would not have been able to deal with Madman Lu. Guizhou's cold voice filled the void, and Luyin could not even pinpoint his location. Luyin did not underestimate Guizhou. In fact, he was even more apprehensive of Guizhou than Xiaoxinji was. He could see through Guizhou's methods, but Guizhou was different. After all, he cultivated death energy. To be able to cultivate a progenitor using death energy, even if it was not the true power of the death god, it was still no small matter. This was also why Gui Yuan had been able to exist peacefully in the astral tree domain for so many years. Even the Liu family had thought highly of Guizhou back then, let alone the four-way scales. Guizhou had a power system that was feared by everyone. Trapped in the Black Forest, Jaildrake, Ichi, and Luin felt as if they were stuck in a swamp. They could not see or touch anything, and the endless darkness swallowed them up. Luin did not dare to hesitate, as the sense of crisis almost made his scalp explode. Even with the God-sealing catalog wrapped around him, he did not feel safe. He had no choice but to take out the death god's left arm. The moment the Grim Reaper's left arm appeared, the Black Forest began to twist and distort before being absorbed. Guizhou was shocked. They were both progenitors of death energy, but the difference between him and the death god was so exaggerated. The death god's left arm had directly broken through his ancestral world. Luin had not expected the Black Forest to be so easily destroyed by the death god's left arm. It was not that Guizhou was weak, but rather that the death god was too strong. They both cultivated the same power, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Luin held the death god's left arm and took out Go Lian, Sr., feel for yourself the difference between you and the true death god. Guizhou barked, Lu Xiaoxian, why are you attacking this old master? The Black Forest continued to distort as the death energy was absorbed by the death god's left arm like smoke. It seemed as if the death god's left arm was on the verge of being destroyed. Luin stared at Guizhou without saying a word, while the left arm and Go Lian continued to absorb the death energy. It was not just the Black Forest's death energy anymore, but also the underground death energy. Guizhou was not unfamiliar with this scene, as Luin had used this move to deal with Madman Liu. Madman Liu had not died from this move, but that did not mean that Guizhou would not die. Guizhou knew that he was no match for Madman Liu. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Guizhou barked again. Luin still did not speak, and he simply stared at Guizhou. The left arm and Go Lian's power was increasing, and with Jaildrake, Ichi, and the God-sealing catalog's Nongyi protecting them, even if Guizhou wanted to attack now, it would be difficult to injure Luin, at least not in a short period of time. As long as Luin had a little more time, Guizhou would be able to attack. This attack had severely injured Xiaxinji and Bai Wangyuan, and it had also injured Madman Liu. This attack was enough to make any progenitor feel apprehensive. Madman! Guizhou was furious, as he could not understand why Luin would do such a thing. Luin had not said a single word, and he had launched a sneak attack with all his might. He could not even communicate with Luin. Helpless, Guizhou tore through the void and left. Under normal circumstances, going from one parallel spacetime to another was a matter of luck, unless one had coordinates. Xiaxinji had been exiled in such a manner. However, Guizhou had appeared directly on the fifth mainland after tearing through the void, and he had then fled without hesitation. Bai Wangyuan, Xia Zhen, and the others were all stunned. The next moment, Luin opened up a spatial rift. With the coordinates aimed at the fleeing Guizhou, and slashed down from afar. If it had been anyone else, Lu Yin's attack would not have been able to hit them. After all, there was a time difference, and even a split second was enough for a progenitor. However, this was Guizhou, and he cultivated death energy. Lu Yin's attack not only contained the death energy from the Eternal Kingdom, but also the death energy from Guizhou's ancestral world. This death energy was like a parallel spacetime. The coordinates were extremely eye-catching in the vast expanse of space, so eye-catching that Luin could hit them even with his eyes closed. Bai Wangyuan's reaction was not slow either, and he acted at the same time as Lu Yin's death god descended. The white clouds had already covered the Neoverse, so it was impossible for Guizhou to escape in an instant. The death energy turned into a rainbow that darkened space, instantly connecting Guizhou and Luin. Luin suppressed Go Lian and slashed at Guizhou. Guizhou roared, and his ancestral world appeared once more. However, this time, the Black Forest kept closing in on Guizhou, and it actually swallowed Guizhou. Lu Yin's expression changed. What was that? The next moment, a lotus-like object bloomed in space. From a distance, it looked like a lotus flower that was filled with a dark demonic aura. However, up close, it was actually petals that were filled with strange black thorns. It looked like a man-eating flower that could devour anything. The death god slash descended, and the terrifying man-eating flower split apart before finally shattering. It reformed into Guizhou, who continuously retreated and coughed up blood. His body was covered in wounds, and he suddenly raised his head. In the distance, Xiaozhen's eyes narrowed. Was this Wang Fan? Not only Xiaozhen, but Bai Wangyuan also saw him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So it was actually like this? How? Could it be one of the 9 clones? He had set up this trap to expose the relationship between the Ghost Abyss and the Wang family. Xiao Ziheng had previously told him that the Wang family's Yellow Spring was not in the Wang family mainland, nor was it in Wang Fan's sovereign realm. Instead, it was in the Ghost Abyss. The Wang family and the Ghost Abyss had an inexplicable relationship. At that moment, Lu Yin's fear of Wang Fan increased by several levels. All this time, Bai Wangyuan had been the one to negotiate with the 4-way scales, and Xiao Shenji had been the one to fight with him. Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor's presence was not strong, but who would have thought that Wang Fan was the one who had concealed himself the most? Lu Yin had originally thought that Guizhou was working with Wang Fan, which was why he had set up this trap to force Guizhou into a desperate situation and cut off one of Wang Fan's arms. However, he had not expected Guizhou to be Wang Fan. Lu Yin did not know what method Wang Fan had used to create an existence similar to the Xia clan's 9 clones, allowing him to cultivate into Guizhou. He was the 9 mountains and 8 seas Wang Fan, but he was also the Ghost Abyss Guizhou. Lu Yin had originally wanted Bai Wangyuan and the others to force the truth out, but Bai Xianer's breakthrough had left him with no choice. Fortunately, he had managed to force out the truth about Guizhou. Unfortunately, he had not been able to kill Guizhou. Guizhou's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations, and he was not much weaker than Xiao Shenji. He had been able to withstand the death god slash, and his final form had allowed Lu Yin to see how terrifying Guizhou's death chi was. That was Guizhou's appearance when he used death chi to become an ancestor. On the other side, Bai Wangyuan's expression was gloomy. He had also made a move, but the one who had blocked him at the crucial moment had been Wang Fan. Wang Fan's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. No wonder you wanted us to swear that we wouldn't attack Guizhou. No wonder you were in such a hurry to enter. No wonder you blocked me, Bai Wangyuan said in a low voice as he looked at Wang Fan with a strange gaze. He had known this person for many years, and they were both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, but at this moment, he felt like a stranger. Xiaozhen also looked at Wang Fan with incomparable fear. Wang Fan stared at Lu Yin. If not for that attack, he would have been able to explain why he had blocked Bai Wangyuan. However, Lu Yin's attack had revealed everything, and Wang Fan could not hide anything. Why did this little brat attack Guizhou so heavily? This was not only Wang Fan's question, but also Bai Wangyuan and the others. In the current situation, Lu Yin had joined forces with Mu Xia and Old Chan to resist the 4-way scales. The Fog Ancestor, Guizhou, and Nong Yi were basically neutral, but they were still biased towards Lu Yin, which was why the situation had reached a stalemate. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin shouldn't have attacked Guizhou, so what would Nong Yi think? However, Lu Yin had still acted, and he had been quite ruthless at that, vowing to kill Guizhou. Lu Yin rode the caged Wyrm out of the Eternal Kingdom. Xiaozhen was in front of him, and Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan were in a standoff in the distance. The furthest away was Guizhou, who was another Wang Fan. His body was flickering, and he seemed to be in a very strange state. After a moment of silence, Bai Wangyuan said again, Wang Fan, you have to give us an explanation. If you're Guizhou, then you're the one who leaked information about the Cold Immortal sect and the Divine Martial Heavens techniques. Wang Fan denied it. I didn't leak any of your techniques. How do you explain Guizhou? What's your relationship with him? Bai Wangyuan asked. Xiaozhen was curious. You've cultivated 9 clones? Wang Fan looked at Xiaozhen. Not all clones are called 9 clones. This has nothing to do with the Xia clan's 9 clones. That's not a clone, but a shadow, Bai Wangyuan interrupted and stared at Wang Fan. I understand now. The 9 mountains and 8 seas battle technique you obtained is called the Shadow of Life. Wang Fan said, so you do know about it. Does that mean you were the one who investigated this combat technique back then? Bai Wang Yuan shook his head. It's not just me. The Lu family, the Xia family, and even the Lu family have all investigated this. This battle technique can allow a person to split into two, allowing the shadow to become another person. It's similar to the 9 clones technique, so how could people not pay attention to it? Throughout the history of mankind, many battle techniques can be traced back to their origins. Perhaps the origin of the 9 clones technique came from this battle technique. In other words, the inheritance of the mountains and seas you obtained belonged to the Xia clan. Wang Fan explained, Xiao Chan might have been the earliest inheritor of the mountains and seas, but he did not belong to the Xia family. The mountains and seas belong to the entire human race, and they belong to the 6 mainlands, not just our 5th mainland. The 5th mainland's Daosource sect era was the most glorious era because all of the 9 mountains and 8 seas had appeared. There has never been a single mainland in history that could gather all of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. That was a glory comparable to the Above Heavens sect era, and it even surpassed the Above Heavens sect era. Xia Qin shouted, I don't care about your so-called battle technique. I just want to know why you leaked my divine martial world's battle technique. Wang Fan frowned. I've already said that I didn't leak your battle skills. What good would it do me if I did? That would only expose Guizu's identity. Lu Yin sneered, wrong. Your goal is to put Guizu in a desperate situation. What did you say? Wang Fan stared at Lu Yin with a scrutinizing gaze. Bai Wang Yuan, Xia Zhen, and even Guizu all looked over. Lu Yin slowly said, Wang Fan, you really are the one with the deepest concealment and the greatest ambition. You deliberately used Gui Yuan to leak the Cold Immortal Sects and Divine Martial World's battle techniques to put on a show and force Guizu into a desperate situation. Your goal was to get Guizu to approach me and obtain the true Death God's inheritance from me. The only reason you were willing to join forces with the Cold Immortal Sect and banish the Lu family was because you wanted to take control of the 5th mainland. You had Guizu's shadow clone, and Guizu cultivated the Death God's power. That was your confidence. The Cold Immortal Sect's confidence came from Bai Xianer, the Xia family because of their grudges, and the White Dragon clan because they wanted to take control of the 5th mainland. You wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate the Lu family, which was the biggest obstacle to you taking control of the 5th mainland. In the end, you joined forces with Guizu and used the Wang family and the Death God's power to suppress the 5th mainland. Lu Xiaoxian, you're spouting nonsense. Wang Fan was furious. He had been calm in the face of all this, and so what if Guizu had been exposed? As for revealing his cultivation technique, he hadn't done it, so he wasn't afraid of being wrongly accused. However, Lu Yin's words had given him a perfect excuse to reveal his cultivation technique. In all honesty, even Wang Fan felt that Lu Yin's words were true. He was tempted. It wasn't impossible for Guizu to snatch Lu Xiaoshuan's Death God's inheritance and use the Death God's power to take control of the 5th mainland. Since Wang Fan was tempted, it meant that this method wasn't necessarily false. If even Wang Fan thought so, then what about Bai Wang Yuan and Xia Zhen? The way they looked at Wang Fan completely changed. As long as you can seize my Death God's inheritance, Guizu's clone will disappear. It's just a shadow anyway, so you can recreate it. At that time, the Wang family, the Death God's inheritance, and even the powers of Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Symbol, and Ancestor Chen will all be yours. What can't you do? Lu Yin continued. Guizu shouted angrily, Lu Xiaoxian, you're slandering me. How can I seize your power? You attacked me just now in the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin retorted. Guizu was furious, you were the one who attacked me. That was because I sensed that you were going to attack, so I acted first. You're spouting nonsense. Now that you've been exposed, you're angry? Wang Fan shouted, Lu Xiaoxian, all of this is just your guess. I even suspect that you're the one who leaked the cultivation technique. The 5th mainland has the Spectre clan, and you're the Death God's successor. With that scum Kui Luo, it's not impossible. Lu Yin laughed, you're saying that I've only been to the starry sky of trees a few times, yet I can steal the cultivation techniques of the Cold Immortal Sect and the Divine Martial Heaven and leak them? Wang Fan, are you looking down on them, or are you overestimating me? Bai Wangyuan's gaze shifted between Wang Fan and Lu Yin. At this point, he was at a loss. Under normal circumstances, Wang Fan was the most suspicious, and Lu Xiaoxuan's words made sense. However, that was Lu Xiaoxian. The impersonation of Long Qi had turned the White Dragon clan upside down, and the impersonation of Yu Hao had caused even more trouble. Many of the things that Lu Yin had done in the past were inconceivable, but he was still able to do them. This time, it might not be impossible for him to be the culprit. If I'm the one who did it, what good will it do me? Lu Yin shouted. That one sentence enlightened Bai Wangyuan and the others. Right, if Lu Xiaoxian was the one who did it, what good would it do him? What could he gain by leaking the cultivation techniques of the Cold Immortal sect and the Divine Martial Heaven? Fame? Fortune? Lu Yin wouldn't be able to get anything either. The only thing that could make him do this was that he knew about the relationship between Guizhu and Wang Fan, so he could use this opportunity to get rid of Guizhu. But did he know? Wang Fan also thought of this, and he stared at Lu Yin. You already knew about the relationship between Guizhu and me? Lu Yin sneered, of course not. Even Bai Wangyuan and the others didn't know, so how would I know? Wang Fan couldn't refute this. No matter how powerful Lu Xiaoxian was, he couldn't possibly know about this secret. This was a secret that only Wang Fan knew. Even the Wang family didn't know, let alone outsiders. Lu Yin really didn't know. He only knew that the Wang family was related to Gui Yuan, but how could he know the specifics? Lu Yin wasn't lying. It seems like we'll have to investigate this matter seriously. Don't let anyone leave, Xiaqin said. Wang Fan's expression turned ugly. No one knew about his relationship with Guizhu, so there was no reason to target him. But what if they didn't target him because of this? Why did they frame Guizhu? This was what he couldn't figure out. There were only a few humans who could frame Guizhu, and they were all progenitors. Who could it be? Who had the reason? Wang Fan's gaze swept past by Wang Yuan, Xiaqin, and Lu Yin. Who had the reason? Lu Xiaoxian? Impossible. If Lu Yin didn't know about Guizhu's relationship with Lu Yin, then Guizhu should be able to help him control the four sides. The people from Tianping shouldn't be targeting Guizhu, but if it wasn't him, then who could it be? There were only a few people in total. If Lu Yin wanted to investigate the truth behind the leaked technique, then he naturally had to go to Gui Yuan. After all, that was where the technique had been leaked. Bai Wangyuan would rather have Lu Yin go to the astral trees than stay on the fifth mainland. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the astral trees to take a look. Bai Xian'er was undergoing her half-progenitor origin tribulation, but nothing had happened. Wang Fan naturally couldn't leave. Now that Guizhu's true body had been exposed, it was impossible for Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan to restore their previous relationship. Although they had been suspicious of each other and schemed against each other, Bai Wangyuan's fear of Wang Fan would increase infinitely, which wasn't a good thing for Wang Fan. On the way to Ghost Abyss, Lu Yin was thinking about how to deal with it in the future. Perhaps the Wang family would be targeted by everyone. With such thoughts in mind, the group arrived at Ghost Abyss. It was Lu Yin's first time here. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with this place. When he had merged with the Ghost Abyss half-progenitor's body, he had already gained a clear understanding of Ghost Abyss. However, his impression of Ghost Abyss was completely different. Ghost Abyss had been torn apart by Bai Xing. Although the death aura still existed, it was much more dispersed. Many corpses of Ghost Abyss disciples were lying on the ground. In the deepest part, Prince Gui Qian, Ghost Abyss half-progenitor, and many other cultivators were kneeling in a row. Bai Xing was standing not far away. Wang Fan's gaze turned even colder when he saw this scene. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xing. That's not right. Bai Xian'er is undergoing her tribulation. Why is he here instead of guarding her? Why isn't he with Bai Xian'er? Lu Yin looked up at the top realm. Bai Xian'er's half-progenitor origin tribulation should have caused a huge commotion, so why is it so peaceful? At that moment, Bai Wangyuan said coldly, Bai Xing was a little too heavy-handed. Brother Wang, you shouldn't have hidden this from us. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Wang Fan replied, this has nothing to do with you. It was the person who leaked the technique that framed Ghost Abyss. I will get revenge for this. Xiaojin was indifferent. Don't be in such a hurry to remove yourself from the picture. Lu Ying continued, that's right. Even if Ghost Abyss is destroyed, it's your own fault. Wang Fan's gaze turned even colder. His hatred for the person who had leaked the technique had long since reached the heavens. Ghost Abyss half-progenitor was an elder called Gui Jian, and he was the one who had leaked the technique to Lu Ying. When the technique had been leaked, Bai Xing had immediately charged into Ghost Abyss and taken control of Gui Jian and the others. He hadn't interrogated them and had only asked them a few questions. No one in Ghost Abyss knew who had leaked the technique, and they hadn't even heard anything. When Lu Ying had fused with Gui Jian's body, no one in Ghost Abyss had heard him leak the technique. Otherwise, Gui Jian would have been identified long ago. The person who leaked the technique must have been one of these people, and no one in Ghost Abyss heard the moment the technique was leaked. This level of cultivation. Bai Xing's gaze swept across the group of Ghost Abyss disciples. Only an emissary at the very least can accomplish this. Master. Crown Prince Gui Qian saw Gui Zhu and instinctively wanted to ask for help. Gui Zhu had already returned to his original appearance, so he couldn't run around with Wang Fan's face. Shut up. Who was it that leaked the cultivation technique? Gui Zhu barked. Crown Prince Gui Qian replied, it definitely wasn't this disciple. This disciple doesn't know the techniques of the Frozen Immortal Sect or the Divine Martial Heaven. Thank you. Moving freely must depend on the wind reincarnations back Schrodinger's paper suitcase Demacia and not bad fatties am eyes and CC Twilight AA just say what you want. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you. Xiaojin immediately looked at Gui Jian. There was only one half-ancestor here, so he was the most suspicious. Even if Prince Gui Qian and the others had learned the Frozen Immortal Sects and Shenwu Sky's techniques, it would not have been so easy to spread them. Only a half-ancestor could have done so. Gui Jian lowered his head, as he was the only half-ancestor here. If Xiaojin could think of this, then everyone else could as well. He was the most suspicious. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others all looked at Gui Jian. Speak, Xiaojin said. Gui Jian slowly raised his head, his aged face filled with fear. As a half-ancestor, being stared at by so many progenitors made him feel despair. This subordinate definitely did not leak the technique. Bai Xing walked over. I've caught the person who heard about the technique. Bring him over. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Lu Ying stealthily approached Gui Jian and then fused with him. After fusing with Gui Jian's body, he glanced at Bai Wang Yuan. He only glanced at him once before dissolving the fusion. Xiaojin did not notice this glance, and Bai Wang Yuan was looking at the people who had been brought over. They were the two cultivators from the Ghost Abyss's organizations who had been with Wan Wui, so he did not notice. Only one person had noticed, and that was Gui Zhu, or Wang Fan. He saw Ghost Realm glance at Bai Wang Yuan, and this glance caused his pupils to contract. The two cultivators were brought over, and they easily recognized Gui Jian's voice. Gui Jian was shocked and hurriedly tried to explain himself, but the truth was right before his eyes, and his excuses were useless. Why did you leak my Frozen Immortal Sex technique? Where did you get it from? Wang Fan, what else is there to explain? This person is a half-ancestor from the Ghost Abyss. Bai Wang Yuan barked as he stared at Wang Fan. Wang Fan coldly glared at Bai Wang Yuan. Good move. Bai Wang Yuan raised his brows. What did you say? Wang Fan narrowed his eyes and glared at Bai Wang Yuan. Did you already know about my relationship with Gui Zhu? Bai Wang Yuan was so angry that he laughed. What a joke. How would I know? Lu Ying said, it seems like Ancestor Wang Fan is anxious. First, you said that I knew about it, and now you're saying that Ancestor Bai knew about it. What? Will you say that Senior Xiaojin knows about it next? Bai Xing, who was listening from the side, was confused. What nonsense was this? It was clearly someone from the abyss who had leaked the technique. Wang Fan stared at Gui Jian. Who told you to leak the cultivation technique? Speak, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Gui Jian looked at Gui Zhu, old ancestor, subordinate definitely did not reveal this secret art. Subordinate is innocent. Someone must have controlled subordinate to reveal this secret art. please investigate this matter, old ancestor. Control? When he said this, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest all looked at Luin. They guessed that Luin definitely had a way to control others. Back then, when he was disguised as Yu Hao, he had controlled Long Ke to attack Wang Jing and knocked him out with a slipper. In the Lu family, the undying god had said that Lu Xiaoxian had the power to control others. Many things could be analyzed from the clues. Thus, when the word control was uttered, everyone looked at Luin. Luin spread out his hands. I've always been in the above heaven. Who can prove it? Wang Fan shouted. Luin sneered, just one sentence from this person, and I'm suspected? What a joke. Since when have I been wronged by a half-ancestor? When had he ever wrongly accused Luin? All he did was say a few words. On a different level, the words spoken and the words heard made sense. Even the explanations were different. Even Bai Xing could not understand why everyone was staring at Wang Fan. Xiaozhen spoke up. This person is the one who leaked the technique, and we can definitely find the source from him. Now that he's under control, the person who leaked the technique will not be able to escape. She then looked at Wang Fan. Senior, please don't randomly accuse him. Wang Fan's expression changed, but he did not randomly accuse anyone. He had just confirmed that Gui Jian was looking at Bai Wang Yuan, and there were only a few people in the universe who could wrongly accuse him. Right now, Wang Fan was most suspicious of Bai Wang Yuan. I, Gui Yuan, have many methods. Anyone who dares to wrongly accuse me will not have an easy time. He then stared at Gui Jian. I will definitely pry open his mouth and find the true culprit. Gui Jian was completely at a loss. He looked at Wang Fan and then at Gui Zhu. Gui Zhu had not said a single word, but Wang Fan had said that he was Gui Yuan's, and Gui Yuan was his. What had happened? Had the patriarch been suppressed? Bai Xing was puzzled. What's going on? Since when did Gui Yuan become Patriarch Wang Fan's? Bai Wang Yuan snorted. This person cannot be handed over to you. You are the greatest suspect. Xiaozhen agreed. That's right. This person must be interrogated by us. Wang Fan said, we'll interrogate him together. I won't hand him over to anyone else. Bai Xing looked at Luin. Aren't you going to fight for it? Luin shrugged. It has nothing to do with me, but I have to clarify that I own half of Gui Yuan. Everyone looked at him, and Wang Fan frowned. Nonsense. Luin pointed at Gui Zhu. He said that as long as I helped him, he would give me half of Gui Yuan. Gui Zhu then spoke up. Although he was a shadow, he had an independent personality just like his 9 clones. Lu Xiaoxian, not only did you not help me, but you even attacked me. I will not rest until you are dead. Luin sneered. You're going to go back on your word just like that? Wang Fan said, any region in the cosmic tree has nothing to do with you. Luin replied, you should take care of yourself first. Your scheme will be exposed soon. You want to steal my death god's inheritance and join forces with the Wang family and Gui Yuan to control the 5th mainland? Dream on. Wang Fan clenched his fists. Lu Yin's reasoning made it difficult for him to defend himself. If not for this reasoning, he would not have been so passive. At that moment, the void rippled. Luin looked in a certain direction, where a white-robed figure walked out. It was Bai Xian'er. However, compared to the Bai Xian'er of the past, she now seemed even more sacred. There was also an indescribable feeling about her that was oppressive and imposing. It was as if there was a pair of eyes behind her that were looking down on her. There was clearly no one behind her. How about you leave this matter to me? Bai Xian'er's appearance illuminated Gui Yuan. Wang Fan looked at the current Bai Xian'er with a strange expression. Where did you go? Bai Xian'er smiled. I was lucky. I broke through to half-ancestor there. Luin sized her up. She had broken through to half-ancestor so quickly? Where was that place? The current Bai Xian'er was indeed different from before. Seniors, Xian'er guarantees that I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, Bai Xian'er said. Her gaze swept across everyone, including Luin. She smiled at him. What do you think, Brother Xiaoxian? Luin replied, it has nothing to do with me. That's your problem, but I definitely want half of Gui Yuan. Xianxia laughed. Do you want this land or the death energy? Luin asked. Replied, I want both. Xianxia looked at Wang Fan. Senior, this is between you and him. Wang Fan coldly replied, he's dreaming if he wants Gui Yuan. Then let Xianxia investigate this matter. Xianxia believes that this matter was not done by Senior, Xianxia said. Wang Fan wasn't thinking about himself right now, and he wasn't afraid of being wrongly accused. With his strength, so what if others wrongly accused him? He was thinking about Bai Wang Yuan, as the gaze from the ghost realm had left a deep impression on him. If Bai Wang Yuan was behind this, what was he planning to do? He was willing to expose his family's techniques just to accuse Luin. Was it just to expose his relationship with Guizhou? If Bai Wang Yuan didn't know about his relationship with Guizhou, then his actions would be even stranger. Wang Fan fell into deep thought. Xianxia said, this matter is very complicated, and it might involve the everlasting race. Don't forget that the everlasting race still exists in this region. They've been developing here for many years, and no one knows how many redbacks and spies they have. The everlasting race might have grasped the techniques of our frigid immortal sect and Shenwu Plain. You suspect that the everlasting race is behind this? Xia. Qin asked. Xianxia nodded. Yes. Wang Fan coldly glanced at Bai Wang Yuan and Xianxia. He still suspected that Bai Wang Yuan was behind this. Luin didn't say anything. The goal of this matter was to expose the relationship between Guizhou and the Wang family, and it would be best to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Wang Fan. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need for him to do anything else. Xianxia said, it will take time to investigate this matter. Before that, some guests have arrived. Bai Wang Yuan was shocked. Guests from the main space? Xianxia smiled. They should be here soon. What are they here for? Wang Fan asked. Xianxia replied, to discuss the war against the everlasting race. In the fifth mainland's blazing mist flow zone, a spacecraft was heading towards the Astral River. This was a very ordinary spacecraft that could carry more than 1,000 people. Its journey was between the outerverse and the innerverse. While the spacecraft was traveling, a spatial tear suddenly appeared in front of it. The spacecraft's alarm sounded, and the captain was shocked. Quick, turn around. Turn around. Unfortunately, the spatial tear had appeared too close to the spacecraft. Even though the bow of the ship turned around, the hull and stern of the ship were still torn apart by the spatial tear. Everyone inside disappeared without a trace, and only the bow of the ship was left floating in outer space. 3 figures walked out of the spatial tear. The one in the lead was an old man who Luin had met once before. He was the Yuan sage from the main space who had taken Madman Lu away. Behind him were 2 youths. One of them was wearing a blue and white coat that wasn't made of cloth. Instead, it was made of a strange metal that reflected light. There was a crystal ball in his chest, and he wore a spectacle frame on his right eye that was the same as the one used to measure his power level. It was dark green in color, and his entire body seemed to be encased in metal. He was handsome, and his hair was long and draped over his shoulders. His gaze was frivolous, and he looked around with an air of superiority. The other person was wearing a light golden robe and had his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face, and he exuded an air of nobility. There was nothing special about this person, but he stood tall in outer space like an illusion. Although he wasn't as handsome as the other person, he was more ethereal and difficult to see through. It seems like a spacecraft was torn apart. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing is very common. Is this the Genesis space? The legendary space where the above heaven sect once existed? It's very ordinary. The Genesis space no longer exists. This is just a ruin. The Yuan sage's gaze swept across the area and finally settled on the north. Let's go. He then brought the 2 of them across the Astral River and into the outerverse. They then arrived outside the Heavenly Sect, at the border with Frostwave Weave, North Castle Weave. Here, the 3 of them saw the Heavenly Sect and the ancestral tortoise beside it. Is that the mount you were talking about, Senior? One of the youths asked. The Yuan sage replied, no, how can a tortoise be given to a Grand Empyrean? That's true. Is this the heavenly sect in the Genesis space? There doesn't even seem to be a decent powerhouse. It's very weak. The entire universe is weak. The Yuan sage looked at the heavenly sect in the distance. Let's choose this place. Since the Lu family has shown up, they should bear the consequences. He then took out a set of coordinates and continued, at the same time, this is a punishment for our disrespect. He then used the coordinates to tear through the void. On the other side of the void were pairs of scarlet vertical eyes. At that moment, Lu Yin, who was far away in the astral tree realm, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He didn't know where this stifling feeling was coming from, but there was definitely a problem. Brother Xiaoxian, I hope you can be more polite when the people from the main space arrive. After all, they helped us a lot in the war against the Eternals. We have to share their burden as well. Bai Xian'er's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin didn't care about her. His expression was solemn, and his eyes flickered as the palpitating feeling grew stronger. Something wasn't right. What was wrong? Lu Xiaoxian, this is related to the bigger picture. Bai Yuan was speaking when Lu Yin's wireless goo suddenly vibrated. He hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was Lu Bujing. The Eternals have appeared. It's a progenitor corpse king. Lu Bujing sent a message before hanging up. Lu Yin was shocked and immediately returned to the fifth mainland. He didn't even have time to say a word. Something had happened in the heavenly sect. Why had the Eternals appeared in the heavenly sect? Were they targeting him? He had always thought that the Eternals would appear in the Starfall Sea or on the other side of the battlefield. Why had they appeared in the fifth mainland? After the Eternals had been defeated, he had communicated with Xia. Xia was puzzled as to why the Eternals' undead kings had not appeared directly on the fifth mainland. Instead, they had attacked from behind. Xia could not provide an answer. Lu Yin had always been cautious, and the reason why he had kept rolling his die was because he hoped that he would be able to fuse into the body of an eternal ancestor and learn the truth. However, before he could learn the truth, the celestial sect was already in trouble. Quick, 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 quick. On the fifth continent, the above heaven sect was shaken. Blood dyed the starry skies. Lu Bujing crashed to the ground. His entire body was covered in wounds. Above his head, a pair of scarlet vertical eyes stared over. What followed was a vertical tear in the void, almost piercing through the entire above heaven sect. Behind the ancestor realm corpse king were endless scarlet vertical eyes. The cultivators in heaven sky sect were all shocked. Why are there so many monsters? Enemy attack, enemy attack. At the critical moment, the blood ancestor attacked the ancestor realm corpse king. Contact the Pathmaster. The ancestor realm corpse king's hair was disheveled, and it looked like an evil spirit. Its eyes were scarlet, and its body suddenly vanished as it pierced through the world and punched at the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor raised a hand and used his remaining progenitor power to block, but the punch pierced through his chest, and he coughed up blood. A majestic spiritual force swept out. Let this old man leap through the dragon's gate. The ancestor realm corpse king looked up. At some point in time, it had appeared around him. Fish swam against the waterfall, and the ancestor realm corpse king seemed to have transformed into a fish that needed to leap through the dragon's gate according to the rules. At the top of the waterfall, Kui Luo gritted his teeth. Where did this ancestor realm corpse king come from? Damn it. The ancestor realm corpse king raised its hand and opened its palm. With a casual wave, it cut the void in two, not only including the dragon's gate realm, but also the above heaven sky sect and the entire frostwave weave. The outerverse outer space was like a blank sheet of paper to this ancestor realm corpse king. Kui Luo retreated. I can't stop it. 3 young ancestral chi from Lu Bujing's body surged out. He wanted to use fate to probe for life. The second Night King and the others stood in place, unable to move. They could only watch as the ancestor realm corpse king wreaked havoc in the above heaven sky sect. In a corner, Wu Jinsher was shocked. The Eternals were eternal sovereigns. How could such a monster have suddenly appeared? In outer space, the ancestral turtle had completely retracted its head, not daring to show its face. On the ancestral turtle's back, the Mavis god tree swayed as one corpse king after another emerged from the void. They charged towards the ancestral turtle, the above heaven sky sect, and earth. The ancestor realm corpse king crushed the above heaven sky sect's mountain gate with one foot. It suddenly turned around and saw Elder Chan walking out of the void with a serious expression. Your opponent is me. Everything had happened too quickly. When Luin returned to the fifth mainland and saw the above heaven sky sect, he saw Elder Chan standing tall in outer space. He also saw the shattered mountain gate and the Eternals' corpses floating in the void. Senior. Luin hurried forward. Elder Chan looked to the east. Those Eternals came from there. There used to be a void crack there, but it's gone now. Luin scanned the above heaven sky sect with his domain and sighed in relief. Fortunately, there hadn't been many casualties. It had only been a short time since he had learned of the Eternals' appearance, and since Elder Chan had arrived, he should be able to control the situation. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he descended to the mountain gate. Elder Chan lowered his head and sighed. Beside the above heaven sky sect's mountain gate, the blood ancestor coughed as his body had been pierced through. The ancestor realm corpse king's power had destroyed his vitality, making it difficult for him to move. He had already lost his progenitor's power, and his entire body had turned gray. Lu Bujing, Kai the second Night King, and the others were all around him. Luin landed in front of the blood ancestor. Senior, how are you? The blood ancestor waved a hand. I'm finally free. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with sorrow. The blood ancestor laughed. Don't look at me like that. I'm not dead, I've just become an ordinary person. I'll retire here. Don't chase me away, Pathmaster. Master, Zi called out softly, her eyes red. Luin asked, was it the ancestor realm corpse king? Lu Bujing spoke up from the side. If Senior Blood Ancestor hadn't rushed forward, I would have died. Senior blocked the attack for me. The Blood Ancestor coughed a few times. Don't make me sound so noble. I just happened to be here, and I had to act when I encountered the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. It has nothing to do with you. Luin took a deep breath. Senior, rest assured and recuperate here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you recover. Hee, there's no need. One doesn't have to become an ancestor in one's lifetime. The responsibility is too great. Of course, you're different. You already have a great responsibility to bear. Luin didn't say much to the blood ancestor, as he had to deal with the aftermath. Furthermore, the appearance of the Eternals was too strange. Since they had appeared, why had they retreated so quickly? The appearance of the Eternals this time is very unusual. He had come to North Castle Weave with Luin to investigate the spatial tear. He spoke in a heavy tone. I didn't even exchange blows with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. When he discovered that I was here, he immediately retreated. It seems like he doesn't want to get involved with us. Luin was puzzled. Since they appeared and then retreated, there's nothing strange about the surroundings. Actually, it feels more like they were released by someone, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he activated the Sirius art and stepped onto the stars. In an instant, the entire fifth mainland seemed to revolve around him. He saw many planets and territories, and his gaze suddenly fixed in one direction. He had found it, Starburst. In the distance, Yuanxing looked up and led the two youths away from the spot where they had been standing. The star exploded, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the void to boil. What a radical method. Yuanxing raised his head. The Lu family is still so rude to attack a guest like this. With that, he walked towards the above the sky sect. Luin deactivated the Sirius art and headed towards the above the sky sect with Elder Chan. Finally, they met in outer space outside the above the sky sect. Yuanxing. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Bai Xian'er had said that someone from the main space would come, but he hadn't expected that person to appear here. Yuanxing looked at Luin calmly. Child of the Lu family, you're too rude. Why are you here? Is the appearance of the Eternals related to you? Luin asked. Yuanxing replied indifferently. Since you've established the above the sky sect, why do you care about a mere progenitor of the Eternals? If they can't even stop a progenitor corpse king, then the above the sky sect should be demolished. Golden light bloomed above Lu Yin's head as the God Sealing Catalog appeared. Behind him, the caged Wyrm returned to his original form and roared, "Since you admit it, then die." He was about to attack. Elder Chan didn't hesitate either. 3 ancestral chi revolved around him as he transformed into Shui Wuqing and attacked Yuanxing. Yuanxing didn't move. In front of him, Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan walked out, followed by Bai Xian'er, Xia Zhen, and Guizhu. "Lu Shaoxian, are you trying to bring disaster upon yourself by attacking?" Lu Yin frowned. If it was just Yuanxing alone, then he could join forces with Elder Chan. This person wouldn't even be able to tear through space and escape. However, now that Bai Wangyuan and the others were here, things would become troublesome. "Senior, are you alright?" Bai Xian'er asked Yuanxing. Yuanxing waved his hand. "I'm fine, but..." He looked past Bai Xian'er and the others and met Lu Yin's eyes. "The Lu family is too rude." Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, why did you attack Senior Yuanxing?" Elder Chan replied, "He opened a path to the Eternals beside our Above Heaven sect and caused us to suffer heavy losses. Didn't you see that?" Bai Wangyuan looked at Yuanxing in surprise. Even Bai Xian'er, Xia Zhen, and Wang Fan were surprised. They hadn't expected Yuanxing to do such a thing. Lu Yin had seen it too. He had thought that the four-way scales had cooperated with Yuanxing, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Yuanxing looked indifferent. The Above Heaven sect represents the past glory of the origin space. It's not easy to bear the weight of these 3 words. Lu Shaoxian, if you want to bear the weight, then do you think it's so easy to bear the weight of the Above Heaven sect? Do you think it's so easy to call yourself a pathmaster? This is a matter of our spacetime. What does it have to do with you? It's not your place to talk nonsense, Lu Yin retorted coldly. Yuanxing laughed and said arrogantly, "I can't stand it." 3 words. Only 3 words. This was the only reason why he had almost destroyed the Above Heaven sect when he had just connected to the Eternals. These 3 words had caused the Above Heaven sect to collapse, the blood ancestor to become an ordinary person, and many people to die. When these 3 words were spoken, Yuanxing's expression remained calm and proud. The 2 youths behind him were the same, looking at Lu Yin with teasing gazes. They weren't progenitors, but they weren't afraid of a progenitor at all. They looked at this spacetime with a sense of superiority. Lu Yin suddenly calmed down. These 3 words were the best explanation he could come up with. There was no need for any more nonsense, and there was no need for so many pompous words. There were only 3 words, and that was it. "Senior, you must be here to discuss how to deal with the Eternals. Please come to my frigid immortal sect. We will gather everyone to discuss this," Bai Xian'er said as she stood between Yuanxing and Lu Yin, blocking his line of sight. Yuanxing looked at Bai Xian'er. "There's no need. Those who are qualified to discuss the war are all here. Only progenitors are qualified to listen." He glanced at Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and the others and asked curiously, "Where's Xia Shenji?" Xia Qin replied, "He's missing." Yuanxing looked at Xia Qin. "Why is he missing?" Xia Qin looked at Lu Yin. Yuanxing followed her gaze and saw Lu Yin again. Lu Yin said, "I banished him to a parallel spacetime." Yuanxing looked at him deeply. "Then you'll be responsible for finding him." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to do something? If it weren't for your dogs, you wouldn't have been able to return today." "Lu Shaoxian, how dare you?" Bai Wangyuan rebuked. This was the first time they had been scolded like this. Bai Xian'er's face also darkened. "Brother Lu, there's no point in arguing." Lu Yin replied, "Then get out of my way. Let's see if I'm arguing." Yuanxing shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. "You can kill me, but not here. Son of the Lu family, since you don't want to waste your breath, come with me to the main space. I will give you a chance to have a fair fight there." "Senior, let me fight him first." "There's no need for you to do anything," the young man in golden robes behind Yuanxing spoke up for the first time. Lu Yin raised a hand and pointed at the youth in the pale golden robes. "I'll kill you in 1 move." The young man's expression changed. His gaze turned cold as he sneered. How long has it been since someone dared to be so arrogant in front of me? The people of the Lu family are indeed arrogant. Very well, today. Yuanxing raised his hand and waved. The young man in the faint golden robe was unwilling to give up. Senior, let me go. I'll teach this son of the Lu clan a lesson for you. Yuan Xing looked at Luyin and said, this space-time is not suitable for us to take action. Child of the Lu family, Xianxia, you must find him. Otherwise, what awaits you will be even more miserable than when the Lu family was exiled. The great heavenly venerate had already shown mercy by exiling the Lu family and giving them a chance to survive. However, you have repeatedly spoken rudely, so your fate will be even worse than the entire Lu families. The Grand Empyrean is the ruler of your space-time? Elder Chan asked. Yuan Sage replied. He is the master of all of us. If you are fated to meet the great heavenly venerate one day, you must remember to kneel before him. Otherwise, the great heavenly venerate's anger is not something you can bear. These words were not only meant for Elder Chan's ears, but also for everyone present. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan looked at each other calmly. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had heard such words. Xia Qin raised her brows. Kneel before him? Yuanxing looked at her. As a progenitor, it is indeed unacceptable for you to kneel before him. However, the moment you see the great heavenly venerate, you will be able to sense that he is a ruler who can make all living beings kneel before him. Regardless of whether it is his realm or his merit, the great heavenly venerate is able to withstand the worship of everyone. If not for the great heavenly venerate, the human race would have been transformed by the Eternals and turned into monsters. Progenitors could not do it and died at the hands of the Eternals. The great heavenly venerate shouldered the burden of everything. Is that not enough to make you kneel before him? Xia Qin was about to retort when Bai Xianer spoke up. Senior, are you also here on the orders of the great heavenly venerate? Yuanxing nodded. Back then, when you accidentally trapped the undying deity, the 7 sky gods came to your rescue. Even the sole true god took action. That was not a power that you could resist. The great heavenly venerate held back the sole true god while the 6 direction guild's battlefield dragged the 7 sky gods away. That was why your spacetime was able to expel the Eternals. Now that the pressure on the 6 direction guild's battlefield has increased, the forces that the Eternals originally placed in your spacetime have appeared in other battlefields. Luyin listened calmly. There was no point in saying anything now. He just wanted to understand the 6 direction guild, the main space, and the great heavenly venerate. Yuanxing had said a lot, but his ultimate goal was to open up a path through the Eternals' battlefield in this spacetime and share some of the pressure on the 6 direction guild. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were naturally unwilling. After all, they had finally managed to expel the Eternals, so why should they take the initiative to start a war? However, Yuanxing had brought the great heavenly venerate's will, so they could not refuse. You guys won't refuse, right? Yuanxing looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. Bai Wang Yuan was put in a difficult position. Madman Lu went to the main space, Lu Yu was killed because he was suspected of colluding with the Eternals, and Xianxia was exiled. The strength of our spacetime has decreased greatly. Moreover, the sole true god attacked the mother tree and caused the infinite power array to collapse. If we face the Eternals now, we might not be able to hold on. Yuanxing was dissatisfied. Although your spacetime has weakened greatly, there are still many progenitors. Otherwise, the great heavenly venerate would not have thought of you guys. Since I brought this up, I'm not asking you guys to die. Most of the Eternals' forces are restrained by the 6 direction guild. You guys only need to deal with a small portion of their forces. Lu Yin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. This situation reminded them of the time when they were dealing with the undying deity. Yuanxing had taken the initiative to open up the Starfall Sea to share the burden of the Eternals' forces. If that was the case, it would not be wrong to consider the overall situation of the human race. But was this really what the 6 direction guild was thinking? Lu Yin stared at Yuanxing. He saw the arrogance in Yuanxing's eyes as he spoke, and the hostility in the eyes of the 2 youths behind him. It was not as simple as it seemed. With the strength of their spacetime, how could they not be qualified to join the 6 direction guild? The 3 monarch spacetimes were all part of the 6 direction guild, and their spacetime definitely surpassed the three monarch spacetimes. Even so, they were still not part of the Six Direction Guild and were excluded. This meant that the Six Direction Guild, led by the main space, had other ideas about the origin space. If they did as the main space wanted, they would be easily passive. Once the Six Direction Guild threw most of the Eternals' forces here, they would have no way to ask for help. If Luin could think of this, Bai Wang Yuan and the others could naturally think of it as well. No one wanted to court death. Senior Yuan Xing, there are many ways to share the burden of the Six Direction Guild. Can you give us some time to think about it? Don't worry, we will definitely take action. No one can stay out of the fight against the Eternals, Bai Xian'er said respectfully. Yuan Xing's expression softened when he heard her words. It's good that you know. No one can stay out of the fight. We helped you share the burden in the past and did not ask for any resources. As humans, we must be grateful. He then looked at Luin. Lu family's son, find Xiaxinji. Xiaxinji greets the Grand Heavenly Venerate, and the Grand Heavenly Venerate appreciates him. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate finds out that you banished Xiaxinji, he can easily kill you. Don't anger the Grand Heavenly Venerate. He then tore through the void and looked back before leaving. The Grand Heavenly Venerate's tea party is approaching. If you can offer up that mount, it might make up for the Lu family's sins. Luin remained calm, as if he had not heard anything that Yuan Xing had said. Even the last sentence remained calm, so calm that it was frightening. Only those who understood him knew that the more Luin was like this, the more he was like this. The more terrifying he was. Seeing that Yuan Xing was about to leave, Luin said, "Let's play a game." Everyone was at a loss. A game? Yuan Xing was amused. What game? Luin replied, the game's name is Cat and Mouse. His eyes flashed with endless coldness. You don't dare to fight me to the death here. These fellows will protect you. You can hide, but no matter where you hide, I will catch you. Then. He then pointed at the above heaven sect in the direction of the blood ancestor. When I catch you, you will kneel there. Yuan Xing looked at Luin and suddenly burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The two youths behind him also laughed and looked at Luin mockingly. Alright, I'll play this game with you and show you who's the cat and who's the mouse. He then turned around and left. The others did not interrupt and did not say anything about this matter even after Yuan Xing had left. The fate of the above heaven sect and the purpose of Yuan Xing's visit had made them feel uneasy. As for the game that Luin had mentioned, none of them felt that it was a joke. Yuan Xing did not understand this person at all, and they had no obligation to remind him. This was their own business. Bai Wang Yuan retracted his gaze from Luin. The six parties will let us lead the Eternals into the war. If they plot against us and throw most of the Eternals into our spacetime, the situation will not be any better than before. Xia Qin asked, why should we listen to them? Bai Wang Yuan frowned. There were not many people in this spacetime who truly understood the main space, including the progenitors. Only those who understood the main space would know how terrifying it was. So what if they were from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? The main space had power comparable to the above heaven sect, and the great heavenly venerate was an existence comparable to a progenitor. A single finger from the great heavenly venerate was enough to destroy all of them. It was fine if they did not come into contact with the main space, but once they came into contact with it, they would no longer be able to control themselves. Furthermore, they had not only come into contact with the main space, but they had also used the main space to deal with the Lu family. They could no longer be separated from the main space. This might not be the great heavenly venerate's intention, Wang Fan suddenly said. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flashed. Are you saying that this is Yuan Xing's own intention? Wang Fan replied, the great heavenly venerate is detached from worldly matters. Aside from dealing with the only true God, his other hobbies are tea tasting. He rarely interferes with the overall war situation. Furthermore, if this is the great heavenly venerate's intention, why would Yuan Xing test the above heaven sect? He then looked at Luin. You guys don't really believe Yuan Xing's words, do you? He's testing the above heaven sect just because he doesn't like it? Luin looked at him. Then why? Wang Fan shook his head. I don't know, but my guess is that he might be testing the power of our spacetime and plotting something. Elder Chan said, there's one thing that I find strange. If Yuanxing can open a path to the Eternals from the above heaven sect, why would the Eternals attack the battlefield on the other side? Why not just open a path in the starry sky? Bai Qi asked. Lu Xiaoxian can open a passage to the Eternal Kingdom's parallel spacetime and exist for a long time. Lu Ying understood. Opening a passage to a parallel spacetime was very short and could not allow an endless stream of Eternals to come over. The Eternals have their own way of making corpse kings appear endlessly, but those things are very fragile. Progenitors can destroy them, but once they enter, they will be easily destroyed. Those things are not infinite, or else the corpse god would not have left the battlefield of the sovereign realm to protect them. Also, spacetime coordinates are not that easy to determine, especially the coordinates of our spacetime, Bai Qi explained. Wang Fan continued, although we haven't confirmed it, our guess is that the larger the spacetime, the more difficult it is to determine the coordinates. It's easy to determine the coordinates of a small spacetime like the Eternal Kingdom, but it's not that easy to determine the coordinates of our spacetime, even for the Eternals. Otherwise, our spacetime would have been riddled with holes by the coordinates. The Hexagon Society cannot remain a secret forever. Even the Hexagon Society might not have the coordinates of our spacetime. Bai Xian'er replied, Yuan Sage must have opened up a passageway to a certain battlefield and attracted the progenitor realm corpse monarch. Therefore, the progenitor realm corpse monarch didn't stay here for long and left the moment Elder Chan appeared. He had his own battlefield. Lu Ying and Old Chan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were afraid that a Yuan sage could contact the everlasting race at any time, which was the biggest threat to them. Lu Xiaoxian, bring Xiaoxinji back, Bai Wang Yuan suddenly said as he stared at Lu Ying. Yuanxing wasn't spouting nonsense. Xiaoxinji has left an impression on the Grand Empyrean. If the Grand Empyrean decides to act because of this, then no one will be able to protect you. Isn't that what you want to see? Lu Ying sneered. Bai Wang Yuan coldly said, we don't wish to attract a great Empyrean. Regardless of whether Yuan Sage came here on the great heavenly venerate's orders or not, since he is here, he at least represents the intentions of the Sixth Direction Guild. The war with the eternal race is approaching. If the great ancestor doesn't return, we will lose a portion of our strength. Once we are defeated by the eternal race, you know what will happen to the human race. Furthermore, exiling the great ancestor won't be enough to avenge him. Lu Ying looked at her. Were you the one who lured the Yuan Sage here? Your half-ancestor origin tribulation should be in the main space, right? Bai Xian'er didn't reply. Not long after, they left the fifth continent. A few days later, the Wang family's meditative forgetting technique was made public. Lu Ying found out that this was Wang Fan's handiwork. No one would be able to find out the truth about Gui Yuan leaking his secret art. Wang Fan would never admit it, and he couldn't find a scapegoat. After all, Bai Wang Yuan and the others weren't stupid, and Gui Zhu's identity had been exposed. The only thing Wang Fan could do was to announce the sit and forget art to appease the anger of the cold immortal sect and the divine martial heaven. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to announce the meditative forgetting art. However, he knew that the meditative forgetting art couldn't be hidden from others. Instead of waiting for the frigid immortal sect to announce it, it would be better for the Wang clan to announce it themselves. As soon as the four-way scales came out, it replaced the corpse king transformation. Those who wanted to rely on martial arts to embark on the path of revenge, or those who wanted to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, decisively gave up on the corpse king transformation. They cultivated the divine martial chi, the art of forgetting, and the wind god battle technique of the cold immortal sect, causing the undying deity's plot to vanish. Lu Ying went to Shenwu continent once again and asked if it was possible for him to infiltrate the spacetime continuum of the three sovereigns. The answer he received was the same as before. He wanted to enter the Three Monarchs universe and make use of the Three Monarchs universe as a springboard to contact the Sixth Direction faction. If one didn't understand the Sixth Direction Society, they would always be in a passive position. Even if he unified the Fifth Mainland and settled the four sides of the scale, it would still be meaningless against the existence of the main space. The attitude of Bai Wang Yuan and the Yuan sages had already explained everything. Fortunately, he had the time. He had cultivated for dozens of years on the Fifth Mainland to reach his current level. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to survive in the sixth mainland. Right now, the only opportunity to make contact with the Six Direction Society was the Shenwu continent. Half a month later, the monkey suddenly came looking for Luin and told him that he had performed a meritorious deed. Luin didn't understand why this fellow had stayed in the Above the Sky sect for so long. Hee, it's because of my contributions to the Above Heaven sect. Seventh brother, this little Marquis noticed that during this period of time, there have been people sneaking around and asking if there are any outsiders in the Above Heaven sect. At that time, this little Marquis felt that something was wrong, so he secretly followed them. Guess what? There really is a problem. That guy is looking for information about Wu Junshi. The monkey was very pleased with himself and explained the entire process in detail. Luin was curious. Asking about Wu Junshi? Bring along here. Soon, a woman was brought in front of Luin. She had a petite figure and looked very weak. When she saw Luin, she hurriedly knelt on the ground and trembled. Greetings, Pathmaster. Luin looked at the monkey. The monkey said, Seventh brother, don't be fooled by her. This woman has wireless goo and void wanderer. Luin looked at the woman again. Tell me. Since I brought you here, there's no need for any nonsense. Perhaps I can just kill you. A nobody like you won't be able to affect me in the slightest. The woman trembled, and her face went pale. Her fear was real. I was ordered to investigate the Above Heaven sect to see if there are any suspicious outsiders. What do you mean by outsiders? Someone who doesn't belong to this spacetime. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Who told you to investigate? The frigid immortal sect, the woman replied. The monkey barked, do you think our seventh brother is stupid? If you say it so quickly, it must be fake. Tell me, who sent you here? The woman hurriedly replied, I'm telling the truth, and I don't dare to deceive you. The frigid immortal sect sent me here. I was recruited to serve in the Above Heaven sect a few years ago, and I was appointed by the frigid immortal sect. I don't dare lie to you. You're still quibbling. Men, come, the monkey shouted. Outside the main hall, the second Night King was speechless. Should he go or not? This damned monkey was threatening him with his master's power. Why should he listen to him? But if he didn't go, what would he do if the Pathmaster blamed him? The monkey continued to shout. Luin waved his hand and looked at the woman. When did you receive this mission? She replied, half a month ago. Luin waved his hand and had someone bring the woman out. Seventh brother, are we just going to let her go like this? The monkey was unwilling. Luin was amused. Then what do you want to do? Interrogate her and find out everything about her. Ancestors. Even find out about her ancestor wetting the bed, the monkey said sternly. Luin said, that's enough. What can a nobody do? I know why she's here to investigate Wu Junshi. He then let the monkey leave. The monkey felt that it was a pity. He had worked so hard to accomplish something, but it had ended so hastily. Luin looked outside. He had been too careless. Half a month ago, Bai Wang Yuan and the others had mentioned the Six Direction Society many times, but he had not been surprised or asked about it. They must have guessed that he had long since known about the Six Direction Society, which was why they had sent this woman to investigate. It would be fine if they found out, but it did not matter if they did not, as they had not held out much hope in the first place. Ever since the Above Heaven sect had been established and connected to the cosmic tree realm, many people from the four direction scales had snuck in. Luin knew about this, but he had never investigated it, just like how he had people from the four direction scales as well. Now, he was thinking about how to get in touch with the Six Direction Society. Could he really go to the three sovereign spacetime continuum through Shenwu continent? A few more days passed. On this day, Luin was lost in thought as he looked at Zhao Rant's newly researched tea. Pathmaster, Zijing requests an audience, the second Night King reported. Bring her here, Luin said. Zijing followed the second Night King to Luin. Greetings, Pathmaster. Luin gestured for her to sit. The scenery here is pretty good. Zijing nodded. It's a pity that it's been destroyed. Luin asked, what business do you have with me? At that moment, Zhao Ran's tea arrived, and Zijing naturally took a sip. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Thank you. She was pleasantly surprised. Zijing smiled and set down the teacup. She looked at Luyin. Does Pathmaster still remember your promise to me? Luyin grunted. Of course. As long as you don't betray humanity, I'll protect you. Zijing's expression was solemn. Please fulfill your promise, Pathmaster. Luyin swirled his teacup. He remembered that Zijing had asked for this promise as a reward for providing him with the battlefield navigation system. She had said that some things could wait until after the war, but he had forgotten about it ever since. Pathmaster, have you heard of transcendence? Zijing opened her mouth and said 3 words that shocked Luyin. Transcendence? Luyin stared at Zijing. Of course, he had heard of this name before. Transcendence was one of the 6 direction organizations, just like the 3 sovereigns universe. It seems like Pathmaster knows. Zijing wasn't surprised. Luyin set down his teacup. I don't know if the transcendence you speak of is the same as what I know. Zijing asked, then, what about the 6 direction organizations? Luyin nodded and smiled. Was everything destined by the heavens? Back when he had been short on money, the 4 direction scales had sent him the heavenly realm treasury. Now that he wanted to make contact with the 6 direction organizations, the opportunity had come. Speak. Since you've come to find me, does that mean you're in trouble? Is it related to transcendence? Luyin asked. Zijing was helpless. I've been located. Through Zijing, Luyin gradually understood transcendence. Transcendence was one of the 6 direction organizations and a very powerful parallel universe. Its development was completely different from that of the 5th mainland, and it leaned more towards the technocracy. However, the technocracy could not compare to it. The technocracy was just a backup plan left behind by the Hui ancestor to deal with the endless corpse kings of the Eternals, but transcendence was one of the main forces against the Eternals. Zijing unveiled transcendence's mysterious yet resplendent veil to Luyin. Transcendence's cultivation civilization is very low, and it can even be considered a cultivation desert. However, they have developed cultivation techniques that, as the name implies, use cultivation to drive technology. You can also see it as the cultivation world's technology. There are 2 cultivation techniques that have been researched to the extreme in Transcendence. With these 2 techniques, Transcendence has become one of the 6 direction organizations that are on par with the other 5. Parallel universes. They are definitely not the weakest of the 6 direction organizations. One of these techniques is called energy source, and it can turn all material and non-material energy it comes into contact with into primal energy that can be supplied to the user. The other technique is called the feeding technique. Zijing paused and looked at Luyin. The Pathmaster is a lockbreaker, so he knows a lot about source boxes. The feeding technique is a lockbreaking technique that cultivators use to unlock a source box. It's purer than lockbreaking, as it directly extracts all of the material within a source box to create a counter-supply of energy. Luyin thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Food? Extract? What do you mean? This was the first time that he had heard someone describe source boxes as food. Zijing explained, the universe is a grand existence, but parallel universes may not necessarily be the same. Some parallel universes are like what the Pathmaster has seen, which is just a small space. Some parallel universes are infinitely large, such as our 5th mainland. Pathmaster, if it's just a small space, with our abilities, can we analyze all of the material within that space? Luyin replied, of course. To hyperspace, their spacetime is a space that has already been completely analyzed. Source boxes that are formed in their spacetime can't possibly exceed the limits of spacetime itself. They can directly extract all matter and use it to create the attack power that they need, Zijing replied. Luyin's expression turned solemn. How big is hyperspace? Zijing took a deep breath. Very big. It's not much smaller than the 5th mainland and the starry sky tree. Luyin was incredulous. They can analyze everything in such a large space? Zijing replied, that's why hyperspace can remain one of the 6 direction associations even though it's a cultivation desert. I escaped from hyperspace to the fifth mainland by chance. After coming here, I thought that I would never be discovered by hyperspace, but as I learned more about the fifth mainland, I realized. Zijing was helpless. This spacetime has a foundation beyond my imagination. As the Tao Lord becomes stronger, it's only a matter of time before it connects to hyperspace. That's why I took out the battlefield navigation system in exchange for Tao Lord's promise. Luin listened quietly. I knew that this place would connect to hyperspace sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I don't know why, but I was suddenly located a few days ago. It's only a matter of time before hyperspace finds me. Once they do, they'll definitely think of a way to capture me. Tao Lord. Zijing looked at Luin, stood up, and bowed deeply. Formal introduction. I am Zijing, the vice leader of Hyperspace Energy Research Team. Greetings. Luin looked at Zijing, who maintained her bow. Are you very important to them? Very important. Although my technology isn't top-notch, it's very crucial. Without me, they'll have to spend a very long time on this technology, and they might not be able to find a way to break through it. I was only able to break through that technology by luck. Luin understood. The battlefield navigation system is hyperspace's technology? It's a technology that our energy research team inadvertently simulated and used in hyperspace. I'm also one of the developers. No wonder you came to the fifth mainland to find a way to connect to the internet. For someone like you, not being connected to the internet is like living in a remote mountain. Zijing didn't speak and maintained her bow. Luin suddenly drew in the void and drew the two youths who had followed Yuan Sage here. Look at them. Do you recognize them? Zijing looked up and saw the man in the blue and white jacket. She exclaimed, He Shu? Luin exhaled. So they really did know each other. That made sense. It was impossible to locate Zijing from countless parallel spacetimes unless one relied on luck. When Zijing was suddenly located, Luin could only think of Yuanxing and the others, especially that young man. His attire and the device on his right eye were too eye-catching. It was almost identical to the battlefield navigation system and the combat strength detector. Therefore, Luin had taken note of him. No wonder I was located. He Shu must have sensed that the fifth continent has a battlefield navigation system, so he confirmed that I am in this spacetime and targeted the spacetime, Zijing said. Luin was puzzled. Can hyperspace locate our spacetime? Zijing replied, hyperspace has the ability to travel through spacetime, which is something that no other spacetime can compare to. However, it's only capable of locating a location. If you want to come over, you'll need coordinates, but that's not difficult for hyperspace. The 6 directional guilds all have their own coordinates, so they can come to our spacetime. The more he listened, the more interested he became. If Zijing wasn't exaggerating, then the power of cultivation techniques in this dimension was similar to microarray technology, and it could transform humans. Half a day later, Luin gripped his teacup tightly. Since I promised to protect you, I won't go back on my word. He looked at Zijing and thought for a moment. What kind of punishment will you face if you return to hyperspace? Why did you escape in the first place? Zijing saw through Lu Yin's thoughts. You want to go to hyperspace? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. We don't know anything about the 6 directional guilds, but they keep an eye on us. We're too passive. Zijing muttered, if you really want to go to hyperspace, then you must be prepared. At the very least, you must be sure that you can return. Luin replied, you don't have to worry about that. I have a plan. Eternal Kingdom's spatial coordinate seal could leave behind more than one aura. He could have someone from the fifth mainland leave behind their own aura and then use the seal to find Eternal Kingdom. Then, he could use that person to sense the fifth mainland space and return. What about you? What kind of punishment will you face if you return to hyperspace? Luin asked. He didn't want Zijing to die. Zijing replied, imprisonment, coercion, and even intimidation. You won't die, right? No, they need me. For me, they'll do everything they can to come to this spacetime and take me away. Luin nodded. You can actually find hyperspace in the vast parallel spacetime, right? Zijing replied, I can find it. How long will it take for someone from hyperspace to arrive? Very soon. Luyin had Zijing return to her own residence. If she stayed in the above-the-sky sect, then hyperspace might not dare to come looking for her. After making arrangements for Zijing, Luyin found Elder Chan and took him to Eternal Kingdom. He left his aura on the spatial coordinate seal and then found senior brother Qing Ping. He also left his aura and asked them to go to Eternal Kingdom every once in a while to confirm whether or not he had returned. Only 2 people would be safe. He then began to make arrangements for the 5th mainland. There was no need for him to announce that he was in seclusion, as doing so would only make him seem guilty. Before leaving, he also found Little Sapling, who was very happy and played with him for half a day. The cosmic tree realm was quiet for the time being. The 4 scales were definitely discussing how to take over the war against Eternal Kingdom. The 6 powers would definitely force them to do something, but this didn't bother Luyin for the time being. The Yuan sage's attitude didn't affect him either. His only worry was that something would happen to Shenwu continent. He was afraid that the 3 sovereigns would attack, and when that happened, Xianxia would be there as well. Fortunately, Elder Chan and senior brother Mu Xia would provide support, which made him feel much more at ease. After everything was prepared, Luyin went to Zijing's residence, which was the Neoverse Starlink realm. There, he quietly waited for people from hyperspace to arrive. Starlink realm was still the same as before, and there hadn't been much change inside. When he arrived, Luyin suddenly thought of someone, Bai Qian. Where did Bai Qian go? Luyin asked. Zijing replied, first, she went to the cosmic tree realm, then to hyperspace. Luyin was surprised. She went to hyperspace? Why did she go there? That was her own choice, and it has something to do with you, Pathmaster, Zijing replied with admiration and nostalgia. It was fate that brought us together, and we're like sisters. She came from a small place like Earth, and although she wasn't dazzling, her path was more solid than anyone else's. However, she was overshadowed by your radiance. She seems calm on the surface, but I know that she won't admit defeat. She said that the cultivation system here isn't suitable for her, including the cosmic tree realm. She wants to find a more suitable cultivation system. The cosmic tree realm and hyperspace are very suitable for her. Luyin sighed. Although he hadn't met Bai Qian many times, there were legends of her on Earth. She was the one who had brought Night King Qingyu from Jupiter to Earth, bringing about the apocalypse and evolution of Earth. She herself had left Earth with Star Sibyl's invitation and was the first person to step onto the path of cultivation. In fact, Luyin hadn't been able to surpass her during his time in the Astral Combat Academy. The main reason he had been able to surpass her was because of his life and death experiences on Drift Charge Planet and because he had learned the arcane art of life and death. Otherwise, if he had cultivated normally, this woman might have surpassed him. She was an Earthling through and through, and she had left her mark in outer space. How is she doing in hyperspace? Luyin was curious. Zijing shook her head. I don't know. We're separated by parallel spacetime, so I can't confirm any news about her. Maybe we'll meet again in hyperspace, Luyin said. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A total of 10 days passed by. Luyin waited calmly. Finally, on the 12th day in the Astral Alliance realm, he opened his eyes. The ground of the Astral Alliance realm was covered in a dense forest, and animals ran past it from time to time. To these animals, this was the only place they would ever see. There was a crack as a metal-clad foot stepped on a tree branch and broke it, scaring the rabbit away. Sunlight shone through the tree branches, reflecting the light and illuminating a middle-aged man. The man raised his head and looked at the distant tower, the dark green lens on his right eye flashing with a red dot. Is she there? I've finally found her. His body suddenly vanished. It wasn't that he had traveled through the void, but rather that he had moved so quickly that he had caused ripples in space. In an instant, the man arrived at the bottom of the tower. He raised his foot and took a step forward, instantly appearing at the top of the tower behind Zijing, who was watering the flowers. The water in Zijing's watering head slowly decreased until it stopped flowing. Long time no see, Zijing, the middle-aged man said. Zijing didn't turn around. She put down the watering head and sighed. You guys still found me. It's all thanks to Lord Hishu. Otherwise, we would never have been able to find you. Your departure caused a lot of trouble and caused a lot of losses, the middle-aged man said slowly. Zijing turned around and looked at the man. I didn't want to either, but once that technology was broken, the disaster would be too severe. The middle-aged man's gaze turned cold. I don't care about the technology. All I know is that your departure caused the entire energy research team to disband and caused the deaths of more than 1,000 people. Now, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Luin walking out of the door. Who's there? The man frowned, and the lens on his right eye flashed with numbers before finally stopping. 270,000, that's equivalent to an enlighter in your spacetime. He raised his hand and pointed it at Luin. Zijing's expression changed. Stop. If you kill him, I'll die immediately. The middle-aged man frowned. Luin leaped forward and pulled out a long blade from his cosmic ring. Scram. He slashed down. The middle-aged man didn't move and allowed Lu Yin's blade to strike his face. A thin layer of metal instantly covered his face, and even though Lu Yin's blade could distort the void with his enlighter's power level, it couldn't harm the man at all. The middle-aged man grabbed the blade and exerted some strength, causing the blade to shatter with a bang. He then pointed at Lu Yin's forehead and stopped. Lu Yin was stunned and didn't dare to move. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. You're too weak compared to me. Humans need to know their limits, the man said slowly. Zijing grabbed Lu Yin's arm and pushed him away, glaring at the man. Kujian, let him go if you want me to live and return with you. The man named Kujian was puzzled. Why do you care about him? Zijing's face flushed red. He saved my life. Kujian looked at Lu Yin. Do you have feelings for him? At that moment, the Starlink major world shook. Kujian looked up with a solemn expression. The half-ancestor powerhouse of this spacetime has discovered him. The pearl in his heart glowed white, and a wave of energy flowed from the pearl to his arm. Kujian waved his hand, tearing the void apart. He grabbed Zijing and Lu Yin and stepped into the spatial tear before disappearing. After he disappeared, Qingping walked out and looked at the empty top of the tower. Have a safe journey, junior brother. There were countless parallel spacetimes in the universe, and some people divided the universe into multiple dimensions. Time and space were the coordinates of these multiple dimensions, and they could be expanded infinitely. In the expanded star chart of the parallel universe, the larger the spacetime, the greater the resistance one would encounter when entering it. Even a small parallel spacetime like the Eternal Kingdom would not encounter much resistance. After Kujian tore through the void with Zijing and Lu Yin, a gust of power came out from the bright white pearl in his heart, isolating Zijing and Lu Yin outside the void. In an instant, the two of them appeared in an even brighter space from the bright space at the top of the tower. This space was filled with metal, and the bright light shone on Lu Yin's face from all directions as he and Zijing floated in midair. Kujian walked out from the top of the tower and knelt down on one knee. I brought you back. Lu Yin was astonished. No matter how strong Kujian was, the power he had displayed was definitely at the level of a half-ancestor. For him to be so respectful meant that he had to be facing a progenitor. There was no one in front of Kujian, and there was only a black pearl that emitted a dark light. A loud voice rang out. Zijing, do you know your crimes? Zijing, do you know your crimes? Zijing, do you know your crimes? Voices rang out one after another, but they were not echoes. Instead, they came from one person after another, filled with arrogance. Zijing's face paled, and she knelt down like Kujian. Zijing, do you know your crimes? Why did you flee? The loud sound was like the evening drum and morning bell, exploding in Zijing's ears. Zijing was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed from her ears, nostrils, and eyes. She knelt on the ground. Zijing knows her wrongs. Let me ask you, why did you flee? Another voice rang out. It was so strong that it was almost visible to the naked eye, and it pressed down on Zijing. However, because of the invisible force below her, Zijing had to bear the pressure of two forces at the same time, and she coughed up blood again. Zijing, I'm sorry. Why did you flee? Why did you flee? Why did you flee? A series of explosions rang out, causing Zijing to be constantly pressured. Her outer clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. As the pressure of the sounds continued, her skin also began to crack, and blood seeped out. It was an extremely miserable sight. Stop. Luing couldn't take it anymore. Were these guys repeating themselves? They all said the same thing. Zijing's face was pale and she did not dare to raise her head. Kujian lowered his head to look at Luing, as he had not expected the latter to speak up. He was currently using Death Mask to conceal his aura, and he had also changed his appearance slightly so that hyperspace would not recognize him. His cultivation level was also that of an enlighter, which made him a very ordinary cultivator. When he finished speaking, the entire area fell silent. A ray of light descended and swept over his body, and a number appeared in the void, 276,653. Weakling, how dare you speak in this supreme place? Kujian, who is he? The voice rang out, and a pressure slammed into Lu Yin's body. He was pressed to the ground, and this pressure was probably equivalent to a peak in lighters. Kujian lowered his head. Zijing has to keep him safe. The two of them are emotionally involved. Lu Yin lay on the ground and pretended to look up with difficulty. Don't make things difficult for Zijing. She's already returned, and she knows her wrongs. Impudence. A stern voice barked, and the pressure increased. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood just like Zijing, and his clothes were torn apart. Since when did it become your turn to speak? Zijing hissed, let him go. I'll do anything you want, but you can't hurt him. What a joke. We humans have long since abandoned our emotions, and lowly people like you don't have the right to do so. You'll eventually be dragged down by your emotions. Zijing, are you going to protect him? Zijing gritted her teeth, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Yes. What if he dies? I'll die as well. All right, we'll let him live. Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Lu Yin, and his body was tossed into it. Lu Yin did not resist, and in fact, he could not have resisted in that place. Since Zijing was so important, the person who had captured her would definitely be one of the upper echelons of hyperspace. Hyperspace was one of the 6 directional associations, and they definitely had more than one progenitor. If Lu Yin was exposed, the consequences would not be good. Fortunately, hyperspace could not detect his true strength, which made sense. Even a progenitor could not detect his true strength. Although hyperspace had powerful cultivation techniques and had embarked on a different path of evolution for humans, it did not mean that this path could surpass that of a cultivation civilization. There was a thump as Lu Yin crashed to the ground. Endless cheers sounded from all around him, and a huge light shone on his body once more. He looked up and saw his surroundings. Where is this? Is this a coliseum? He's appeared. The 6th challenger has appeared. What kind of slaughtering feast will he present? Will he be torn to pieces to satisfy your revelry, or will he turn around and kill the astral beast to show off the strength of humans? Begin. A deafening voice boomed. Lu Yin slowly stood up, and behind him, a metal cage opened and a roar sounded out. He turned around and saw a strange creature that resembled a tiger and was more than 10 meters long. Its abdomen was covered in white bones, and there were flames burning around it as it stared at Lu Yin with savage eyes. Lu Yin looked at the beast's abdomen and saw chunks of flesh within the bones. He also saw more than one head. Was he the 6th challenger? So that's how it was. Zijing looked up and saw Lu Yin's position on the screen in front of her. Her face paled as she shouted, "You said you would let him go. Zijing, are you willing to be loyal to hyperspace?" A loud voice echoed through the arena. I am, Zijing hurriedly replied. Within the Colosseum, the astral beast roared and charged out, leaving an afterimage in the air as it raised its sharp claws and slashed down. This beast's power level definitely exceeded 300,000, and Lu Yin would not be able to defeat it while he was still in disguise. He barely dodged, but the claws brushed past his arm and left a deep gash. Zijing, let me ask you this. Are you willing to do your best to complete the mission given to you by spacetime? I am. Lu Yin continuously dodged the beast's attacks, leaving bloody wounds on his arms, legs, and even his abdomen. Countless people around him cheered as pieces of bloody flesh were thrown down from the stands, provoking the beast and causing its eyes to become even more cruel and its movements to become faster and faster. Luin frowned and controlled his body, suppressing his breathing. According to his disguise, the next attack should have torn his abdomen apart. Just as he thought this, the beast swiped at him with its claws. Luin raised his leg and used a battle technique to dodge, but blood flowed from his abdomen and dripped onto the ground. The wound was extremely serious. Zijing, let us ask you, are you willing to give up on your laughable pity and serve hyperspace and dedicate yourself to hyperspace? I am, Zijing shouted. Let him go. Within the Colosseum, Luin stared at the beast in front of him. He would not be able to dodge the next attack. Blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, staining them red. The beast roared and raised its claws high before slashing down. Countless people cheered, eager to see blood. This was their goal in coming here, to let them roar and scream and show their cruel side. The beast's claws slammed down, causing the Colosseum to crack open. Everyone stared at the beast's claws, but there was no blood. Where was he? Luin had been moved again, but this time he was in water. To be more precise, he was in water that could heal injuries. Separated by a barrier, a woman's gaze swept over his body. His injuries are very serious, and he almost died. The treatment will take 5 minutes. Take him for a test in 5 minutes. He should be able to pass with his constitution. Ku Jian was standing nearby. Yes, the woman replied respectfully. She quickly left. Luin looked at Ku Jian. Ku Jian walked in front of him, and only then did Luin seriously size him up. Ku Jian did the same to Luin. I admire your cultivation culture, it can complement our techniques very well. It's a pity that you're too weak to show me your strength, Ku Jian said. Luin asked weakly, what about Zijing? Ku Jian replied coldly, she'll be put in an important position. After all, the technology she possesses is crucial. You'll also be put in an important position. If you perform well, you might even be accepted by us. From now on, she's one of my people. If anyone asks, just say that you're part of the energy research team's guards. He then looked deeply at Luin. If Zijing's technology can really bring about a breakthrough, she'll become one of the higher-ups in hyperspace. As for you, you'll enjoy something you've never enjoyed in your civilization before. A half-ancestor? Even the progenitor realm isn't just a dream. Even a bug can wield the power of a progenitor. He then turned and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, he had passed. From now on, he would be considered a part of hyperspace, and it seemed like he even had a backer. The injuries in the Colosseum were all superficial, and Luin had imitated the beast's attacks. Otherwise, the beast wouldn't have been able to harm him even if he had stood still. These injuries were healed in just a few minutes in the water, and Luin was impressed by the healing abilities of this place. The woman checked Lu Yin's vitals and then had someone take him away. Ever since Luin had been brought into the hyperspace, he had been constantly changing locations, and he still didn't know where he was. His domain couldn't be used carelessly either, as Zijing had warned him that the hyperspace could detect any form of energy. Domains were also considered to be invisible and could be discovered as well. Stand on top. Luin followed the voice's instructions and stood in a circular device. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a transfer device similar to the ones in the Astral Combat Academy. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a large, bright space. This space was much larger than the one that had interrogated him and Zijing. Above him was a blue sky and white clouds, but it seemed more like a simulation. The surroundings were lively, and there were people walking around everywhere. He looked to the side and saw a row of circular devices with no end in sight. People constantly appeared, walked out, and then another person appeared. Arrival confirmed, please leave. Arrival confirmed, please leave. Luin lifted his foot and left the circular device. He looked back and saw another person appear. It was a woman, and she naturally wanted to leave. Luin happened to block her path. She glared at him, get out of my way. Luin took a few steps back, and she left. Luin looked around and discovered a problem. There didn't seem to be any old people in the hyperspace, and everyone was very young. Ku Jian was the oldest person he had ever seen, but this space was mostly filled with young men and women. Some were in a hurry, while others stood in place and chatted with each other. Just as he was feeling lost, someone approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Ying turned around and looked at the smiling face in confusion. "Brother, you've been standing there for a long time. Why, don't you know where to go?" It was a skinny man who wasn't very tall. He smiled. "I'm Luo Lauer, what about you?" "Xianxia," Lu Ying replied. "Good name," Luo Lauer exclaimed. Lu Ying didn't know what was so good about this name. He had just thought of one for the sake of coming here. "You don't seem to know where to go. Why, were you forced to come here as well?" Luo Lauer asked. Lu Ying nodded. He had indeed been forced to come here. "I understand. The people at the top are sometimes unreasonable, and they don't care if people are willing or not. They just force them to go to the battlefield. I heard that they don't have feelings. By the way, brother, which noble do you belong to? If you were forced to come here, your status must be quite high," Luo Lauer inquired. "I'm not a noble." "Not a noble? Brother, you must be joking." "Alright, I know you want to keep a low profile, so I won't ask." Luo Lauer then pointed into the distance. "There's a door at the end of this path. Go in, you can test your various indicators there, collect your energy source, and then wait for your departure." He then patted Lu Yin's shoulder again and smiled. "Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. People call me philanthropist Luo, and that's exactly what I'm talking about." Haha. He then turned around and walked towards another person, doing the same thing as before, patting the person's shoulder. Lu Ying could not help but laugh. This was a very friendly person. He looked into the distance and walked in the direction that old second Luo had pointed out. Luo Lauer rubbed his chin as he watched Lu Yin's back. "Xian? I've never heard of him before, and he's hiding it. Seems like he's a high noble even among this group of people." Soon enough, Lu Ying arrived at the door and pushed it open. Coincidentally, someone was walking out with a distressed expression, muttering something under his breath. The words energy source. He had chatted a lot with Zijing over the past few days, so he knew a few things about the hyperspace dimension. This person had passed the test and received a yellow energy source, which corresponded to a power level of 100,000 or less. In the hyperspace dimension, gray energy sources were the most common, which corresponded to a power level of 10,000 or less. Most soldiers in the hyperspace dimension had this type of energy source. Those with a slightly higher power level were yellow energy sources, which belonged to captains and the like. Beyond that, the energy source jumped straight to a power level of 500,000, which was a green energy source. This energy source allowed one to have power close to that of an emissary and was relatively rare in the hyperspace dimension. Above the green energy source was a blue energy source, which represented a power level of 1 million or less. Above that was a red energy source, which was enough to reach the peak of an emissary's power level of 1,200,000. Finally, there was a white energy source, which was the one that Ku Jian had used. It could display the power of a half-ancestor and could tear through the void and travel through parallel spacetime. According to the hyperspace dimension's calculations, this energy source had a power level of 2 million or so. The final color was black, which represented the power of a progenitor. The fifth mainland also had a power level detector, but it could only detect the power level of an emissary. It could not detect the power level of a half-ancestor, let alone a progenitor. However, in the hyperspace dimension, the power of a progenitor could also be digitized. This was the manifestation of a progenitor's power with a power level of 5 million or above. This data did not represent a person's true power level and was only a reference. As cultivation developed and civilizations developed, the data would be completely different. The blood progenitor's data could not be similar to Bai Wang Yuan's, but a primogenitor was still a progenitor, and his power level was boundless. To the hyperspace dimension, the digitization of progenitor's power could only be used as a reference. The person who had just obtained the yellow energy source could be considered an officer in the hyperspace dimension's army, but he had not been satisfied. This meant that this person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Thinking back to what Luo Lauer had said, the people who appeared in this space most likely came from powerful families. The hyperspace dimension had a hierarchy of nobles. He pushed open the door and entered, seeing the series of testing instruments that Zijing had introduced to him. He had already prepared for them. He quickly went out as well, and the energy source he had obtained was green. His body constitution is pretty good. If one wants to use a higher-grade energy source, apart from the physical requirements, they also need to adapt to the energy source's long lifespan. This person's combat prowess is extraordinary, so he is qualified to obtain a green energy source. Check which noble family he is from. I can't find out. As expected, only a great noble family can raise such a talent. Even I can't find out who he is, so it should be related to the decision-making team. Speaking of which, the decision-making team does have immediate family members who are coming. That's interesting. Perhaps one of them is a genius elite who can use a blue energy source. Luin walked out of the door and returned to the hyperspace dimension. Luo Lauer came over and asked, "Brother, what kind of energy source did you get?" Luin replied, "Green." Luo Lauer nodded. As expected, most of the children of great nobles can obtain green energy sources. Only a small number of geniuses nurtured by top nobles can obtain blue energy sources. You should have heard of Hishu, right? That guy obtained a red energy source. Luin thought back to the two youths standing behind Xianxia outside the hyperspace dimension. One of them was Master, and the other was Hishu. A red energy source? That represented the peak of an emissary. In the fifth mainland, even Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis, and Skypierce Jialan had not reached that level. The place to obtain energy sources is over there. There are so many people lining up there, Luo Lauer told Luin. Luin thanked him and walked over. Luo Lauer was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. I thought he could get a blue energy source, but green is average. Green is average? What color is yours, Luo Lauer? A crisp voice asked from behind him. Luo Lauer subconsciously replied, "If this great philanthropist is willing, I can directly take the blue one." After saying that, he turned around in a daze and saw a beautiful face full of vitality and liveliness. A pair of sly eyes looked at Luo Lauer. "Blue? Alright, let's go and take the test." Luo Lauer laughed dryly. "Isn't this Sister Yu? Why are you here?" The girl's lips curled up mischievously. "I want to come. Who can stop me?" "Luo Lauer, let's go take the test together." "Don't, Sister Yu. You know me. I have a stomachache." "Stop pretending. Mudo said that you beat him up once. You're much stronger than him, and you're still shamelessly taking a green energy source. Come with me. Sister Yu, don't listen to that bastard. He's just taking revenge." Luin stood in the middle of the line and looked back. He saw Luo Lauer being dragged away by a pretty girl, and it reminded him of Fatty Huang. People like him were everywhere. A green energy source represented a peak in lighter, which was close to the power level of an emissary. There weren't many of these existences in the fifth mainland, and there weren't even a billionth of them in the population of the fifth mainland. If the Cosmic Tree Society was included, then there were even fewer of them. However, in the hyperspace universe, it was like waiting in line to get a number. This did not mean that the hyperspace universe had surpassed the fifth mainland in this aspect. It could only be said that different civilizations presented different situations. If one day, the hyperspace universe casually threw a green energy source on the ground for others to pick up, then Luin would be truly shocked. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on Lu Yin's shoulder, and a large face leaned over with a sinister expression. "Kid, you don't have a problem with me cutting in line, right?" Luin blinked and looked at the sinister man in front of him. He then looked at the muscles on the man's arm. "No problem." The man praised, "Smart." He then waved his hand, and a few people followed behind him. There were both men and women, and they all giggled as they stood in front of Luin. Many people behind Luin were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They all glared at Luin. "Useless thing. You don't even dare to say anything when someone cuts in line. Trash. Don't let me find a chance to beat you to death." Luin rolled his eyes. Not long after, he received a green energy source and played with it in his hand. This thing was transparent when not in use, and it was impossible to tell the color of someone's energy source. He couldn't even detect a trace of their power level. As for its hardness, Lu Ying didn't dare to use too much strength for fear of crushing it. As long as he pressed this thing into his body, he could extract its power and use it. It was located in his heart. Lu Yin's heart still had a wound that hadn't healed yet. It had been deliberately left behind by that girl during her treatment in order to provide him with an energy source. End of chapter 2494. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.